Welcome. It is the EU Major Qualifier for HCS. We are just two weeks away. 3 weeks. We are 3 weeks away from London. I'm getting confused, Stallion. I'm getting confused where we are. I'm a bit lost in the sauce. We're 2 weeks away from a tune-up. We're 3 weeks away from HCS London, and here we are, the final major qualifier before London. I'm Captain James Force. I'm here with Stallion. Mate, how you doing?
Pleasure. Well, we've had some great sunshine over the last couple of days. Let's hope that translates over to HCS London, right? I know we've got everybody really excited to come down, expecting a very magical weekend with some great performances, and what a good run up we've had over the last couple of weeks. So, been just out soaking the sunshine, enjoying life at the moment. James, how are you today?
I'm very good, mate. I'm very good. Mother's Day here in the Netherlands.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So,
anything special planned for it?
You know, be here actually.
Yeah,
I saw my mother-in-law this morning, so we're all good there. But
cool.
EU major qualifier time. Obviously, Foe will not be competing today. They have locked up a major spot already, top 6 in Arlington. They do not need to be here. So winner will go into a pool against Optic. Second, or at least the person with the most HCS points after today, will go against Space Station Gaming in Pool A. Mate, your money's got to be on Quadrant to face Optic, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jump Out Gang versus SSG, but you never know. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see some upsets. I always want to see upsets. I mean, who doesn't want to see underdogs win, right? So I think Quadrant, with how they've been playing, have been solidified. I think taking more maps off Foe over the last couple of weeks than maybe what we've been slightly used to, as well as series here and there. I think that top 4, obviously we have the top 2 bracket with Foe and Quadrant, and then we know obviously Jump Out Gam and Mamma Mia kind of like always fighting it forwards and backwards. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe some upsets today, but I feel like with how things have been over the last couple of weeks, I'd say it's pretty solidified. But I mean, looking at how things have been over at NA HCS recently, going into either Optic or SSG is just, you're going to have to really put the time in and be ready for that, right?
Yeah, that's rough, right? Whichever pool you go into, that's not a very fun time. But I guess the good thing about kind of being that first in HCS points is you do go up against the worst lower bracket team. Yeah. So you kind of have that advantage. Like, you would expect Quadrant to win this. You would expect them to go against Optic, and they're going to go against like the second worst open bracket team, if that makes sense. So I think for EU, I think it's a fantastic opportunity in London to get out of pools. Like, if you're like a Jump Out Gang and you're probably going to finish second here, you're going to have all the points, you're going to be able to kind of lock in that pool spot. You should have a reasonably good chance of making championship Sunday. Yeah, you should have a good lower bracket potential in the champ bracket anyway.
Yeah, that brings me to the next topic of conversation then. I mean, it's just how's EU going to be performing on LAN, right? We've got it finally in the UK. we're starting to see, I would like to say, the EU scene, particularly with the help of EHL, so, big round of applause for everything that EHL does, kind of the rise of the European Halo scene at last, right? And especially with how Foe did at the last championship and how Quadrant are always there and they're always taking, at least decent positions for where we are as kind of like as a continent versus NA, which, for anyone who's been around long enough in Halo will know it's been dominated by NA by a long time. So
it's been rough.
Is this, is this finally the time, James? Is London, have the stars aligned, especially with it being in London? What do you think?
Mate, I hope so. I think it's always going to be a tough ask to win a major against, Optic, SSG, FaZe. Rebellion have looked real good. Like Shopify Rebellion have looked absolutely outstanding. Proton have been up there. There's so many tough teams. Sentinels look like they're kind of getting the groove back in as well. And I mean, what was it, Saturday morning or Friday night? I think about 3 or 4 NA rosters changed as well, right before a qualifier. And it was funny for me to watch on Twitter because they're like, oh my God, all these rosters are changing last minute. And I'm like, welcome to the EU, my friends, because this is what we do all the time. But I think we've got a shot. I would love to see, a quad or a foe go top 3 again, right? Like, I think that would be outstanding. If we don't, I want to see SSG win just for legend. EU winning an EU would be pretty sick. But mate, I think we can give it a go and just I'm just excited. I'm just ready.
It's been, I mean, having this run up to this London HCS, SSG, I mean, if we're going to bring them into conversation for a sec, they've been a bit more beatable, I think it's fair to say, right? Like you said about Shopify Rebellion and, Optics, let's say, Resurgence, FaZe Clan starting to look a little bit better after how the last couple of weeks has been. And then, like you said, with Sentinels really kind of getting it together. I think we're in the point now with Halo Infinite where it's been out so long that teams have just come accustomed to all being at that same bracket. There isn't really a massive front runner right now, which if you bring that over to EU is quite exciting, right? To say if somebody's on their day, particularly in a UK crowd, we might see EU start creeping up further into that if we're being maybe a bit more realistic based on previous stats, top 6, particularly with both showing what they can do in the last one. So maybe even top 4. Who knows, James? I'm excited to see it.
Who knows? But hey, that is 3 weeks away by my maths. Let's get on with today. We're going to start, obviously, in winners round 1. 2 teams I'm not sure we've shown that much of before. But let's pull some rosters down. I think we do the magic down.
Got the force.
There we go. We're going to start with Trippy Box, Frenzied, Tom, Allah, and Disciple. And they are going to be against Rogue Gaming, which is going to be Rainwater, Sheppy, Awake, and OK. Oh, we actually have some stats. I forgot about that. We have some stats this week. Allah is a bit of an error, and so is Disciple, but we have some stats. Frenzied and Tom, KD of 0.99. Not terrible. Not terrible, I think.
Yeah, I mean, error could just mean that they're that good that we just can't process them, right? That would be if that
also true.
If it worked out like that. I mean, I think your eyes will technically always go to like the first 2 stats, but I think that average accuracy is going to be a number that I'm really curious to see if we get these for all of our teams moving forward, just to really find out who's consistent, who is constantly playing, maybe not even if they're not putting in, the most amount of kills down. We know how important it is in Halo, just to be putting constant damage down, right, James? Just to be that, playing your life, always being that fourth player who can rotate, who can always put the damage down. I think that's what's going to really bring some of these lower seeded teams with an opportunity to come a little bit higher today.
For sure. And that's kind of what we talked about, right? Like, I think it would be good to see how that average accuracy, because it is so important. Here is Rogue Gaming. It is Rainwater, Sheppy. It does say Anima, but it's Awake. And OK is there as well. Yeah, a little bit worse on the average accuracy, I think. Same with damage dealt. Just from the overlook, you can see that it looks like Trippy Gaming, just from the stats, mate, are a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it is. I mean, stats don't always play everything, but if you're going to take it from that sort of perspective, then Trippy definitely look like they got their edge here today. Be curious to see. I've actually spoken a little bit to Rain over the last couple of weeks. Seems to be very pumped up for this week and this weekend. So I'm expecting Road Gaming to come out here and really show what's good on the first series of the day.
Perfect, mate. And I think we also have some maps, or we can talk about maps anyway. But it is best of 3 time, of course, all the way till the end, basically. Ooh. We are going to start with a raw recharge strongholds, streets slayer, and King of the Hill live fire. Mate, which of these 3 is your favorite?
Oh god, where do I even start? I think that's the thing that I love about Halo Infinite so much, that I do like a lot of the combos that particularly get thrown into the comp scene. I'm a bit of a King of the Hill fiend, I won't lie, James. From like Halo 3, it's all I ever used to want to play. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that live fire King of the Hill game. I really hope it goes down to a game 3. I think it's important to come out swinging, particularly in a game like Recharge Strongholds, where it's very, very momentum based. So if a team can start really locking down that 2 cap, maybe even just start with some strong 3 caps, I think that's going to really set the pace for this first series of the day.
For sure, mate. I'm just excited to get this going. Hopefully we can get into this lobby soon. But mate, your prediction, right? Best of 3. Who do you think is going to take this victory, and what's the score?
Yeah, I think logically, if we're talking stats, I'm gonna go by our stats and hope that they're reliable for the first series of the day. I'm gonna say 2-1 Trippy, but I would love to see 2-1 Rogue. Just to start the day with some upsets, James. I want to see upsets today. I'd say it's been probably like 85%. Normality in terms of the stats and numbers that we've been seeing. So I want today just to be an absolute cluster and it to be spun on its head. What about you? What do you think?
Mate, I love that. I can't go past Trippy Box, I think. But I love the thought process, right? Like, and especially if we look at this kind of overall bracket, it looks like there are 41 teams that are participating. So we've had a lot of like first round buys as well, which is also quite interesting. So like a couple of these matchups already are pretty neat in kind of this second round. So I'm excited to see how this goes. But yeah, I think Trippy Box will get it done. Probably 2-0, but I can imagine them being close 2-0s. Like I don't think they're going to be blowouts.
Yeah, and I think you're right in what you're saying in regards to how the first game is going to be, as we are going to go into it. Stronghold is a really good opportunity for Rogue just to come out and show what they're about as they try and get that early game domination. That first camo is so important on how teams can potentially rotate and look to make that position moves. I think that was popped there by the player as they do go down to Rainwater. Now we've got Disciple on the screen who's looking to get them rotations across. Does take out K with some nice opening shots. Rainwater already with 2 kills on the board as both teams are going to fight out around that back gold area and top A to try and get this early B control.
Yeah, that is for sure. And you can see Disciple going to run into one. We're going to get the trade on Awake. A beautiful kill from Provocative as well. Oh, who's Provocative? Who's done this? Why are their names always so different? Oh, it's Allah. That's why, yeah. So Allah going to find a kill, but it's going to be this B site almost getting converted, but is actually going to be snaffled back by Trippy Box. But so far, after 1 minute, it is 1-1, which feels really like a football score, it has to be honest, Stallion.
Yeah, I feel like we're commentating a football game and keeping it scrappy, both teams right now. Nobody's really trying to get into a hard setup yet. Maybe both teams just kind of butting heads, figuring each other out, finding out where each team wants to play. As we finally do get a little bit of a setup coming in from Trippy Box. Some nice shots coming in there, but Disciple sits him down, having a really nice, strong start to the game. As we see those KD start to build up, Shippy and Frenzied obviously yet to get on the board, but Trippy Box kind of laying it out, AB setup. You got this push coming in from either top Contrast, a great stick coming in. That's going to do a little bit of damage to OK as well, who might be struggling to get the kill down at bottom C. And that's some nice cleanups of 4 go down for Road Gaming, and Trippy will just look to get that setup going.
Yeah, beautiful AB hold for them at the moment, and you can see Rain starting to spawn in that kind of bottom pipes area. And Awake trying to rotate through this bottom tower, and Tom's about to get pushed from the right-hand side, but Sheppy still on those 0 kills, going to get shock rifled from Disciple, sitting above B. And you'd expect Trippy Box to do well on this map, of course, where the name comes from, the Trippy Box. being on recharge. But so far, this has been an expert hold. They've already repelled Rogue Gaming once. Question is, can they do it again? Okay, gonna start jumping through. We're gonna go on board with Rainwater though, who is gonna jump into this B site. Start pre-nading. Disciple flying at him with the shock rifle. Isn't gonna find the kill though. It's getting a bit lost in the sauce about where people are. But Disciple right now, Stallion, is 7-2 with this shock rifle and just absolutely dominating this map.
Yeah, he's just being an absolute menace. Disciple sending Sheppy right back to the respawn. If he does it again, James, I'm going to lose my mind. This is too much action for a first game of the day. Hits the shot, goes for the trade out, and you just got to love the amount of just map presence he had with that shock rifle, using that and just constantly rotating around, making sure that Rogue Gaming couldn't get settled at any point. As OK says, anything you can do, I can do better. Gets the shot, it is left to 1 health, tries to go for the shot, back on Disciple, maybe giving him a bit of a taste of his own medicine. As teams starting to trade out a little bit now, Rogue Gaming finally getting a little bit of control. But if we're going to be seeing this kind of action today coming in from that shot rifle, I already can't wait for it to spawn up again and see who gets control of it, James.
Mate, I do love a good shock rifle. And you can see Frenzied trying to push onto that kind of attic area as a beautiful nade from Allard. Gonna take down OK, Rainwater and Sheppy. Oh, was that a stick? It definitely was, as Rainwater's gonna find a great kill, and Awake is the only member alive on this entire map. As 7 people go down. You can see OK spawning there. Gonna reset that A site as Trippy Box starts spawning in the long haul. But it's gonna be Tom who does manage to find the camo and a beautiful 2-shot. Can he find Sheppy as well? Oh, he's actually just gonna play the camo. A beautiful retake though. Awake, trapped in the corner and taken down. He's gonna allow Tom to find a beautiful double kill as well. And Sheppy there. Can he find him as well? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do. Does have no shields. Oh, he does still have this camo, though. It's going to run out. Can he find the kill onto Sheppy? No! The zone is secured. But it's Trippy Box with A and C Stallion, and now they have a trip cap.
This is what we spoke about when we were looking at those early stats, James. That damage dealt stat shown expertly there by Tom, getting the camo, playing yourself in a position where you're covered from your back and left side, and he's just putting shots onto players all around the map that can't see him. Doubles, pushing in for triples, getting cleanups, getting call-outs from his teammates, just playing that kind of roaming position with that. And because of that, Trippy Box have thankfully managed to get themselves back into a bit of a dominating position now, holding A and B. We are seeing nades being exchanged here, back gold, as it looks like Trippy Box are going to get the overall control in that. Provocative, who I love that name. I know it's not provocative, but 14 kills already on the board as they are scuffling for B right now. That kind of hydro batteries control. Both teams just again butting heads. Rainwater desperate just to try and stay alive in this position, as I don't think Tom actually sees him. Plays that really well, and because of that now does have the did have the shock rifle, as it consistently seems to be changing hands, and neither team right now, unfortunately, after a little bit of control coming in from Trippy Box, can seem to get set up.
Yeah, for sure. Camo coming up again right now as well. As Frenzied gonna whiff 1 shot, but he's gonna get taken down by OK, who now picks up this shock rifle. And what can he do? That nade initially going to miss. Not even zooming in. What a mad dog. You can see Disciple. Here are some in-game stats. Average hill time on a strong hop, mate. This is great. I love this.
Yeah.
70.2 seconds. So is someone who likes to get on that hill and save and kind of secure it, I should say. As it is going to be Disciple picking up this shock rifle. We're going to have a lot more stats for you through the day. We're also, you know, going to get better at reading them as well, as Disciple reads the situation and finds a beautiful double headshot with the shock rifle. It's going to allow Trippy Box to get rid of Rogue Gaming's trip cap as well and find A and B. Can he find another onto Awake? He finds a tag, but he runs out of bullets. But hey, trades coming in around the map, and A getting taken. That's going to get shut down. But Awake finds Disciple, but look at the score, Marco. 178 to 99.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to break down what we just saw there from Disciple and how his team played that, right? They were potentially going down for what could have been not even a double, but a trip cap. And now somehow back on its head is, you know, Rogue Gaming do establish a little bit of control. They change the favor of the game, because if they do get tripped cap there, we could be looking at a whole different kind of scenario right now. But because of that, they stem the bleeding. They hold a bit of control for a little bit. And it seems like Rogue Gaming, even though they got a little bit of control now, are still going to have to claw themselves back from a 70 deficit rather than being almost tied up. As we see a little bit of windmilling coming out from OK this morning, but does get the kill, looking desperate to stay alive. Does have some teammates coming back in support. Looks like it's going to get the trade out here with Tom. Actually manages to stay alive. And because of that, back goal control now coming in for Rogue Gaming, as both teams are going to look to fight it out for camo, which is going to be popping, I believe, right now. Rainwater does get that camo. If he's not traded out here, he is traded out, so that's really good for Trippy, keeping an idea of where the camo player is going. And now because of that, they're going to look to try and stem control, trying to filter these players into the A area, and hopefully we see Trippy Box maybe get some control back onto this game.
Yeah, shock rifle sitting in that kind of turbine area. Whirlpool, you can see Rainwater jumping up as well. It was briefly 3 dead for Trippy Box, and you can see as Rainwater gonna get bashed in the face. And the extra shot just, you know, just because. But A and B starting to go over. But Awake tries to peek and gets taken down. But so far, Rainwater on 17 kills. Provocative also on 17. They're doing a great job. And you almost think that it's going to be a trip cap. But C getting taken. And OK, he's going to get into this B site. And actually, he's going to reset it as well. And now Awake's on Trippy Box. But he's going to get taken down. Yeah, it's scrappy in round number 1. And it's going to be beautiful work as Sheppy does find the nade kill. But so far, it's A and B for Trippy Box. But look, I mean, Frenzied and Tom are both on 12 assists. Like, the amount of damage that Trippy Box is laying down is nuts. But, mate, this is such a scrappy game. But Trippy Box, 35 points away and trying to go for a trip cap.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see, especially from a game 1 coming out of Rogue Gaming, right? We needed them to keep it scrappy. They have to keep themselves involved in this game. Don't allow Trippy just to set up, get that double trip cap too settled for such a long period of time. As we've got OK trying to make a play over to A. Unfortunately, that is shut down, as we could start to see the end of this first game. But let's just talk about production for a second, James. These stats popping up. Oh my god, this is absolutely great to see. I love seeing how the stream continues to evolve on a week-to-week basis, on how we just have more information for you guys at all times, where we can break down exactly what's going on in each game, letting you know how the players are currently fending in the tournament at the moment. So big round of applause for production, everything that they've got going on right now. And it could be over here, but C does actually trade hands, so Rogue keeping it alive. And this is something that I really like about Strongholds, is that it's never over until it's over. Frenzy looking to make it over right now, does get the camo, is going to get that trade off with his teammate right there. And if we see C switch hands right now, it could be game 1 in the bag, James.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like it will be game 1 in the bag, unless something happens, but it will be Trippy Box off the back of Disciples, 21 kills, wow. 250 to 157. Frenzied with a killing spree as well right at the end. Yeah, mate, it was scrappy, but at the end, Trippy Box just managing to get it done and just look the better team overall.
Yeah, business as usual for them, right? You said about even their names based on the map that they were playing, so it was nothing that we didn't expect today, that's for sure. But I think it started off really scrappy, and the difference that we saw was when Disciple and crew really started popping off, right? When they got that early shock rifle, the doubles, the kind of like pressure they were bringing onto the map for the double and the trip caps, unfortunately made it just a little bit too hard for Rogue Gaming to pull themselves back into it. Definitely a lot to take away from Rogue. They put up a good fight. You know, it's not one of the big blowouts that we normally see over on Strongholds, as we do have some stats on the board right now. Disciple dropping that 21. I mean, if you look at the damage dealt here, James, I mean, we're looking at mid 5Ks to mid 6K between Frenzied and Tom. It's not always about the amount of kills that you get, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about the damage that you're putting down on the map. And, you know, Trippy Box really showing how well they play as a team right here.
Mate, Frenzied was plus 2,000 damage.
Insane.
Like, to only take 4.4 and to deal at 6.4, like, that is a mad difference. Yeah. Like, that's what wins you games, right? Like, playing your life so much, just being able to kind of put that together and just, you know, between him and Tom just laying out all that damage is is really impressive. Rainwater almost dropping 6k, 1 point off 6k.
Yeah.
But good fight for him in a wake. But yeah, 251-57. I think that's reasonably close, right? Like,
yeah,
for these two teams, especially as it was, you know, almost like 60 or 70 to 1 at one point. Yeah. I think, yeah, for Rogue Gaming to kind of keep it there. But we are going to move on to a Streets Slayer, baby. I'm excited for this, right?
Yeah.
Like, ever since the camo is now, like, not spawning instantly, there's the Bulldog, the red gun is in the red room for just, you know, that just, like, You know, you put the red gun in the red room, it just fits. But man, I'm excited for this map.
Me too. I think this is going to be. I love watching Streets because it's one of those maps where you take an inch and you turn it into a mile. Where teams, you see when they get deadlocked, they get one down or some shield down on a player, and it finally allows you to make pushes up Streets or make that power play for camo. So don't be surprised if we start seeing some teams set up, maybe slow it down, particularly with it only being a best of 3, right? It's not a best of 5. So this could be very much a swing game. Should we see Rogue take this one back? So Trippy Box maybe going to look to come out swinging, see how the pace of the game goes, and then maybe look to change it to their pace, depending on what happens in the first couple of minutes of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, right, yeah, best of 3, as you said. You win 2, you move on, and they are 1 away from moving on, Rogue Gaming. And if the winner of this game will play Katrina FR, which is that is a scary prospect for anyone. no matter you know which team you are, that is a scary prospect for winners round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things though, right? The road to HCS, you've got to have to start playing against the big dogs at some point. You've got to put your team to the test. And I think over these last couple of weeks, James, we've really seen teams getting accustomed. We've seen roster changes. We've seen new faces and just people just trying to get that mesh going along with their team to make sure they are as prepared for HCS London or the run up to HCS London as they can be as we're getting ready to start our second game here, ladies and gentlemen. So as we go on board, obviously Trippy Box taking game 1, slightly edging out on the Slayer perspective in the last game. The damage dealt coming in from Frenzied and crew was absolutely strong, and you know, I honestly expect them to make it business as usual here. But as I say that, Caster's Curse, Rogue Gaming doing what I said that they needed to do, getting that Bulldog, coming out swinging, camo up in 5, James, and this could be some early establishment that they definitely need.
Yeah, Frenzied already on 3 kills. So Rogue Gaming finding some quick kills, like you said, but with on the back of provocative. Jeez, it's too early for this. And finding Frenzied as well with 3 kills, but Provocative has 3 assists already. So we talked about the importance of laying down damage. It looked like Rainwater just trying to get his guns together. But it's very back and forward to begin with, but 9-6 is Awake going to get team nated there. Rainwater, they're going to try and double push. Sheppy finds a kill. Rainwater gets one with the Bulldog. Frenzy's going to find okay, but a double kill back the other way, and Tom with 2. And it's going to be Sheppy going down, and it feels the same as the first game. It's scrappy. It's a 2-kill lead for Rogue Gaming, but Provocative has 5 assists already, Stallion.
Yeah, looking just to lay the fire down. I just love watching players get that last outplay shot with the Gandhi hops, right? There's just something about it. I don't know if it's the Halo 3 player in me that loves still seeing that, but to see that is always great when you get that final shot and you know you've just been outplayed by someone and you're like, God damn it, man. Like, how did they manage to get that Gandhi hop? I mean, I couldn't quite get that headshot, as it's looking like it's going to be a very scrappy game, as you mentioned, James. Unfortunately, players do go down here around Police Station. Rain taking some shots in the back. But as we say that, tied game, 4 players do go down for Rogue Gaming. So Trippy can now look to get a bit of establishment on the map. Camo is up. Both teams just going to look to square up. And it just doesn't look like anybody can get a semblance of control. Even from the first fight that we saw during this particular match is, you know, even if teams are getting 3 down, that doesn't seem to equate to anything at the moment. Teams are going to look at start getting 3 to 4 down and get these setups going so they can take it and turn it into something a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Tom 7 and 2 to begin as well. Make that 7 and 3, of course, as the whole of Trippy Box basically goes down. And Disciple gonna try and get away with 1 HP. Gonna whiff, and OK smashes him in the face. But Rainwater, 8 and 3 to begin with as well. So some really good starts here for both teams. Frenzied gonna find Sheppy as well. Gonna start to get tagged over from Cafe / Pink Street, Purple Street, whatever color people want to call it. But Tom, the dodge, the dip, the duck, the dive, and the dodge is going to find his way into that one-on-one. And suddenly, Rogue Gaming going 4 dead. And now Trippy Box have a 5-kill lead out of nowhere, Stallion.
Yeah, it's just crazy. This is just absolute... It's just chaos, really. It's hard to keep up with everything that's going on as Trippy Box looking to finally lay down a little bit of control. I would like to see, that's some nice shots coming in there from Rainwater. I would like to see Rogue Gaming, if they do go 1 or 2 players down, just to look to play a little bit more passive. Stop the staggered spawns coming in, because ideally that's what Trippy Box wants, right? They want to get 1 down, they want to get 2 down, isolate the final player or 2 to make it easier to get trades out and not have to deal with 3 or 4 players in the game. As Trippy Box do establish themselves a 6-kill lead. Tom and Frenzied leading the lobby, but Rainwater definitely keeping up over on the side of Rogue Gaming. Camo, again, coming up to look to get a trade coming out. That's a nice trade there from that player that we see on the stairs. Provocative looking to stay alive. It's giving us the little jiggle peek. Killjoy was coming in there right there. So we're seeing Provocative once again going off as Tom has the Bulldog in hand and looking to establish a little bit of control from this top position.
Yeah, it's going to be Disciple on a double as well. As you can see, Rainwater jumping into the laundry. He's taking Tom to the cleaners as well. But he should be taken down by Disciple, who's unable to finish that kill with the camo. But it is going to be Frenzied with that red gun. Sheppy going to start to get shot in the back. Disciple going to have to get away. But it's going to be Tom who finds a wake. And I have to say, this looks like it's turning into a little bit of a riot. Frenzied, 12 and 5. Tom, 10 and 5, and they are 12 kills up on Rogue Gaming after being 2 or 3 kills down to begin with. They, just like the Stronghold, Stallion, they found a way to build into this map.
Yeah, I think they finally... Oh, how does he stay alive there? Awake, still alive. A little bit of support from Sheppy, but unfortunately, it's not enough. As again, Trippy Box playing into their advantages of these staggered spawns, constantly having 1 or 2 down, then playing this kind of pinch position as Tom is cleaning house right now. 12 kills, as you can see, all the assists on Trippy Box just showing how well they are playing together. You can see this kind of 2-2 split between this team on how they just pinch and lock Rogue Gaming into their spawn. A game that started off really close is now being pulled away, and you have to give the advantage over the Trippy Box now, as they've had the last couple of camos. Killing spree coming in for the player that we just saw drop right there. I think it was
Tom
Frenzy or maybe Tom. Not sure who that was exactly. But, you know, as we go down to the 44-32 now, I don't think there's much left for Rogue to play out for this one, as they're just going to look to play some last-minute fights as this final camo is about to come up, James.
Yeah, Rogue just throwing themselves into fights right now. Tom was on that killing spree, but Frenzy, 12 and 7 as well. Provocative with 9 assists, but everyone's just been dealing damage and just really working Rogue Gaming over on this streets map. Okay, he's going to find a kill. Awake gets one as well. Hold on. Rainwater finds one. The comeback could be on here for Trippy Box. Just need trades to bring this home. Bulldog here for OK. And the camo. He's going to get taken down the back smack, though. And now there's only 3 kills left for Trippy Box to be able to take this in to winners round 2. Trades will do from here. They see Awake. They see Sheppy. They're going to start pushing. It's going to be Disciple going down, though. And Awake, they're just not taking these fights properly. But they are going to find one more. And Sheppy's going to get his head blown off by Frenzied. He finishes 16 and 9. Tom is 15 and 9. And Trippy Box are going to win your first series of the day and move on to winners round 2.
Yeah, you had to look at that play at B stairs, right? If there was ever a way to claw yourself back in the game, that was it. I believe they had camo, they had shotgun, they started getting a kill or 2. You started to feel, James, that things were potentially starting to move back in the other direction, but the play coming in from Trippy Box to kind of assemble themselves, they do get one trade-off. They do manage to get the player with camo and shotgun down, and they do clean up, finishing the game at 50-42. As we go over towards our leaderboard right now, once again, Frenzied Tom showing what they can do, 16 and 15 apiece. Rainwater having a great game as well, 15 kills. You know, it was closer, if I'm honest, than what I thought it potentially would have been coming in, because especially as we saw the mid game coming in, James, that it could have definitely been a bit of a stomp out. Road game is showing a bit of composure at the end, but you know, Trippy just getting the job done.
Yeah, I think at one point it was, 46 to 32 or 33. Yeah. So Road Gaming went on a bit of a spree right at the end. Unfortunately, ran out of deaths, though. But yeah, Rainwater, just that one assist. So needing his team to kind of deal more damage or you know, maybe just work ways to be in a better position. Like Provocative having 11 assists. Yeah, it's just, it's tough. It's tough. But yeah, mate, it's... Trippy Box getting the 2-0 win. First prediction on the board for me, correct? Maybe this will be a good day.
I've got to stop going with my head and just start going more with my gut, as we're getting some highlights played off here. First game that we saw today, Strongholds on Recharge. Trippy Box getting the job done on their, you know, signature map. Seeing Disciple, killing spree, shot rifle, heads just being taken off. Okay, with a nice trade there. We saw some really good plays coming out from both teams. Obviously, Trippy Bots get it done. You know, if we look at Road Gamers, some definitely some positive points to take away. This kind of set the pace for how the rest of the series went. And like we said, Trippy Bots getting the job done in 2.
Yeah, beautiful play from them, right? The recharge was extremely solid after we kind of got over halfway. It was great for them. And then, yeah, that Slayer, slow start, but in the end, they worked it out, and this play was super good. And the thing that Road Gaming to look at as well is you got to be kind of aware of your strongholds. He actually goes through C there and starts to tick it. And if you're like good enough, you can spot that and realize there's someone behind you. But it's also why you see teams like Foe. You see them so careful in those kind of stronghold areas to make sure that they kind of jump that gap without triggering it. So they give no knowledge that camo is there. But guys, think we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is winners round 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Gosh.
Huge pick onto SLT is traded out. Snipe Joe working his way through, but caught out by the shock in the back. He has to stay alive here. Super important. It doesn't look like anyone in Foe's in position to take him down. Wootum stuck in heaven. Great team shots coming out. Snipe Joe able to take him down subsequently. Jimbo will fall. And the unidentified chick at the bottom of A is, and he's traded out, and that's a plethora of kills falling in favor of Quadrant at the final hurdle, 45 to 43. Mighty's once again last alive, decides to plant himself at that top glass area, see if he can catch out any of the Quadrant players. Starting to overextend just a moment. Jimbo is sat back C, and the pacing of this Foe side is slowed down astronomically, but Snipe Joan reading the position of Jimbo perfectly as he was able to catch him out chasing Glories.
Well, 48 to 45 could just be a matter of time now unless Foe step their game up, which they definitely could, but having to back away, it's going to be a trade out. Wilton managed to get 2, so it's now 49 to 47, but they've ended it quite quickly. They don't want any stalemates, they don't want any trades and whatnot. They just want to get it over and done with it, and that's going to be 1 apiece here in this grand final.
However, if Cloud9 are able to get this, they're still driver's seat. Here comes the push. Back flank from Mud. 2 kills picked up by Jimbo, and you hear Foe popping off. Rightfully so. Down 2-1 the series. Wootum showing off the keyboard to the crowd and saying, I'm better, I'm different. Look at me. The first ever mouse and keyboard player to place top 8 in the history of Halo. Wootum, your name will ring in the history books of Halo. Welcome to the main stage, and what a performance.
Since the release of Halo, main Halo titles have always been a console game, which by extension means that it was a controller game. This formula would run for 18 years until the release of Halo the Master Chief Collection on PC on December 3rd of 2019. HCS would then run a few grassroots style tournaments for a year in prep for the release of Halo Infinite. As people competed in these Halo-reached grassroots tournaments, there was little to no motion of MNK players in the competitive scene, and many would comment how unfair controller was compared to mouse and keyboard.
Bro, it is just like, I'm just gonna say it, like, I cannot win 1v1s. The controller, you guys shoot faster and more accurately than me. I can't keep up with that.
The other side of the community would then start to pose the argument that these controller players have been playing Halo for years, while mouse and keyboard expect to come in and dominate, when in reality these players are just making bad plays. When the Halo Infinite multiplayer beta was finally released on November 15th, 2021, MNK players were finally on a semi-even playing ground. A new game that people had to all learn from day one, and no one had an advantage. Though again, the beginning of the game, people believed that there was little to no point, as the controller was by far the best option to go with. And for the most part that was true, and the landscape didn't really change too much for the first year. Then it finally happened. On December of 2022, 343 finally decided to add very slight aim assist, and ironically, this was an accident. But due to the game's positive feedback, they decided to keep it. The mouse and keyboard community now had a chance. Sadly, people automatically assumed there wasn't any point on competing on MNK, as controller was just too powerful. Until a few star players broke out, and one of them, Wootum.
I know with the nasty. Oh yeah, I know with the nasty.
I'm tired of waiting. I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now.
Now Wootum, born and raised in Finland, got his start in esports through a game called Splitgate. Wootum and his team would go on to dominate everything that Splitgate would throw at them, playing under SSG, but sadly barely losing out in the grand finals of the last Splitgate tournament. Once Splitgate reached the end of its lifespan, Wootum would start to explore other games, looking at Apex, and then finally settling on Halo. He would start his Halo journey humble, by just learning the game and playing as much matchmaking as he could. But within a very short amount of time, he would get noticed by the EU Halo community, and rumors would be going around about this mouse and keyboard god. Sadly, similar to his Splitgate journey, this would now come with cheating accusations.
Yeah, to speak on it lightly, I guess, there was like a huge accusation at the time. This was leading up towards like grand finals, I think, of the summer season. And yeah, there like literally everyone in the game basically thought he was like cheating. He was just that good, man. Like that was when he was, like elevating.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is EU HCS major qualifier for London time. And mate, round one. Yeah, Trippybox getting the win 2-0, but we are moving on. It is winners round 2. And mate, this is going to be the first of kind of the decent teams, right? The teams that we think can make a deep-ish run. It is going to be Snipe Addicts versus Rounds GG. But mate, what did you think of round number 1? Did it kind of fit up to your expectations?
Yeah, I think it hit to expectation, James. I think it hit up to what we saw in the stats and what pre-game predictions were. I always like to cheer for the underdog. That's my problem. So when we do like predictions, I'm the worst, because I'm like, I'm just gonna try and cast a curse this the best that I can and be like 2-1 to the underdog, and then you just pray it happens, right? And then it ends up being a 2-0, and you're like, oh, okay, well, there goes my prediction out the window. But no, really good. I think again, both a lot to take away for both teams in our first round of the day. Trippybox, they do get it done in 2, but I think Rogue Gaming did show a lot of character at times in the game. Definitely just looking at, different strategies in terms of things like staggered spawns, power up control and all that kind of stuff, I think is what really set Trippybox apart, especially in that second game. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing what we've got in this round 2. And you said there was a bit of a clash of accents in this second game, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing what that's going to be all about and see how that translates.
Yeah, if we bring in some rosters, maybe we can just
do the force, James.
Bring him down. We're going to start with Rounds GG. Mersu, Backup Thunder, Sirwu, and Treasure. I'll be honest, mate. I don't actually know a hell of a lot about these guys. But yeah, I think, you look over, Sirwu probably leading KD on this, leading damage dealt, kind of leading all the stats, right? So for Round GG, kind of would be the player to watch out for. I do believe they won the opening match 2-0 against DTS. So yeah, this, always good to get kind of a win under the belt first up. right, to be able to kind of put it together. But yeah, I think it's more the other team we should be looking out for with this one, which is Snipe Addicts. Definitely, a team that is here to be talked about. Infamy, Wafts, Jersey 2, and Cristola. We don't have stats for these guys, but there are a lot. But yeah, this is an interesting team for me because Jersey 2, Cristola. Pretty sure these lads are both Irish, and then Infamy is French. So it's gonna be a kind of hell of an interesting kind of language barrier in there. Rounds GG actually are Finnish. So we got one of the Finnish lads in there, so I know Apo will be happy about that.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I think we saw I think we saw Serwu, right, with the first 1 KD that we've seen so far in our pre-match stats. So curious to see how Serwu plays in particular to Snipe Addicts, which you said are a very strong roster. Curious to see if the accents are gonna play a bit of a factor in this, James. I know you know a little bit more about these teams than me. Do you think the accents or maybe the language barrier could play a little bit of a problem today, or do you think that they'll just kind of like sweep that under the rug and just play as per?
Yeah, I'm also not sure because like this is also a different roster than it's been for the last couple of weeks. So in week 2, Snipe Addicts was Jersey 2, Infamy, Wafts, and Shabby Dagger, and then last week it was Cristola, Quadios, Infamy, and Mister. So these teams really have not been the same between each of the weeks. And then in the first week they had Jersey 2, Infamy, Wafts, and Squashy. So it's really kind of been all over the place, kind of what this team has been. So that's kind of why it does feel a little bit weird because these guys haven't kind of teamed that much over the last few weeks. But it'll be interesting to kind of see how it goes. But yeah, for those wondering, Rounds GG were actually access denied for the past couple of weeks, but Round GG is a Finnish org who picked them up for London. So
very nice. Yeah, I mean you've also got to say, right, making roster switches this close to London is quite a bold move. I mean, we don't know if it's a full roster switch or players filling in for other players, maybe availability, accessibility, and all that, but this is our, if I'm not mistaken, James, our final kind of run up to it, right? So you think at this point, rosters will be fully locked in and teams will be looking to get as much synergy as they can, particularly from an important day like today.
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely going to... it wouldn't be EU, though, if we didn't have roster changes every 5 seconds. So it makes sense. But let's talk a little less about rosters. Maybe we can pull up some maps. Obviously, show our map pool for winners round number 2. We are going to start with an Argyle CTF, then move into a live fire Slayer. And we're going to finish, if we get there, on a recharge oddball. Mate, what are your thoughts on Argyle CTF?
Do you know what? I don't know if this is like a bad take, but I actually really like watching it.
Hot take.
I don't know. I think I'm just a bit of a fiend for Capture the Flag and King of the Hill in general. I don't know why. I just always have loved Cap the Flag, particularly in Halo. So there's not really any maps that I don't like watching it on. Argyle is obviously going to be making those long kind of like hallway runs and just making sure that you've got players that can provide that cover fire and ensuring that no one slips behind enemy lines on a route that your team isn't looking over. So we're really going to find out in that game 1 what the setups look like for both of these teams and how when they do get a 3 or a 4 down, look to push up together as a unit and look to really just hold a little bit of map control. And then, of course, we've got Live Fire Slayer, always a banger. There's going to be that control on the right-hand side for the power-ups. You've obviously got Snipe top middle. So I'm hoping to see a game 3 here, James. I know you were quite confident on it potentially being a 2-0. So if we're going to go with predictions, my head says 2-0 Snipe Addicts, but my heart wants to say 2-1 rounds. But I have to start filtering my heart out, James, because it gets me nothing but disappointment, honestly, most of the time.
Look, to be honest, mate, to put it in perspective, last 2 weeks, rounds were top 32 and Snipe Addicts were top 12 and top 8. Yeah. So if it helps the head a little bit or the heart. But no, man, I'm interested to see how this goes. I think for Snipe Addicts, they had a bye in the first round, right? So this is kind of their first hit out. And it's always one of those things that we see with teams in buys that when they first get into it, the first map can be a little slow, can feel a little kind of awkward to begin with, like especially when you got new teammates as opposed to every other week. So yeah, I think Snipe Addicts, if rounds GG can come off like really quickly, if they can really get into their face at the start, then they might have a pretty good shot at causing some kind of upset before Snipe Addicts gets into it. But I think on a skill-to-skill level, honestly, Snipe Addicts should have this game. But it is Argyle, so you do never know, because, man, we never really get 3 flags in Argyle.
No, I'm hoping for quite a quick-paced game, but I think this is all going to come down to, like we said at the start, James, just how well teams can hold setups, that constant 3 or 4 down, pushing together as a collective unit, watching those sidelines, making sure that nobody makes a flank run or, you know, getting behind any flag runner to see if anybody can make any crazy clutches, stops plays. Look for players to really use that sniper to their advantage, particularly early game, and try and get some early dominance. Curious to see which player from each team is going to go for that sniper off the bat. I think that's going to be, you know, whoever does get that first pick onto the opposing sniper could be detrimental to that early game advantage as we do get into our first game of this series. A couple of players exchanging some shots. Argyle CTF, as we do see Treasure trying to get them early snipes in the Jersey too. He can't quite hit a shot. Gonna reposition himself now, watching this right-hand kind of corridor area. As Infinity holding it down for Snipe Addicts. Not really looking to push out from the base of the sniper right now, James.
Yeah, some teammates going down from rounds as well. Some guys with not a lot of health. You can see everyone kind of low, trying to hit the snipers. Infinity with the counter snipe.
Wow.
Will eat a body shot, but puts one through the brain as Mercer is going to find a double kill. Can he find a triple?
Oh!
No, he can't, as Infinity. I said that maybe Snipe Addicts might take the start of the first game slow, but Infinity, living up to the team name, has found an early 3-bang, and jeez, he's looking good on this sniper already. Whoop!
I mean, let's not also talk about how important that was, James, right? Because I believe that was 2 or 3 dead from the side of rounds. And if Infinity doesn't win that, that could be turning into a potential flag cap, or, you know, even some staggered spawns coming in. As I would say, Infinity, the sole man just to hold the push there, coming in from Snipe Addicts, as both teams fighting to establish a little bit of control. And we continue with Infinity. 5 kills finally does get taken down. I believe that was a killing spree locked in, as Serwu is knocking on the door of Snipe Addicts right now. So we're seeing a little bit of a counter aggression coming in. Snipe Addicts do get their spawns up. They are going to look to kind of hold this position as the flag. I don't know if we even saw this getting run at any point. I don't know how we missed that, but Snipe Addicts do get one on the board during all of the chaos coming in from Infinity. Snipe Addicts do manage to get a flag over to the side of their flag cap, and they do actually go 1-0 up. That was such a chaotic start that I didn't even see that flag getting run. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't either, right? Like, I think Infinity just blowing apart some heads allowed Snipe Addicts to kind of sneak back into their base, especially as rounds were pushing up, right? Like you said, Serwu, Mersu just pushing up into Snipe Addicts base. Well, when you're pushed up that far and you're not getting killed, it's like the offside trap, right? Just opens a big gap in the back line, and Snipe Addicts able to take advantage. Infinity is 7-1 right now. Cristola has 5 assists as well. So laying down all of the damage, as you can see. Backup Thunder here with the snipe. He's going to get taken down by Cristola. It is going to be the flag that gets grabbed both ways this time. So we can confirm both flags are on the move, Stallion. We're not going to miss it this time.
No, we're not. But it'd be curious to see on how both teams play this out now. 1 down for each side. Both flags out, as it looks like there's going to be a return. I don't think much more is going to come of this. It's a little bit too staggered between both teams. No one with a real setup. Jersey looking to put a bit of pressure down, but that flag does get returned. And I think we're now just going to watch teams just kind of reset, figure out where the next push is. As Treasure is convinced there's a player behind him, is convinced well, because Cristola is just currently running around in this position, trying to get an angle with the snipe. Does unfortunately miss the head of that player who drops down in front. We're going to have to make that rotation out now. He's going to be getting called out. Does get caught out. Unfortunately, Cristiano does not make the turn here. Does get the body shot. Is taken down. And now we're going to start seeing a semblance of control coming in from Snipe Addicts as we look at, well, what a coincidental name, right? Snipe Addicts. We're watching what's doing stuff like that. This is going to be a bit of a tough one. That repulsor was absolutely disgraceful, by the way. Doing damage to one player and taking down another. James is getting a bit out of control right now.
Yeah, flags being run as well. And at this rate, it looks like Snipe Addicts are going to take a 2-0 lead. And they will as Cristola caps. Jersey 2, 10-3. Infinity, 10-2. And yeah, this squad, like we talked about, has gone... This is the fourth different roster in 4 weeks of opens. And so far, as Jersey 2 on the killing spree, maybe this is the one that allows them to go a little bit better than top 8, as it's going to be Cristola with the beautiful QT. Back up Thunder. Trying to throw nades down there. Going to trade out. QT going to come back as well. Treasure needs to look around as it's ahead of him. He's going to get killed.
Oh my God, what was that?
Double kill. Cristola with the QT is making this look easy, and he's going to grab the flag to attempt a third cap in 5 minutes. What was that?
Man, I've got my hands on my head right now. I cannot believe what I've seen. How did that not even get traded out? Like, we are seeing a mad kill discrepancy right now. Really starting to see the skill level from these teams playing out. That QT usage was a 200 IQ play. To do that, Snipes coming in now, and it is just, we are starting to really see this map open up, James. I know you said we might not see many flag caps, but this is an absolute domination coming in early from Snipe Addicts here.
Oh my lord. Yeah, that was absolutely bananas. Oh my days. It's a beautiful kill from Infinity on the nade. Wafts, that's just trading back and forward between these two teams. Treasure's going to get tagged as well. You know you've played too much Husky Raid, Stallion, where you see the grapple and he's like, why is he not just taking the grapple and flying with the flag?
Oh.
Infinity thought about another peek right there. He's going to get taken down. Flag is going to go back, but yeah, Husky Raid, of course, you can grapple with the flag. So I was like, oh, just do it. But it's not how it works in regular play, my friends. But it is going to be a flag grab for the side of Rounds GG. So, and it is going to be Backup Thunder actually running this flag. So you talked about kind of the difference and kind of how the kill discrepancy, but it looks like, look at that flag, look how close it is, as Infinity's going to find a double kill. Jersey 2's going to get one as well, and it's 4 dead for Rounds, and look how close that flag was. It's a goal line stand for Snipe Addicts, and now they're going to try run bottom mid, but oh, the heart goes out to the finish, lads.
Yeah, and again, this is why I think with my mind, not my heart anymore, James, because you see stuff like that. That's an absolute heartbreaker for Rounds as the flag does get returned by Snipe Addicts. And you just got to think, James, for momentum, 5 minutes still left in this game. Yeah, we spoke about kill discrepancies, but end of the day, all it matters with caps to flag is how many flags are capped at the end. Nice play there coming in from Waff, staying alive as well. And, you know, if this game went to 2-1, we might be looking at a little bit of a discrepancy here for momentum changes, but Snipe Addicts really showing their veteranship there, not allowing that flag to get capped. It gets right up to, like you said, the goal line, but until it's capped, the job is never done. And now they're going to look to start assembling some control. You've got to give it to Rounds, though, as well, James, right? 2-0 down. Some of the plays that we've seen, for them to go back and almost cap the flag after that is quite admirable to watch.
Yeah, to be, like you said, so far deep, but still finding ways to get it done. Unfortunately, not just so close, right? But not able to.
Oh.
As Jersey 2, tell you what, these lads on Snipe Addicts, it's right in the name, do love a good snipe, because they are really making it work, as Woffs is going to find Backup Thunder. And Serwu is going to get that trade. Cristola trying to push forward. 4 minutes to go to be able to try and find one more flag. Merzook going to get tagged. It's a BR time for Cristola, living like it's season 2 again. It's going to grab QT to try and do some dirty things like he did last time. Back up Thunder. Ooh. Trade comes in as Cristola. 13 assists, by the way.
Yep.
Fantastic for him as Woffs. It's going to find Merzook. Treasure going to get tagged up. Woffs going to pull this flag now. Oh, you would have loved for him to reload that gun. it's not going to be able to. And Waffs is going to go down to a nade. And I'm not sure, Stallion, that this flag is going to be capped this time.
Yeah, I don't think the angle was quite there for Cristola with the snipe. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect with that headshot to that player. Looking to get some shots. Unfortunately, not actually managing to kill Mercy. And Mercy staying alive, quite important right there. Unfortunately, does get trade out, so doesn't get the kill. But now we start to see rounds pushing up. And, you know, with 3 minutes left to go, never say it never, as Infinity being pushed down to this kind of snipe spawn area, spawning his team right next to him as well. Waff's looking to make that position move. And this is the part that I spoke about at the very start of the game. Really important to see what Waff does here, because if the flag does get pulled and Waff does manage to get that flanking route, he's going to be ultimately the man who's going to have to play, you know, Heartbreak once again for rounds coming in. As we got some jiggle peaks going on here. Both players just kind of playing with each other. Unfortunately, Backup Thunder does get killed. And again, from what seemed like a little bit of momentum, James unfortunately does get snuffed out. And I think just that final execution is what rounds GG are missing right now.
That's for sure. 2 minutes 20 to go. And yeah, I don't see a way for rounds GG to be able to do this right now, right? Like, they've got to find 2 flag caps in 2 minutes. But it's one of those games, right? It always seems to be with CTF Argyle that... Oh, it's going to be a beautiful back smack. Wrong neighborhood to drop into. I was going to say, it's always the way with CTF Argyle that you get 2 caps really early and you think like, oh my God, yes. Like, we're going to be able to finally do it. We're going to have a map where someone caps 3 times. And it just never seems to happen, Stallion. And I just don't know why.
Oh my God. And let's just talk about centering here for a second, James, right? Something that for anyone who may be watching in the chat or is an aspiring pro player, whether it's this or any FPS game, really, if when you watch these players get sniper and you watch what Infinity was doing there, his reticle was constantly in the middle of the screen, constantly lining up where that player is going to be. And that is why they convert so well with that very minimum of a body shot, if not a headshot. And that is why ultimately why Infinity, 25 kills, has not slowed down. Solo stops the flag again, allowing some breathing space for his teammates to finally get up and kind of get off spawn here. So it's going to be another flag return, less than 1 minute to go. The kill discrepancy and that just kind of clutch in the final minutes of the game are what are stopping this from being a 2-2 game. So I think, you know, as we start looking at game 2, James, some definitely positives to take away from rounds, but as we get ready to gear up for a Slayer, they're going to have to really start matching this firepower that Snipe Addicts have got.
Yeah, and it's going to be Sherzy 2 finding a headshot. And it might be that this flag in the end goes in for a 3-0, and it will, with 23 seconds to go. It took them 7 minutes, Stallion, to find that 3rd cap. But Infinity going to finish 27 and 10, which is, yeah, that is... Ooh, that's a hot start.
Yeah, that's. I've got to see that QT play again. Like my hands went ahead there, James. I cannot believe he gets that kill, which I believe he QT to get the first kill, then QT back and got the second kill. Doesn't get traded out, as we've got some stats on the board for us right now, ladies and gentlemen. Sherzy 2 putting up 24 and 40. Infinity, the man who held the early aggression with the snipe, to then also pop off this game. 27 kills in total. And yeah, I mean, if you look at even the assist column, Cristola, 17 assists. And we look at probably damage dealt in a second. Just putting that damage across the map, staying alive. The assist warriors, just as important as the kill fiends. As yeah, there you go, right? Cristola, 17 assists, 7k damage, James. Staying alive constantly and playing his life worth to gold.
Mate, it was pretty ruthless, to be honest. Like, I think Infinity as well, you know, once got hands on the sniper, Sherzy 2 only taken 4.5k damage. It was, yeah. Round CG, right, had that, like, kind of goal line stand. They almost got there, but they couldn't quite get it done. But yeah, Snipe Addicts looking real good. We're going to move on to map number 2, which is a Slayer on Livefire. And Stallion... what do you think the score prediction is going to be?
Oh, James, it's a tough one. I mean, if we're going to go by sniping prowess or slaying prowess from that first game, you've got to give it to Snipe Addicts here. They came out absolutely swinging. They seem to be really strong based on the momentum they build. If they get 2 or 3 down, they really know how to capitalize on holding that position. And I think that's where the real discrepancy was, right? Because even with Round GG, with those 2 to 3 flag caps they were pulling last game, was unfortunately just not able to get the job done. And that's where you see good teams really set apart from the great teams. As we go in to our second game of this particular series, Snipe Addicts are 1-0 up. Jersey basically going to get an uncontested sniper there. Just going to play aggressive in this dummies area. Does get traded out. Unfortunately, that is the only trade they're going to see as 3 do go down here. Cristola just gets that body shot there, and that is going to be some early map control. And probably, I believe it's the camo going into the hands of Snipe Addicts early on this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick 4-1 lead to Snipe Addicts. It's going to be camo for Waffs. They've also got the sniper, and you'd have to say, it's something I talk about all the time when we talk about Slayers.
No.
As the back smack comes in. Oh, dear,
no.
double kill for Waffs. I was going to say, it's something I talk about when we start Slayers, is that lesser team. You know, usually, we used to have a saying, lesser team wins Slayers. Always used to be the thing about HCS, right, when we got to majors, but
yeah,
it is one of those things that as a lesser team, you have got to start hot. You have got to, like, exert your control onto this map as soon as possible. Because if you let the other team, oh my days, take control, then you're just going to get completely blown apart. And that's kind of what we saw there for Rounds GG, is that they just got absolutely lit up by Snipe Addicts at the start of this map, as Waffs is 5-1. And there's still 1 bullet left in this sniper. It is going to miss from Merzu. Can he find the kill? No, he's going to get put down from the double shooting from each side. But they are already 6 kills down, and it's not even 2 minutes in, Stallion.
Yeah, you've got to say about that camo play that we saw not too long ago as well. To be able to get that double there, not trade out. The real blunder coming in from Rousey. You've got to, if your teammate's getting back smacked and you're directly in front of them, you've got to be trading out with a 1 shot with that camo player. As we are seeing 2 players here struggling to take each other down. 7 kills now in the lead for Snipe Addicts, as once again they show their teamwork, consistently trading out. And I think if you're Snipe Addicts at this point, you play around the camo, you play around the sniper, you go for the trades at a very minimum. And for Rounds GG here, you're going to need to really lock it in together. They are being pinched. They are being hunted down. As unfortunately, that's a nice QT there. Was that a instant QT back? As Treasure unfortunately taken down as well. Both teams trying to fight out for this camo here. Very scrappy, similar to what we saw in our first series here. The pop is going to get done by Waffs. He's going to get away with that camo. And again, another potential blunder there as Rounds do let the camo go out of their hands. Unfortunately, the pinch too strong, and now we might see a bit of a kill discrepancy coming in depending on how Waffs plays with this camo.
Yeah, Waffs, it's 8-2 already, and they are not 11 kills to the good. Oh, he got repulsed off the map.
Oh, if he'd have done that.
And he tried for the ninja as well. But Treasure is going to find Cristola, the pancake. In the end, Snipe Addicts do go 3 or 4 down. As in, how is that? How is that a back smack? In what world, Stallion, is that a back smack? Because that was ridiculous. But Cristola looks like he's going to find 1, maybe 2. He's going to chase Merzu, as Waffs is going to pick up this quite hideous-looking sniper, actually. But is going to hit a body shot. He's not going to hit any more, though. Whiffs 3 bullets. But that is 3 bullets that Rounds GG can't use. The gap, 14 kills. Make that 15. As Snipe Addicts only need 16 to close it up. And Rounds GG have just really been getting blown apart as Cristola dodges the green gun like Neo.
Oof.
And then manages to find the kill as well. And it's just tags from Infinity everywhere. Should be able to clear out another body shot. And it is just Snipe Addicts destroying them right now. The no-scope onto Treasure as well. Backup Thunder's dead. He's 3-11. And they are straight up not having a good time. As in, the time is taken for Rounds GG to find 2 kills. Snipe Addicts have found 7. And they are at a canter towards winners round 3. It's 42-21. And this is just destruction right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to put a legal objection for Snipe Addicts to never allowed to be change their name, because they are shown why they are called Snipe Addicts. I mean, the control just coming in from this team. I believe we're going to be seeing a potential stake here as they continue just to wolf pack hunt these players down. You got to be feeling for rounds at this point. But, you know, when it's no longer a slayer, this is more of a massacre, James, that we're seeing here. Really just showing that when they get a grip on the map, that they do not let go. 46 to 25.
What is this?
How is Infinity even alive between two different players there? The stake might not happen. 3 kills left to go from Snipe. Addicts coming in as Wasp is just going to play this pillar, play his life, wait for some reinforcements to come in. Does go down by a nade there. 2 kills left to go. I'm curious to know if we're going to get our first stake of the day here, James. Snipe Addicts, when they got their teeth sunk in, they have never let go.
Mate, you had a barbecue last night. Maybe you got some spare meat hanging around, but it's gonna be a steak-tacular for Snipe Addicts. 50 to 30. They're gonna get it done. But damn. That's that's rough trot for the finish, lads, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those things where it started off quite, I mean, I would say even close. I mean, it started off quite, you know, a little bit kind of like head to head in terms of how, you know, they were bumping. But once they really got going, Snipe Addicts never let go. And that's going to be really reflected by the scoreboard that we're seeing here. Overall, 50 to 30. Serwu and Merzu actually having quite a good game there, but Treasure and Backup Thunder left out to dry. Only 4 and 3 kills, 7 between them. So just not being able to keep up with the pace that was set there. 17 kills coming in from Mr. Do-It-All right now. Cristola having an absolute beastie series, was our leading assist player in the last game. 7k damage. This time decides, you know what, lads? You can give me some assists with this one. I'm going to get the kills. 17 kills. Very curious to see what the damage is going to be looking like there, as Infinity does pull up 11 assists for himself. As we're looking at some of the damage dealt. Look at the damage dealt here. Yeah, well, actually, do you know what? Funnily enough, it's the assist player that gets the most again, right? Infinity coming in at 4k and Cristola right behind. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the chat and you're ever curious about how important it is to be laying damage down and not always getting the kills, the last 2 games we've seen, James, our assist players have been the highest damage dealt.
Yeah, look, Infinity has just been absolutely mad dog, right? Like, that 11 assists, so many of them were just body shots with the snipe, right? Taking people down to 1. And you can see it here in both maps, right? Like, in these replays, kind of in the... both in the flag and in the live fire, you put snipes all over these maps, and Snipe Addicts, unsurprisingly, were extremely good with them, especially Infinity, who absolutely, I mean, he's 10 and 2, 11 and 2 right now in this kind of screen.
Oh my, there it is.
In this, as Cristola just, went full filth mode right there. But Infinity was just being mad dog, and this round's just so close to getting it done. But yeah, in the end, it was Snipe Addicts who took a little while, but got it 3-0. Yeah, just look at that, man. Like,
disgusting.
Oh, it feels bad. Infinity was just absolutely having a field day right there.
Yeah, again, you got to feel for rounds, GG, in that position, right? We saw that flag so close, and you got to wonder what that might have done for the momentum of the game, but it's the shoulda, woulda, coulda story as we moved into our Slayer here. Snipe Addicts showing why they are the better seeded team, really just coming out swinging. Once again, once they got that momentum started, they did not stop as we saw our first steak dinner of the day, James. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of meat left over from the barbie, and we're dishing it out to the chat today. You love to see it. 2-0 coming in from Snipe Addicts.
That is it. Well, guys, we're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, it is winners round 3.
Ooh.
So don't go anywhere. You're getting drops anyway, so why would you go anywhere? But guys, we are back. We'll see you soon.
At this point, Wooden had been playing Halo for around 2 months, until he got noticed by me and my team, Bittersweet. With less than 4 months of Halo game time, Wooden would then go on to attend his first Halo LAN at Europa Halo, Blackpool. Team Bittersweet would go on to finish that LAN placing 4th. This builds Wooden's stock as he would have a fantastic event, all of which he was playing mouse and keyboard on Xboxes, which I'm pretty sure everyone is aware is not the best in itself. After Blackpool, Halo Pro Legend would go on to join the SSG Halo team in North America, which would lead to a few team shuffles within the top 2 teams in Europe. Wootem at this point will be given the opportunity to prove himself at the peak of EU Halo, as he would join Team Foe, alongside incredible talent like Chick, Mighties, and Jimbo. Wootem would attend his first HCS LAN and his first time playing with Team Foe at HCS Arlington on March 15th of 2024. Of course, people had high expectations for Wootem at this event, as it was going to be the first EU MNK player on main stage at a HCS event, and let me tell you, he did not disappoint.
Get him, brother! Get him! Let him know! Let him fucking know! When's the last time you seen someone like this playing Halo? Huh?
Wootem has done it again. The most slayed for his team. Double positive just about once again. He got 7 assists as well. Unbelievable. Wootem, the rookie, is going to ice up twice in Game 5 in the lower bracket to extend Foe's life as history is made. Once again, mouse and keyboard supremacy as Wootem and Foe move on. What?
Wootem and this Foe lineup would go on to do well, making it the first time 3 out of the 4 players would go on to break into the top 6 for this game, and securing themselves pools for the next event. So, what's next for Wootem? I think he has nothing but a bright career ahead of him, in the sense that he's still young, being the age of 17, and has only about 6 months of competitive Halo game time. Imagine him in 1 year. He would have quite literally doubled his game time in this esport. So, what does this mean for mouse and keyboard players then?
One of our good buddies from Splitgate, you know, he's trying to compete as well, like on MNK. When he gets the time, I think he's going to be going to the Atlanta major. So you might even see him there competing. But I think as a whole, though, I think Wootem, like, setting this bar for mouse and key players, even being like just such low hours. I think he has like what 1,300 hours, and he's just already starting to dominate the scene. I think it definitely inspire people.
I believe the domino effect has started too, in which Wootem will and has inspired a new community of players to step up and compete at the highest level of Halo, and it's only a matter of time until we see a top Halo team with either half or more than half using mouse and keyboard. So what do you think? Does this finally put the mouse and keyboard debate to rest within Halo? Are we finally on even playing fields now, or does one side still have an advantage? Let me know in the comments and I'll be sure to respond. Hey guys, Looney here. I hope you enjoyed that video, and it would absolutely mean the world to me if you could leave a like and a sub. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Today's guest is Barcode. Barcode is an Australian pro Halo player who is considered by most the best player ever to come out of the ANZ region. First thing I want to talk to you about a little bit is, you know, for anyone who's not aware, you've had quite an interesting journey throughout Comp Halo. I mean, you've been all around the world, and I guess, you know, where did it start for you? Kind of how did you get into Halo? How did you find out about Comp Halo?
I mean, I've said this before, but it's like I've kind of grown up around Halo my entire life, like literally just like my family, my brother, like, you know, like as in like literally I was born, I'm 3 months older than Halo 1.
Oh my lord.
Right. And so I remember, well, I don't like what happened was my brother was playing Halo 1 at my cousin's place on the original Xbox, and then he ended up begging like my dad to get one. And so literally as a kid, like literally since as a child, I've been like, you know, been around the game, been around the whole franchise. So, you know, there's that. And then obviously playing it a lot, like it kind of become like somewhat naturally good, you'd hope, over time as you're growing up. I mean, you'd hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's a damn short 5 minutes because we want to keep with all the action. So, winners round 2, Snipe Addicts getting the win 2-0 over Rounds GG, who will fall to the lower bracket to continue their run in this EU HCS Major Qualifier. Mate, it was pretty nuts to watch Infinity at work, but you don't have to worry. We're going to stick with Snipe Addicts for Winners Round 3, so we're going to get to see those boys continue to do all their work.
Yeah, really curious to see if that momentum is going to swing into the next game, right? Going up against Muju Yellow. So, as we're gonna be breaking down the maps and everything for you guys in just a second, showing you what the breakdown of each player is going to be, who's on what roster and such. Very curious to see if that particular match that they just had was a a little bit of a washout in the end. Do you think, James, they're going to be taking that momentum into the next game, or is there anything that they need to work on potentially that could have been maybe seen as a bit of a discrepancy or as a blunder that they need to fix up for this next particular round?
I think maybe there isn't a CTF here, right? But
yeah.
I think maybe that kind of CTF placement, like to be 2-0 up after 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Although it is Argyle, and that's like proper Argyle mode. Like you're 2 up inside, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and then you just can't find another cap for the rest of the game, right? I think they scored with 20 seconds to go. So yeah, I think that's kind of going to be something they want to look at, kind of getting those rotations right and working it out. But we're gonna pull in some rosters.
Through the force.
There we go. Good timing. We're gonna show Muju Yellow first. It is gonna be the man of sex, Harshly, JT Rampage, and Crucial. Yeah, every time. But I mean, yeah, this is like a fairly decent team. I think like this should be a bigger challenge for these guys, in fairness, than it was. But these are the correct stats. Here we go. Rampage just so good, right? We can't show anything. Yeah, the man of sex, 1.13 KD. Kind of getting that 5k average damage. Yeah, average accuracy is fairly good across this team, but it is still a big step up. But Muju Yellow last week, top 12. So, they are a good team, and Snipe Addicts are going to have to play well to beat them. This is not a walkover team, but this is like that kind of Snipe Addicts were top 12, Muju Yellow were top 16. Last week, Snipe Addicts top 8, Muju Yellow top 12. So it's like that step up for Muju Yellow is like, if you can keep this close, if you can find a map, that's kind of where the step up is for these guys.
Yeah, I think we're going to see if there's going to be a potential for the heartbreak, this might be the one, right, James? As you mentioned, that top 12 finish, so nothing to really screw yourself on. The man of sex with 1.13 KD, as we just mentioned, 5k damage there, keeping himself alive clearly for a long time, laying the fire down, as we'll be having a look at Snipe Addicts stats in just a second. Like you said, JT Rampage just that good, right? That it's all it shows is errors. And we've had a few players like that. As we get ready to pull the stats up from Snipe Addicts, the players that you just saw on your screen, Infinity, Wasps, Shurzy 2, and Cristola, and you look at those stats, and if you're the side of Muju Yellow right now, you're probably thinking, if you're looking at it from a stats point of view, it's probably going to be quite scary, but they're looking good coming into this one, looking really hot in the last game, and we'll see what happens in this next one.
For sure, mate. 1.26 KD, pretty epic there. We're going to show some maps as well real quick, because I'm pretty sure this lobby is ready to go, which is awesome. Love getting into games quickly. And hopefully we can pull up some maps. And if not, well, you're just going to look at a white screen and hear our voice, which is also fine. We're not even going to get into maps. We're just going to jump straight into it. We are going to start with, of course, as you can see, a King of the Hill Solitude. We're going to move on an Aqua Slayer, and we're going to finish, if we get there, on a Strongholds Live Fire. But here we go. We're not here, as we say in Australia, we're not here to fuck spiders. We're getting right into it. It's King of the Hill Solitude. It's Snipe Addicts Muju Yellow. Let's go.
Yeah, you love to see it. I love the way that we started off as well. And speaking of start-offs of Rampage, JT already coming in, picking up that camo. Shurzy 2 already with 2 kills to his name. Does get that kill, and it's going to look to be probably the roaming player now with his team, resetting himself for a sec. Just going to play that kind of nuisance around the hill. And that's Infinity with I believe the shock rifle down there. We saw what Infinity could do in the last game, particularly with snipes. So having a player like that down without the, the power weapon in a game is probably what Muju are going to need to be doing to kind of suppress this team down. Oh my god, that outplay, what was the strafe into the Gandhi heart? That was disgusting coming in from Wasp. Using the repulsor now, staying alive, and forget everything that I just said, James, because Snipe Addicts now back onto the hill and have the sniper back in hand.
Snipe Addicts with ye old shock rifle. Crystola, a couple of assists already. You see Suspense hiding bottom of cafe ramp. It's gonna be it's just Woff's roaming the map at the moment, just trying to work out where these guys are. He's gonna see a couple on ledge, but now they've caught him out. You can see the nades starting to come in. Suspense is taken down by Infinity. Super important for that wraparound to make sure that Woffs has cover. He's gonna find one. Crucial's gonna take out the head, and Jersey 2. He's going to find a great nade onto Harshly, and what can Crystola do? He's going to find Crucial, but so far, this first hill super even. Muju Yellow, a touch in front.
Yeah, I think we're really starting to see the sort of the skill level, as we mentioned, now that we're going into this kind of round 3, really start to even out a little bit, as both teams not able to get really that full semblance of control that they would like. Very scrappy start to the game, just trying to get, you know, that 2-3. How is he not dead there? I don't know what goes on right there to get that trade out. Definitely should not have been a trade out, as we do see the camo now go into the hand of Woffs. And you would think, if played correctly, Snipe Addicts are going to look to get maybe 2 or 3 down here with the utilization of this camo. He's actually going to play the corner of the hill with it. Very smart. I mean, if anything, that puts Muji Yellow's mind at ease to know that the camo player is probably in hill. Does reveal himself. Was playing his life really well. Does get a trade out. Almost gets 2, as his team are going to come in and clean now. And that's 3 down coming in from Muji. Rampage has got to play his life. There's 4 go down here, and you would think that Snipe Addicts goes and takes this game 1-0 so far.
Yeah, that first hill is going to be confirmed by Snipe Addicts, but mate, I think the hero of that first hill, Jersey 2, is on an absolute tear right now.
Jesus.
The man is 9-3 and absolutely dominating. And it's something that we talked about, is that yeah, like maybe the comms, you know, you don't really know with the kind of different languages and accents if it can be a problem. Doesn't look like it's much of a problem. Crystola gonna find a killing spree and get taken down, but yeah, that KD on Jersey 2 1.08 looking pretty good now, considering it's about a 2.
Yeah, Jersey really popping off in this game so far. And again, look at the momentum, like, swing coming in from this game. Snipe Addicts seems to be one of those teams that when they get given a hand, they take the whole arm, right? They've converted what was a pretty close first hill into basically back-to-back hills. Now, you got Crucial on the stairs. Knows he can't really push, because if he does, he's probably going to go into several players here. And unfortunately, as reinforcements arrive, it's a little too late, as they put 2 on the board now for Snipe Addicts, really just picking up where we last saw them leave off, James.
Yeah, but the good thing for Muju Yellow there, right, is they find that kill, and Suspense gets a beautiful double. Oh, the whiff!
Oh my God!
The double whiff! Oh, Crucial! No! No! Oh, the double whiff with the shock rifle going down. Gonna give Woffs the chance to pick that up. What I was gonna say was it was so important for Muju Yellow. Suspense finding a double kill as that second hill got capped, to make sure that Snipe Addicts couldn't just run to the 3rd hill like they did. Oh my days.
What?
How has Woffs won that? And he's going to find a double kill. Oh dear, oh dear. It's all gone dogs at the moment for Muju Yellow. Nothing is going their way. It was so important, that kill. That double kill at the end of hill 2 to get it done, but then Snipe Addicts just finding ways anyway. Crucial in that 1v1, but Infinity is literally standing on this hill like an absolute madman while his team just slay all around him. Harsh gonna come back towards mid-bridge, going towards the yard. Crystola is gonna get taken down, but Infinity's gonna find Crucial. And this 3rd hill, there's been so much time already for Snipe Addicts, and we talked about it, the Muju Yellow. This is the team you kind of have to step up against to make it to that next tier. And at the moment, Stallion, they're just not getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, even just look at where they're spawning as well, James. Constantly across the map from the hill. The spawn manipulation coming in from Snipe Addicts. Clearly a developed team that know how to play staggered spawns and also keep the team spawning on the side that they don't want them to spawn on. They might even be playing a little bit of rundown in terms of the clock right now. Infinity does finally step in the hill. Rampage with a good kill there. And it's funny you spoke about the whiffs a minute ago. You actually unlocked an old memory of mine from when Chris Puckett used to cast the Halo 3 MLG montage days, and he used to make loads of like jokes and puns on that. I don't know why that came into my head, James, but it did. They were elite. We need to bring those back. It's Woffs again cleaning it up. 3-0 now, And business as usual coming in to Snipe Addicts. As not only are they 3-0, but shot rifle in hand, Wasps with the camo, shot rifle, and this is going to be one of the scariest sights that you're going to be seeing from Muju Yellow right now.
For sure. Well, it's a sight you can't even see, right? Because of the camo.
Yeah.
Mate, anytime, mate, I will... You can't talk about Puckett too much, mate. My ego might get too big if you do that. I appreciate the compliment. I do not think I'm there at all, but I appreciate the comment. It's nice. But hey, it's going to be Wasps laying down some damage. Of course, got this camo. Does look like it's run out now. Cristola and Harsh going to trade, but it might already be too little too late for Muju Yellow as he's just Rampage alive. Looks like he'll be getting chased down. Suspense gets tagged up as well in posters. Can he drop down? Oh, the great nade from Harsh, but Wasps actually goes down as well. I think that was a team nade, but it's not going to matter. It's a complete performance for Snipe Addicts. They get it done. And not a single member of Muju Yellow goes even. Never mind about positive.
They're just so annoying to kill, aren't they? Like, it doesn't matter who you're dealing with on Snipe Addicts. They just get one kill. They force you to constantly commit at least 2 players. And then what that does is give time for Snipe Addicts to then back up the player who is in a tough situation. And you just see it, James. You see it there, the rinse and repeat. And they make themselves... Because of that hard kill, you know, it becomes almost impossible to trade out, and then your whole team ends up going negative. 4-0, clean sweep right there for Snipe Addicts. Wasps, 14. I mean, it's basically even across the board, right, in terms of kills. Some players like Scherzi pulling up some more assists, but everybody pulling their weight there. Everybody really showing, you know, that they deserve a spot in this team. 4-0 coming in from Snipe Addicts. We're going to see some damage dealt breakdowns in just a second, but, you know, James, how do you deal with a team that makes themselves so hard to kill all the time?
Mate, it's just so difficult, right? Scherzi 2 dropping 4.8k damage. Like, what? Wasps doesn't even look like he's done much for 14 kills. Like, he has the same kills for everyone else, and he's like at least 800 damage, you know, 1,000 damage behind everyone else. But yeah, just played his life so well. But mate, just the amount of damage. I mean, every single person on Muju Yellow has pretty much the same amount of damage. So they're getting good amounts of damage down. Like, as a team, they're doing well. But Snipe Addicts are just simply outplaying them, as we are going to go on to a Slayer in Aquarius. We don't even need a fly through, mate, because we're already here.
Yep, we're already here.
We do get a fly through. Okay.
Yeah, as we go into Aquarius, my personal favorite map to watch Slayer on. In fact, I just love this map in general, if I'm honest, James. I love watching Catfly on it. I love watching Slayer on it. It's just chaos. Top mid control plays a massive part into it. Everybody consistently fighting for that overshield control. And we looked about the damage breakdown, James, right? It was a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of kill, but when you looked at the damage dealt, wasn't that far between the 2 teams. So definitely not impossible coming in from Muju. A Suspense getting that early camo. Also takes down the Heatwave player there. So coming out swinging, and this is what you desperately wanted to see coming in from Muju if we are going to see a game 3 from this series today.
Yeah, Suspense finding the overshield straight up. Unusual for someone to just get that so quickly. Infinite gonna take some damage, but I'm glad I found another Aquarius enjoyer, brother, because CTF Aquarius is my absolute fave map and mode. I've probably said it about 600 times in broadcasts. But yeah, do love a good Aqua Slayer as well. And of course, with the changes to this map recently, I think it only has made it better. But so far, it is actually going to be Muju Yellow who have the lead, but Scherzi 2 with the old dodgeball dip duck is going to find a way to get that beautiful 1v1. Here we are, Cristola finds Suspense, and now as Infinity gets Harsh, this is trouble for Muju Yellow. They got to stop this bleeding because they've gone from 7-5 up to 10-8 down as they're finally going to get a kill, but Snipe Addicts essentially doubling their kills for free. But here we go, Stallion. Muju Yellow, starting to get back into it.
Yeah, someone needs to ask Scherzi if he went out last night, because his dancing shoes are still on. Like, how they're trying to... When you know you put a player in a one-shot, James, you can't hit that last shot, and then you just watch your health deteriorate, and you think, no, surely not, Ryan. That is one of those moments right there. But Muju keeping it close. It looks like they're going to be getting another, I would say, uncontested overshield, but now the crew are coming in from Snipe Addicts, so it didn't managed to get popped. And as I say that, I eat my words. Snipe Addicts now getting the overshield. And if there's anything that we've learned from this team so far, is that when they get that momentum, they really know how to build on it. So very curious to see how Waffs and crew build off of this. Waffs just making himself a very annoying kill to get. And that kill lead is starting to rack up, James. 6 is the biggest discrepancy we've had so far. And you have to wonder what Muji need to do to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, make that 8 kills as Waffs is going to find Rampage. Harsh going to get that trade, though. The spawn into Yellow Fridge. Oh, that sucks for Suspense. To just spawn right into 2 players and one of them has a heat wave. That's just... Oh, that's an infinite feeling moment right there where you just get absolutely blasted right off spawn. Can they find the kill in the back, though? Jersey 2 is going to find a kill. Rampage does find the kill from the other side. But sitting here in P1, Jersey 2 has 10 assists already on just 26 kills. And that's a... Oh, that was a dupe. It was almost looks like a full heat wave. There is only going to be 1 bullet left. Is he alright? Looks like controller may have died? I don't know. That was really weird. But Will, he's disconnected. No!
Oh,
not like this. We're going to come back at 28-18, but I think we're going to have a couple of kills less. But it does give me a good chance to talk about the updated handbook, because we have new rules onto how to do resets now. Yeah, HCS basically added in this brand new kind of feature. We're going to call it a feature. It looked a little buggy last week, but it's a feature where you can now set kind of not only, you know, the amount of kills that you have, but also, for example, oddball rounds, kind of all this kind of stuff. And the way that resets work now is you pretty much go back to what the score exactly was, and then you round, I think, up to the nearest minute. So instead of doing full resets, instead of doing all this kind of stuff, for a Slayer, if it was like 26-18 with 5.5 minutes to go, I can't exactly remember how many minutes there were to go, but if there was 5.5 minutes to go, you would do 26-18 from 6 minutes to go. So it's really about keeping as much of the game together as possible and trying to like basically not have it reset. I will say it is a very complicated rulebook to read if you're doing oddball or strongholds, because there are about 1 million different factors. But for Slayers, it should be easier. Or, of course, they can just do a full restart. That's also possible.
Yeah, I mean, for competitive integrity, I think it's important to be able to go back from where you basically just were, right? It can be a real momentum killer. We've seen it in the past where, you know, a team's been dominating, someone's disconnected, you've had to have a full reset, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, who knows what happens, right? The momentum goes the other way. And it's kind of like the what-if factor if that never happens. So I think having something like that is really important for integrity. I'll be very curious to know if they decide to do a full reset. I think we'll probably get it back on the scores that we just had. But we said about Jersey and his dancing shoes, right? And maybe even his controller might have had a few drinks last night and unfortunately does get disconnected from our last game. I was wondering why he was walking into the wall with a heat wave. You know, so we're going to find out what happens with that game in just a second, James. But if we break down how the game was looking, close start, you know, it kind of go in the opposite direction at first to what we thought it was going to be. But then, you know, Snipe Addicts really, when they start holding on to it, they really start pushing on from there.
Yeah, it looks like I'm getting in my ear that it was 27-18 at the point of disconnect. So we'll confirm that when we get in. But yeah, it'll be a 9-kill lead for Snipe Addicts. But you're right, like it was such just a hot start. And then Snipe Addicts were just like, nah, you can sit back down, Muji Yellow. We're gonna take control right now. We're gonna take over. But yeah, they had a wonderful start. A wonderful, like, after the first couple of minutes, they had a wonderful entrance to that game where they just started to really dominate. And you're right, like, it is all about that kind of momentum and the build. And I think the thing that's important about, like, not doing a reset, like, when you actually have, like, time left, is all your spawns will be synced to that time. So you're not going to spawn back in exactly with, you know, the heat wave already being there and... Well, the heat wave will probably be there, but the OS will have timed and all that kind of stuff. So I think that also adds to competitive integrity as well.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at actual team traits here, though, James, right, a team that knows how to build off of momentum is a very scary thing to go up against, right? That's That's what, again, we've said it a little bit over the last couple of rounds that the difference between a good team and a great team is the good team will know how to get, you know, and pick off their kills. A great team will know how to pick off their kills and turn it into something. And I don't know with the current synergy that we have coming in from Snipe Addicts, but they look like one of those teams that when the foot goes down, they are very scary to play against. So I'll be very curious to see what that looks like against an even higher tier of talent coming into our tournament today and how they manage to hold on to that and maybe even how they counteract that. You know, that is something that you're really looking at from a top team, is one that can just take it and just really turn it into a mole. And I think from our last 2 series, this team has got a lot of potential in that.
Yeah, and of course, the winner of this series is going to play Quadrant. So
there we go. We're going to find out.
You talk about higher teams, and at the moment in this tourney, there is no higher team, right, than Quadrant. So yeah, that's always a scary prospect. You know, you get past this team, you get past Muju Yellow, and then you're against the big dogs. So we're gonna have to see how that rolls. But if we look on the other side of the bracket, Bittersweet, they are awaiting the winner of Click Esports and Bonfaja, the Finnish team. Jump Out Gang are awaiting the winner of Blackhand and V7. That is right, EU fans. You have not heard me incorrectly. Blackhand are back. Lunny, Riots, Respectful, and Sticker, they are back competing under that Blackhand name. So that's going to be pretty sweet. They are currently against V7 Esports. V7 is Assault, Moss, Spetter, and Percussion. So yeah, that should be a good game. Mamma Mia against Katrina FR already. That is going to be a absolute banger, I can assure you. But I think, apart from Quadrant kind of being in the hot seat to win this on paper, I think really anything goes for who might face him in the grand final. Mamma Mia might pull out an upset again. Like Jump Out Gang, you would expect to, right? Have all the points, should be qualifying to pool play anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of spicy matchups that could still happen because, of course, points for your open bracket seeding are also super important because at the moment, Mamma Mia in pole position for that open bracket travel coverage. But who knows? Who knows? I think
again, as we see Halo Infinite continue on with its life cycle, and we see these tournaments really just, snap up in terms of skill level. EU is all to play for right now, James. I think we've seen like a real, maybe like a comeuppance, let's say, of EU, right? Seeing how this, outside of maybe the top 2, that there is a potential for any kind of upset and a potential for any team to really be pushing into that top 8, maybe even top 6. So curious to see on how these teams look to face it out today. Mamma Mia versus Katrina FR. That's a bit of a titan matchup that I believe we're going to be seeing today. I think you said. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out. And, when we get to that little bit later on today to see how these top teams clash up against each other.
Yeah, and I also want to give a massive shout out to my Aussie lads. Mind Freak, locking it in, getting it done. I don't believe they even dropped a map in the ANZ qualifiers today. So they secured their open bracket spot, all that travel coverage. I believe it's an even longer flight, actually, to get to Europe. From London, I think it's a 21-hour direct flight from Heathrow to Perth. So if those boys are in Sydney or Melbourne, or Brisbane, I think that's an even longer flight. But no, Aussie lads, Mind Freak, getting it done to join into the open bracket. For those that aren't aware, LATAM and ANZ only get an open bracket spot this time. Travel coverage for one team. But yeah, congrats to those guys. I'll be looking forward. It does look like we might have done full reset though.
Yeah, I mean, I personally want to see a full reset. I don't know if Snipe Addicts want to see that. I mean, I say that right. Overshield in hand, 4-0 already on the board. As they pick up literally where they left off. It's like the reset never even happened. What's going? Look at the 3 already in your face and in your spawn. Again, this is such a scary sight to see. When you see reversals, you've seen 360s. Overshield's not getting challenged. Snipe Addicts looking even more comfortable than where we left them for our reset game. 9-2 right now. This team you know, dare I say it, James, a little bit early in the bracket, but this team is looking like the real deal early on.
Yeah, Snipe Addicts really were like, okay, you're going to full reset us? All good. We're just going to absolutely smash this. And it might be that they're 9 kills up, right? It might be that they only need 41 to win. So we will keep an eye on that. But at 12-5, it's looking pretty ruthless so far. But Infinity, the last one left.
What?
Does find one. There were 2 different players. That's crazy. Like, that's crazy that he's found a kill and drops down away from the plasma, but there are nades flying everywhere out of that yellow U2 as it looks like 8 players are trying to charge for this, and they're gonna find a beautiful trade as Jersey 2 gets 2, and
oh my Lord.
is 6 and 2 right now, but again, it's 3 dead for Snipe Addicts, but it's still a 7-kill lead.
I think we need to get a shout out for our observers right now. How is anyone keeping up with this? And someone is dying at every single moment the camera switches as it finally looks like it's going to cut. No, it's not. Ignore everything I just said. As a double kill comes out from Jersey 2. As both teams just going head to head here, really scuffling it out. Overshield is coming up, and you know Snipe Addicts are going to look to get that almost, I would say, uncontested as the player. I believe it was picked up. Not sure where it ended up. Oh, never mind. Muji Yellow do actually get the overshield. So Suspense now going to look to play Wasp as he's being so annoying on the corner of bottom middle, not going down. And yeah, Suspense in a little bit of a tough position, not able to trade that kill out. And even with the overshield, James, 9 kill discrepancy. It's a little bit of a tough one. I mean, how do you... Yeah, I mean, Cristola. These guys are just not messing. Jersey 2, by the way. 10 kills already. These guys are on a rampage. Killing spree. Just give the man everything he wants right now because it's all for the taking.
Yeah, oh my Lord. 11 and 3. What an absolutely baller move from Jersey 2 to just smash it out the park to begin with. Finds Muju Yellow sitting in the fridge. To be honest, I don't know if there's anywhere else you'd want your Muju milk than in the fridge, so that kind of makes sense. Suspense is going to find a kill, though. But the thing that was so good about Snipe Addicts was Suspense picked up the OS and literally got 1 kill and then just got flattened. Right? Just got absolutely obliterated. So, Snipe Addicts doing some great work. I mean, Infinity is the worst quote-unquote player, and he's at evens with 6 assists. So, yeah, they have been absolutely dominating this. And whether they only need 41 kills or they need 50, we will have to wait and see. But, yeah, whichever it is, I don't see a problem at the moment for them getting it because they have been looking so good. Yeah, can't do that, Rampage. Jersey 2 puts him down. But yeah, it's just, it is ruthless. Oh, the timing as well. Oh, Suspense finds the kill but gets traded. But there's 16 kills back, Stallion.
Yeah, I don't know how they call this one back. The only way that this could even potentially be done, they have to get this overshield. So this needs to be taken by Muji Yellow. They're going to need a double takedown. So 2 team wipes back to back because I believe... No, the overshield actually wasn't popped. And I believe that Snipe Addicts have got it now. And yeah, and here we go. Here's the rampage. We talk about every fight that you go up against these guys. There are at least another player to deal with.
That's it.
Making themselves very hard to kill. And yeah, there's that reset we were talking about. So 41 to 23 overall. Snipe Addicts picking up where they left off. Jersey 2 dancing shoes out, stepping out. And I mean, mate, like they have just came out hot today and they have not stopped.
Mate, you talk about getting yourself hungry, but that was another steak, technically.
Yeah. Oh, it was, yeah.
50 to 23, if you think about it. But, mate, Jersey 2, 15 and 4. That is a disgusting stat line. Cristola also with 10 assists as well. Woff's 12 and 4. It was just ruthless, mate. Like, less than 5 minutes to kind of cut them down. But, you know, we talked about it at the start, the Muju Yellow. Like, this is the team that kind of is that like hump team for you. You got to find a way to get over it. Well, it is still back to the drawing board, right? Like that's not a team that you're beating yet. And at the moment, it's not even that close, to be fair to them. But look, Snipe Addicts have just looked unstoppable, but it is Quadrant up next for them. So we're going to have to see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, with Slayers, right, we talk about kills and assists importantly, but even if you just look at a stat that doesn't get looked at, look at the deaths that were coming in for the side of Snipe Addicts. They just don't die. James. Like if they're constantly at one shot, they figure it out how to get away. They play around the team really well, and that's then shown by the damage taken here. Look at Jersey, 1-6. Like, is the guy invisible?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on with that? And almost dropping the most damage dealt. So you really think about it. He's putting the most damage down almost and taking the least amount of damage. So Jersey showing he's a versatile player, doing it all. Cristola 3.2 there as well. And not only do they make themselves hard kills, they're all supporting each other's kills. And then they just constantly play off that 1 down, 2 down aggression. And then when you know one or two of your teammates are down, you're basically begging for your life because they are in your spawn, they're in your face, and there's always at least 2 coming at you. So yeah, I mean, for Muju and crew and you know, the teams that we've seen before them, you've really got to figure out how to stop that aggression coming in if you want to, you know, start challenging these top teams.
Sure, let's look at some replays. Of course, the 4-0 on the Solitude King of the Hill. Yeah, just wafts, just being absolutely filthy with that. The miss as well, but to get the kill anyway, as 4 dead for Muju Yellow. And it was just a runaway in the end. Like, it started really, really close, but in the end, it was not very close. And of course, this game was was just so unbelievably ruthless. And I think this is the first version of this map. Yeah, and then in the end, I mean, Jersey ended up being 14-3 anyway. But yeah, it was pretty ruthless. But
yeah,
guys, we're gonna throw to a break. When we come back, it is going to be winners round 4, winners quarters, I believe. So yeah, don't go anywhere. You shouldn't be anyway because you're getting drops. But we will see you very soon. Peace out.
Peace.
But yeah, as I started growing up a bit and stuff like that, I got Xbox Live like 2009. So I was 8 years old, playing Halo 3. I was just a pure infection kid, you know, just playing custom games and whatnot. And then I ended up properly starting competing around 2016.
Oh wow!
I would have actually started competing earlier when I was like around 14, 15. But dude, trying to find the Australian Halo scene was really weird.
Yeah.
They had a Facebook page. That was the last place to check. Yeah, I was literally like playing matchmaking, like trying to find ranked games on MCC and like messaging people after the game, like, hey, do you know like where I can find this community? Like literally, I was asking that because I was wanting to get into it, and like some people were like, and then there was this one guy, I forgot what his gamer tag was, but and this is when I was playing as an elite. I was playing as an elite. So it was H2A competitive, and I was playing what was it, Warlock in that game?
Yeah. I think it's called Warlord, the remake.
Yeah, Warlord. Yeah, it's called Warlord in that one. And so I'm just a giant ass elite, bro, and I actually played pretty well. And then literally the first message I get after the custom game is, dude, you gotta change to a Spartan. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, so I actually went to Atlanta because I got picked up for the number 1 ANZ team for, I don't know who it was at the time. I think Pip quit or got dropped.
Okay.
So and that was like Berserk, Slays, and Mads. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they actually asked me to play. So I got picked up there, and that was my first international event.
What was that? What was that like? Was that like a kind of big milestone you think in your career, like getting that first international event?
Oh yeah, dude, that was sick. I was so excited. I literally, because I got the message at like, dude, it was at DJ hours. It was at like 2 o'clock in the morning or something, and I'm like, holy shit! I get to go over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's a crazy experience. Like it's been what I've been working towards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like winning comps and like getting to finally go. But at this time, ANZ was, truthfully, it was fucking dead. It was like really bad, really bad.
And then that was 2018, right? And then I think after that event, that was that Atlanta? Was like that the last official?
That was the last H5. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like late 2018, I guess. I would have loved to have seen you on the EU team, and as an EU fan, I was kind of hoping there's so many times. I think even last year there was rumors of like, oh, Barcode is technically he is Serbian, so he could come over. And I was like, oh yeah. And he was like, we need you, but yeah, I mean,
because you don't, because like after. Yeah, that was also a potential thing in Europe. I'm not gonna really go into it because I don't really know what was like the landscape for you guys. So I don't know what people know and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that was definitely a potential thing. Once again, me getting denied kind of worried them, but being from another region and playing for an international organization is completely fine. To enter the States, you can do that. You can fucking do that. All right. So there's no problem there.
And then I guess what was the approach then for the obviously the native red team? We saw you got picked up, not that long ago now, or with is it APG, Collect and Miquin, right? Is a team, and I guess like I said, was that like a thing where was it Miquin that messaged you again, but like let's get this going again, or I guess what was that feeling like as well to be like that close? You think like giving up on your dream to then suddenly a lifeline gets thrown to you?
Yeah, I mean it was kind of crazy because I don't know how I want to get into this because so APG was streaming.
Okay.
He was doing his press conference.
Oh
things. Yeah. He was talking about it, and shit went down in that very stream. And coincidentally enough, so because like when I got released, Native were still working on my visa. That was their promise to me. They said they're gonna keep working on it. They're gonna get me one, so I have an easier process getting back. Right?
Yeah, that's really cool.
But then what ended up happening was I got a message that very morning before the stream went live about a potential team actually hitting me up to play with them. Right? I'm not going to say what team it is. I'm not going to say who it was, obviously, but I was literally in a business call with them about getting signed with them and then coming over and playing with them. Obviously there was like it wasn't set at all. Like they would have had to ask if like that was something viable and doable, which I'm pretty certain it would have been. Okay. But the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here. It is winners quarterfinal time. And this is where we start to get a little bit serious, Stallion. This is where your top 8 teams start to come into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a chaotic day of EU Halo so far. We've seen some snipes, some QTs, some, just plays coming in from all the teams we've been watching. But now we start going into the real bread and butter, right, James? We start seeing the more established teams, those with stronger, connections with each other, ones that have been maybe teaming together for a while, that have really got it locked down. And yeah, you're really going to start seeing the skill caliber increasing from now, James. So I'm excited to see what we got coming up.
Man, I'm also excited. Shall we pull in some rosters? Maybe we can just
do the force, James.
Drag it in. Hopefully. No. Prod just left me to dry. Okay, we don't get rosters. No, that's fine. Yeah, this is going to be Bittersweet versus Click. There we go. It's Bittersweet versus Click Esports. Bittersweet, Warlord, Ninja, Looney, and Deco. And yeah, I think you can already kind of start to see the difference. I mean, Deco, a 1.25 KD and a 61 average accuracy is pretty nasty. Also, 800 average damage more than everyone else is kind of a little bit disgusting, if we're honest.
Yeah, I mean, expect Deco to be kind of, if we have a main Slayer role, to be going off here, right? Look at that KD. That's not even, I don't think, a number we've seen from anybody in our statistics today. So yeah, leading the lobby right now, nearly 5,000 damage dealt. Being at that 60% mark for average accuracy, I think is really going to play a massive factor, especially when you're playing against a higher caliber of teams. And I mean, if we look across the board here, Warlord, Ninja, Looney, and Deco, between the 4 of them and their stats that they're showing off here, James, I think we're going to have an absolute banger of a game 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a banger series, not just a game 1. And we're obviously got to see their opponent. It is going to be Click Esports. I think they were just signed to Click. Like, I just saw a tweet from Baxter earlier. It is going to be Baxter, Nemains, Desire, and Sir Ebby. Just Ebby for the rest of us. But, mate, I mean, yeah, this team is super solid. I don't think we need to go too much into how good this team is, because this is going to be a real good team. But this is kind of where I expect it to not be a stake, right? This will be where we start getting it properly sorted out. These are going to be some close games. I'm kind of excited to see how this is going to go. But if we look at some maps, it's going to start with a Street Oddball. It's going to go into a Slayer Recharge, and we're going to finish on Forbidden CTF. Couple of things here, Stallion. Firstly, I'm pretty sure we're going to go to a Forbidden CTF. And secondly, Street's Oddball is going to probably take forever. So it's going to be both of these teams really understanding how the other one plays. I mean, they do already, but it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I want to see a Forbidden CTF. I'm sure chat does as well. Streets Oddball, I mean, we know how long that can go on for, James, right? The setups, the 3 rounds. Hopefully we start seeing people pulling up high 30s kills on that if it does go to a game 3. Recharge Slayer, going to be the kind of the swing round, particularly for the team that loses the first game. They're going to have to look to hold it down and Recharge. Quite a fast-paced map, particularly if you're really controlling spawn manipulations and you just know where your enemy team is going to be spawning and really look to get one down at all times to cause them spawns to stagger. But I would love to see a Forbidden CTF. If I had to give it to someone, just because my boy Looney's over there, not to be biased, of course, I'd love to see Bittersweet take this, but I don't know. I think this is going 2-1 either way, James. What do you think?
I also think this is going 2-1. This is tough for me to try and work out who's gonna bring this home. I mean, yeah, like this Baxter roster, right? They finished top 6 last week. Baxter, Clonely, Desire in their mains, so they have picked up Ebby instead of Clonely, and Bittersweet with the other top 6 team, Deco, Ninja, Looney, Warlord. So. I'm honestly really not sure how this one is going to play out. I also think 2-1. It's tough, man. I think. So, did you say Bittersweet?
Yeah, purely because Looney's over there, and that's my boy right there. So I'm rooting for them. But I think 2-1 either way. Again, I really want to see that Forbidden CTF. I just love watching that map in particular, and just watching how teams play it. I mean, if you look at the top HCS teams right now, those flag routes that they take are great to watch. Some of them almost certain flag routes if you get at least 2 down. So we'll see how much the teams have been practicing them and if they can apply that strategy if we do go to a game 3 today. All
right, I'm gonna go click just to be different.
There we go.
Just to be a little bit spicy on the other side. So at least one of us wins. One of us has got to win the prediction. Otherwise it just makes us both look bad. But. Yeah, we shouldn't be too far away from getting into this. I do think, this Oddball Streets, probably another game that will go to 3 rounds, right? Like, I think kind of will go all the way. It's gonna be an absolute war zone out there, I think, is the way that we're gonna look at this, because it's just gonna be one of those where when you have 2 teams that are so evenly matched, it's gonna be it's just gonna be a battle. It's gonna be in the trenches. It's gonna be scrappy. But I have faith that these boys will put on a good show.
Yeah, I think at this point, 2 top 6 EU teams, it's no longer about just keeping it scrappy at all times. Obviously, do it when you need to. But, at this level of Halo is where you're going to look at which team has prepared more. Who's prepared, for a proper setup when you have the ball locked down? What does it look like when you get 2 down, 3 down? Which team, as we saw by Snipe Addicts doing it very professionally, just in our last series, James, who can get that momentum, but most importantly, do something with it? Getting 2 down, 3 down doesn't mean anything if you can't do anything with it. As we go into our first game of the series, a Bittersweet and Click fighting for the camo off the bat. We're going to see a banger here, I'm sure.
For damn sure. It's going to be Deco, who will find Ebby straight up, and it's going to be Ninja, the first one grabbing the ball. As Deco going to take a shot, as you can see. The camo going to be up soon, and Desire doing a cheeky old wraparound is going to spot a couple. Deco there going to slide in though. BR not going to help him out as Warlord hiding in the smoke. Going to find a trade, and Ninja does find a beautiful double kill. And now it's just Ninja versus Nemains on this map. And they know exactly where he is because he picks up the ball. But can Desire come in with the assist? It's actually gonna be a 1-for-1 trade there. That was a little bit sketch, Stallion, but Ebby, he's gonna have 4 kills straight up, and so is Deco.
Yeah, I mean, that ball is in no man's land right now, James. Like, Going out to get that is an almost guaranteed death sentence. That looked as sus as hell as Nemain just locking between his eyeballs with the red rifle. You know, this gun in the right hands is an absolute nightmare to deal with as Nemain's desperately trying to get a little bit of control for his team so they can finally get that ball out and maybe wrap it towards where their team is spawning. But Deco, like you just said, in this dominating position, that's a great use of the repulsor right there. Already 4 kills. But that is 4 down for Bittersweet now. So here we go. Here's the first semblance of control here for one of our teams. So we're going to look at Click, how they play this. Ball in hand. We've got Camo down and around at 15 seconds. And yeah, I think whoever gets this first Camo is going to start to dictate where this early game goes.
Sure, it will do. 20 points plus so far for the side of Click Esports. Okay, don't want to poke out that way. He's going to throw the ball back.
Oh.
Desire finds a kill. It's actually Looney. The old mate with the camo and the bulldog. Oh, he's actually been so sneaky. Can't find the kill, though. Will actually... He does end up getting the kill on Bax. I didn't think he was going to get that. But 1 left in the bulldog. Smoke going down as well. Nemain's hiding on the cafe stairs, hoping to get a good amount of free snacks, but he's not going to find anything. The coffee not delivered, the death instead. And the bill gets rung up and his head has to pay, but it's going to be a perfect for Desire. It's just, like you said, it's just a little bit scrappy to begin with. Self-made almost for Bax, and he's going to go down as well, as Ninja's going to be back there. And it's just players flying at each other. And so far, it's Bittersweet who are coming out on top, and Ninja who has all the ball time.
Ugh. And I swear, like, Ninja's making himself an impossible kill him at the back here. Like, I swear he had 2 players chow him, 1 from either side. Comes out on top of it. No trades there, as it's just perfect after perfect right now, as these players are squaring up against each other with Bittersweet coming out on top. That is a great reaction time melee coming in from Warlord. Getting the first kill, understands the danger. Maybe here's the call out from his teammate, so he's able to react enough. But who is that player right there? That's Desire, who unfortunately the timing was in such a good position to maybe play Heartbreak. And speaking of Heartbreak, Looney on the flank of Doom. As you got a feel for Bax to start off with 1 and 8 right now. Can't get it started. And Bittersweet starting to edge it out. And Looney playing that real nice flank role, just showing how important it is to have that early map control. As, yeah, we are just, yeah. Aside these minor setups that we're seeing, it is just an absolute scrap fest, James.
Yeah, oh my days. Like, Ebby must have thought Christmas had come at once right there when the ball just got dropped straight on his head. Gets blasted. Nade gonna go backwards from Bax. Finally does manage to find a second kill as well. 76 to 29 at the moment, and Bittersweet, as Ebby does find a beautiful kill. Bittersweet just finding ways to get this ball done, but Ebby finds Looney. The punch in the face. Desire gets Warlord. I think Ebby's team naded as well, but this is the time for Click, and you can see with the setup as well. Bax, he's going to be on the ball. Ninja with this bulldog gets absolutely put in the bin. And Nemain's now starting to come in, trying to see where he can find. But yeah, it's been good for Click, but they just need to hold this ball a little bit longer or find another set of slays, and then they should be good.
Yeah, unfortunately, do you get 2 down? Is that Bax in that back? Oh my god, he does. That's why they call him Bax. He's back smacking Looney as he takes him back. That is a huge play. He might have to play ball now as players are going up. That is 2 down for Bittersweet, though, so they may just look to keep it in this position. Deco trying to make himself an annoying kill. Unfortunately, he's not able to stay alive. And like you said, James, all they need right now is a full set of slays. But there is constantly a 1 or 2 down for Bittersweet right now. So this is what we spoke about pre-game. Staggered spawns. Do not allow Bittersweet to set up. Do not allow them to have 4 up at any time. And again, as we go, is another 2 down. If Click can keep doing this, they will continue to bring the time back. But unfortunately, that ball is in a bit of a precarious position as the killing spree does get locked in for that player who does get dragged down now. And yeah, it's just a matter of who sets up around this next camo and where is that ball going to end up.
Mate, for Bax to go from 1 and 8 to get on a killing spree, madness. Absolute madness. Has got himself right back into this game. Nemains, 10 assists as well. But so far, the Slays having to favor Bittersweet, I would say, as Nemains finds a beautiful double kill, though. The problem starts to be the time. Oh, it's a rob that isn't a triple. Can he find the unofficial over? The double-double as he gets the unofficial overkill. He's on a killing spree. And I was going to say, look at the time. With there only being 1 minute 10 to go, but Click, they have found their way back into this as Baxter's going to get a back smack and a double kill as well before being taken down by Ninja. Deco is going to find Desire at top of B stairs, and Deco is going to try and come out. Nade going to get repulsed away by Nemains. And you can see Ninja is going to find ways to survive. But yeah, Nemains just in a bit of a spot right now. But Click are 2 seconds up Stallion with less than a minute in this round.
Yeah, what a turnaround for Click here. Nemains, just watching how confidently he was playing his life. Like you said, James, unofficial overkill, using the repulsor to keep players in arm's length, repulsing grenades away, and just showing how utility is used at a top 6 level. As I thought Click might have gone for play to the time, but instead they want to see this out with the 100. As Bittersweet, as we saw their grip on the game changing, constantly 1 or 2 down, and even the trades coming out, so much damage coming in from the player who goes down there that they are really going to have to slow it down now. But because the ball is currently still back cafe and there are 2 down right now, this could be a potential for Bittersweet to grab hold of it and look to get themselves into a setup to play it here. But James, I mean, what did we say at the start of this, right? Oddball streets, you know it's going to be a banger. 20 seconds left. Look at the score. I couldn't even tell you which way this is going to go.
Yeah, and Ebby just has to grab this ball and make it back around the corner. Yeah. Well, I can tell you which way it's going to go. It's going to be Ebby grabbing that ball for 4 seconds. But, I mean, the crazy thing there was that Bittersweet were actually outslaying them so hard to begin that game. And Click really bought that back. And that was insane. Yeah. I mean, Ebby ending on 18 kills, 16 assists for Nemains as well. But here we go, start of round number 2. Deco, Warlord, gonna find kills. Bulldog for Bax, he's gonna get his head blown apart. As Looney is gonna grab this oddball and get away. But I think the telling stat, right, is that so far for Bittersweet, only Ninja and Looney have touched the ball. And I mean, half of Looney's time has been in this round.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're not going to be touching the ball, then you better be like top fragging, right? Because you've got to be making sure that your lives are worth it. As the mate, you've got to give him some credit, right? 16 assists, not to mention what we saw him doing in the last round. Now has camo, holding this front cafe position, trying to keep himself alive, playing close to the ball player, and Looney and Deco just sits him down. The shotgun comes in, excuse me, as I'm trying to get my breath on what the hell is going on back here. Ball does get kind of swapped hands as Ninja, I think, is going to be the last player, or is he? As another player, that's a good trade coming in there from Ninja. The ball still playing in this same position now. Nemains, last player on his team, as Desire is finally spawning up, trying to play his life, doing really well once again to play his life. And if he kills Deco there, I'm going to lose my mind, honestly. Like, how is he still alive? Once again, playing his life. But Looney, if you saw that position he was in there, he could be playing Heartbreak for Click right now because he's behind enemy lines, but it is not going to be enough, and Click are going to look to establish what you would think to be maybe a little bit of control for themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of just a repeat of round number 1, isn't it? Bittersweet up like really early on. Click needing time to kind of put a setup together, but when they did, it started to work, and now they just got to find ways to stop Bittersweet. Looney gonna peek out. Warlord's there as well. These two have teamed for so long together over so many years. You see the old photos of them. And they're still here making it work on this Bittersweet roster. Nemains is going to find a kill though. And Click going to start to get this. Oh, that's a great nade. Going to flush Deco out. As Click going to start with this setup. Going to start getting some points. Got to give a big shout out to Div as well in chat. Div from HCS helping us out a lot with our tune-up, which we'll talk a little bit after this. But yeah, thank you for helping us, and thank you for everything you do for HCS. I'm excited for to meet up in London. I think it's going to be a banger. But yeah, Bittersweet have a chance, by the way. we didn't really talk about this, but Bittersweet have a chance to really lock in that open bracket spot if they can get it together.
Yeah, and we're seeing their team average coming down in the bottom left, right. KD 1.06, good amount of damage, and average oddball score at 28 apiece. So I mean, we're kind of seeing that at the moment, in that nobody aside really Ninja being the heavy objective players. That ball has been just kind of scurrying around this area for a little while. I think Bittersweet just looking to get maybe 2 or 3 down before they look to hold onto the ball, as the pressure really is coming in now from a Click. You see Ebby trying to get on that jump up, doesn't get it. Does just decide, I think this is me dead. I'm not going to be able to fight this out. And we got the stats coming in from Click as well. So slightly higher KD, damage dealt, but lower average oddball score. So, you know, on a slaying proficiency, definitely looking stronger. But from objective, oh my lord, how did both those players stay alive right there? You know, not as high as it is on Bittersweet. And, you know, finally we're seeing a bit of a semblance coming in terms of control. Be curious to see if they take this ball up street or they're going to keep it around this area. They are. They're going to have to get out of here now, as Ninja is getting split spawned on, and it's just going to throw the ball into the middle to make it as hard as possible for the other team to get home.
Yeah, and like it could be a multitude of reasons, right? Like it might also be that they just play to time a lot, right? Like they're winning rounds where they're going to time in oddballs, or of course they're only playing the top teams in oddballs, which would be really sucky. Because top teams are most likely going to absolutely crush you in an oddball, to be fair. Ninja is going to find a backslap, though. But Ebby has 27 kills, Warlord 28. You talked about wanting to see 30 bombs, and well, we are almost there. And it looks like, as predicted, we might be heading towards a round number 3 of oddballs. Still plenty of time left, but Bittersweet now 19 seconds away. Make that 18 from closing us up. And yeah, Click just haven't really had the chance to get into this game. But now 3 dead for the side of Bittersweet briefly. Mains is here with this setup on back C. Warlords gonna find backs. That's gonna be kill number 29. But yeah, Bittersweet looking to just close this round out. And this should, if all things go to plan, Salient, take us to round number 3 of this oddball. Because, like I said, Streets oddball, it lasts forever, my friends. Lasts forever.
I mean, I want to see a round 3. Looney doing really well to stay alive there, but unfortunately, 3 go down to Bittersweet, and that is the problem with oddball, James. I mean, a problem great for spectators, right? It's problem for these teams is that it's just never done till it's done. It doesn't matter if you've got 10 seconds on the clock with 99 points. If the other team gets the ball and they hold it down and they set up, it could very well swing the other way. That's a massive kill coming in from Warlord as his team go 2 down, but unfortunately, Click go 3 down, and the mains knows that if that ball goes into the wrong hands, this round is done. How does Looney stay alive there? And Ninja as well, and that could seal the round. Both of those players, you would think, should have got traded out. Slight blunder from Click, and because of that, Bittersweet are going to make you pay. And here we go. Game 3, or round 3, should I say. Sorry. Warlord, first 30 bomb. 18 assists as well. James, I can't wait to see what his damage stat looks like at the end of this game.
Mate, he has been absolutely on fire right now, and just unbelievable. And you said, right, like, Bittersweet have ways to make you pay. You mess up like one kind of setup and it's over, and they didn't play the ball far enough, and Bittersweet just collapsed in there. 1-0, we're going to map number 3. 30 seconds in. Sorry, round number 3. 30 seconds in. No one has touched this ball yet. So maybe it's just how we find some slays. But yeah, Warlord 31 kills. Ebby closing in on 30 as well. You can see Ninja with this Bulldog, but it's going to be the early points for Click, but the early setup for Bittersweet.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of fuzziness going on the player cams right now, as we're now on board with Ninja with this camo, looking just to put shots across the map. Does hear the player pushing up towards tires. Warlord does get taken down, so Bax in this position now that could do a lot of damage, but does not see the player in Ninja being a ninja with this camo, as Bax constantly moving away, but Ninja playing his life, playing it really well actually. 2, and if he makes it 3, the nade unfortunately does get banked off the little plinth there, and Desire just decides to chal it, probably gets the call out as both teams desperate to try and get a setup. That is a nice nade I believe it does kill the players. We've got another double coming in now from Deco, who's going to look to run this ball back C. Does, I think, believe fumble it? I potentially see, I'm not sure. Great banking nade now. And these players, you can see, are starting to really instill themselves with confidence. Camo in 20. Not much ball time on the board. These guys just slayed out right now, James. This one's going the old way.
Yeah, Nemains, he's going to find a great kill. Nemains has 26 assists, by the way. The man has been laying down so much damage. Desire with a 20 bomb as well. Yeah, very even the kills kind of across both teams. Ninja going to take some damage from Nemains. Trying to find that assist number 28, Deco. And not a good nade. Slides in though. Nemain's going to trade him out. Ninja.
Oh my God.
Beautiful, perfect double kill for Nemains. Can he get away as well? No, Looney going to trade him, but get back smacked by a camoed Ebby, who's going to find a beautiful double kill. Can he find a triple? Deco's going to get away on 1 HP, but go down to Bax. Here we go. Ebby going to try and get around this corner. Camo doesn't work when you have the oddball in your hands, my friends. I'll tell you that for free. Nemains is going to find Ninja, but maybe it's time for a good click setup. I haven't had one of these since round number 1, Stallion.
Yeah, first of all, we haven't seen this in a little while, but Bittersweet, I've got something else to say about that, as you hate to see it. If you're a Clicks fan, the melee does get missed. Ebby is shoulder peeking like a madman right now. Both of these players somehow not seeing each other. Ebby's just going to beat him down and say, get out of this area, bro. This is my area now. Still alive back there. I think the only player who's alive back finally is taken down as the main is trying to pick up where Ebby left off, but I think this is going to be a ball rotation out as Bittersweet finally get out of that area. So that setup that we were looking at from Click, very short-lived. Ninja now kind of controlling this top A with the Bulldog. It's a very... I was about to say, this is a great area to have the Bulldog because of all the tight corners, but you're getting punched down to the floor like that. It just doesn't mean anything as Bittersweet go 3 down, but I think Click also went 3 down. So, I mean, nobody's able to establish any control. And as we expected, these teams are battling it out in terms of slays. And it's so odd to see 3 down and then see another team go 3 down and the ball not get touched, James. I was like, the ball just sitting in no man's land right now.
Yeah, ball just sitting there waiting like that Escobar meme, right? Like just...
Anyone, are we playing Slayer or
anyone gonna pick me up? Like, what's the go here? Like, but yeah, craziness from these guys, right? Like, just like you said, so much Slayer going on, but it's gonna be Click who do have this setup right now as Desire. Gonna be sitting with this ball. 2 minutes 18 to go. Still so much time. Oh no! Oh no! How has he missed the back smack? Ninja with a double. He's over 30 as well, but oh my day, Stallion. How has that happened?
Oh mate, it's just it's one of those things, isn't it? Particularly when it comes to high stake games like this. Just the smallest of thunder could be made. Was that a self-nade? We got people missing back smack, people throwing nades at their feet. At this point, everyone is just doing everything they can to not touch the ball. We're going to call this game mode not oddball, ladies and gentlemen, as these 8 players are saying, screw the objective. We're just going to go full out and slay each other as Click finally assemble some level of control here, looking to get this game done. But Ebby on a 38. I mean, we were wishing for 30 bombs. We might be seeing 40 bombs here. 28 assists coming out from the mains. The ball does get thrown out from Baxi here. Bax is playing this position, hoping that they don't know where he is. Does get smacked out, was sniffed out by Ninja. And now if you're Bittersweet, you've got to use this 2 down to get a setup started. You need to be staggering spawns. Don't allow Click to reassemble and do a 4-man push, because that is exactly what they want to do right now. I think Looney knows this B Street hit is pushing right now. You got to remember the camo as well. Ninja getting some nice shots in. Camo in 15, James. And every time we think we're done with this game 1, it just continues to go. And I'm hoping people in chat right now are loving it as much as we are.
Mate, I thought that was about to be a stick right there. Another missed melee as Looney gonna go down. Ninja, 37 kills. Camo gonna come up. I think the smoke is up somewhere as well, so maybe they can utilize that. But Camo It's going to be Nemains finding a double kill, and it's going to be Click grabbing this ball. Ebby's dropped a 40 bomb.
God.
It's 4 dead for Bittersweet, and this might be game number 1, especially as Ebby has camo. Warlords flying, but with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Click.
Wow.
Get it done. They avoid the reverse sweep of the oddball, and off the back of 42 Ebby kills, it's going to be Click with the bunny ears, who are going to take the 1-0 lead. But, mate, what a game that was. It basically went the entire distance.
Yeah, we called it at the start, right? Forget game 1. How was that not an entire series in itself? 40 kills coming out from one player, high 30s from almost everyone else in the game. It's just so hard to get a semblance of control when you've got 2 even slaying teams like this. Like we said right there, right? Ebby, 42. Ninja and Warlord on the other side, not to be outdone by much, 37 and 36 apiece. But you know, the maybe the differentiating factor at the end, Desire and the mains, 25 and 28 assists each. So the team slaying just that little bit stronger. That, you know, the kind of the ice to bring themselves back after like some of the setups that Bittersweet had, just go to show that Click are really here to play. But I mean, for a game 1, mate, we could not really have asked for more than that.
Yeah, that is bananas, that game, right? Like, so close. I mean, look at these damage numbers. Like, everyone's in 5 figures. Ebby 11, almost 11 and a half. I mean, Warlord's got 11.7. Like, there is so much. Imagine you're Looney, you get 10K and you're bottom of the leaderboard. Like,
yeah,
it feels bad. But look, just unbelievable amounts of damage everywhere. It was just like, that is probably one of, if not the best oddball streets game I've seen in a long time. Like, the closeness, the amount of kills, like how it's right down to the wire. I mean, 242 to 229 overall is insanely close. And a classic 20 minutes. You know, you love a 20-minute oddball game. Yeah. We are going to move on to a Slayer on Recharge. And yeah, mate, I don't think anyone's going to drop a 30 bomb, but I think with the amount of slays they've been doing, I think this is going to be another hotly contested game. I'm thinking 50-48.
I would love to see a 50-48. I mean, I'd love to see a 49-49 and just see how that one goes, James. I think there's going to be the power-up control between 2 teams that are this close. It's going to be more monumental than ever. And obviously now that we don't have an oddball, I mean, let's be honest, James, we may as well have not had an oddball in the last game. But now that there isn't that kind of objective factor, you know, how do these teams now just ignore that and prioritize solely on the power weapons in the game? So, you know, you've got the things that you need to get in this one. So you've got your camo, you've got the sniper. Who's going to get that setup going? Who's going to be able to get that 2-3 down and take it? We saw the slays in the last game, extremely even between the 2, and you know, this one's anyone's call.
Mate, I think both camo and shock rifle are going to do so much work on this map, especially you know, these type of players, like, so good on these weapons and these setups and these equipment. So yeah, this could definitely be anyone's game. I'm the same. I think, you know, a 50-48, 49-49, like, some of this stuff definitely, I think, as they get to the pointy end with all those slays, I don't think it's kind of easy. But like I said, Bittersweet really do have a chance to get this open bracket, like this last open bracket spot. But man, if Click is going to beat them, that's gonna send a lot of ramifications kind of through, unless Bittersweet can go on, you know, one of these lower bracket runs for the ages and get close. But Slayer Recharge, I'm excited, and maybe we'll go to CTF Forbidden after all.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say. I know we want to see it. I mean, Bittersweet need to see it. I mean, if they want their run to continue, this is where you find out what they are made of. As a high caliber team, you go down 1-0, it's not over. You have to put that last game behind you now. Say to yourselves, look, in terms of slays, we kept up. We were there. There may have just been some flaws in our setups. Maybe we weren't, you know, quite concise on some of the things that we were doing. Fine, brush that away. We know that we can keep up with them in terms of slays. Yeah, exactly. Let's play for the power weapons and let's play to our advantages like we can, because, you know, they really want to get this last, what is it, the open bracket spot, or the open spot that they can get for the HCS qualifier. So this is a massive game, ladies and gentlemen, for Bittersweet. They need what we call the swinger games to go in their favor. And yeah, I'm sure we're in for another banger for game 2.
Yeah, it is the open bracket spot on the line, right? All the travel coverage paid for. But at the moment, Mamma Mia really in the box seat. But Bittersweet basically have to pull off a blinder. They probably have to make grand finals. If I'm honest, like it's going to be kind of one of those. If you're going to beat Mamma Mia, you need to make a super run past them. So we're going to see. We're going to also have a look at the other side, or just check in with the bracket. I think is probably a good idea. Mm-hmm. We can have a look. So winner of this game will play Quadrant in the winners semis. The other side, Jump Out Gang versus Blackhand. Winner of that game will play Mamma Mia after they beat Katrina FR 2-0. So yeah, Mamma Mia and Quadrant awaiting our teams in the upper bracket semis. Lower bracket, that's been kind of moving along as well. We're getting there. Most of the teams are in kind of round 4, round 5. So yeah, ES Cynical, I can see. Trash Can making a bit of a run. Oppencat are up as well. So, yeah, there's going to be a few good teams coming out of that bracket. Of course, Snipe Addicts waiting down there as well. Katrina FR. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. This is going to be real good. But I think we're close to getting this going. But yeah, Recharge Slayer, I think is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I've seen in the chat coming in from Fortitude, by the way, and I know you've been hot on my case about this, James, about Fnatic picking up Foe. And when I say I've tried to make that connection, I'm trying to do God's work here, guys. I want to see my guys back in the HCS just as much as anyone else does. So, park that one for now. We'll see what happens. I hope it happens, but I mean, Foe going into this next one unrepresented, to be fair, I think is absolutely criminal. But before we get over to that, we spoke about Recharge. We spoke about how much of a swinger game this is. I believe some players are just finalizing their connections into this one. So Bittersweet, it's on the line right now. They have to take this one. I mean, they have to take this one because we all want to see a game through, right? Again, it would be criminal not to see that between. Yeah, you have to take this one, so sort it out. But yeah, this is going to be a real swing game for them. We're going to really see what they're made of. And I would be very curious to hear what the comms were coming out of that game 1 from Bittersweet, to see how they're going to pull themselves to this one and just see what it sounds like in the camp going into this game too, James.
I can imagine both the comms were pretty sweaty. If I know these guys, I think there would have been some absolutely sweaty comms going on. But yeah, I mean, for Bittersweet, like they were so close. They had such a dominating game 2 as well, like round 2, sorry, just to kind of fall a bit apart at the end of that round 3. So for Click, I think massive to lose that round 2, kind of in the way that you did, to come back, to come out strong, to find kills, to kind of get it done. I think massive confidence booster for this Slayer Recharge. So yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of see how both of these teams kind of tackle this, and who's gonna kind of take on that kind of initiative straight up.
Yeah, and we are here for production, ladies and gents. That we are getting into the game soon, so I apologize for the short delay, but I'm sure you're happy to see mine and James' lovely faces on a Sunday afternoon now. I mean, I've only been awake for 3 hours, I'm not going to lie. So it still feels like Sunday morning to me. So it was a chaotic weekend, but it's great to get in here. European Halo represented. So shout out to EHL and production and everything that you're seeing going on right now. We've got the fly through. Game 2 coming in between these two tightly fought teams. First team to 50 gets the win. Slayer Recharge. Power up control is going to be everything here. And I am very, very curious to see on not just how they fight it out, but how they also set up. Again, this is one of those maps because it's basically a square. If you think about it properly, a lot of sight lines are easily watched if you get your teams in the right direction, James. So, you know, and with teams of high calibers like this, if they get a setup going, it can be very detrimental for the other team coming into it. So we go for this camo fight early on. Looney just going to throw himself out. Unfortunately, throws himself out to 3 people as it's a 2-0 start. Backs with that camo. And for Click, you know, if you're going to come out swinging, James, this is probably the best way they could have done it as they start 3-0 in this game.
100%. Upper bracket quarterfinals as well. So top 8 of the upper bracket. Shock rifle and camo coming out for backs as the mains is 3-0. And Bittersweet are absolutely getting rolled off this map right now. It's 5-0 to Click, make that 6. As the camo's gonna go down, Deco's gonna get 1 on the board, but it's 7-1 to Click right now. And Bittersweet have just absolutely not turned up on this map. This is even gonna be a trade, and Click are gonna keep control of this shock rifle as well. Ninja coming in close. He's gonna get reversed. The teabagging and the body bashing as well. Nemains goes down, but there is some BM going on here, Stallion.
Oh my god, you can't let that happen though. Like, you're playing for your open bracket tournament lives. You're already 5 or 6 kills down now. And the comps must be flustered, because from what we saw in game 1, that is so unconventional of Ninja to get. Oh my, that must be such a confidence booster coming in from Click right now. The deficit does drop to 4. We do have the shot rifle in the hands of Deco, but what are we seeing here? Some body smacking. He tells his teammate to get out of the way so he can line up the shot. Doesn't want to shoot his teammate in the head right here. 2 players, 1 shot from Bittersweet. They don't get taken down now, so it's like, right, it was a fluster start. It is what it is. Again, we move past it. This is where the higher tier caliber teams know what they're doing. This is where they just take a breath, reset up, look to get 1 or 2 down, play for this camo, and now, James, it's only a 2 kill or 1 kill deficit.
And Ninja still on 1 kill, but man, that start from Click, but the comeback from Bittersweet, it's just like these oddball games where one team has been absolutely on tear and the other team just needs a little bit more time to get going. Bax and Nemain's gonna find kills though. Stretch that lead a little bit again. Ninja gonna get chunked down. It's gonna sit here and wait. As Nemain's 8-3, been beasting it so far. Yeah, Warlord and Ebby gonna trade, but back to 1 kill, and Bittersweet, Stallion, they're just not going away, as it's even at 17 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, he after the fluster that we saw earlier, he's got to just compose himself. You know, his teammates really putting up the numbers. He kind of found it again, though, in No Man's Land. Does get a nice stick. So, you know, redemption kill there. No Man's Land between 2 players. To get the trade out there is really important, as Looney keeping himself alive, getting that nice backup now from Deco. And here we go. This is what we were talking about a little bit more from Bittersweet. This is what they need to do. Trade effectively and make the pushes when the time are right. Stop giving away pointless deaths. Don't play on your own. If you've got 1 or 2 down, just wait a second. You know, I know it's always easier said than done when you're being pressured up by the other team, but you've got to look to just get your composure together. No pointless deaths. As Deco gets the nice trade out, and this is again what we talk about. Deco, after he gets the kill, looking to put damage across the other side of the map. 23 apiece for a second, as Click now go back into the lead. Camo in 10 seconds. And if you've got to look at it from where he left off in the last game, James, I mean, on his assist spree, Nemains right now putting Click on his back. 10 kills, and our first player to go into double digits, as Camo is about to spawn up again.
Yeah, Back's gonna find the trade on to Looney as well. Keep that 2 kill lead for Click. And if you're in the mains, you're saying, come on, lads, I'm absolutely smashing this. I need a little bit of help. I can see chat, though. Lots of Let's Go Warlord chants in chat. And he is going to need all the public help. It's like the public Eurovision vote, you know? Got to get that public help to get over. Oh no! Looney!
So close.
Oh my god, how has he whiffed that? Oh no. Oh, and doesn't get the jump either. It's just, it's going a little bit wrong as he's by Trippy Box. Trying to find where Ebby's gone. He's just trying to find where these guys are, just by playing a little bit sneaky. Oh, gets the body shot though. And he's going to find a beautiful double kill. Slow and steady going to win that race. Can he find a 3rd kill though? Oh, he can. He finds Bax. And it's actually going to be Bittersweet in the lead. Ninja's 3 and 6 right now, but his teammates are absolutely carrying him. It's Nemain's 12 and 5. Desires 4 and 7 as well. That's a bit suboptimal too. But it's now Bittersweet with a double kill lead. Oh my god, 32 to 30. Can Bittersweet close this out, or can Click find another way to come back?
I mean, we're seeing Halo timing, right? The moment he looked away with the shot rifle, the player peeks his head as Ninja at least trading, and you would think if it continues on like this, Bittersweet might edge it out, but this shock rifle and maybe the next camo could be the deciding factor on which way this game swings, because neither team, I mean, I spoke about setups at the start of this game, James. No one has been able to establish any setup control, because the moment one team gets there, it's just immediately broken. So that shows you in terms of skill caliber, these guys are neck and neck, with Click finally assembling some sort of control. Looney has to win that. He does. So he's at least going to get the trade out, because that would have been a potential 4 dead. Camo is up now. Desire just holding this position, making sure nobody drops off that C stairs. This camo could play a really pivotal role now. And you got to be feeling the heat on your neck if you're Bittersweet, because it's kind of all just falling apart around them. Camo is in the hands of, I believe, Bax does get out as well. 5 kill discrepancy, and we spoke about how important it was for Bittersweet to win this game too, not just because we want to see a game 3, but because of their open bracket lives. And Click looking to play upset. It's all in the hands of Bax now. If he can get at the very minimum a trade, maybe 2, this could be curtains. Looney doesn't see it. Does he get it against the stick? So that is massive in terms of shutting down the camo player now. And if there's a way to get back into this one, James, that starts with the stick right there. Looney with the ice, showing that they've still got it, and it's not over just yet.
Oh my days, what a stick that was. It is going to be Decker. Oh, he didn't pick up the shock rifle. Back's going to have to go back again. And this is a dangerous place to go out, though. You can see they're lying in wait. Ninja. Oh, he spots 2. He spots 3. Oh. He can't get a kill. And he's given the shock rifle over to Bittersweet. And what can they do with it? But it's going to be a double kill for the side of Click. And they are 4 away from putting Bittersweet into the bin. It's Desire with the headshot as well. And they're now just 2 kills away from moving on and facing Quadrant in a winner's semi. Make that one. The body shots are so rude from Bax. But Ninja's trapped in this elevator. They're just going to try and collapse. They need 1 kill. Warlord finding one to bring it back, but they got to do some insane work to pull it from here. Click just need 1. Their mains gonna find Looney, and Click get it done. 50 to 44, and they are gonna move on the face quad. But what a middling finish to that game. Click just getting it done.
If I'm honest, I generally think it was going to game 3. So, you know what? Fair play to Click for really just, when they finally got that lead towards the mid game, they never really let go of it. As unfortunate, we spoke about him from the moment he whiffed at the start, James. 7 and 12, it's to call him out, unfortunately, for Ninja not having the best game. The rest of his team did well to hold their own there, but unfortunately just was not to be today. Was tough to have that as an ending. We never got to see the game 3 we wanted, but let's talk about our winners for a second. Nemains, what a series this man has had, leading it in kills, leading it in assists. Ebby matching with the 14 now. And yeah, you just got to think some of those missed snipes, those missed opportunities, not utilizing the camo enough, maybe not playing around 1 or 2 dead enough. And it comes to bite Bittersweet back in the bum as we look at damage dealt here. And yeah, Deco, we spoke about him at the very start, holding it down for the highest of damage dealt, but Nemains and Ebby, 4.5k each, and it just wasn't the Bittersweet series for this one, James.
No, Ebby and Nemains probably dropped about 60 kills, I think, over the 2 games. Just absolutely monstrous. Yeah, Bittersweet, their journey is not over, right? They'll drop down to the lower bracket. They'll wait for that to catch up. But Click, they will move on to play Quadrant, who will, be coming up after this. Actually, we'll be covering that game. But mate, you're being asked in chat, are you rooting for the Click boys? As we're going to go into some replays,
yeah, that's my boy Blubs right there, owner of or one of the owners, I believe, of Click right there. So great to see the representation coming in from people who I know in or back into the Halo scene. So big shout out to Blubs, and shout out to Click as well as we go through our match highlight, James. And it was an absolute banger of a series. For anyone who's just arrived or didn't see this game 1, I mean, James, this game was a series in itself, going down So as you expected on Streets Oddball, a game 3, we saw a 40 bomb, several 30 bombs. It got right down to the wire, but Click, again, showing the ice, showing that they can hang in the top 6 just as good as anyone else. And I tell you, the treasure that is Nemains right now, putting down the consistent amount of damage, Evie dropping that 40, Clicks just edging it out ever so slightly on Bittersweet. And if you've just arrived, you missed an absolute banger of a game 1.
Yeah, definitely something to watch back, people, because this Oddball Streets, I said it right, was one of the best that I've seen in a very, very long time. It was an absolute just back and forward, some beautiful work from Ebby here. I think he finished in like 38 kills or something by the end in Maids, getting a little body shot, a little teabag going before Bittersweet started to take control. And you have to say he looked a little bit stupid about that, but then Click, in the end, getting it done. They will move on to play Quad. Oof. But guys, just before we go to a break, tune up. We have the week before HCS London. We have a LAN in the Microsoft Experience Centre in the middle of London, Oxford Street. It's going to be freaking awesome. I'm so excited. I'm flying over for it. It is going to be a straight banger. I believe there's even going to be a screen facing all the public so they can watch and listen in as well. It's going to be sick. Exclamation mark tune up in the chat. Go and check it out. You can play with mixes, right? You're not locked. If your team wins, though, you will get a team pass to HCS London. If you already have one, you'll get a refund. And if you don't want it, it will just go to the next place team, right? Because rosters will, of course, lock for that team. But guys, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it's winners semifinals. We might have a little bit of a longer break because everyone has to be streaming now, so admins need to go and check that. But guys, when we come back, it is Quadrant, it is Click Esports. Don't go anywhere.
It was still like my thought process at this time was whatever it takes to get back. I need to get my foot back in the door.
Okay, thanks again, guys. Thank you everyone for watching, and yeah,
thanks,
we'll
guys.
See you next time. Bye bye.
Into a foe potentially looking for that bracket reset going forward as Jimbo tried to fly up that driveway early on. Let's back down to the nade. Sniper will clean him up. And right now, remember that camera is on delay, so both these teams probably vying for more positioning based than anything else to set themselves up for potentially that camera grab, which will be popping in about 5 seconds.
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not the biggest fan of Forbidden, but I want to see how it plays out at high tier plays. It might actually make me enjoy it a little bit more, because it's quite an interesting map. Obviously, the newest in the map pool if anyone's new to Infinite. But 3 down now for foe, and this is already looking pretty damn bleak here. And if they take that one player out around mid, which is going to be Chick, Death Cycle is going to be all in shambles here, as you know, he's got Camo, he's going to be picking that up, and Glory just going to stay alive with this ball and see if he can milk as much time as possible. But look where the players are here, Hop. You've got 2 around PD, you've got 1 on the ramp, and the problem is they're pushing in a 2v2 kind of situation, but if Snydron keeps them distracted enough, then they're going to have a full-on numbers, which they have done. He's distracted them so much that they forced a 3v2, and Snydron did his job basically keeping them away and keeping them effectively from supporting the other 2 players around Ben. Both in that 2v2 scenario were just in complete opposite ends of the map. No damage can be done to even help each other, which is now going to give Quadrant a lot of time here with the ball. 24 seconds. People may not think that's a lot, but honestly, at this level, it's a huge amount. But 4 dead for Quadrant, and foe now looking to try and create their own setup and see if they can at least stop Quadrant dismantling them. And saying that though, Snydron's already got 1. Jimbo just barely managing to stay alive here, and it's important that he continues to do so.
And a great first pick coming out from Snipe Drone, but Jimbo returning the favour. Glory's coming off respawn, so quick to do so. And that piv by Chick is absolutely huge to stop Glory from getting in and amongst that tram setup that they had. But still, now this whole fight, not much ball time has been gathered by foe. Eventually they do pick it up, looking to rotate it towards B in that driveway area. They're hunting for the camera right now. They have found it. Wooten will be that player. He does take down one to his demise, but maybe not as much damage as he would have liked to. Jimbo seems to kill himself there. Bit of a suicide moment out of him. Don't know what happened there. I'd like to see a replay of that. But that has caused all 4 players of Foe to fall and giving Quadrant a nice setup over towards this A side.
They're probably going to get at least 45 seconds before an initial push comes out here. Glory trying to get behind him is actually succeeding. I don't know how. That was just unreal, and that double's going to be huge for them. 3 down now for Foe. Snipe Drone can just continue having giggles with the ball, but they've all spawned around Caff. He needs to try and rotate as soon as physically possible. Seeker's actually out of position, but if he comes around behind him on purple bend or mid, he could stop this push initially, but just need to try and stay alive. 2 down now for Foe. Sniper managed to get 1, and that's going to be all 4 dead again. My God, just make it look easy.
They do, and Seeker did exactly what you said he needed to. He pushed up through mid with the shotgun, able to clean up, put damage on the first, clean up the second. Snapchat does get a pick, but Wooten finds himself a double kill, which is definitely giving themselves an opportunity to push forward. Always takes down Mighties, whilst the SLG wisely rotates that ball towards Pink. Jimbo trying to do his best Spider-Man impersonation and scaling the walls, evading as many nades as possible. Some beautiful shots onto Snipe Drone. It's going to break this out and give an opportunity to push in towards the Ivy side. Seeker does trade out his life with a nice sticky nade onto Jimbo, but it's only going to give time to Foe. But as you said, that 68 points to 30, 40 counting is a huge margin. It's going to give a lot of time for Quadrant to try and break this setup. But early kills by Na'Vi is going to be huge, by Mighties is going to be absolutely huge in holding this ball.
Certainly is. 2 down now for Quadrant. Need to maintain themselves. Try and stay alive for this next push. And how they're going to fork it, we'll find out in a second. SRG finds 1. Great initial pick. 2 down now as Jimbo Mighty has been cleaned up. It's going to make it 3, and it's only Chick left remaining. Great double coming out from Glory. And not really too much of a shock to the system here, him being first in. Bloke's like a human gymnasium, honestly, with so many perks he has with the his movement mechanics and how he abuses it. It still surprises me to this day. But look at this though, already Sniped with this Bulldog. He can just chill for as long as he likes and waits for anyone to even dive past. In terms of numbers, it's not looking too good for Quadrant, but Snot Drone does get cleaned up. It's 4 down now. Seeker needs to wait for the rest of his team to coordinate another push to make that counter attack.
Some great positioning coming out from Seeker, putting himself in such an uncomfortable position. They will not know at all where he is. He's going to put the pressure onto Wooten. Massive shots, though, coming out from Wooten to win that gunfight. Seeker was in a great position to cause some real upset, and 4 go down for Quadrant. This is Foe's opportunity to get close to closing out the game. Quadrant will have 1 or 2 pushes here, maybe only 1 left as the time is dwindling. They're going to have to make this count here. Can Foe hold on to the timing? Glory somehow has got in and amongst Ivy. How on earth has he found himself there? He's going to be able to take down Ball Carrier. Jimbo finds himself a double. Mighties is doing his best trying to hold it out, but he will eventually fall. Jimbo picks up a 3rd kill, and has he done enough heroics to seal this map for Foe? Yes, he has. Those kills by Jimbo are absolutely huge, and able to play his life within those plants as best as possible to close out this map, that round.
Balls are still in that situation, mate. Honestly, I think he was consistently debating why he didn't just pick up the ball. I think he was worried that they were just going to push straight on forward, but it was only a couple of seconds, so a little bit of a surprise there, but not all hope is lost. But it will give Foe some leeway here.
It will do, and they're looking primed to continue up their momentum as they've got the early scoring in this round number 2. Chick will take down Seeker. Eventually, their control will flip. His camera has just popped up on the map. We'll keep an eye out who gets their hands on that. SLG is trying to milk his life as best he possibly can. Bottom A. Cybertron's going to be last alive here, and eventually all 4 of Quadrant will fall. That's going to give another setup in favour of Foe, and a late pop by that camo is absolutely huge by Jimbo. being the man of the hour currently. Seeker has been identified, knowing that he's been the isolated spawner over in that PD area. Jimbo's got himself with that Stalker, however, he's being sniffed out by Seeker, forcing Jimbo to reposition here. Can Seeker take him down? No, he can't. Perfect shots by that Stalker. And Foe still in control of this map.
They certainly are. 21 seconds. Jimbo's got camo and just being an absolute wrecking ball here. Valuing his life to a very high degree. Finally gets taken down, but he wasted a lot of Quadrant's utility. At least 3 or 4 nades were used up on that point, so they won't be able to defend themselves at a later date if they do make this push. Snipedrone just pulling back for the ball again, but Jimbo's actually managed to get behind him. No one even expected it. Good stuff from Jimbo to make that initial rotation. And now he's been able to stay alive. He can get round back A and see if he can catch Glory off guard, which he's already aware that someone's already pushing around that side. Quadrant in a horrible spot around Calf, completely open. And you can see already, Wilton managed to get one. SLG does take him down, but gets traded instantly by Chick, and Snipedrone finally attacks down Jimbo. But Glory, the only person left standing. Chick's going to pick up that ball and just try and attempt to increase this lead. 28 now to 12 in favour of Foe.
Great job from Foe to break this setup, and great job from Jimbo, just finding so many holes in the Quadrant armor. That seems to be definitely Quadrant's area of weakness right now. They seem to be leaving lanes and lines which Foe are able just to walk straight through and break these setups. Snipedrone gets nice early pick onto Jimbo. This held has been going on for quite some time now. Eventually the Slayers are still coming in favour of Foe, and it looks like another potential setup for them. Is that point mark has crossed 50 points here, halfway through this round 2 to close out this game number 3 and take us over towards Forbidden. But right now, this Foe side, they seem to have Quadrant's number in this oddball.
Yeah, it seems to be. I'm astounded by and just very impressed by how Foe have been performing in the second round. 70 to 12. On cleanup duty at the moment, and Jimbo 22 in 14 with 11 assists. I think he was feeling a little bit unconfident, or sorry, not really feeling too confident to start with in this series, but now he's woke up, he's smelt the coffee a little bit here. I feel like Harper now is diving on in and doing God's work here, just absolutely smashing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the EU HCS Major Qualifier Winners Semi-Finals, the final best of 3 of Winners Bracket, and it is Click Esports versus Quadrant, my friends. Here we go, the big dogs getting on. I assume it's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 for Quad. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Yeah, here we go. So can Click do anything different? I think no, but we will see, mate. After that close game, who knows? But mate, Stallion, how you doing? Stally, we're gonna go with Stally from now on. We're gonna chill it out a little.
Stallion, anything but Stallion, James. It all works. Let me tell you. And let's talk about the real battle for a second. James's nail versus his desk, because
I'm so excited. Smashed it.
So yeah, to anyone in chat who did not or hasn't been reading the chat, James smashed his nail during the last series off his desk. So if this isn't the energy that you deserve for the final week of the Open Qualifier for EU HCS, I don't know what is. But as we go towards the real top gunners now, you know, our biggest teams that are left, you got to still feel the bittersweet, right? And again, we spoke about the comms at the end of game 1. Talk about the comms at the end of game 2, knowing that, you know, it's not fully over yet, of course, but, you know, from what it was to what it is now, as Click playing upset, as we see them back on our board, Baxter still Mr. Error, you know, having a corker of a game that we can't, it's so good that we can't get his stats on there. Nemains, you know, not highest KD on the board there, but was really showing up in that last particular game, or last particular series, should I say, sorry, as the average damage dealt was looking good, accuracy looking good here. Desire, you know, playing strong throughout the entire series, had a great game 1, was the first player that we were really looking at with the shot rifle just piecing to start off that particular series. And then obviously Evie dropping that 40 bomb in the game 1 also for the oddball. So all of these players, not, you know, unaware of what it's like to have big games, but James, They're going to need to have a big series here because you got the big bad quadrant coming up.
Yeah, Quad obviously locked in for pools already and should be winning today, realistically. Something would have to be tragically wrong if they don't win today. SLG, Snipe Drone, Seeker, and Glory. And the one thing I already noticed is look at that average accuracy. 64% for Snipe Drone,
Wow.
62% for Seeker. The KDs all above 1. Snipe Drone has a 1.13 KD, which is kind of ridiculous. The funny thing is, to me, is that they actually have lower average damage than most kind of that you see. But that's really because they don't play as many maps and they just win way quicker than everyone else does. So that's kind of, that's kind of why their average damage looks a tad lower, but still, I mean, if 4.5 is low, then yeah, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about efficiency, right? There you go. James, you just said it there. The less damage you do, the better you are. You hear it there to anybody in the chat who's still locked in gold and platinum. Your time is coming. You know, that 2k damage is all right. It's better to be lower than higher. As James mentioned, right? The games get closed out quicker. It's about efficiency. It's about knowing what to do when you get 2 down, when to get 3 down. We've been harping on about that all day. And there's not many better teams in Europe. Well, if any teams better in Europe than these 4 you see on the screen right now that know how to get the job done. So I guess that brings us on to looking at the stats between Quadrant and what we just saw from Click. What do Click have to do here to stand a chance, James? Where is the factor that could be holding on to it? But let's hold on to that for a second as we go into our maps. Live Fire, King of the Hill, Solitude Slayer, Recharge Strongholds. What are you most excited for?
Mate, I'm pretty excited to see this Live Fire King of the Hill. To be honest, like, Quadrant are such a good team on Solitude. They're like one of the best, if not the best team in the world on Strongholds. So it's really King of the Hill that Click have got to do something about. But Quadrant are just so, I guess, like, oppressive is the word. Like, you try to do anything and they're just there, like, oppressing you, like, when you try to even get out of spawns, like, they're just intense and it never lets up. So for Click, yeah, you face a team that you're close to in Bittersweet and you get that victory. But Quad are a totally different beast. For Quad, it's been pretty easy so far, right? This should be the game that gives them the most trouble so far. But yeah, I can't see it. Like, I can't see how Click get in. Having said that, Quad have lost maps over the last few weeks, that's for sure. So maybe there is a way.
Yeah, I mean, I learned off Series 1 to stop thinking with your heart and go with your head. And James is the man who always says it as it is, right? It's going to be a tough one for Click, but never say never. You know, we saw what they did against Bittersweet. Obviously, Quadrant, complete different caliber of talent. And I think Live Fire, King of the Hill, if we're talking the particular game modes that we've got, you know, this is going to be a bit of a mad one because there's so many open lines of sight in King of the Hill. If Click, you know, do even manage to get 2 or 3 down, it's about how Quadrant will probably play that kind of like pinch and pressure points to, no matter where you are around the hill, to make it so hard for you to capture, you know, any of these hills and to keep up to date with how that they are performing themselves. So curious to see how that goes. But again, never say never as we go on the flyover for Live Fire. And James, I'm going to take you back to that question that I messaged probably around 2 minutes ago. What do Click need to do to stay competitive in this one?
I think it's all about the start, right? I think we talk about it a lot, and especially in Slayers as well, but it's about getting the setup at the start. It's about kind of making sure that you're not just completely overrun by Quadrant, like straight off the bat. As you can see, Glory gonna get naded in here. But then again, it's if you're down, you know, if you're 4 down or you're 3 down and you're just getting smoked, like, it can also be like, okay, let's just have a little reset. Like, just work out what the plan is. Like, don't panic. And I think, you know, Quadrant, yeah, they're on the hill, but Click have a snipe and look like they might have camo as well, as Nemains is going to jump up there. And now they've even got the hill. So starting to build into this game already. And this is good, but Nemains already down with that camo.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the amount that Quadrant already got from that opening break halfway up. I mean, we know, again, King of the Hill, very different to how it used to be in traditional Halo. You know, it isn't that constant ticking number anymore. It's all about, you know, capturing one hill, then moving on to the next one. So it's a lot more momentum based, I would say, than it used to be back in Halo in the old days. From anybody who's been watching for many years, Snipe Drone showing why he is the beast on the stats board. Already 4 kills in hand as Ebby does go down. And, you know, Glory just enjoying the weather in the hill. Clearly he's been seeing the sunshine in the UK recently. Decided to pull up a chair as they're already 1-0 up, and Quadrant putting the stranglehold on the map early on.
Yeah, Glory. I guess the sunshine also going over to Ireland as well, right? Like, everyone's having a bit of sun at the moment. Backs so far on 0 and 3. Ooh. And jeez, SLG finding a great repulse. Glory has 3 kills now as he finds a double. It's a killing spree for SLG. Oh, it's no. 4 dead for Click. And this second hill, I'm already nervous about it. Stally, I'm already concerned, as you can see. Click just spawning there, and they're just getting absolutely murdered. They are only going to lose 1. Zebby gonna use the cheeky jump up. QT about to be spawning, but this hill should already be dead unless... Hold the phone. Quad need 1 more second. Snipe Drone's gonna trade. There's gonna be almost what should have been a back smack. Glory's gonna find a kill. It's 4 dead for Click. Hill number 2 gonna go in. And yeah, you hate to talk about it, but this has been brutal.
Yeah, it's a bit of a massacre, to say it nicely, at the moment. You see, every time we go to the point of view of Quadrant players getting kills, it's basically just finishing off 1 shot, 2 shots. It's a nice nade coming in from backs, but the players just constantly have shots on them. It's very rare when they even need to fully like 1v1 someone, because they just understand rotations and they understand watching each other's sightlines so well. Snipe Drone, unfortunately, it's caught out by the camo player here. His back's really looking to make the play, keeping that center in steady, not looking to sprint towards the player that he just took down with SLG, bottom middle, but can't make the jump up. Been there, done that, know that feeling back. So he's going to continue just to play his life. Camo's still there, does walk right in the Seeker, and unfortunately, it's traded out with SLG coming up. And something that I actually saw completely unrelated to what we're watching in the game right now is a lot of the players from Quadrant still warming up from the old trick back in the day, James. You know about the ogre twist? Does that relate to you in any way, just out of curiosity?
No, it does not.
So the way that a lot of players used to warm up back in the day is they would spin the analog stick on their controllers to get their aim hotter quicker. And I believe it was the Ogre Twins that made that up back in H2 and H3. And I noticed a few of the Quadrant players doing it at the start of this game to get themselves warmed up quickly. So good to see an old trick still habited. But there ain't nothing old about this trick, because it's 3-0 already on the board for Quadrant.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be like anything that Click do helps out. Oh, however, Desire does find a great headshot. Gonna be traded straight away as we go into hill number 4 down in mud, which is unfortunately kind of what Click feel like a bit at the moment, just in the mud. But I'll tell you what, it has been pretty close. Like kills wise, it feels pretty close. I mean, Seeker's 4 and 6 with 5 assists, but SLG and Snipe Drone 12 and 11. But the kills don't feel a million miles away, but it's like 3-0, and Click have been like 4-man wiped at least twice, if not 3 times. So yeah, it's just yeah. The scoreboard doesn't make it look that bad, but they're only half a hill from 4-0ing and moving on, and it's been quick, mate. Like, it's just like, it's 4 dead again for Click. Like, this game's over.
Yeah,
it's actually done.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like, anyone at any point from Quadrant can pop off, and that's what makes these guys a real thorn to deal with, because it doesn't even matter if you manage to get 1 or 2 down, right? The last 2 basically act for 3 or 4, and it is done. James, we blinked and the game was over. So unfortunately, not competitive in many formats, to be fair. Quadrant just showing, you know, what top 2 EU Halo caliber looks like, and it's that discrepancy between, you know, top 2 and top 6, and there's just a massive difference, right? And that was showcased in game 1.
Yeah, especially if Foe are not here, right? Like, Quad just absolutely dominating it. Yeah, I mean, look, the kills, there's a gap. Right, it didn't look that way right until right in the end. Seeker doing his best devil impression as well, 666. But yeah, Ebby got all of those kills in that kind of in the upper bracket quarters, but just a bit missing so far. 3 and 9, 5 assists. But I think if you look at the damage, it's gonna be one of those that's just probably not as far away as you would think, right? But yeah, as we're going to flick over. But I mean, yeah, I mean, couple of threes and almost 3, and on the other side, couple of 2.5s. So yeah, Abby 1.8 just had a rough old time.
Oh, now how do you pull yourself back, ready for this next one, right? We're moving into a Slayer, so it's not even like it's gonna get any less intense. I mean, we basically just saw a Slayer with you know, a very small hill in the map. It didn't even really feel like a King of the Hill game. So, you know, this is where it's going to be like, you know, Quadrant are just going to look to continue on from the momentum that they've got, going to look to steamroll this and Click. Well, you know, it's about getting, like you said, James, that early aggression. Try and fight for the power weapons. Don't just let Quadrant completely have their way. But I know saying that is one thing and doing that is a very another thing against a beast like Quadrant.
Yeah, Quadrant, yeah, not to be messed with, right? But this Slayer Solitude, it's going to be a little bit crazy. And I can kind of hear noises already. It's going to be an heavy triple kill, though.
Oh, my Lord, okay.
Yeah, we come back into, look, we talked about it earlier with Slayer, the kind of quote-unquote lesser team needing to get off to a hot start. And Ebby has a triple kill, which, I don't know if you remember, is exactly the same amount of kills he had in the entirety of the last map. The man's on a killing spree. It's 7-2, and Click have woken up, mate. They're here.
What is going on? I heard double kill in my headset and I couldn't see any gameplay, and I thought I was getting sunstroke or something. James was like, well, the game hasn't started yet. Where's that coming from? As Desire somehow kills himself, decides, boys, I tell you what, this is too good of a start. How about I just take 1 kill away? Because that's not really fair if we do this to the Quadrant boys right now. Quadrant really starting to finally pull themselves into it now, but I don't know what happened in the start of that game. Ebby coming off a triple kill, and this is where it starts getting a little bit worrisome for now, right? The game has slowed down after the hot-handedness, and if Seeker gets that kill, doesn't get it, does get traded out. Unfortunately, Nade does hit him in the head. Glory with a nice double. If he makes it a triple, so close, but already that, what was it, 6-kill deficit already down to a 2. So, you know, as your Click, you've got to keep riding this momentum, because I really feel like if you start slowing it down, you allow Quadrant to pick up where they left off, and that's where it starts to get scary. But I tell you what, Ebby, 7 kills, nice shots. We got a game right here.
For sure. And yeah, it needed to be a game right after that game 1. Snipe Drone gonna find Desire though. Glory trying to peek, but they're just so ruthless. And it's back to 13 apiece. Bax with this very interestingly colored gun. He's gonna be, they're trying to find a way around this corner. There's just so many nades, including a team nade as well. Glory gonna be out here trying to find kills. Gonna get taken down though. And it's 15-14 the mains. Ooh. It's gonna get donked in the head by SLG, who does have this camo. I'm just trying to see if someone has shock rifle or not. I don't think so. But you can see Click all spawning. There's the shock rifle. Gonna be up in 30 seconds, and all of Click are over there. Snipe Drone does find the stick onto Ebby. Snipe Drone with the double. Can Snipe Drone find a triple? He's going to get a trade. It's 9-4, and suddenly Quadrant have a 3-kill lead, Stallion. This is worrying.
Yeah, this is not what you want. Obviously, if you're on the side of Click, this is what Quadrant have been trying to do. You know, get the grip hole, force you to spawn out the backside of the map. I mean, you have got a benefit in having the shock rifle here on this particular spawn. And some trades were going up, but unfortunately, Quadrant now even that back up. So, you know, what started to look like a semblance of control is, look at, it doesn't matter where you peek, somebody is there, and that again just shows the caliber of a skilled team that know how to play together. Glory just anchoring this position, listening to where his call-outs are coming in, kind of just playing on a pivot, putting on what shots he needs to. He does get taken down, but I mean, Quadrant, again, it just goes to show that you give them any sliver of a way back into the game, and they just know how to take it, you know, with full effect. And now we're on 30, and it's not even looking close.
Yeah, it was a hot start from Click, but then Quadrant kind of turned on the jets, and since then, it's not been very close. Unfortunately, it's backed up. Oh. On the killing spree for SLG. No! Oh, it feels illegal, that movement. To be able to find the kill, to boost back. He gets another one on Desire. He's chasing down Bax. They know he's here. He's going to get shots on as well. And Bax going to try for the challenge. He's not going to make it. Nemains, if he's going to peek out, SLG just running forward into these nades. The thruster to close the gap. He gets the kill as well. And SLG, is there anything this man can't do at the moment? Because it has been a show. And they are 16 kills up. 12 away from locking in a winners final. But it's been, oh mate, it's been ruthless. It's now 41-24, and there are no signs of slowing down. And this is ominous form for 3 weeks, my friend. When Quad HCS London happens, they are in ruthless form right now. Look at this, the triple peak. Can't find anything either. Oh my god! It's another 4 dead and Click. Mate, I hope you can get some food because it looks like it's about to be another steak unless Click can find some kills. Oh my days. Wow. Oh, this is... He's not even waiting for his shields to regen either. He's just charging forward. Seeker with 2. SLG with 1. It's a triple kill steak for Seeker at the end. It's 50-25. And it is done and dusted, mate. It is it's over. It's over right now.
I mean, I think in the space of what looked like close at the start to then got to about 5 kills for Click and then like 40 for Quadrant, right? Like, talk about running with momentum and just laying down the pain. The steak dinner making me even more hungry. As I'm pretty sure every time we went on the Seeker's point of view, he was snapping, doing something crazy. Same with SLG. You could just say the same with all of them, right? 4 All-Stars that really just show their caliber here. 50-25. Ebby, you know, if we're going to throw it over to the other side, you know, decent performance, had a great start, but it just isn't going to be enough there as you see Desire back struggling to keep up with the pace of the game. That was some ridiculous slayer at the end of that. I mean, coming in off of that game 1 from the King of the Hill, that's what we were scared of, James. From what we saw at the end there, we were a bit surprised with the start, but then Quadrant were like, I'll tell you what, everybody, just calm down. Yeah, we're going to show you what we're all about as we're going to go over the damaged out in just a second. But yeah, you got to feel for the side of Click. That is rough to play against because, yeah, I mean, you've just got Seeker putting down 4K damage in what felt like a 2-minute game. Yeah, that's mate. It's actually surprising that game was 6 minutes. Yeah, to be honest, like it did not feel like it was that long. Like Jesus, 75 kills. Oh my god, yeah. Like just that 4K damage was disgusting. That 3K at the end as well. But you see here, like it was already kind of 1-0, and then Click going 4 down. It turns into 2-0, and then it just seemed to roll and keep rolling. That it was constantly being 4 down. Oh no, we got. Oh, thank God. I was going to say we had Bax's failed jump on the replay, but no, we got away from that. Like that's a great shot, but then just instantly killed him. The start here was absolutely nuts from Click. The triple kill from Ebby. I think he was 7-2 in the end, but at the start, sorry, but mate, look at this thruster usage. Oh, confidence. SLG is so dirty to watch back a second time because it's just freaky, mate. But Quad just way better. Yeah, just confident again, showing the caliber that they're at, showing the practice that they've got into it, and you can just tell. We've seen it in the chat as well. The caliber between top 2 and top 6 is a very scary and different thing, right, James? So you really look at where our powerhouses are in Europe to see how they face off against the powerhouses in NA, right? And what that's going to look like over the next couple of weeks when that becomes more of a reality. But speaking of reality, Quadrant making it the 2-0 very much a reality. I don't think anybody saw it going any other way. I think for Click, like you said, recently signed to Click, you know, a lot to learn from, a lot to take away. Were moments of sparks going into the start of that, particularly the second game, but unfortunately it's business as usual and Quadrant get it done in 2. Yeah, guys, we are going to go to a break. It might be a little bit extended. We are waiting for Mamma Mia versus Jump Out Gang. I can see they're in map 1. Jump Out Gang are 3-0 up in that live fire King of the Hill. So, guys, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it should be winners final. It should be Quad versus the winner of this. Don't go anywhere. You're getting dropped, so why would you?
roast Colombian coffee does hit
Oh,
different
oh,
sometimes,
lovely.
doesn't it? Oh. And even it being 9:30 at night, I definitely feel like one now after said that. Maybe I shouldn't,
Same.
considering I have to get up in the morning for work, but we keep on moving. Quadrant finally getting their hands on the ball. They're surmounting some points of their own, but they've got a long way to catch up to this foe squad. Cyclone forcing himself out to actually take down Jimbo, as you know he's the hot topic in this foe side right now. SLG working his way over towards Seeker, as Seeker's the last player left for Quadrant over in Commando. Seeker able to take down the first ball carrier, however Chick able to stick him with a beautiful spike nade straight to the head, sending him to a bit of a cheeky unicorn. Quadrant now, they have to work forward, they have to work fast, and they have to work pretty perfectly if they want to be able to take this game back towards foe. With shots like that from Chick and players, kills coming out from Mighties, seeming less and less likely as the time ticks on.
They've built so much momentum and like a high amount of morale in this second round. I think winning that first round or clutching it in that way just boosted their synergy tenfold. You know, when after a period of time you give him a bit too much respect and you give him too many kills and too much slaying power and you give him too much confidence, that's just going to boost their teamwork overall, and you can just see they're oozing of confidence overall, and that's one of the worst things you could do at this stage. With Woodton now managed to get the double at the end, and that's going to be a 2-0 for the likes of foe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Captain James Force. I am here with the awesome Tudor, and this is the UHL Spring Series 2023.
So the oddball is in their vicinity. They're pushing up over the C stairs. Oh, they're stacked up. Double kill.
Now gets away with his life. He actually gets the stick.
Oh!
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
N41 Saber. Inbound. N41 Saber. Available.
What's it been like integrating Chick into this team? Obviously, you had quite a comfortable thing going with Snapdragon and everything going there. What's the transition been like? Because yeah, they play similar, but yes, they don't at the same time. What's it been like bringing him in?
Yeah, it's been a really fun transition. Obviously, there were some growing pains when we first brought him in, because you never know how. I mean, I myself, I think I've spoken to Seb maybe once or twice prior to him joining the team. So you never know how he wants to play. You never even know how well he can speak English, how quickly he can pick up the terms that we use in the game. But we clicked pretty fast. But then it was just about ironing out what game plans we want to put into place, and that took a little bit of time. Quadrant definitely hit the ground running with their new roster, but we're getting there. Seb is incredibly vocal. So what we lost in Mike, we gained similarly with Seb, and then we also gained a lot more communication, which has kind of taken the onus off of Jim a little bit. Allows him to focus on his own gameplay, which, as you've seen in that last grand final and the reset,
it's helping us all around. So yeah, we're pretty happy with Seb.
It's quite interesting you say that in terms of the language barrier, because could you imagine him around me with my terminology in English? He'll be...
Hey, I can't understand you. I mean, I don't
really
know.
understood you this card.
I don't know what he would say.
He probably wouldn't say anything. He'll be like, what's this bloke on about? Well, what I wanted to say, I want to ask you some of the major changes we witnessed from the upper bracket final going into the grand finals. Now, obviously, there must have been something in particular which just switched on for you guys. It seemed a bit odd how you guys were coordinating not as well as you should be. I kind of felt like the synergy was there, but you guys were just not really on the same wavelength. The spawn cycles were a bit out of place. What changed? What was the 2 or 3 biggest changes you noticed from the upper bracket final going to the grand final, making such a huge leap? Because we saw players like Jimbo going from average to slaying out of his skull. We saw Mighty making some godlike rotations, and of course Chick and Woodham just supporting really well. But is there like maybe 2 or 3 big changes you witnessed which kind of solidified that grand final victory?
Yeah, we don't really like winning from winners bracket, so we lost on purpose. And then no, well, I would say the biggest changes I saw. I mean, obviously, the ideal is you win from winners, and then you make it easy. You get an early dinner, and then you're able to go to bed at a reasonable time. But the big differences I saw were, and we spoke about this, mainly trust in the calls. Like, if everyone has an idea of how things are going to go and they're all different ideas, then it's very difficult to assert your will on the map. The other thing we really worked on was staying alive. Like, Quadrant are so aggressive, but the way they play is actually taking 1v1s. Like, they back their individual skill, which is great when you take the 1v1s. But if you deny them those 1v1s and they're not able to trade, they are less effective. So we kind of spoke about that. Also, the game types in the winners finals were not great. We're going to be working on those for Arlington, but yeah, definitely suited us a little bit more in the grand finals. So got a little bit squeaky. We kind of let ourselves down, I think, on the recharge strongholds. We definitely have performed better than that on that game type in the past against them. But the Game 5 ice, you can't buy that, boys. You can't buy Game 5 ice. It's in the vein.
Mate. You know me. No, choose your thoughts, because I find it very interesting, especially from your perspective, like being the coach of Foe, and just I love to see your insight, because you are their 5th player at the end of the day. You're the one who's strutting your stuff, doing the research, the preparation, the timings, everything included. So, and you're going to be the person to really dig out these exploits and weaknesses. But Hop, have you got another question?
I mean, at this moment in time, there's not too much. What's going through my mind is when's my McDonald's going to arrive? But I mean, at the end of the day, how you guys have proved yourselves as rightfully so that #1 seed in Europe, and there was obviously, I think, a lot of people kind of doubted, and not rightly so, but doubted your ability in dethroning Quadrant due to how dominant they've been for so long. But the question now is, going into Arlington, where do you see yourself guys placing? Where do you see you guys stacking up against the powerhouses which are over in NA?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely a good question. I said to the boys, last thing I said before I joined the Discord to then, come on the stream was, if we play, 5% as well as we did just then in Arlington, we'll place really, really well. The goal is to be challenging for grand finals by the end of the year. Where obviously the big money is, Halo World Championships. You want to be in with a shot of coming home with a ring. And if we're not aiming for that ultimately, then what's the point in doing this? But as a first event as a team, it's probably unrealistic to expect that. I would say at least top 6 minimum. Some of the North American rosters right now seem a little bit susceptible, but the individual talent in North America and their quality of practice is just far superior to Europeans. So yeah, we're going to be aiming for top 6 minimum, and then hopefully we can allow our quality of practice and allow the reps against the North American teams that we get in the tournament in Arlington in pool play to carry us through the bracket play and maybe push top 4. We'll see.
Is that a potential boot camp? Getting over.
We got invited. We got invited to a boot camp. Sadly, because of the lack of organizations we're able to talk to at this moment in time, it's probably unlikely we're going to be able to boot camp before Arlington. I think, like Seeker said on Outcasted's podcast the other day, like it's nice to boot camp before every event if you can, but early on in the year, boot camps are less valuable than later on in the year, which is very, very true. Because if you're behind the game later on in the year, which is where the majority of the money is, that can be really detrimental to your long-term success and the amount of money you're bringing in for your own pockets as well as your potential orgs. So we'll be looking to boot camp maybe a little bit later on, maybe not before London, but hopefully we'll have organizational backing before then to accept all the invites we get to these boot camps. But yeah,
Hey, come
right
on,
now
Orcs, get signed this squad. Come on.
we're going in raw, boys. We're going in raw.
What more proof do you need? Like, they're just on the major qualifier and the other 2 tournaments before that. Like, come on, like, it's taking the mickey a little bit. Sign them up already.
I'm a little bit upset because I think we were supposed to be first seed today, and Face It and EE or whoever it was decided we'd be second seed. Not sure why that was, but it doesn't matter.
Like I said, I'm just a caster here. I'm just sitting here,
don't drag
shouting
us
my
into
mouth
this
down the
mess,
microphone.
okay?
So.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. We don't take it personally, We don't take it personally. It's fine.
Well, I suppose you are technically guaranteed number 1 seed anyway, but it's all good. But honestly, 100%. I'm extremely happy for you and the rest of the squads who now go into number 1 seed. And the only thing I want to ask is, like Jimbo's slaying potential from the upper bracket final to grand finals was just a monumental difference in comparison. All I want to ask is, what did he have before that grand final? Was it Weetabix, Frosties, Cocoa Pops, maybe dabbled in some Special K?
Beans on toast.
Is Harry's special potion. I can't tell you that. That's why I'm the coach. Okay.
Don't clip that and take it out of context.
No, I think he promised himself a Pizza Hut. I believe I was watching his stream before I hopped on Discord, so I think he promised himself a Pizza Hut, but he said it depends how well I play. So obviously he was playing for his pizza today.
So if he lost, you would have got a Tops pizza instead.
Yeah, maybe like a pizza go-go or something. Sorry, I've got a special guest here, lads. Give me a second.
Oh, go
it's
on.
It's the faux mascot. It's the boy. He was screaming to come in this whole time, and throughout the whole grand finals actually. But I was locked in. I couldn't let him in. But here he is.
What a cutie.
He's very happy we secured first seed.
I can tell from his face he's extremely delighted.
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy right now, does he? It's all right.
Well, to be fair, what cats are happy? Let's put it that way.
That's a good point.
Anyways,
cats are better though.
Harold, fantastic stuff. You're going as number 1 seed. Congratulations. I'm sure you guys are going to absolutely smash it in Arlington and do us proud. Make sure to get the best placement possible. If you don't get first, don't come back, but that's fine. We'll let you off if you get like a top 4 finish or something.
Yeah, I hear that, lads. Good job today, both of you, and of course, obviously all the team putting the stream together. Appreciate you guys putting on for European Halo. And any orgs out there, bang my line, all right? hello@wonderboy.gg is the email. Please lock these boys down to contracts before we get poached again. It's going to happen again, probably.
It's going to happen again.
Yes, listen to young man.
Listen
Pick
to
them up
the
now.
man.
They're still available, and I don't know how many times we have to say it on Twitter and God knows what else, but please just pick them
visit
up, or at
Wonderboy's
least get in
Twitter.
talks.
And if you're an org, check your LinkedIn, because I've been messaging your CEOs, your talent managers, everyone. I've been messaging them, and no one's replied. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, it's unbelievable. But we have to let you go, Harold. We need to close the show, but thank you so much for being here for the interview, and we'll catch you very soon, hopefully.
Cheers, lads. See you next time.
See how things are going to shape things up. We're going to start off from Glory's perspective, heading straight for that snipe. Let's see what mischief he's going to get up to with it.
Yeah, and these snipers are so powerful on this map, so important to control. And both teams are able to have quite a quick opportunity to push their opponent's snipe, but neither of them really doing. Snipe Drone has been able to take down Mighties on the flip side. OS is going to be popping. A great shot, though, coming out from Jimbo to keep that OS still in play. And it looks like Glorious has been able to get his hands on it. However, Chick at the last second able to take him down. And it looks like that OS still is going to be lying on the ground unless Glorious was able to burn it. But I don't know whether he was able to do so. A bit of a stalemate here, but it's a bit like that Argyle saying they have to play for that mid control. As soon as they've grabbed that, they're going to be able to grab themselves opportunity to push forward. So that is going to be the fight right now. Jimbo caught out a little bit of no man's land. He will end up falling, but it looks like a rotation has been called to come back towards their flag as they're concerned about what Mighties and Wooten are doing. And again, they seem to be double questioning themselves. they had 3 dead. They haven't pushed forward. They're questioning what they're going to do. And with that, it's given an opportunity for Jimbo and Mighties to come off respawn and push back up to where they were before. So hesitancy, maybe. I don't know what it is. But Quadrum seem to be second-guessing their decisions and giving Foe way too much time to push forward.
That seems to be the case. Currently 3v3. It's Glory still trying to pop off with this snipe. It hasn't been doing too bad. Had a little bit of a shaky start with that missed snipe jump and then getting sniped straight after. Was a little bit unfortunate, I think, so to speak. But looking to continue to try and stay alive with his snipe if he can. Has got an angle. Lovely shot coming out onto Chick. And all 3 members on that back right-hand side. Managed to get one. Makes it a double. Could be another overkill here if he manages to get it. Makes it a triple. Trying to find that last final kill, but he's just not going to get it. They're not going to give him the leeway for it. That's a little bit unfortunate. Who was it? It was Mighty. How dare you?
Tut, tut, tut. How rude of him, you know. We've been here. We're casting our hearts out here. Not going to give us one cheeky overkill. Would have been a beautiful one, but Quadrant starting to wake up. They're looking like they're starting to... The cogs are starting to turn. Shots are starting to land. The synergy started to flow up as SLG and Glory's both waking up huge amounts. 6, 3, and 4 for SLG, with 8, 3, and 2 for Glory himself. But Mighties, he's being a bit of a nuisance. They're slightly concerned of what's going on here. They haven't actually put the flag in yet, because I don't think they know where Mighties is. It's a bit of an odd play here. I thought they were going to get it in. I don't know why they haven't capped the flag yet.
Well, they have now. They've answered your question finally. A little bit delayed, but yeah, we got there in the end. And Chick stayed alive a lot longer than he should have done. Seeker just pushing up top. A couple of players towards the snipe as well. And Mighty does clean him up. SLG gets to trade onto Mighty. And SLG's been a bit of a nutcase with this snipe, but let's see if he's going to just wait for that bait as well. Like, he knows Chick's there. Teamed with Chick for long enough to know how and when he normally goes for these power weapons, but does clean him up. Beautiful shot coming up from him as he pushes on forward. Trying to get that top mid control, and SLG just absolutely flooring people with this snipe. And is looking for a little bit more. What a pixel peak there as he manages to get like half the head from that last pillar and finds another. SLG right now should be the main sniper. I think there's no doubt about it. We saw signs of it earlier on live fire, and he seems to continue in with that trend. And he got 1 shot left.
He has pulled off some audacious clips with this weapon. If you just scroll through his Twitter for half a second, or his X for half a second, you'll see what we're talking about. Eventually, he does fall to one of the hands of Foe, but just look like that sniper's been picked up once again. Snipe Jones just making Chick's life so uncomfortable. Chick really not be able to put too much pressure on towards the rest of the squadron side. But whilst we're talking, Jimbo has stuck himself away with the OS, found a kill initially onto Seeker, and that's given the opening for Foe and the call to go forward here, see whether they're going to get a bit more map presence on to the quadrant half. And they're going to have to go through another round of sleeves where they have any chance in getting any flag going. Chick does find a lovely angle onto Glory to take him down, but on the other side of things, it looks like the fight is going in favor of this quadrant roster. But that being said, Wooten gets himself another kill. That no-scope does whiff slightly, so still a lot of pressure onto quadrant half, but quadrant doing a good job at mitigating anything that Foe tried to do.
Yeah, trying to micromanage a lot of these situations, but eventually Chick does lose the snipe. Snipe Drone just doing a grand job staying alive. And Glory's going to be pushing on up to support him, but it seems to be one that is getting a little bit curious on what's going on underneath to see if he's not been too unaware of the circumstances and making sure no one's trying to sneak by him and get behind him afterwards, because that would have been one of the last things he'd want to happen, considering he didn't check all areas. We'll be up soon. Let's find one player. Seeker, some great damage coming in from him in long range. Chick has to back away again. This has been a heart-fought battle. Only 1 flag has occurred so far, but we've still got another 6 minutes left remaining. As they're just trying to survive, or just try and get out of this hole they're in on the back of their flag. Woodham going to try and do a little bit more here. Will he find anyone? Yes, he does. And now it's going to be 3 dead, 4 dead if he has to get it. Sorry, 2 dead rather, and he's going to continue on his path. Great double kill coming out from Woodham. Seeker and SOG still alive though with the flag being pulled.
Yeah, Mutum is the only player here for Foe in Quadrant's base. He's doing such a good job at staying alive. Gets a beautiful double melee onto Glories. And he's looking like he wants to get hold of this Quadrant sniper rifle and see what work he can do with it. But whilst all Mutum's work is going on, it looks like his teammates are just falling down around them. And Mutum's still getting kills over towards that Quadrant snipe eventually. Two players push him and he does go down. But Mutum doing so much work yet for absolutely nothing. As Foe just couldn't break through the remaining players of Quadrant as they set up that brick wall towards their snipe side. Two players for Foe go down to look for Quadrant to press forward. They know where Chick is. He falls as well. Mutum is last alive as I think Snipe Zone goes for a cheeky little dip there. Maybe not what he wanted to do, but great job for Mutum to respond to the call. And again, keeping this snipe side control locked down. That flag is going to be a dead flag, so it's Foe's opportunity to push forward. Can they get anything going? Spawners will be identified, and a great shot coming out from Mutum. Hits the body as well, gets the double. The M&K flick shot is definitely proving dividends here. Can he keep it going? He gets a flag pull as well. Mutum doing it all right now. The slays, the living, the snipes, and the flag pull. Can he get this flag home? We'll have to see, but with the slays falling in favour of Foe, it looks like it's going to be tied 1-1.
Seems to be the case. That crucial double from Mutum and then pulling the flag without too much trouble. Paid yourself dividends here. It's Nigel staying alive along his snipe. Overshield will be up shortly in the next 12 seconds. Mutum just staying alive and trying to keep Chick alive as well. Snipe Joan and SG are there trying to clean up Chick, but riding the struggle bus a little bit. But Glory coming in from behind around that top mid area. Seeker does get cleaned up by Jimbo. Mighty also gets one, so this could be not a numbers advantage yet, but in terms of spawn, it will be soon enough. And Snipe Joan puts a halt to it just a little bit here with that initial kill.
And he's so back and forward, but you see Quadrant having to turn around a lot for certain players who have been sneaking into the back of their base. Seekers does a good job of getting one. Can he find a second? No, Jimbo's shot's just too crispy for him to deal with. He's able to live on this snipe side. However, Quadrant well aware that Jimbo is somewhere lurking on their snipe. Going to look to take him down, but he's still living. And throughout this whole living process, the rest of his teammates able to come up, come forward, get that flag moving. These next couple of kills are absolutely pivotal. Who's going to be able to get them? And it does look like Quadrant, SLG and Seeker able to find the first two to hopefully slow this flag down. A huge trade by Snipe Joan to stop that final player Chick, who were roaming in their base. And this should be a dead flag if it isn't for Mighty's. Oh no, they say Jimbo. Has he got anything to say about it? Yes, he does. He gets another kill. A really good job from them just to slow things down and slow the Quadrant push as they were looking to get another flag on the move. Oh, SLG's got the snipe again.
Yeah, this is again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the HCS EU Major Qualifier. It is the winners final. It is Quadrant versus Jump Out Gang. Quadrant, a pretty easy path, right? A whole bunch of 2-0s. Jump Out Gang having to go to game 3 against Mamma Mia, hence our super long break because we had to wait for that to finish. But we're here. It is me. It is Stallion. It is the first best of 5 of the day. Mate, are you excited for this?
Very excited. We spoke about the last game that Quadrant were going to see their first style of competition, right? And they swept that under the carpet. So is this going to be the first series where they see their first real style of competition? So anyone who was just watching over at the B stream, was a really clean finish for Jump Out Gang, 2-1 over Mamma Mia. But they look good in that game 3, right? Sunrise are particularly killing Frenzy to go off in a game where two teams who are very close like that to be able to pop off. So Quadrant, you know, obviously the favourites to win this one, but we've seen what Jump Out have done before, you know, making it to, I believe it was the winners final, the grand final. So we know that they're capable of upsets. But yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping this one's going to be a bagger, James. First best of 5 of the day.
Mate, it sure will be. And of course, as if they need any introduction, but let's bring in some rosters. Let's just drag them down. There we go. Quadrant, it is SLG, Snipe Drone, Seeker, and Glory, of course. I think Snipe Drone's KD and Seeker's KD might have even got a little better after last series because they were absolutely on fire. But yeah, that's Quadrant. Obviously, at the moment, the number one in this, right? Because Foe do not have to play, as previously mentioned. Top 6 in Arlington means that, yeah, they don't need to play. They don't need to play for pool spots. They already got one. But yeah, let's have a look at the Jump Out gang as well. Sunrise, Zove, Millsy, and Kimbo. Here they are. Yeah, also a super impressive team, right? And I think the person that most impresses me out of this team is Sunrise. He, like you said, was on that killing frenzy. Average damage is 5k a match.
Wow.
The guy just, it's unbelievable how much damage game in and game out he manages to put down.
Yeah, I mean, 5k is up there with the best of what we've seen today, right? And I mean, look at Millsy. I remember watching him in the free-for-all a couple of weeks ago. The man is just a terror. And I'm not surprised with 63% average accuracy. I believe that's up there with the highest of Quadrant, if not even slightly higher. Excuse me if I'm wrong on that one. But yes, yeah, so Millsy just showing that he can hang with the top of the top as well. And like you said with Sunrise, just coming off a killing frenzy in what was supposed to have been a very close series between them and Mamma Mia. So Jump Out gang showing that they're about it. And you know, if they want to eventually one day be in the top 2, they got to beat the top 2, right? And there's no better time than now in our final weeks coming up to HCS to try and pull an upset over Quadrant, James.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle, to be honest. Like even with Sunrise popping off, right? Jump Out gang beat Foe a couple of weeks ago to get into a grand final, and then it was 3-0, right? Like Quadrant have just been completely ruthless these last few weeks. I'm not even sure they dropped a map last week, and they may have only dropped a map to Jump Out gang. I was just hanging out in Jimbo's chat, and he was saying like they haven't taken a map off them in like 2 weeks or something. So
wow,
yeah, it's been pretty ruthless for Quadrant. But yeah, speaking of maps, shall we take a look at this first best of 5? We are guaranteed an oddball recharge, a live fire slayer,
baby,
and a CTF on pit. And maybe, just maybe, we get a Solitude King of the Hill or an Aqua Slayer. But given what's happened previously, Stally, I can't see it. Honestly.
I'm just so glad to see the pit in the middle. That, for me, I don't know about anybody else, that is an all-time favorite game mode and map for me. CTF is my all-time favorite, the pit all-time favorite. So the fact that we get to see that in here today makes me very happy. I think starting off with oddball, as we've seen previously, I know we haven't seen it from Quadrant's POV yet, but you know, there could be a long game. We could potentially go to a round 3 here, so be curious to see how the teams warm up for this. Obviously, live fire slayer can get chaotic very quickly, but that swing game, because it being a best of 5 rather than a best of 3, could be that Empyrean CTF. So if Jump Out gang want to come out swinging here, they're going to need to do it from the get-go. We know that Quadrant doesn't give a lot of errors and spaces in their gameplay. I mean, personally, James, I would love to see a Solitude and then maybe go to an Aquarius. I think it's going to be, if we're doing predictions, 3-0 Quadrant or at the most 3-1. I can't see it going any higher than that.
Yeah, I also can't see this going into an Aqua Slayer either, to be honest, mate. But so we're going to start on recharge on oddball. And I believe Quad just came off a recharge, right? Like they just played a Strongholds recharge against Mamma Mia, so they are back-to-back recharging. So yeah, they will clearly know this map extremely well. And yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how this goes. I mean, for Quad, right? This is all about stamping your authority. You know you're going into a pool. You know, if you can win this, right? If you win this, and they are definitely favorites to win this major qualifier. If you win this, you go against the pool against Optic, right? Quad versus Optic, a tale as old as time. The team that Quad started beating consistently on lands that allowed them to get that top 3. But yeah, the chants are going to be mad. It's going to be epic to watch. Like, it's going to be awesome to be as part of the crowd. I know we're both VIPs, so we're going to have front row seats to that incredible show. I'm just hoping that HCS put it on main broadcast, because they just got to, right?
Yeah, I think as well with what you said about Quadrant on recent form, and you were saying that even Foe was struggling to take maps off them at the moment. That's a scary thing, right? Knowing that the potentially number 1, or if not like potential for top 2 teams like in Halo right now can't even take a map off our team that we're about to see here with Quadrant. So the Jump Out gang, you've got to go in there, fully focused. You know that these games are the ones that really going to matter on the run up to the big HCS London. This is the ones that really count now to show, okay, here's where our practice is. Here's where we stand. We've just seen what they've done against Mamma Mia. So they're in that kind of that weird middle bracket now between the very best of the best in EU and what separates everybody else. So Jump Out Gang finding themselves in this kind of like hybrid spot. So we'll find out what they're all about in just a second, James. So I think, again, I would love to see a 3. I'd love to see a 3-2. My heart is saying 3-2, but my head is saying 3-0. I'm going to go somewhere in the middle. I'm going to say 3-1. But yeah, that pit capture the flag game is going to be, that one's going to be a banger. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, and it is one of those things, right? Like I said, Jump Out Gang are the only team in the last couple of weeks to take a map off Quadrant. So there is a chance.
Kryptonite, right?
You're telling me there's a chance we're getting to 3-1. Like, it could very well be possible. But yeah, I think we're gonna jump into a fly through of recharge while we wait for this this lobby to get going. But yeah, I think we're just waiting on 1 or 2 people. But mate, I think like I said, it's gonna be a banger. But I don't see how Quadrant don't get it done, to be honest.
Yeah, I think if we start analysing down the first game, right, the one that we're about to play here, so we've got Oddball, and what's important is that it's just that 3 to 4 man setup and down, right? So if Quadrant do get you locked in on, particularly on a map like Recharge, where, again, you can see long lines of sight depending on where teams are positioned here, that could turn nightmare for Jump Out real quick. So things that are really important here for Jump Out Gang coming into this, don't allow Quadrant to get 3 to 4 down and set up. That is what's going to make the difference here. So be careful of staggered spawns, watch out for where setups are coming in, and do your best to try and maybe, if at times you need to slow push, do that as long as you do it as a collective unit, because that's exactly what Quadrant are going to want and what they're going to want to play off.
Yeah, exactly. And Quadrant are just gonna, they're gonna dominate. They're gonna have a superior setup. So you just got to play in ways that they aren't expecting, right? Like you got to play. Maybe you double flank, or you just got to try all these different things. If you let them get camo, if you let them get a shock rifle, especially someone like SLG, you are gonna be in for a real bad time. So you gotta work out a way to kind of stop that happening, because otherwise it's gonna be. It is going to be real tough.
Yeah, we're getting ready to load into our first game of the series here. Again, if you just joined us, welcome. We've got Oddball Recharge coming in between 2 beastie EU teams. So players just finalizing their loadings now. And yeah, it's going to be chaos. I'm looking forward to who they prioritize the shock rifle for. We know all 8 players within this particular match are all individually talented. Looking forward to seeing people like, SLG and Snipe Drone, seeing what they can do with it in particular. And even just going into that game too, like having a look ahead at the Slayer. I think that one is going to be potentially closer than what a lot of people think that it might be on this one. So I'm curious to see what happens in this first one. I think if Jump Out can keep it at the very minimum close, I think they go into that second one with their heads held high. And I think we could have a really beastie Slayer on our hands in game 2.
Yeah, I know we're just waiting for a couple of people to join the lobby. I think we're just waiting on Zove and Milsey to get in here, and then we can get going. But yeah, I agree. I also think, right, they've just played like really a few games back to back to back, including a 3 mapper against Mamma Mia. So you almost can't quite blame them, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty sweet. I'm just ready to get into it, mate. I just want people to join this lobby. But yeah, I think Oddball Recharge is gonna be one of those that, I think, especially if it gets to a game 4, for example, like Quad are so good at King of the Hill. You saw that earlier. That yeah, I think Slayer really is the one that Jump Out Gang can try and do, especially live fire, even though it does have a sniper, and we saw like just how good Quad were. Like it just doesn't feel like there's a map that they're like, oh yeah, they're clearly better than Quad. It's like maybe they kind of have a chance, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's just it's rough.
Yeah, we're gonna bring up the rosters and the stats for you again as we wait for the final players to load in. Again, for anyone who's just arrived, Jump Out have just come off a series of best of 3. Probably seen the weather outside, decided to poke their head out for a little bit, maybe have a cheeky chicken wing off the barbie. So just catching a breather, and then everybody will be loaded in and going. And while we're doing that, we're going to warm you up with some stats here coming in from Quadrant's current lineup. You know, we spoke about SOG, Snipe Drone, Seeker, and Glory. No introductions needed for these 4 gentlemen, all racking in. Snipe Drone, that's 64% accuracy, which is 1% higher than I believe what we saw on the other side from Jump Out. So Snipe Drone leading the lobby. Really going to be the one to look out for here when it comes to potential slaying prowess. But we spoke about their average damage dealt, James, in regards to some other teams, which look weirdly lower, but it's because they're just more efficient and they get this stuff done quicker.
Yeah, and that was kind of funny, right? Like, it is one of those things where, like, oh, you're like, man, their average damage isn't actually that like kind of high compared to others. And SLG and Seeker, by the way, exactly the same average damage dealt, which is kind of also a wild stat in itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like when you're so efficient and when you're winning like 4-0 or you're winning Slayers by 25 kills, you don't need as much damage, all right? Like, it's not as scrappy and kind of people aren't going down. When you're 50 to 25ing a Slayer, you don't need to drop like 4k or 5k in a Slayer. Like you can get by with dropping like 3k, and that kind of feels perfectly fine. So yeah, it's the stats don't always kind of tell how it is, but yeah, it's just a bit weird.
I'd be curious to know as well if there's ever a stat line we can get for future, just like even like average assists per game, just to see who's really, you know, like contributing across the map. I know that's done by damage dealt as well. That's probably quite an indicator, but you know, assists always played a big factor in this. As we looked in the early series on players that were dropping the highest amount of assists, were actually getting the most damage dealt. So what might seem like, oh, it's always about how many kills you get, it's definitely not, with a lot of players really just keeping themselves alive, cross-shotting, you know, on open lines aside, you know, across the map to help their teams out, finish those kills respectfully is even more important for these high caliber games. Looking at Jump Out Gang here, you've got Sunrise, Zove, Kimbo, and Millsy. Yeah, so like we said about Millsy, holding that 63% average accuracy right up there with Snipe Drone and with the best of the best, all holding over 1 KD as well. So if you look at it in terms of like just the statistical prowess, these guys are up there with Quadrant. But then we look at, you know, veteranship and how, you know, just how well they get the maps done. Getting that up to the same level of Quadrant is going to be tough. But we're gonna be going into our first game very soon, and we're gonna find out if Jump Out Gang have got it about them today, as they just came off that 2-1 win against Mamma Mia.
Yeah, Jump Out Gang, definitely riding the momentum pretty high, right? Like we're just waiting for one player I can hear, and then we can get into it. But yeah, I mean, Jump Out Gang gonna be riding that momentum pretty high. I mean, obviously a team that you would expect to be here anyway, right? Like, this is the team that I don't think they can't make the SSG pool. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's like literally they would have had to not play today and Mamma Mia to like win it all. So they should be in this pool against SSG, but it is kind of good to get this feel about, you know, Quad playing Quad as well, because Quad should be playing Optic. But mate, like, let's talk about that pool a little bit. But
yeah,
SSG, Jump Out Gang, like that is a rough pool to go into.
Yeah, I mean anything with SSG's name, it is going to be rough, right? I mean, just looking at like how the last couple of weeks have gone, they're definitely beatable. And I know we spoke about this, you know, over the last couple of series as well. They look more and more like a beatable team. And I know that's crazy to say when you've got names like, you know, EU historic names like Legend and whatnot over there now, but you know, they are beatable just as every team is. And it's all about, particularly on LAN, riding the momentum, particularly in a UK crowd for these EU teams, to see what they can pull out. Whether you can do that against a team like SSG, obviously is another story. But for a team going into that particular pool with them, you know, it's going to be chaotic. I think Jump Out Gang, I'll be very curious to see what top 4 in EU stacks up against Halo, because I know we always speak about Bo and Quadrant and how they stack up against the top 6 in NA. We don't really talk about it in too much in terms of like Jump Out Gang and Mamma Mia and how they stack up against the top 6 as well. As ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience. We go into game number 1 here, our first series best of 5 of the day at Quadrant Jump Out Gang. We've got Oddball on recharge, and you've got Quadrant getting 4 down, Snipe Drone with a camo, and the old ball in hand, James. This is exactly what Jump Out Gang did not want to see.
Yeah, 4 dead straight off the rip. Yeah, like you said, camo, shock rifle.
Oh no.
It's not good. Snipe drone, finding heads. Zove. Just, mate, the lineup is tragic. Like, just, he feels like Snipe drone feels like he has about 1 million hours to line these kills up. Like, he's just under no pressure with this camo. He just gets lined up. He is going to go down before he gets on the killing spree, though. But Glory is 0-1-1, 23 seconds of ball time already, and Jump Out Gang finally going to grab the ball. So it's not going to be a goose egg, mate. That's for sure.
Good, yeah. But nobody wants to see a goose egg at this point, right? We want to see a game 5 Jump Out, get it together as they do start picking up some kills now. Early little fluster start. You know, it seems to be a recoverable position. As Sunrise now with the shot rifle holding this back goal position. Zove is taken down, so they're going to have to start thinking about these players pushing in. Glory absolutely just does not care about the player with a shot rifle in his face. And there's the double kill from SLG as they look to now take control of this back gold area. Does know that there is maybe a close spawn coming in. Does have his teammates wrapping around Hydro as well. So I'd be curious to see where this player is going to look to move the ball around. Seeker knows Camo is coming back up soon. Does sniff this player coming in above him. Kimbo now stuck between 2, and unfortunately it's looking a little bit rough as yeah, the fight for Camo has begun.
Yeah, SLG with this shock rifle. It's going to use the grapple to great effect, though, to be able to take that camo and try and get out. Going to try and avoid all these nades. Oh, he's going to get absolutely found, though, by Jump Out Gang. Oh, the stick is really good from Glory, though, who finds a double kill with the 1 nade. As Millsy, 6 and 2, trying to put up some resistance so far. As you can see, a lot of damage coming down with that BR. Zove moving towards it. He's going to find Glory as well. SLG, Sunrise getting double kill. Hello. Nice. Quadrant 3 dead. Quadrant 4 dead.
Wow.
And now Jump Out Gang have a little bit of time to set up in back C. But mate, what? This has been great from Jump Out Gang.
Dare I say the words, James? Is it happening?
No,
Probably
soon.
way too early.
Way too soon for that.
I just would like to sprinkle my caster curse to see what it can cook up for us today, James. As we did see a 4 down from Quadrant, and I tell you what, considering the level of caliber coming in from this Quadrant team, Jump Out are playing with utmost confidence. You can see the way they're taking their gunfight. Zove making the push there. Currently 8 and 6, leading the lobby. Actually, leading the lobby of no, does unfortunately get sat down by Snipe Drone, but you know, in the long-term things, the ball is still in the hands of Jump Out Gang, as Kimbo probably gonna have to play this now. Millsy currently the last defender, does a great job in playing it, and the ball is now gonna be reset. But Jump Out, tell you, they have they've come out swinging here. 20-point lead. Quadrant not able to get comfy. We spoke about how important it is between Jump Out to keep it slightly scrappy. Don't allow Quadrant to start setting up, getting this game. That's a nice shot. Plasma rifle shot. Nice Zove with a trade. And now Seeker going to look to just try and get this position alongside the grapple keeper. Kind of like an Overwatch position for his team as they're looking for the slays and, you know, to get hold of the ball again. But the ball, it's over with the side of Jump Out again.
It sure is, and it's going to be, the remote depth from Millsy, the backslap from Snipe Drone, it's all happening. Jump Out Gang on 69 points. Nice.
Nice.
This Quadrant, nice. This Quadrant, also something I found out, kind of unrelated, but Eurovision next year is Eurovision 69, I think.
No shot. We've got to get a nice.
It's going to be a very nice year next year. But yeah, Seeker, 3 and 9 at the moment. Make that 3 and 10. And Quad just getting a little rolled off this map right now. Millsy gonna go down, but Jump Out Gang just taking that ball and gonna run with it. Ooh, great nade from Glory. He's gonna spot out Kimbo as well. They are gonna trade. You can see Sunrise, the Sun Rizzler, as we dubbed him last week.
Oh my God!
Finds the kill. Oh my God! But it's Quadrant with this ball. It's 69 apiece. It's all the nicest. A Snipe Drone finds a triple. Can he find the over? No, because Kimbo is hiding. but a triple from Snipe Drone is going to allow Quadrant to take the lead. But Seeker has 10 assists already, Stally.
Yeah, mad, mate. And I think it was nice to say as well that at one point it was 69-69.
Yeah, double nice, baby.
Yeah, teams are just trading out. Again, nobody can really assemble anything longer than between like 10 or 20 seconds of ball time as Jump Out Gang showing the pre-game statistics coming to fruition as the Sun Rizzler just lining up that shot. Look at that centering, looking clean. Glory does take him down, but doing really well to get the efficiency out of that shot rifle. And you've also got to give it to Snipe Drone, right? He's really holding it down for his team because the slaying prowess is definitely being managed here between the two teams. And if Snipe Drone wasn't popping off this much, you probably would say that this round might have even gone to Jump Out Gang right now. Quadrant looking to assemble some control. Players spawning and moving up into long haul. A lot of players weak. They're going to allow Quadrant to set up and calm things down. You see Seeker going on that really nice flank at top glass as well. And this is where it could get scary a little bit for Jump Out Gang as Quadrant going to look to potentially finalize this out. Just over 10 seconds of ball time, James. And and there we go.
Enemy lines. That should be it.
Drone.
This should be round number 1 unless Kimbo can pull off a madness. And I'm not sure he can. It's 94. It's 95. It should be finished unless Jump Out Gang can flood in. 99. The fumble, but the grab and the fumble again. And is that ball in a recoverable position?
Yeah.
It is. It is. Oh my God. There's 3 dead. Oh,
is it happening, James?
Is this actually going to be how round 1 ends? I don't think so. They're going to allow Quad to get back up, but they need these kills. Zove's going to find one. SLG gets another, but he goes down. It's Snipe Drone. Who's going to grab this ball? He snuck in.
Wow.
In the 1v2, Snipe Drone. With 21 kills. Is going to sneak in and stuff the Jump Out comeback. But I tell you what, there is definitely a chance the Jump Out Gang find a map here because they have been looking outstanding. Having said that, it's like 4 dead off the rip, so.
Yeah. But this happened at the start of last round as well, right? So, you know, the early start's definitely coming in for Quadrant, but I tell you what, Jump Out Gang, they can just, like, calm themselves down at the start of these rounds. Probably wouldn't find themselves in such a detrimental position, which ultimately might end up costing them the round because we saw how close it was at the end of the first one, James. And I mean, like I said, if it wasn't for Snipe Drone, basically doing it all in round 1, 20 plus kills, only person in the lobby to have the 2 in front of their kill score, as well as sneaking in and getting that final seconds. And God knows what we could be seeing right now as Jump Out Gang team average of stats at the bottom left of your screen. Thank you for production for bringing them across. KD of 1.11. Average oddball score pretty fair between all of them. And average damage dealt, nothing to scoff at either. So these Jump Out guys, they came here to play today. They want to... Oh my God. They want to close this gap between top 4 and top 2 in the EU Halo scene. And you are all in for a treat right now as Sunrise looking at Chalet. There's no way he even gets that trade out. Kimbo now looking to get towards the ball, maybe going for the play, but we could be seeing in this round 2 what we just saw in round 1, James.
Yeah, beautiful smoke there as well. Jump Out Gang gonna be on the top. SLG saw him just before this game, was fiddling with his Spartan, trying to change colors, you know, change a little bit of the armor core, just trying to work out, you know, sometimes you just need a new look. As Millsy makes glory look by sticking it to his feet. Some people want feet pick Stally, some want feet sticks. You know, just totally depends on what you're into. But Millsy is going to get absolutely naded right out of that. 2 members of Quadrant in long haul, but so far, Zove holding on to this ball. Snipe going to try and find this kill onto Kimbo, who's waiting top elevator.
Wow.
Just ring around the roses.
Oh my God.
Snipe Drone just going to smack him in the face. And Quadrant have the ball, but it's 37-15 to the side of Jump Out Gang so far.
How did Kimbo stay alive for so long around that pillar, making Snipe Drone's life an absolute hell? But This is where we now speak about setups, right? This is where we speak about sight lines and teams looking to push in. And as I say that, all 4 players are just directly on the ball. But there we go. Glory showing how important Cameras does get the back smack. Nade bang, gets the kill, makes it 2. And we could be seeing... No, I was going to say it could be the Ovi, but I think it might be a little bit too slow now. It could be an unofficial. Does get 3. Glory now showing why he's called Glory. Now 1v1. Oh my God. If he would have pulled that off, I thought he would just slipped off the mat, but he went for the style play there. And that would have made your top 5 montages if that would have gone off. But unfortunately, he is taken down. Millsy now does get hit by a couple of grenades. And the ball does end up in this back goal position. 40-37. These 2 teams are swinging at each other right now. And anybody who expected to see a quadrant blowout is not exactly seeing that. Yes, Quadrant are 1-0 up. Yes, they are winning in this particular game. But I tell you what, Jump Out are making it very competitive, James.
Yeah, they sure are. And I think this is good for both teams, right? It's going to find Sunrise and Millsy getting kills, but it's good for both teams to have it to be super competitive. For Quadrant, it's like, cool, we have something to work on, right? It's always that thing. When you win all the games, as soon as you lose one, you find out all the weaknesses you have.
Oh.
Snipe Drone going to get 1v2. And for Jump Out Gang, the confidence, right? You know you're going to pools. You know you're going to go against SSG. But how can we make this competitive against top teams? Well, they can make it competitive against the number 2 EU team. They've got a shot at least making it competitive. Maybe not against SSG, but the rest of the teams in that pool. That pool A will have the lowest open bracket seed that goes through. So that's a game they can win. They can make the champ bracket. Maybe they find a win against the other NA team that will go in there. It's what dreams are made of, right? We got to see, but if at least you can get to champ bracket, even if it's lower bracket, there's something. But it is going to be Snipe Drone who finds a kill and somehow dodges an aid.
This man has been an absolute menace to Jump Out this entire game so far. They did it all in round 1. Is doing it again single-handedly with the camo, playing for flanks on that particular jumper behind Jump Out there. So he did get away with the camo, and because of that, now Quadrant can establish a little bit of control. Some trades coming in with grenades, but just to get into this area, look at even the ball efficiency to say, hey, I'm low health now, drop me the ball, I'll take this, you swap out. And that is what really makes the difference between good and a great team, to say, we don't have 2 seconds to allow you to get your health back. It's time to trade out. Give me the ball and I'll go slay. As now Quadrant are calling it out and looking to really clean this one up. 98-99. And even though it did feel close, Quadrant finally got the setups that they wanted. And as we said at the very start of that, James, you can't allow a team like Quadrant to get that setup efficiency going, because once they do, they make it so hard to break out.
Yeah, Snipe Drone rocking around with 27 kills as well. But definitely that first round was way closer, right? Like it felt like Jump Out Gang really had a chance, but in the end wasn't quite there. And then Quadrant just starting to run away with it at the end, like 200-133, still a totally respectable score, right? Jump Out Gang still giving it to Quadrant in this winners final. But yeah, Snipe Drone, 27 kills, 10 assists. Glory and Seeker popping up with 15 assists as well. So I'm excited to see the damage stat, but so much damage between these guys. And it wasn't even too shabby on the other side. Yeah. Kills were fairly similar, right? Like it's not like there was a big discrepancy. You see it here. The Sun Rizzler, of course, 7k damage. That man just excludes damage on these maps, managing to find more than Seeker, SLG, Snipe Drone, Glory, like the whole of Quadrant. But yeah, Kimbo dropping 5.3. That's tough to win games when there is such a big discrepancy.
Yeah, that's really impressive as well when you're coming for Sunrise. You have to think about what he actually did there, going up against the highest seeded team. 4 players, which I think had, if not close, higher KDs than him. To drop the highest damage dealt in the lobby is extremely impressive, ladies and gentlemen. That is nothing to scoff at. So fair play to Sunrise for dropping 7k there. Unfortunately, Jump Out Gang can't get it done, but slaying proficiency is not a massive discrepancy between the two. And I said to you, James, at the start of this, Slayer might be just a banger between these. And I tell you, if Sunrise could do that again and his team can keep up with that level of damage, we could be seeing that game 4 or 5. Belter game 1, Quadrant just showing objective proficiency, showing how strong the setups can look like. It's not always about the slays. And yeah, game 2's coming up. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, Slayer Live Fire, a game that is all about the Slays, Stally. So I'll be excited to see how these guys go. Right, SLG, snipe drone. There is a sniper here. We've seen time and time again how good these guys are. And like I said, I think it's so good that Jump Out Gang are pushing Quadrant. They're really making them work for this, right? It's not kind of super easy because groups are not going to be easy. Like, Quad versus Optic is going to be an absolute battle. It always is. You always know it's going to be. But I really think that those two teams can fight for that top pool spot in that pool B. So it's going to be so nuts. And I think Quadrant, you know, are likely to close this out, should win this qualifier, right? Realistically, now that Foe, you know, already made pools, doesn't need to be here. So yeah, it's good practice for both teams, but I'm impressed so far by Jump Out Gang. I know they took a map off them, I think, last week, but they're really catching them, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, Jump Out, absolutely, with what you just said. Not quite there yet, but looking to make that conversation that you always hear about EU Halo from top 2 to top 3. They want to be in that discussion. They want to show the rest of the world what they are about as we go into our Slayer Live Fire. And we know on a map like Live Fire, again, similar to Recharge, but probably even more long sight lines. Get that sniper locked down. If you can lock it down top tower, try it, and also prioritize that camo where you can. Confidence coming in from the man Millsy right there. And Jump Out again, and there's Glory with the sniper here. They're going to look to rotate around this area and also try and push onto the back of A. He's also hunting this play. Knows Kimbo's there. I believe the camo has been taken. So it's in the hands of Zove. Looking to play spoiler.
What?
SLG sniffs it out, and it's done. He must have just saw a wafting fart or so. I don't know what was going on, but you ain't tricking SLG today. Somebody clearly went to spec saves before this series started, as Glory trying to hit the shot. Unfortunately, does go down, but Quadrant starting out nice and strong.
Mate, how on earth has he spotted him there? SLG, the eyes of an absolute hawk to get that.
Absolutely.
It's going to go down as well. Seeker does not manage to get that kill, but there will be a trade as Kimbo finding 3. But Sunrise and Zove so far struggling to get on the board. Well, there's Zove on the board. Now we're just waiting for Sunrise. Sniper down. Kimbo spotted it. It is going to be Zove picking it up. 3 kills. Look at this Quadrant. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, always looks good on a scoreboard. But 11-6. Got a lead already. And I'm wondering if he just wants to throw this snipe off the map, maybe. And he did not make it? I don't know. Did you see Stally? I'm not sure he tried. I'm not sure he made it, though.
I have no idea what happened to that sniper. It just like evaporated into the air. Maybe the grenade blew it up or something. God knows what happened there. As we do go down to a 14-7 now. So it is starting to kind of pull away from Jump Out. And if you're nice shots there from Zoe, but if you're Jump Out at this point, again, I know it's easier said than done to have to try and calm yourself down and not let this get out of control when Glory's just going to rip your face off like that anyway. But you can't allow Quadrant just to dictate the pace like this, because if 1 or 2 players go down, Quadrant will grab the hand and they will take the arm. And that is exactly what they're doing right now, as SLG staying alive. Seeker now on the camo, already leading the lobby. Jump Out haven't even hit double digits yet, or as I say that, it happens. And Quadrant now over double the kills, and Seeker playing Jaws in the bottom. How does he not get traded there? I have no idea. James, I don't know what I've just seen, but Camo is still alive, and that's got to be a big blunder if I've ever seen one.
Mate, SLG also on 1 death as well. Like, they're just playing... Oh, Team Nade, don't want to jump in there. They're just playing, like, a different brand of Halo, right? Millsy going to get crushed as well. Oh, it is going to be Seeker, though. 8-3 so far. Sunrise, 2-6. He goes down to a nade from Snipe Drone. And it's crazy. Like, map 1 was so close. But it just looks so, like... It just looks so different in this second map. I don't really know how to describe it. Like, we've constantly talked about food, barbecues, and meat. And we've already seen like 3 steaks today, and at this rate, it could be a 4th, which is wild to think about. The Jump Out Gang would be getting staked, but we're a long way off. But man, Quadrant have just been absolutely dominant. A Snipe Drone finds another, make that a killing spree and a double kill. Oh my days, the man is on fire, and it's 32-14. And I feel it's already too late for Jump Out Gang Stally. This might be a rout. We might be heading to map 3 already.
I mean, I know we don't talk about series MVPs, but if I had to put an early one, it's this man right here. Game 1 absolutely popped off. Game 2, once again, showing why he has the leading KD in this lobby of 8 players. Don't take a nade there, but still just somehow the trading efficiency from Snipe Drone is incredible. Always utilizing his life to the very fullest. Got a couple of kills with that sniper and does take one as he goes down here, as Sunrise and Kimbo know that the spawns are coming in from behind them at this A plat. But again, in typical Quadrant fashion, when you're fighting one, you're only fighting one for about a second, and then you'll be fighting 3 or 4, as Sunrise using his QT very well to get that trade out, also play his life. So Jump Out now do string up a couple of kills. If they can string up a few more and get the camo, then we could be talking about a bit of a tighter game. Maybe not a stake. I know we keep talking about steak, James. It's making me bloody hungry, mate. But honestly, this camo's about to come up now.
Got that!
And he perfected it. Killing spree. And Snipe Drone's just doing it all. Every time I blink, this guy's just putting up more numbers.
There is no way that Kimbo actually managed to get that kill on Seeker in the corner.
Wow.
As Seeker's going to find the remote depth. I can't believe he got the killing spree out of that. That is genuinely insane. Like, for Jump Out Gang, Kimbo is absolutely on one right now. They're 8 kills down. A Sunrise gonna find the back smack on a Snipe Drone. They've caught this up massively. But Kimbo with that killing spree perfect that is insane. They got that, and they're gonna find the camo again. Snipe Drone.
Oh.
I'm not even sure Quad have even found the camo. They may have only found it once, but mate, they've been getting rocked. Now it's Glory. Only Glory left alive. Hold on, Stally.
There we go.
It's not over yet.
Is it happening?
There's only 5 kills. The difference. The Sun Rizzler has woken up. And that's going to be Glory going down as well. Snipe Drone's taking damage. He's gone down. Oh my god. Can they do it? They're 3 kills back. The comms would be a little sweaty for both teams. SLG's down with the snipe as well. And Jump Out Gang are here. It's a 2-kill diff. But Glory and Seeker, they're making sure that it goes back to 4 kills. Still a team wipe. Snipe shots for Quadrant coming through as well. Seeker, he's on 14. And what can he do? Millsy, they're going to be a little bit closer, but it's 44-39.
Oh.
Seeker gets punched by the Rizzler too. And Stally with 3 kills diff with only 6 to go for Quad.
Mate, how they've pulled this one back. We were talking about a steak dinner. Now we're talking about a potential fight to the very end. Quad are keeping this kind of 4-kill lead, but Jump Out Gang just decided halfway through this game that, do you know what, actually, we're going to start playing now. And now we're brought into a bit of a closer game. It's might start to slow down a little bit. Quadrant 4 kills up with a sniper. Don't have to overextend too much because they got Glory ripping Zove's face off. And now as you've got a 5-kill lead, Glory's going to call that out. Does get a body shot, but 47-44. Make it 48. They keep this 4-kill lead going in. The Sun Rizzler looking to get away. Quadrant now 48 on the board. I believe the sniper is down and done. And they're just going to keep looking to fight it out as SLG looking to get that trade. Can't get it done. And you think if you're Jump Out Gang at this point, we can't trade. We have to just keep playing effectively. But Zove is caught and Quadrant get the job done. But you've got to say it. Honestly, if Jump Out began like they finished, I don't think it would have went that way. Like, why did it take them 3 minutes to wake up? Because it was like, they were like, what, 31-16? And then it was like 35-30. It was like, where did that come from? You know, James? So break it down for me. What just happened?
Mate, that was genuinely unbelievable what happened right there. Like, Jump Out Gang, we even mentioned a stake. Like, they looked dead and gone, and then they somehow woke up. They somehow came back. Kimbo, absolutely on tear. That killing spree was massive. The kill onto Seeker was huge in that corner as well. Seeker going to finish on 16. Snipe Drone, of course, on 15 as well. But, oh my days, what a finish that was. And then they just ran out of time. They just did not have it to go, and Quadrant finishing it off. But, mate, Seeker with 5.1k damage is kind of disgusting. He's 800 damage above everyone else. Like, what is that, man?
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking about singing Snipe Drone's praises, right? Seeker, the man in the shadows, doing it all. Look at the damage he took as well. Doing that amount of damage while taking that amount of damage means he has been utilizing his life effectively. What that probably means is that Seeker has been put down to one shot a hell of a lot, but rather than dying, understands his positioning, plays well with his team, and cross-maps shot. And that, again, is the difference between your good players and your veterans. So Seeker really showing it all there. And if we look on the opposite side, unfortunately, Zove not able to keep up with that lobby there. Uncharacteristic, 2.7k there, so you got to feel for him. But honestly, Jump Out Gang really showing signs of life. But with Quadrant, you got to show that from the start, James, because if you don't, they'll make you pay.
Yeah, 100%. Mouse flying all over the screen, but mate, it's crazy. But Quad, this is so good for them, actually.
Yeah.
Like, it looks really rough, but them getting pushed all the way is kind of that step that you need to take, and it shows that Jump Out Gang, yeah, they're not getting these W's, but man, that gap to top 2 is closing quick. And we already saw Jump Out Gang, they beat Foe the other week in that losers final to make grand final. Yeah, they got 3-0'd by Quad, but that's kind of been happening in every grand final the last couple of weeks. But mate, for Quad, it's not easy street. And this is what's so good for EU Halo, is just how close these are. But we're going to get into a CTF flag. Mate, you called it out as a banger, and I'm here for it.
This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is my bread and butter. Cat flag, the pit is... the memories on this map. Also the horrors when I get my head ripped off coming out of Mauler spawn. It's also still haunts me today. But I mean, like you said, right, teams in EU particularly have really struggled to take maps off of Quadrant. So for Jump Out to be able to keep it this competitive and this close, considering that a lot of people don't really factor anybody outside of top 2 EU Halo, is really impressive. And I think Jump Out, if they can just figure out, and they're going to have to figure out quick because it's a game 3 now, what their flaws are, which seems to have been slow starts in these last 2 games, then, you know, we're talking about something even closer here, right? We looked at the Oppa, we looked at the Slayer, 2 slow starts, and now with a cat flag on the pit, we know this map, you cannot have a slow start here. Glory does go down with the Rockets. Nice trade from Zove. Looks like it's going to be some early trades here, James. So I'm curious to know from you, what do Jump Out Gang have to do to keep their tournament hopes alive here?
They got to cap 3 flags. That's pretty much what they got to do. No, I think it's just keep it under control, right? Like, and one of the things that, you know, you hear a million times in the, you know, I'll call it the real sports world, just to kind of differentiate, is defense wins championships, right? And for Jump Out Gang, you got to have a good defense, and you got to use that to build. I mean, Glory is already under this sniper, and Snipe Drone just removes the face. But it's one of those things that Jump Out Gang, you got to have a good defense, but it's got to be, you got to be accountable to where everyone is. You got to be moving forward as much as possible. You got to work out where, as the Sun Rizzler does find Glory's head, but you can't really turn around. You got to keep pushing forward. You got to find slays. You got to not pull until you're sure that you can. That's usually, you get a set of slays, you move forward, you get another set, you grab the flag, and then you maybe even need a 3rd set. And that's what makes Quadrant so hard. Trying to kill them 12 times to pull a flag is difficult, my man.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about this on one of our previous maps in one of the early series, and that even when you get, let's say, 2 or 3 down, you manage to get a flag pull, that one flanking, routing player can stop it all. And teams like Quadrant and Jump Out are going to be very accustomed to what retake routes can look like. Millsy just challenging the player there, coming out of Sword Seeker, picking up where he left off with the Chals as well. Now 4 kills, Snipe Drone with 5. In the Slays department, it's looking quite close. But as we've been spectating this, a lot of the action has been going on in the base of Jump Out. They've got to fight this early aggression. They need to get a player or 2 down here. They can't allow themselves to go 4 down without any trades, because if they do, we know what that's going to mean. As Jump Out does get a nice trade there coming in from Millsy. SLG playing the flag, but also knows he needs to play the Slays as well, because if he doesn't, it's going to lead to him dying. As you've got Glory here, that's a good spawn coming out from Jump Out. And as you said, James, unless you get a repetitive 4 down twice in a row, that flag's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's so difficult for that flag to be on the move, especially in pit. Snipe Drone finds one, but gets stuck, so will get traded. SLG at the moment is going to find a second. I was about to say he's only on 1 kill, but he does find a second. Love to see that. But I think the good thing for Jump Out Gang, and kind of leading on to the previous point about defense wins championships, the longer that you go without letting Quadrant have a flag cap, the better your chance is going to be, because they're going to get desperate. They're going to want to try and find this, but SLG is going to take this snipe. Oh my god, just finds Millsy. The Sun Rizzler gets sniped on. I think Stallion, they've traded snipes.
Yeah, that I don't even know what that was. He just went up there and went, get off of my get off of your tower, should I say. It wasn't even his own tower, but he was playing with the confidence like it was, as SOG removes his face. And now, like you said, as the longer Jump Out Gang can go without allowing Quadrant just to sit in their base pulling flags, obviously the better it's going to be. You've got Zove playing aggressive, and with the help of Kimbo, removes the sniper off the map. Now, Jump Out, if Sunrise stays alive there, which he does, can look to be effective with his life here, as Zove taking the flag towards a sniping position. Millsy now going to take the flag. I'd like to see Millsy drop that and try and play for a trade or maybe a beatdown. Unfortunately, is taken down, doesn't have the support that he wanted. Sunrise is overlooking the flag, but I mean, with a team like Quadrant, to get that out there, you're going to have to get at least 3, if not full down. But I think this is the first time we're really seeing Jump Out Gang look to assert some dominance here. Finally, they've got Quadrant out of their base, and they're going to be looking to make the amends on it, as a snipe drone here with the sniper. 12 kills already. He's been ripping heads, and can he rip off any more?
Yeah, Glory as well. Gonna find Zove. Snipe drone. Oh, gets a beautiful killing spree. Just Sunrise not aware that he would be down there. You see, being a little sneaky now, Snipe drone. Rockets up. Oh, a rare miss though, as Kimbo seems to like double bounce off there. Millsy gets taken down as well by the snipe. Oh my god, Snipe drone just on a different level right now. Man is an absolute beast. It completely makes sense, right? Why Quadrant wanted to pick him up, wanted to take him out of foe, essentially did that trade with Chick as well, because he has been unbelievable. Glory. He's gonna find, well, you have rockets, but sometimes you just need to punch him in. And Kimbo there as well. Somehow doesn't have lack of shields from the rocket. And it's going to be eventually going down, but Seeker's got this pull. It's gone down long haul, and this might be flag cap number 1. And you'd have to say, as 2 dead for Jump Out Gang, flag goes in, but they held out for 5.5 minutes, Stally. But eventually, the pressure from Quad is going to get it done.
We need to break down that last play, James. That's all Glory right there. Even though you don't see him the one running the flag, the way he keeps himself alive, just backing himself off on the enemy's platform, keeping himself alive with the rockets, got the double kill, then took, I believe, the overshield off of Jimbo, then also, Kimbo, apologies, then takes out Kimbo, keeps himself alive to get a 3rd kill, and allows Seeker to get the direct flag route. Glory, keep himself alive, really holding that down there, and that is what you're now seeing Quadrant go 2-0. But, you know, team effort, Snipe Drone continuing where he's been this entire series, 20 kills. It took 5 minutes to make it happen, but now this is where Cat is out of the bag, and Quadrant, as they remove the players from their side, as a Jump Out Gang now, you've really got to make sure that you get some effective use out of this snipe. Mills has got to get at least a kill or 2, because if he doesn't, this is going to cause a lot of pressure. But you look at the Wolfpack effect here. You know he's getting called out, and it doesn't matter where you peek, somebody's watching, and that's where the effective ability of Quadrant comes in, because they are hounding you at all times. And to be able to snipe like that, James, is just, you're under so much pressure all of the time.
They just, especially with double snipes on a map, they just have you under control, as Zove goes down as well. And Snipe Drone and SLG have snipes, so I talked about it being a problem. As you can see, Quad going to cap a 2nd time. It's Seeker as well. Sure, he might only have 8 kills and Snipe Drone has 22, but you know what? You have 2 flag caps, and sometimes, you know, you always remember the goal scorer in football games, am I right?
Yeah.
But oh my days, 4 minutes to go, and Quadrant just seem to be overrunning the Jump Out Gang, and the rockets are up. Millsy has grabbed it though. But you can see they're going back towards their base instead of going forward. The snipe drone does have that OS. Looks like it's already gone, though, with some shots from Millsy. But to run back towards your base, he actually finds that kill as well. It's 3 dead. It's made that 4. And now Quad are probably just one set of slays from getting it done. Glory looks at the rockets. He doesn't even want it. And this flag, if it can make it down long haul from Snipe Drone, which it should be able to, it will be done. This is dusted. Quadrant are moving on.
Bosh.
It's 3-0. They're moving on to the grand final. And that, unlike game 1 and 2, Stally, was not close. 3-0 to Quad.
Well, I mean, Jump Out did what we said the other way around this time. They came out hot and then they took the foot off the gas. So it's that consistency that you need from the very start to the very end that few teams can manage and even fewer can perfect. And Quadrant, they don't let go of the pace. And as you're seeing here from the scoreboard and the kills and everything else that happened, Snipe Drone, man, I mean, the amount of times I said his name during this series, 23 kills. The only player that even makes it above 20 here. Seeker does put 10 assists on the ball with Kimbo with 11, but the man has just been slaying all series long. And like you said, you can see clearly why Quadrant wanted to pick him up. Having somebody who's that effective with a sniper rifle, who is able to pick up kills for you and get the job done, is the reasons that you can close out these games, and continues to be the reason of why there's a discrepancy between the top 2 and everybody else in EU Halo. We're going to have a look at the damage stats in just a second as well to see how these players performed. I'm curious to see on what Seekers looks like, being the highest assist player. And there you go. Point proven once again. Our assist players putting down the most damage on the map. Yeah,
no.
I mean,
Seeker put the least damage, mate.
Sorry, I'm looking at damage taken. I think my head is spinning at this point from watching this series. But Glory putting down 5.7, keeping up with Snipe Drone. And yeah, it just absolute chaos with everything that's been going on, James. 3-0, done. Clean.
Yeah, mad. Like, game 1 and game 2 were so close. And we're going to show a highlights package, a little replay package, just in case you missed it. But Quad, like, that first 2 games that was pretty stressful, right? But game 3 really just felt like a stroll in the park. Like, that was not close, unfortunately, for Jump Out Gang. But yeah, the gap is still there, as we're going to see the highlights of Snipe Drone. It's pretty much just going to be a Snipe Drone highlight package, I think, for 3 maps, because he was absolutely on fire. Look at that, man. The double kill to confirm that first round as well, to avoid the stick, the Glory double. Like, it was just, the highlights package was everywhere. SLG, that was a great kill from Zove. Yeah, you can see it, but man, it was a little rough out there for Jump Out Gang in that game number 3, I'm afraid. But mate, that was every game, every map had a sniper or a shock, and you just showed, because Quad are just so good with those power weapons.
Yeah, I mean, Halo's all about that power weapon and camo or whatever utilization, right? It's all about, you know, timing those powers, making sure you use that efficiency as much as possible, as you're seeing Glory ripping heads here. And then he gets his head ripped off there. So clearly 8 talented players. But again, this is the problem when you go against a team like Quadrant, right? It doesn't matter if you get 1 down or 2 down, because SLG can just do that on your snipe tower of all towers. So when you're dealing with a team of effective efficiency as this, like, you just have to be able to get 4 down over and over again. And when you've got 4 dominant slayers and dominant players like that, they make it so hard for you to do anything. And ultimately, you know, we went with our heads over our hearts, and Quadrant got it done in 3.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to see Jump Out Gang take a map. But guys, we're going to throw to a break. That is it for the winners bracket. We will be back with the losers bracket, and that's it for us for the time being. For Zilla and Outcast, gonna jump on after this, take you through some lower bracket action before, yeah, we'll probably be back by the end. We'll see. But guys, I've been Captain James Force. This has been Stallion. That's been winners bracket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Peace.
Let's put a halt to that, and that's gonna definitely deplete the momentum away from Quadrant, considering how much of a pain in the backside SLG has been. But Jimbo looking to see if he can create some wear and tear with the snipe. Does manage to find one. Doesn't hit the shot, mind you, but SLG is fully aware of what Jimbo could be capable of. That's 3 down now for Quadrant. Flag is on the move. Snipe Drone is the only player left standing. Doesn't get the shot off, but his map presence should be enough here. Overshield's up in 5, and they need to get this overshield. If they get it, then they can create some source of a counter cap.
They definitely can. Right now, this side of foe looking like they're prime and set. So let's reset this bracket in a 3-1 fashion. 1:50 on the clock. So time to get a cap, but not that much time at all. The Snipes really in complete control of foe. I think they've got both sniper rifles and they've got a third cap on the flow. Snipe drone falls off the map. It's not what you want to have see whatsoever. All 3 or 4 players of this side of Quadrant caught on their back flag. SLG does find one onto that flag carrier, which is a huge kill. Just to slow momentum. Mighty's is on the hard flank. It looks like Glorious is trying his best to slow things down as well as that touch comes in. Glorious does able to get the toss out. However, Jimbo, again, being right place, right time, being such a nuisance, trying to mitigate any damage or any pull to get any further. That reset is going to come in as Glorious does so much work, gets that flag on the move and finds the reset. Huge plays coming out from Glory to stop that third potential final cap from coming in. Can Quadrant capitalize on the one they got going? Probably not, with the beautiful shots from Mutim onto SLG to shut down that counter cap attempt. Yet foe poised and prime, they're looking really hot. They're looking like they want to end this series here and now.
They certainly do. 35 seconds left. Sniper drone, if you can get a sneaky pull in, that'd be fabulous. If he does, that's going to be another story here. And we should be able to get one here. Nice good start from him. That's going to be 2 down now for foe. 3 if he takes out Mighty. Absolutely the opportunity now to try and grab this flag. And the problem is SLG down. Oh, Sniper drone actually got cleaned up, but SLG does come up on a respawn. Glory trying to run that flag, but they've only got like 10 seconds left remaining. His Chick has already taken down Seeker, and it looks like with SLG being cleaned up, that could be it. They're all just trying to stay alive along that flag, but Glory had nowhere else to go. He's stuck in a rock and a hard place, and it seems like this could be it. As we're just waiting to see exactly what's going to happen with this next flag. And SLG looking to try and rotate around there. All trying to just at least return it one way or another. That's going to be GG. That's going to be foe taking it 2-1. Taking it 3-1 in the series.
Bracket
and we are
reset.
going to get a bracket reset.
Today, we spoke to some of EU Halo's finest players, casters, and coaches to test their knowledge on some historical EU Halo team logos. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment your score. Let's get into it.
Alright, we're going to start off. I hope you know this one, but we're going to start off with this one.
What's that one?
Of course, it's Epsilon.
Epsilon.
Okay.
Epsilon.
Oh, okay, nice point on the board.
Epsilon.
Oh, good start. Nice.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting some airline vibes from that. I have no idea.
It's a pass.
Okay, well, I'll give you a hint. We'll give hints for each one if you don't know it,
yeah.
and you get half a point. All right. It was a Halo 5 roster.
Epsilon.
Yes, so we got it. All right, that's half a point already. Catching Glory up already, maybe, potentially.
Infused.
That one.
Last team infused. Come on, next.
Oh, shit.
Next.
Okay.
Everyone knows that one.
All I'm thinking about is Dr. Disrespect.
It does kind of look. Yeah, now that I look at it, like it's making me rethink the whole logo. Logo number 3.
Envy.
Vibe. That's Vibe.
That was his vibe.
Vibe,
Yeah, that was like his thing for like many years. Oh yeah, Ninja was on Vibe as well. Halo 4 LAN, Ninja Hybrid, Septic,
See, I've heard
Xyrus.
all these names, but I'm so bad.
I'm
Supremacy?
Nah.
Clue.
All right, it was a Halo 5 French team. Starts with a P. They played 2016 kind of Pro League.
Pulse?
Oh my God, people have struggled on that one. Oh my, this could be the run, guys. World record run.
Oh, I did commentate them in the Pro League.
No,
Pulse. Pulse Esports.
Coach, commentator, I think. Yeah, it's not
triple threat.
It's cheating, really, isn't it?
Pulse.
It's
Okay. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the obvious one. It's Market.
Marcus.
What's that? Just kidding, it's Mocket.
Please get one wrong, please. I might have to Google search a different one. Like.
Oh, thank God.
We might have a point on the board. How's that looking? What do you reckon?
Please tell me it's Market Esports.
It is Market Esports. A point on the board.
Power Gaming.
Power Gaming. All right, yeah. He plays for Power. It's cheating, guys. Okay.
Is that an Xbox logo?
Well.
Oh shit. Power.
Yes, Power. Okay, nice. Half a point on the board.
Red Ring of Death, bro. Fuck.
Halo 3 EU Powerhouse roster. They have Baxter.
Power.
It is Power.
Oh,
Power.
yes,
That's
bro.
half a point. Oh, this could be a bit more difficult, this one.
This is very difficult. I don't know that one.
Jesus. No, I have no idea. You're forgetting a commentated Pro League. X-Men.
Right, it's kind of Halo 5 Pro League Season 1. One of the players in the roster, actually two of the players, Jimbo and Snipe Drone.
It's really bad because I were in charge for you Pro League.
God. To be fair, not a very storied team if you think about it. The team name is also the name of a famous movie franchise that involves a few superheroes.
Avengers.
No,
DC universe.
You're going to hate yourself. It was X-Men.
Oh,
you know, there is an X on it, you know, this.
Yeah.
Oh, X-Men.
It's alright.
The X gave it away.
How's it looking?
I definitely know the logo.
Oh, I know this one as well. I can't think for the life of me.
No. I don't. I'm struggling here.
No, we get a bit. See, we got nice varying different.
Yeah, it's through the eras.
Right,
like, I actually don't know that one. Who's that?
Should I tell you the roster?
High Society.
Yeah.
High Society, yeah. It's a terrible logo for High Society, isn't it?
No, I thought you said this was easy.
What's the clue, bro?
What's the clue? Right, the clue is, if you look at the logo, that's an L and that's a C. So it's two words, one starts with L, one starts with C. 2 words.
Oh, London Conspiracy.
Yeah, so that's half a point on the board. We'll take that,
Again, forget I commentated these teams.
Yeah.
That's London Conspiracy.
Yeah. Right.
I need to get some history lessons.
No, it's okay.
This
This is the history lesson. This is the whole purpose of the content. All right, last one. This could be a bit difficult judging on some of the other ones. I like the logo, to be honest.
It's a lion.
Oh, it is? Oh,
It is a lion, and I'm hoping that is something to do with the name. LLL. London Lions.
Yes, that's it. Oh, that's big. Good job, good job. That might, I don't know if that's the top one. That's got to be up there.
See, that's one of my all-time favourite teams. Good old Infernos, Shinato, Lowland Lions.
Yeah, it's the GOAT org, the Dutch goes. It's got a few good Dutch players. You know, Z-Mite, he's not bad, is he?
He's alright.
They're not
Lowland
around
Lions.
him. Oh, he got Lowland Lions, yeah, straight in there. Halo 3, it was a Lowland Lions.
Lowland Lions.
The Dutch goats. Oh, I feel like, yeah, I could tell you knew that one. Well, not bad.
I knew that one, to be fair, actually. That's disappointing.
Hey, you did alright, to be fair. Alright, they're called Lowland Lions. They were like an EU powerhouse roster, you know, had a few Dutch players. It's okay, look, you did good. I mean,
I got 1.5.
Yeah,
I got 1.5.
Look,
That's not too bad, is it?
Well, I think there could be some players who might get none, so at least you got a few.
Yeah.
And I think, you know,
if you don't get Mocket, that's bad, bro.
Yeah, Mocket, you know, they've been around. Like I said, like,
they were in Infinite for a bit as well, weren't they? Like, so that's the only reason I know. So I remember I got bulldozed in my first ever tournament by Stu.
Okay, and here are our final scores. In first place, we have Wonderboy with 9.5 points. In second place, we have Sims with 7.8. In joint third and fourth place is Baxter and Gas, both with 5.5 points. And unfortunately, in last place, it is going to be Glory with 1.5 points. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. We've got lots more content on the way, and we'll see you all again next time.
The translocator as well, which that could be a very impactful utility. Oh, just pancaking them with the repulsor. You get the immediate punch and then you slam them into a wall. Try and do the same thing here, and they're gonna have the follow-up from a teammate. And it is just a death grip of Drunken Record onto the squad. The shock rifle finds purchase as Jean is able to get a double kill from distance and then add to the killing spree, make it a triple. They want one extra. It's Foe that's able to read that kind of play. Oh, what a snipe. That's a double kill by the side of Kimbo. They're going to get another one. Trip kill. Looking for the overkill. They're presented at least the option. It won't count as... Have active camo coming up here online here soon. That's going to be a nade that's just dropped. They just watched and waited. Millsy did not expect the...
Power weapon within the snipe. Watch the repulse coming behind him. Great turn by Ninja, but can only get a trade. Another great body shot. Another body shot following it out. A great read coming out from Desire with that repulse, able to time it perfectly. They know
want to be pulling flags as quickly as they have been. Maybe catch a couple of them down, and we can start to piece something together. That is a huge shot from Mighty's, as it was a line them up quickly and take them down. And Mighty's just showing off, turns around 180 on Snipe Drone, says, you're going to get a quadrant, I'm going to take you out. A little bit of a slower pace, but now that they're up against quadrant, they know they need to up that pace. And look at that snap out of the hair from Glory as he continues his run all the way back from the winner's final. We see it again. What a kill. The killing spree out with this sniper, and Glory goes back to work.
You see a little bit of a nice shot, first of all, and a little bit of hope. Oh, this Cat Smile roster
Chick is getting a lovely little no-scope to finish off that double kill. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like actually
in order to get the double kill with that shock rifle, and then you follow it up, you stay focused and get that third kill. That's how you use your equipment to your advantage. Now double kill again, Zove able to take out Septic and Flux back to back.
I mean, if Cynical can pull up on their kills, which it seems like they're managing to keep up roughly with this Hubbard's side, you do see Valerie's, 5 and 5, and Ranakin as well going in a triple kill.
You know how dangerous he is with this weapon.
Certainly is. Glory never has a day off, and it looks like he's going to continue trending. Knows someone's there, manages to find him. Lovely stuff here. Glory takes him down, going to try and get away, and if he survives with this snipe, this will be absolutely huge, and able to get B. That's going to be another question here, but does eventually lose that snipe. 2 down currently for Quadrant. Jimbo's also down on foe, but Mighty does get cleaned up there. Nicely done. Gets taken from behind, but the beat down doesn't get it perfect, but SLG takes down Chick, and a nice little double there. 3 down for foe, and this is going to be a perfect time for them to get B back. Was hoping to reset C, but they won't be able to get there in time. The entire team, 3 members going around dummies, 1 going around back C to underpasses. All on his Larry here, Harpers. We're going to see what Chick's going to do.
Chick able to get a little quick peek shot onto SOG to force that waste of ammo, but him being so isolated has forced him to go down. Fortunately, on the flip side of things, his 2 teammates, Wuta and Mighty, is able to win the battle on A, but all Quadrant are going to do is rotate. Fight kind of truly benefiting Quadrant at that stage. Some beautiful shots from Mighty's to take down SLG and keep control of this map here. Puzzle Pistol coming to work once again. Glory doing some crazy business. The beautiful strafe out of him to stay alive away from Wootum. Gets a second onto Jibbo as well, and he so freely roams around this map, doing so much damage over and over again. Does eventually get taken out, but it wasn't for apart from trying, to say the least. This contention will come in, and you've got to think that Mighty's going to fall here. He does. The contention though still staying strong as Wootum somehow sneakily caps that B away.
2 down again for foe there. Respawn cycles a little bit skew with at the moment, but looking to try and recover. All 3 members going from dummies to C. At least establish some kind of control. Good stuff there from Jimbo, just to give himself a little bit of leeway and hold on to C control, but Snarkdron eventually takes him down. 3 dead for Quadrant. SLG just trying for dear life to stay alive. Almost takes down Woodson, but Woodson stands his ground, or holds his ground rather. Camo is up. Who's going to contest it? I love this play from Mighty. He realises that it just needs to flank around because he hasn't got the numbers. And Woodson cleans up Seeker, trying to see if there's any more on the prowl. As he does get behind, he's making some great reads here.
He really is, and that's given Foe a nice bit of control and the camo in their pocket. Don't know who has camo on the map currently, as I don't think it was burnt. But Foe with control, triple capping in just a moment. They have to get rid of Snipe Drone in the tower. He's been such a nuisance here. Still alive, gets a pick onto Chick as well. So his information of where he is will be given out. Can he take Mighty's down as well? He can. He's still alive in this tower, eventually taken down by Mr. Jimbo with that camo. SLG hits the body shot as well with the sniper. The B hill will be flipped in favour of Quadrant, but a nice little run from Foe. They haven't given them a lead just yet. It's SLG doing what SLG does with that sniper rifle. Takes down a weak shield player with a lovely body shot, 180 for him. Does take down his former teammate Chick as he tries to slide through the pillar door. And now initiated will a collapse will come onto B, but Snipe Drone falling early is going to give Foe the opportunity to cap that and gather some more points.
Well, SLG is flaring up on the server nicely. Misses on that last shot, but still almost took him down with a bandit. That's all 4 members down now for Quadrant, and this could be a time for them to see what they can do. Is Woodham now looking to see if he can get an angle. All 3 points now taken by Foe, and a few shots laid into Snipe Drone here. He's doing a lot of great work so far, being very proactive around the map, and this is exactly what we want to see. Currently going 11-6, might have gone 10-6 as well. And now they've got the QT, so let's see how things... I think Woodton's probably one of the worst people to... or most annoying people to give it to, rather. As he's just biding his time, just baiting out this entire team to see what he can do. Jimbo does take down 1, which is going to be huge. I like that as well with the beat down, then just going straight into B. Chick has been cleaned up. And doesn't finally Does get cleaned up in the end, though. But SLG, a good kill from him again. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. All fall down now for Foe, and this is the time for Quadrant to shine and get all these points back, or at least get B and establish something on C.
There's a good run, though, coming out from Foe, gathering themselves around a 40-point lead. That could be huge, but Seeker and SLG find themselves kills of their own. Seeker gets a double in hunt for the triple kill. It was going to be Mighty's, who ends up falling to the Bandit of Glory. You'll know where the spawners are coming as that A push starts to come in, but SLG lingering with that camo, waiting for his teammate Glorious to come in. No reset onto A. It does eventually come in courtesy of a teammate, but this triple cap is now very dangerous as these points start to surmount very quickly here. SLG still has a bit of camo left, being a complete nuisance. As Foe know they have to shut him down, but still kills ticking up in favor for SLG. Chick will fall as well as they try to take down C, and throughout the whole time we're talking, this Quadrant side have taken the lead and have maintained this triple cap. This is the most dangerous Quadrant we're looking at.
Certainly is. They've got all 3 points still so far. The point count is just tallying up as things go. Seeker with the double just going to make matters worse. And one member's on the open side. They're trying to just stop the bleeding and get A, but Seeker's just been a tough nut to crack here. The Snipe Drone, will he be able to clean him up? Yes, he does. Surprisingly, Woodham able to win that little scuffle with the double. And SLG, he's been a real nightmare with the snipe earlier. And he's going to continue to be a nightmare. I'm surprised the trade didn't come out, but Chick trades him out anyway. It's Jimbo looking to see if he can rotate around to Nest. Finds one. Oh, and just barely able to get Snipe Drone out on that bridge. A perfect shot's coming out from him. 2 down for Quadrant, and this will be a time for them to try and at least stop the bleeding a little bit further. Managed to get 2 of the points. Let's see how it goes from here.
SOG trying to be a sneaky boy through that pillar door. He squats out nice and early. Glory does trade one out, but his teammates falling around him. He eventually goes down, so it's Foe's turn to see if they can put a triple cap on the board. We see Mighty's flying forward. Spawners will come out a little bit awkwardly, but SLG living there on scoreboard has forced Mighty to overextend slightly. Expect him to fall momentarily. He's doing such a good job living, but Snipe Drone scatters him with nades. And that's going to force him to go down. Double cap still in favour of Foe. Slightly inching their way towards equalising the scoreline. But with that rotation that came in from Quadrant, it's landed them a nice little camo. You see how much work SLG has done with it previously. Just hovering on the edge of this A. Great shots from Chick. Great support work coming out from Mighty's in the shot. He's going to shut this camo down. They're able to flip A for C. And now they kind of have the ideal 2-cap setup holding this A and B side. A great shot though again from Mighty's. He seems to be catching the back of Quadrant so often.
Seems to be the running trend at the moment for Mighty. Finds these weaknesses and exploits it heavily, just damaging Quadrant's chances to close this game number 1. But look how close it is currently here, Hop. It's now 209 to 200. Foe's looking to try and tie it up and overtake. And let's see how Seeker's going to go about this. He's just been a bit of a pain on C. He's done quite a bit of damage. Glory's got 1, so a little bit of leeway here for Quadrant, as they're now going to be rotating back around. A is now been secured. B is also looking to be secured as well. Seeker's taking down Woodham, and this is not looking too good now for Foe. If they get clean slayed once or twice more, then this will be victory here in game number 1 for Quadrant.
It's a really good job though from Seeker to be such a nuisance, forcing Foe to turn around and give so much space for his team to actually get over towards B and gap that cap. But Foe identifying the situation, push out towards B, clear out the Quadrant players on that side and able to take it back to their own. Snipe Drone being such a nuisance eventually falls, but Mighty's doing an even better job of living here, and Foe, they're just closing on down to this Quadrant lead, which felt almost out of reach at one stage, but Glory's trying to put this snipe to work. Foe take the lead at the last margin. This final hurdle is going to be huge. Can Foe hold on to it?
Oh, as if Glory's able to stay alive after that little scuffle. There's still 2 down now for Quadrant. Really important corner from Glue. He's rotating all the back way around, but he's going to be caught there. He managed to get another one for the double. And he's looking to try and get the triple, but just a little bit too much. Woodham finally put a halt to the torture which he was trying to deliver there. But at least they made us put a stop onto B. But look at it though, only 5 points left remaining until Foe can secure this game 1 victory. But C's also being taken. They need to rotate over to A, but it looks like they're already prepared for it. And it does get there, but we'll be finding one of the players already. But they need to get in this hill now, or else they're going to have no chance of taking it. And that is going to be it. Foe take game number 1 in a very tight-knit victory here. But we have to say, though, the rotations from Mighty and Wootham's clutch factor definitely helped him to a very large degree during the entirety of that game number 1.
Forced to run away and can't escape with his life. It's going to come down to Wooten. What can he do with the mouse and keyboard? Can he find the triple kill? Yes, he can. Really good stuff. Can he find the over? He gets it off the glory. GG's.
Try and stay alive with the slug if he can. Has got an angle.
Good morning, well, at least for me, right? Good morning, good afternoon, good night, everyone watching. It is time for some more HCS European action, this time the quadrant qualifier, to see who will go to London to get their try to beat not only the strongest teams in the UK, but also the strongest teams in North America, the ANZ region, and of course the Mexico region. My name is Ferzilla, and joining me, like every other Sunday, is my co-caster, friend, and absolutely legendary partner, Outcasted. How are you?
I'm good. I hope you're doing good as well. And yeah, it's basically getting to that part of the tournament now that things are looking very interesting. There's been a few very close matches that I didn't expect to be close matches. So it seems like everyone's playing at their top level today. And I think our next series should be a very good one. I'm just double checking the result has gone through so I can say what the series is going to be. Seems like it's not quite gone through on the bracket yet, but it should be Click Esports versus Katrina or Bonfarja, if that's how you say it. I think it's a Finnish word, so maybe the pronunciation might be a little bit off. But yeah, it's getting to that kind of top 8, top 6 range now. I think we kind of expect a lot of these series to be quite closely contested. So I'm hoping this next one, still best of 3s, you know, anything can happen. It should be a good one. But yeah, I guess just talk about the tournament a little bit generally. I mean, Quadrant, right, playing today as far as I'm aware, but I don't think Foe have signed up, so I think we've already got some heavy favourites for who's going to win it, maybe, you know, with that being the case. But I think, you know, the most important thing, right, for these teams, just, you know, it's their last chance to get those seeding points in before London and give themselves, hopefully, the best bracket they can.
Absolutely. It all matters here and now. This is their last chance, like you said, not only to secure a good seeding spot, but also maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think top 1 or 2 get travel coverage at the end of the day. So
yeah, I think I got to double check, but I think yeah, it's a mixture of placement. I think you can get some coverage off points as well. There's a few different ways you can kind of, you know, based off your points, based on your placement, you know, get some of the things covered. Maybe get a pool play spot. I think from what I've been hearing, I think Jump Out Gang might be locked in to get a pool play spot regardless, just because they've accrued so many points over the last kind of 12 months or so of EU Halo. And I think I7 on that Mamma Mia roster, despite them doing so well, I think he kind of came into that team very low on points. So it put them in a bit of an awkward position kind of heading into this season. So, but, you know, there's still a lot to play for. There's been a few really kind of interesting placements there already. I think even catching the end of that last series on the B stream, seeing, I think, Bittersweet, they won 2-1 in their series against V7, but I think a lot of people were surprised that one was as close as it was. So I think it's always nice when we get down to these last tournaments just before a LAN. I think everyone, you know, trying to cause upsets, trying to get themselves those seeding points, and hopefully that's going to continue for these last few matches.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why we are here for. It's all about the upset. It's all about who will go to London. It's all about who will prevail. And honestly, I'm just as hyped as you are, man. I mean, we have great matches coming right up. We also have the NA region playing their second day over at the LVT stream. And of course, we have also the Mexican side later down today playing over at .tv/Kaiju Project. That's a shameless plug. But yeah, I mean, if you're either wanting to see more action, well, as we are wrapping up this great bracket of the EU top 12, I believe it's maybe a little bit less, maybe top 6, top 8. But as we are wrapping up, you can start jumping into other streams. Mexico's stream starts in exactly 1.5 hours, we are going to be having Arthur Bloodshot showing us some cute, well, not cute, rather, some nice projects he's been working on with some more of the Latin America forgers. And at the same time, we also have, well, the qualifier. Unfortunately for us, we don't have a guaranteed pool play spot, but that doesn't stop the SWAT esports rosters, formerly known as Lore back in Arlington, and of course former Luminosity rosters, to just continue making history. We saw it back in the Halo World Championship when they made an historical play. They pulled out of pool play and into the championship bracket. And this year on the major kickoff, Arlington Major, they did it once again, almost upsetting Quadrant, I must say, in a really cardiac series, a 3-2 series that really ended up in a really, really close Slayer match. But let me tell you, I'll cast it. If we have to focus right now, I'd say EU has all the eyes because, of course, they have the home advantage, the home turf. They have a lot of teams going to be heading all the way from Europe, a little bit Spain, maybe Germany, of course, the UK locals, and a lot of the Europe just going to be concentrated in that small island called the UK.
Yeah, I think London's going to be amazing. Like you say, I think having that kind of home field advantage for EU isn't something we're kind of super used to. I think the last time there was an international LAN from HCS in the UK was all the way back in 2018. So it's been 6 years at this point, and I think the big difference back then, right, is for anyone who can remember that kind of period of Halo 5 for EU. We had teams kind of placing top 12, top 16 internationally. I actually think the highest placement we've got as an EU team at that LAN was top 12. I think these days you got the likes of Quadrant getting top 3, top 4. You got Foe getting top 6 last event. I think the state of EU Halo and how competitive we are is probably the best it's ever been in Halo history. So there's no better time for there to be a LAN in London, and I think having all the top teams come over there here in the crowd, it's going to be amazing. And yeah, I mean, like you said, having those LATAM teams as well in open bracket, it's gonna be really stacked. There's some really strong teams coming over from NA, coming from the LATAM region, even the ANZ as the ANZ top seed as well. I think with Rice and Scoopmeister and Co. There's some really strong teams going to be going through the open bracket. So I feel I'm going to be spoilt for choice what to do when I get there. Like, I'm going to be playing, I'm going to be watching. There's side tournaments to play as well. I want to watch the Optic versus SSG matches on main stage and be like flying around the venue trying to catch everything. But yeah, it should be really good. And I think that's why today is important, right? Because for those teams that are playing through the open bracket, they want to give themselves the best opportunity possible to make it as far as they can and hopefully make it all the way into pool play as well. And that's why the seeding points are so important. So I'm excited to hopefully get this next match underway soon. I have heard that potentially there could be some issues with the game servers at the moment, so that's probably just adding a little bit of delay onto getting the matches going, but hopefully it should be sorted soon. But just while we're waiting for that, let's have a quick look at some of the rosters, shall we? And have a look at the teams, talk about some of the strengths and weaknesses. And the first team I want to talk about is Katrina FR. So it's a full French roster. I'm sure you guys might have inferred that from the team name. But Brainiac, Bastos, Kali, and Knuckles. These guys maybe underperformed a little bit last week by their standard at least. They did lose to the Trash Can roster for top 8. This week, though, they've actually beat Trash Can, got a bit of revenge, and have now find themselves in this match for, I think, top 6 it might be, unless I'm bad at reading brackets. But yeah, Brainiac, Bastos, Kali, and Knuckles, all have got a positive KD by the look of it. Brainiac exactly a 1 KD as well. So yeah, looking good, and I think always one of those teams where it's always exciting to watch them play.
Absolutely, and I must say, I have to give a shout out for production for giving us the stats on screen. I mean, it's no easy feat, I'm telling you, to get all this thing done, and it takes a village. So also the recognition to the producing team over here at the Euro Halo League for pulling this off and bringing us a little bit more of background in each of one of these players. I mean, yeah, we already saw the Katrina FR roster in several occasions, most recently in the Halo HHQ tournament, in the Husky Raid tournament on May 4th. It was streamed right here on the Aero Halo League channel. But here we have coming up with Bonfaja. It is going to be Crossman, Rova, Marvis, and Matsui. Great names, by the way. Love them.
Yeah,
We have
I like this team. That's a very good team. I was going to say they're a full Finnish roster, so we got a full French versus full Finnish roster, and this is what I love about EU Halo, right? You kind of get these full rosters from different regions, from different countries, and it's like who can be the top of their respective region. I think it's safe to say that this Bonfire roster definitely the best Finnish team at the moment, and I think Crossman with the 1.02 KD, should I say, 61% accuracy. He's one of those players that he's a very experienced player now, and I think this is the thing that makes this team so interesting: is Crossman, Robber, and Marvies. Very, very experienced players. They've been playing Halo at kind of pretty high level in EU for, I'd say, going on over a decade now. Whereas the last player, Matsu, I think I'm not quite sure how you pronounce. I think it's Matsu, but I think he's an MNK player actually, and I'm actually not too familiar with his background, which is something that's quite rare for me because I'm kind of a little bit obsessed with all things EU Halo. So all I do know is that he's got the highest KD on his team, the highest average damage dealt, and he's got 61% average accuracy. So this guy must be very, very good to find himself on a team like Bonfarger, and the fact they've made it all the way to this kind of matchup in the bracket against a team like KFR, I'm really excited to see if they can keep it going because they've been looking really, really strong.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about teamwork. It's all about maybe having those individual single moments that a player can have. I mean, wherever it started, not only here in the EU, but also in every single region when a player can just shine and absolutely demolish the opposing teams. We have the maps, though. First up, coming right up, it is going to be Livefire Oddball. Next, Solitude Slayer, which I absolutely love. Livefire has already been played. Sorry about that. So we already okay, hold on. Both maps have already been played.
We're just waiting to get confirmation on the maps. But
just Livefire, okay. We got confirmation, just Livefire. So we're going to be jumping right now into the Solitude Slayer, as the last update we have was that they were on round 3 of Livefire Oddball. Then, if we need a second game, rather, we'll be jumping in a third game, rather. We'll be jumping into Forbidden Capture the Flag. So a really stacked series. Like you said, Cassidy, is going to be a best of 3. Everything can happen. Everything can show up. They are playing at the 110%. It is not your average Sunday Open Series. It is your Sunday Mayor Qualifier Series. So they need to step up their game, make sure everything they do counts, and most importantly, they need to secure those seeding points.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm hearing from the Twitch chat that apparently Livefire Oddball might have gone to Katrina for game 1. So we'll just wait to see if Solitude's the map we load into game 2. But yeah, so I mean, this series, I mean, I'm not surprised to hear that game 1 was 2-1 because I think both these teams playing very well today. They've kind of beat the teams that I think, could have been a 50-50 matchup. You're not quite sure. My team actually did lose to Bonfarge earlier on, so I now hate them with a passion. I want them to lose. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. I like them all. All the Finnish guys, they're the nicest guys ever. I think they've got a lot of chemistry together, and I think, when I'm looking at the strengths and weaknesses of both these teams, I'd say in terms of pure individual skill, on this Katrina FR roster, the likes of Bastos, he can just single-handedly take over a game. But when I look at the Bonfarger roster, I think, obviously they are very individually skilled players, but I think their biggest strength is, that experience they've got, that teamwork. I think they just have such good fundamentals as a 4. And I think for me, I think Vashi Matsu, if that's how you say his name, sorry if I mispronounced it, I think he's going to be the X factor because, he's a very talented MNK player. I'm assuming he's probably a bit less experienced than the other 3, so I think if he can pop off and, play well, I think he's probably not had too much experience playing these kind of difficult series against these top teams. So he's the one I'm going to be keeping an eye on. But it sounds like Katrina might have won game 1, so Bonfarger might have their back against the wall here.
All right, so it seems that we are loading into the match. We have game number 2. Katrina is up 1 in the series against Bonfarger. So it is going to be a Solitude Slayer that's coming right up. Points to keep in consideration. Of course, we have our 2 power items, shock rifle, which can be deadly in the perfect hands, and of course the active camo, which is not only a defensive, I like to call it most defensive item, but it could also be a really aggressive item. Your active camo, you're invincible, no one can see you unless they have a really good eyesight or maybe doesn't have... the problem I have that is that I need to change my glasses. So, game number 1, and it's right off to a start as Timatsu gets taken down, and there's the assist. 2 for 2 as we open up with a really really strong opening for both of these teams. Hide up, nothing for no one, and a slight advantage right now for Bonfire.
Yep, bit of a fast-paced start here from both teams as someone has joined the lobby that I don't think is on either of the teams, so this game might need to be ended, unfortunately. Unless maybe Bonfire want the extra help, you never know, they could be part of the strategy going into this series. But yeah, it looks like this one might have to get ended, which a little bit unfortunate as it seemed like quite a competitive start between the two teams, but I think, like you said, I'm totally in agreement with, the camo obviously being of such crucial importance for both teams, but I think the shock rifle is a little bit more, one of those power weapons where if you put it in the right hands, someone can really, really take over a game. But on the other hand, if you put it in my hands, you just don't know what you're going to get potentially. So we have to see if, the likes of maybe Crossman, the likes of Bastos on the side of Katrina, I think if they can get hands on the shock rifle and really kind of, predict where their spawn is going to be coming in, I think there's a chance for things to snowball on Solitude Slayer. I mean, we see the top teams in NA, I'm thinking SSG especially, they can sometimes blow teams out on this game type and have kind of 10, 15, 20-point leads. So, you got to be careful off the start here, because if you have a bit of a bad start, if you go forward dead against these, these top level rosters, things can almost kind of get away from you before the game's even started.
Absolutely. And Outcast, you're for the UK, right?
I am.
All right. I'd like to ask you a question for those that will be attending London for the first time, or maybe going to the mayor. Apart from the beans with cheese, what's the best food to eat in the UK?
I think
there was a potato with beans and cheese. I see a lot of TikToks on that. It looks amazing.
You should have a full English breakfast. Get some bubble and squeak. Get some beans on toast. Maybe some black pudding as well. Like, go all out, guys. And if you don't know any of those are, I'm not making food names up. You can Google them. They're all real. As we are now back into the game, I assume it's a full reset as that game didn't really get started between these two teams. And Cali already looking to fight for this camo. Actually, a nice headshot from him. Take down the player on the camo. Crossman already down to one shot, but expertly playing his life here. It seems like camo grab might have come in, and it looks like Robert has grabbed the camo as a result of Crossman causing a nice distraction. But despite having this camo, his team's actually dropping around him, so you have to be careful here what his decision's going to be. And Brainiac, such a good job to spot the camo player out, and despite Bonfarger getting the camo, not really able to kind of utilize it as effectively as they would have liked.
Masters with the shock rifle trying to aim, trying to line up the perfect shot, but they are going to be heading through that backside. No, it's going to be on the aim. That's going to be a kill. Great shot by Bastos. Make it a double. Can I get a triple though? Puedo obtener ya triple muerte. Triple kill, yes sir. Starting off really strong, and that's a big lead for Katrina IFR as they are just absolutely slaying. 3 kills, 1 dead so far for almost each one of these players.
Yeah, and this is the thing where we were speaking about, is when you get shock rifle in the right hands, and Bastos definitely is the right pair of hands when it comes to the shock rifle, he can just take over a game and already hitting some huge shots, and they've already established a 5-kill lead here so early on in the game. But like we spoke about before, this Bonfarger roster are a very experienced set of players, so I don't expect them to let themselves get rattled by this kind of hot start from Katrina, and you have to see if they can find their way back into this game. But it looks like Katrina continuing to push the pace here early on, as Robert, he's found himself weak in the dip. Trying to stay alive. You can see the new camo is going to be coming up in about 15 seconds time, and that might be what this Bonfarger roster are going to be looking to grab. But they're down 1-0 in the series already. They're already down about 8 kills in this game. They need to start finding some footing in this series, because Katrina, things are getting out of hand very quickly.
Absolutely. What a great perfect kill. They need to start taking a little bit more of a defensive approach, because we've been seeing Bonfarger just going aggressive and aggressive and aggressive. And I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It leaves you widely open, not only for attacks, but also for these type of situations where you don't either see the camo or just the plays. A more aggressive approach can be a really deciding factor, especially in this situation. It's just been training and train left and right. There's the assist, there's the kill drop, and a little bit of an issue. A lot of nades coming in, that's not going to be good. Now we're see yet another trade. Bonfarger can't allow more trades. They are 10 kills down on the scoreboard. Katrina's halfway to victory. Well, with the next kill. So now, we might be looking at, yes, that's the thing that Bonfire needs. Little, small, but meaningful plays. But that stick from Marvis, that's going to give him a double kill. And what a great stick. That's going to be 3 down for Katrina.
Yeah, and look at Bastos, by the way. 7 kills and 8 assists as well. He's just outputting so much damage. And speaking of Bastos, we saw what he can do with a shock rifle earlier on in this game. And we'll have to see, can Robber replicate something similar? You can see Katrina, all 4 of them are trapped in blue. And if Bonfarger can collapse on these players effectively, get a clean wipe, that might be the start of the comeback they need. But look at that. Look at the kill feed. You can see Katrina effectively trading out some kills. They do trade 3 for 2. So that is going to go slightly in favor of Bonfarger, that team fight. And now only down 7 kills, not quite the kind of 10 or so it was moments ago. And you can see Robber here with this shock rifle. He's continuing to lock down this snipe position, but unfortunately not able to connect with any of these shots as of yet. And the camo coming up in 15 seconds to decide this series for either of these teams as Bastos makes a big play to take down the shock rifle player. And this is worst case scenario now for Bonfarger.
Need to wait for a perfect opportunity. They have a slight disadvantage from fire. Shock rifle in hands of Bastos. We already know that that is only going to get widened up. He throws the shock rifle, really intelligent move. Now going on Knuckles with some shots. Going to leave him without shields. Ooh, barely misses it, but his teammate is right there. There's going to be a trade. Crossman on danger. As Knuckles is approaching with the shock rifle. Try to go for the shot. Unfortunately, won't be the case. Knuckles able to get 1 kill, but gets caught up reloading. Unfortunately, gets taken down. Now Robber launching some grenades to make sure every single one counts, and at the same time able to get some spots, some enemies. What a great name about Timatsu to get that kill going, trying to make it a double, but unfortunately his teammate will get it first. 2 down for both of these teams.
He is turning so quickly. I'm trying to keep up. I need to fill up my chair there. He is just spinning around like so insanely fast. And unfortunately, maybe not having the strongest game in terms of slays so far. But like we've said, I mean, there's been a lot of shock rifle control, a lot of camo control from Katrina. But despite that, Bonfarger only down about 7 kills. So if they can just keep it close for now, maybe get that next camo in about 50 seconds time, that might be their route to come back. But you can see Katrina trying to continue to push the pace here and not let Bonfarger get any route back into this game, as Matsu putting down some nice shots onto his players into Yard, but a nice team push coming in as Kali's going to be there for the cleanup. 2 dead now, and Katrina looking to get full control of this map as Crossman taken down, and it is now a 10-kill lead for Katrina. It's going to take a miracle here for Katrina not to win this series, as you can see these Bonfarger players just spawning and getting collapsed on almost instantaneously. 45 to 33 now, and Katrina looking to maybe cruise towards a 2-0 series victory here.
Yeah, only 5 kills remaining. We see that the aggressiveness from Katrina is starting to show off. We already see that there's 2 kills down more to the game, make it a double. Nice for Kali, as they're now looking for the triple, which it won't be the case. Brainiac able to get the kill, and only 1 kill remain. And if Bonfarger is able to get it, well, that's going to be it for a Bonfarger here in this bracket. We are now, of course, in the lower bracket. That's the last kill. Brainiac able to take down Marvis, and that's going to be it. The series goes 2-0 in favor of Katrina FR. Like you call them, the Frenchies are falling, are not falling, are pulling through the bracket and are going into the next match of the bracket, making French proud and getting all those seeding points that they need in order to not only qualify, but also be able to get a nice spot in the pool play.
Yeah, and a quick look at stats, 50-34 in the end, quite a convincing victory for Katrina FR. I mean, Knuckles 14 and 9. I mean, great assists all across the board pretty much from Katrina. Kali slacking a little bit, but I mean, there's a great team performance all around from Katrina to win that series 2-0. And like I mentioned before, you know, they had a bit of a slower kind of showing last week, I think finishing top 12 potentially last week, but I think now they found themselves quite far in the bracket. They've won back-to-back series now against very, very strong teams. So yeah, Katrina looking good, winning that series 2-0. Obviously, commiserations to Bonfarger as well, you know, getting quite a high placement, arguably causing an upset in the series before this on the side of Bonfarger, beating Respectful, Riot, Slunny, and Sticker. So, I mean, yeah, 2 very strong teams today. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the road for Bonfarger, and yeah, Katrina advancing to our next series.
Katrina will be pushing on to the next series, like you just said, outcasting well. I wish I could go to London, man. I wish I could go to London. I mean, it's unfortunately I cannot go. But yeah, we'll be heading into a small break as we set up the next lobby. It will be a really quick one. When we come back, we're going to be talking a little bit more about all these statistics from the HCS, not only from Europe, but also from Latin America, as I have all the spicy info. and maybe a little bit of Eats and Bits from North America too. So yeah, we'll be heading into a small break. See you guys shortly for more Halo action.
Chick, and all three members on that back right hand side managed to get one, makes it a double. Could be another overkill here if he manages to get it, makes it a triple. Teams with Chick for long enough to know how and when he normally goes for these power weapons, but does clean him up. Beautiful shot coming up from him as he pushes him forward. Trying to get that top mid control, and SLG just absolutely flooring people with this snipe. And he's looking for a little bit more. What a pixel peak there.
Hi, I'm Looney. So I've been streaming a lot of competitive 8s recently, and I get a decent amount of questions on either how to join these 8s lobbies or how to get in the competitive Halo scene. So this video is going to kind of sum up everything as much as possible, as well as how to get started in the community. So to start, the competitive community is split into different regions. Europe, North America, Mexico, but they basically have a Latin America community, and ANZ, also known as Australia and New Zealand. If you're not in any of those regions, don't worry, I have places where you can go as well, but sadly you will not be allowed to compete in those regions' HCS tournaments. Next, the best social media platforms to get are Discord and Twitter. Now, I'm sure there's a community on Reddit, but I've never really been on there, nor have I been a part of that scene as of now, so I can't really speak on behalf of it. But yeah, Discord is basically a must. Discord is where most, if not all, the communities are. I'd also recommend getting Twitter/X, whatever the hip kids call it nowadays, as well, because it can help you network and kind of hear about HCS news as soon as possible, as well as kind of keep up with the community with tournaments and all this kind of stuff. Now, with that being said, please be aware that a lot of these competitive Discords/8s lobbies are for fun, but they are competitive. So they do want communication, so plug in your mic, call out, maybe get to know people in the community, make friends, maybe off that you can form teams and sign up to these tournaments. You never know. All the Discords and Twitters I'm about to recommend are all going to be linked in the description. So the first region I'm going to talk about is mainly where I reside, and this is the EU community. And the Discords I definitely recommend to check out is the EU Sauna. So this Discord is where most of the EU community kind of chill, talk, find teams, as well as play 8s on a day-to-day basis. And if you're in Europe, this is definitely the place to be. Now, if you would like to play 8s, you will look at the left here. You see where it says Pro Queue, Tier 1, and Tier 2. Now, everyone who joins the Discord will start out in Tier 2, but you slowly work your way up to Tier 1, as well as Pro Queue, depending on how well you do in European Halo tournaments and your placings online. Now, to actually join the queue, you would click Pro Queue, or in your case Tier 1 or Tier 2. Click Join Queue. Now once it's filled up with 8 people, that's when the queue pops and you can get the games going. The next two I'd say to check out are Europa Halo and Atlas. These two are more tournament Discords, but still worth checking out and looking at and waiting for updates, both of which have Twitters and Discords which are worth looking at. Link in description. Next up, the ANZ community, or Australia and New Zealand. There's quite a few places to go for this community, but I'd definitely say the two best Discords are Competitive Halo ANZ or Mac Absu's Gaming Guru Discords. The Gaming Guru's Discord also has involvement within the Asian Halo community, so if you're in that region, please check it out. I'll quickly show you how to play 8s in the Halo Competitive ANZ Discord. Now, similar to the EU scene, if you want to play 8s in ANZ, you want to scroll down here and you see Comp Queue and Champ Queue. Now, you're most likely going to be playing Comp Queue, which is the one that everyone's welcome in. You kind of have to get special roles for Champ Queue, but you simply just join the queue, and once this fills up with 8 people, the games can get going, and you guys can vote on a best of 3 or a best of 5. Now, what I'm about to speak on is probably the biggest community within Halo, which is the NA scene, or North American scene. The landscape within that community is always changing, so, sometimes other Discords are more popular, but this next Discord is probably the coolest one, and is the one that's popping the most, and is the one that I definitely recommend for you to check out if you're new to Halo. Now, I know I mainly put this in the North American scene, but the whole of the Halo community is invited, so if you're European, ANZ, this is a community, so anyone can go, but it is primarily dominated by North American Halo players. I will say this is probably the coolest and the best run Discords out there. They include Pro Player Lesson 8, their own ranking system, and trust me when I say this, please, please, please check it out. The Discord I'm of course talking about is the Clutch Academy. So just quickly before I show you how to join 8s, this is how the ranking system works. So simple enough, if you're Bronze 1 to Gold 3, that means you're...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Bienvenidos de regreso to this beautiful stream. We are going to be heading for more HCS European action. My name, Ursula, you already know it. Fernando, if you want to call me a little bit more personal, first name basis. But next to me is my dear friend Outcasted, which I don't know his name, and I'm not gonna dox him. So if he's going to present himself, or rather introduce himself with his name, I will allow it and will not get any for it. How
You know what? I'll give you one guess, and it is an English-sounding name. You got one guess, and if you get it correct, you win $2,000. No, I'm joking.
$2,000? Damn, not even pounds. That's cheap. That's cheap.
All right, quick, let's go. First guess.
James.
Oh, unfortunately not. It is Stephen, unfortunately. Yeah, it is the American spelling of Stephen, though, so it's not the English spelling with a PH. But yeah, look, now we know each other well. I think we're going to be a much better commentating duo, that's the important thing. And for our next series, we're going to be on our peak because I think it is going to be Katrina yet again versus Click Esports. And yeah, this should be a very, very interesting series. I mean, we've just seen Katrina win their last series. I think they looked very, very strong. They won that last Slayer game quite comfortably. Bastos was popping off, and so were the rest of the team. So yeah, this should be a very good series. We'll have a quick look at the teams, shall we, up on the screen. So Click Esports. Let's talk about them first. That's going to be Baxter, the mains, Desire, and Ebby. Very nice looking KDs across the board. Very fairly even damage dealt between all the players. But yeah, I'll just talk about this team just a little bit for anyone who's not familiar. So Ebby, a very, very talented German player, plays very high sensitivity, an absolute demon with a sniper rifle. Desire and the mains as well, two players hailing from the UK who have kind of been making a name for themselves throughout Halo Infinite, kind of top 8, top 6 level, both very solid players. And then Baxter, for anyone who's not familiar, how dare you, first of all. Baxter is a former, I think, 13-time European Halo champion, also hailing from the UK. And I'd say he's kind of like the team leader for this roster. He's the veteran. He's the guy that's leading the troops. And I think, yeah, very, very well-rounded roster. I think they've only recently just been announced as joining Click Esports, so congratulations, first of all. But yeah, this is a very strong-looking roster, and I think, come up against the likes of Katrina, I think should be on paper at least a fairly closely contested series. I think both these teams have had a lot of kind of close matches between some of the players on both these teams in the past. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting, and of course, congratulations for being picked up. That's going to, usually being picked up makes you like a huge boost in morale because it means that people trust in your team and of course in you. So
yeah.
Great, love hearing that. Great hearing more orcs joining Halo and picking up teams. Love to hear that. Love to see it, and of course, can't wait to see what they are going to be able to see from these guys. And of course, Katrina FR. We already see them. We already saw them won. We already see them that they are pushing the bracket. It's not the last time that we are going to see them, though. So, or may rather be not the last time we see them. We have, of course, Brainiac, Bastos, Cali, and Knuckles that are going to be fighting head and toe against this Click Esports team to see who will be able to proceed into the next round of the bracket. If I'm now guessing correctly, it is going to be the lower bracket semifinals.
So it's a big series.
Yeah, I mean,
I think is this for top 4, right? If I can do math correctly, is it? I think it might be for top 4.
5-6.
Okay. But yeah, have a quick look at the game types if we have time. If not, we can go straight into the game. Let's have a quick look. Okay, game types: Recharge, King of the Hill, Aquarius, Slayer, and Interference Strongholds. If we get to game 3, which I will say I've not actually had the privilege of commentating any Interference yet, so I kind of quietly am hoping we go all the way to a game 3 between these two teams. Yeah, Recharge, King of the Hill, game 1. We just saw what Bastos can do with the shock rifle in that last game, so definitely don't want to let him grab that again if you're a Click Esports player, but I think, on their side as well, like I was talking about Ebby, one of those players that can just as easily take over a game, and then Aquarius Slayer, always big fan of that. But I've not got the win percentages off the top of my head. I'm not quite Dan Gaskin, unfortunately, but we'll have to add that to my repertoire one day. But I think this should, like we said before, should be a very closely contested series between these two teams. I'm not really sure who I'd say is the favourite, but maybe both these teams. This is a chance for them to establish themselves as the favourite. I think if they can win this series comfortably heading into London, this is the last online competition we're seeing. This is the last competition in the EU Halo kind of HCS officially, anyway, kind of at all before we get to London. Or I guess there is actually the pre-land a week before to buy the team ticket. But I'm not sure if these two teams are going to be attending or not. But this might be the last time these two teams play each other in kind of tournament fashion. So there's a big series, not only for the seeding points, but also heading for that confidence heading into LAN that you are the better team. As we are now going to be kicking things off with the mains on this Recharge King of the Hill game, as the first 2 out on batteries is going to make things a little bit scrappy, but of course all these players off the start are going to have their focus on the camo as remote detonation in the kill feeds, a nice way to start the game. And already it was 2 dead on the side of Katrina FR. We'll have to get those team names swapped over at the top for you guys as soon as we can. But the mains with a shock rifle already hits a headshot. This is a really, really hot start for Click Esports.
Absolutely, and I just want to take a moment to shout out my boys Gasking and Shersey. Big love to you guys, wherever you are. I miss you and I hope to see you soon. But yeah, ammo in the hands of Evie. Defending the hill. And of course getting some great shots on Kali. That's going to be a kill. Still on the hill, not letting go of it. And so far a great start by Click Esports. Not letting Katrina FR get a single second, a single pixel of hill time. And well, a great opening statement for Click Esports. Oh, never mind. They're almost able to capture it. Now Katrina FR with a great opportunity to set themselves up in the hill and deny the possibility of Click Esports claiming it, as Katrina FR, the Frenchies, are now stepping into the hill.
Yeah, it's a really, really hot start from Click Esports, and this kind of batteries hill, you don't always see it so kind of comfortably captured from one side or the other. Usually it can be quite scrappy. I mean, obviously the hill being right out in the open kind of makes you very vulnerable to grenades coming in, and usually you see it being quite scrappy. But Click Esports are a really hot start in this game, nearly capping the hill fully. But we're now seeing something similar on the other side here from Katrina FR, as they've already started racking up some decent time here. If they can get one more maybe round of slays, maybe the opportunity for them to get the capture. But it is one player going down on the side of Katrina, and Baxter very sneakily slides into B and does finish that capture. So really hot start here for Click Esports as they get 3 down yet again. Brainiac already last player left alive, and he's been snuffed out as well, and he's now taken down. And perfect camo grab. It seems like everything's just going like clockwork here for Click Esports. They get 4 down, they get the camo, they already have feet in that new hill, and so far at least what I was hyping up as maybe a potentially closely contested game is looking fairly comfortable here for Click Esports off the start.
Ammo and Desire is going to be taken down, but not before trading with a Katrina FR. 3 down yet again. And yeah, it was supposed to be an even series, but now Click Esports is just absolutely dominating Katrina FR at the moment. They are not letting them move. They are not letting them get a single moment on the hill. It's going to be a second capture for Click Esports, as now it's a 2-0 lead for Click. They are just continuing to dominate. Katrina FR, I mean, just look at the kills, look at the deaths. 6 deaths for every single Katrina FR teammate. And only 2 and 3 deaths from Click Esports teammates. And the kills, ooh, that would have been huge. The kills speaks for themselves. 9, 5, 5, and 7 make it a double for Desire. They're now starting to bring up the momentum a little bit more to their side. Halfway through the 3rd kill, and Click Esports have no intention of letting it go, and little to no intention of letting Katrina FR get control of the hill.
Yeah, and it's fair to say for Click Esports, everything is clicking, as shout out to being in the chat, as they are just playing absolutely lights out at the moment. And I mean, Brainiac's Brainiac's 1 and 7. I mean, every player on Katrina is currently going negative. Every player on the Click is going positive. I did not expect this game to be so one-sided, to be honest. This is absolute domination from Click Esports. And Baxter, the player that I was hyping up as the kind of team leader, maybe the player that isn't going to be the main slayer with the likes of Desire and Ebby on the team, but he's, max kills on his team at the moment. The first place double digits in the lobby, and already it's 3-0 for Click. Let's talk about the other side a little bit. Katrina FR, they are down 3-0, but one thing that is in their favor is there's still 3.5 minutes left on the game clock, and I will say the amount of comebacks I've seen on King of the Hill, it is very, very possible. I think the mental game that kind of kicks in when you're the team that is up 3-0, maybe you start playing for Slays a little bit too much, maybe you kind of don't prioritize getting that 4th cap as you don't think you need to, but I think the experience on Click Esports, I wouldn't expect that to happen, but I think for Katrina, you know, despite being 3-0 down, there's still a lot of potential if they can turn things up here to maybe think about a comeback.
Absolutely, it is going to be a difficult comeback, but comebacks do exist, are indeed possible, even in the worst hype-up scenarios. I know I keep bringing it up, but I just can't stop thinking about that Proton Gaming and Sentinels match back in Arlington. That was just the perfect example of what comebacks are and should be made of, especially when you think they're invincible. Oh my god, Jesus gracious. No puede ser, what a great triple, and the overall disrespect Desire is having right now on Katrina, as basically what we are starting to see is the beginning of the end. Katrina FR, not much that can be done, not much that can be said. Click Esports going to go and head into a quick series, 4-0, and of course taking the series 1-0 to nothing to nada against Katrina FR, placing themselves really comfortable on that small advantage that it's a 1-game-1. And wow, what a game this was, Outcasted.
Wow.
What a game.
It seems like Click were just trying to speedrun that game almost. I mean, thank God Brainiac got a kill, but I mean, yeah, that was just pure domination. I don't know what else to say, to be honest. I was thinking about making a reference to, is that Optic Gaming playing, or actually, or was it Click Esports? Because I don't know, like, that is just flawless Halo from Click. And I mean, we just saw Katrina, right, in their last series look so strong against a very strong team in Bonfarger. So I was kind of, you know, I thought it was nailed on that this would be a close game 1, but I mean, Click Esports, I think almost, you know, showing their ceiling that game. I think when things are going well, I'm not going to say when things are clicking, you know, but when things are going well for Click Esports, it seems like they can hit very, very high heights. And I mean, that's going to give them so much confidence heading into this game too. And I mean, if they can carry on playing at the level they are, I mean, I'm sure they'll be thinking who's next for this top 3 match. But no, series not over yet. It is a best of 3. We all know, you know, us competitors, we all know how things can get in a Slayer. Sometimes you can dominate an objective game 1, and the Slayer can, you know, get a little bit dicey. So I'm sure Katrina will hopefully shake that one off, but you know, there's losing a game and then there's losing a game, and that game really did not go the way of Katrina. But Slayer on Aquarius, first to 50 kills, the Overshield P1 off the start. Let's see if Katrina can maybe start getting a bit of a foothold in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the stats, and I want to point out that in the last stats, each one an individually member of the other team. I forgot the name for a moment. Just gonna show it from Click Esports. Only died 4 times. That was 16 deaths overall. Of course, Katrina FR is not gonna let that happen again. So they want to continue going and having their great run on the lower bracket. They need to start pushing. They need to start getting everything that needs to be done in order to get the Slays going. They don't have, and of course they need to focus not only on the 4-1s, especially on Desire. Desire had a 15 kills, 4 deaths, and overall a great AD. If there's a moment at a time to focus on someone, it's going to be now. Click Esports going to be taking a 3-kill advantage over Katrina FR to start up the game.
Yep, hot start again from Click Esports. Seems like they have no intention of slowing down as Baxter gets the stick to extend his KD already to 5-1. Baxter, whatever you had for breakfast, do not change it up, because something's going well today for Baxter, as he's absolutely popping off in Game 1 and already in Game 2, as it's a 10-5 lead here for Click Esports. New Overshield isn't going to be up for quite a while, for another 45 seconds or so we have to see if Katrina can maybe find a way to get this game a little bit closer and maybe get some P-side control before this next Overshield. But Baxter here, expertly playing his life on the P-side, now has teammates for support, and these next few set of kills could be so massive, not only for this game but for the series for Katrina, as they've already found themselves down 6 kills in this game. It's 3 dead again for Katrina, as Baxter's ego channeling across the map wisely backs down when I think he realizes the fight might not be on. But you can see Baxter here, not only is he putting down the damage, he's controlling the P side, he's in prime position to get the Overshield grab. But as I say that, 2 of his teammates do force that grenade, so this might now be a chance for Katrina to collapse on this P side of the map, get a grab on the Overshield, and think about closing this gap, as gap has now closed down to about 5. You can see Ebby, he's thinking about the overshield, but Callie's in prime position to get the grab here. And it looks like Callie has got the grab on the overshield, and this is Katrina's time maybe to claw back some of this lead.
We need to start getting as much momentum back as possible. Callie with the overshield. We'll try to rip, but it will be Brainiac with a great assist. The power of friendship is stronger than any energy shield that we've seen. Now Callie, of course, going to top mid. As we see now that the game is a little bit more slow. The game is taken to a crawl. But still, Click Esports with a 2-kill advantage so far. Katrina FR doing everything in their power to try and just shrink that lead that Click Esports have. Callie donates, not able to pressure Lowsox, but still he gets taken down. 2 down for both of these teams. Now Brainiac going to try and have a slow approach, able to spot the mains, try to land some shots on him, but won't be unable to do so. Now moving over that side, we'll try to get some shots going on, but still trying to find a teammate, won't get it. Desire gets the double, but unfortunately gets taken down.
Yep, still about a 3-kill lead here for Click, as Katrina, I think, off the back of the overshield, did a good job closing the gap, but it seems like Click now started to establish just a little bit of a lead again, as things getting a bit kind of cagey here, as you can see in the mains. Hesitant maybe commit to this P-side push, but he's now got Baxter there for support, and it's a nice kind of bait and switch here from the side of Click to secure that first kill. Baxter being such a nuisance towards the fridge, milking his life. And you can see the main style there for support, and I think this is the thing, right, with this Click Esports roster. Not only have they got so much individual skill, but we're just seeing so many great examples of teamwork between them in pairs, running around the map, nice bit of bait and switch, and I think that's what makes them such a strong team, as they now find themselves a lead. Look at this play from the mains. He chooses not to shoot his gun, and he's going to get the kill on Callie as well. Nice play from the mains. Maybe would have liked the back smack and a kill ideally, but, still, it will take a trade, as the overshield in 5 seconds' time. Once again, looks like Katrina might be in position to get yet again another grab, and we'll have to see if they can maybe use that to get in the lead. But as I say that, Bastos gets taken down across the map. Knuckles now going for the grab. Is he going to get the pop? No, he isn't. It's all going wrong for Katrina, as Callie's now put down to 1 shot as well, and what looked like a nailed on overshield for Katrina FR has been snatched away into the hands of the mains, and this is looking very scary now for Katrina FR, as they're down already 4 kills, and the mains is flying at you with an overshield.
The overshield is going to be a huge rock in the shoe. We see some nades coming up. Callie in danger. At the same time, we see that they're just trying to push and double kill for the main. Still has a little bit of overshield juice in it. Trying to push, going up the stairs and get the kill on Knuckles. Will get it. I'll give him myself the triple kill medal. He deserves it. He made a good job getting that kill. Unfortunately, not in time for the game to count it as a triple kill. The main's now getting some shots. It will be Brainiac, the one that will take him down. Brainiac now going for a nice double. Knuckles trying to assist him in any way possible. It will be Bastos taking down Desire. 29 to 34, 5-kill difference. As Katrina FR is starting to yet again find his footing. And Click Esports. What a nade that was. That's going to be a stick. Bastos gets taken down in the distance. The aggressiveness from Click Esports. Showing, but Callie going to stop them in every step of the way. Still a 5-kill lead for Click.
Yeah, I mean, Katrina, despite losing out on that last overshield, done a good job to keep this game come within touching distance. Only about a 5-kill lead now, but you think, the new overshield come up in 20 seconds. This could really decide the game. You saw Click Esports clutch up on that last overshield grab when it looked like it was going to be a grab for Katrina, and now you can see Katrina do have B-side control yet again, but the mains slowly making a move towards the overshield. Zara as well slowly inching up the map, but the grenades are going to put him down to absolute here, but somehow is staying alive here. Car 3 does eventually get taken down. Bastos now going to go for the overshield grab, and he is going to get it as well, so this is it for Katrina. Can they use this overshield effectively to get these kills and bring this score back to a tie game, as Bastos does get 1 kill. Now looking to get the kill onto Baxter. Oh my lord, I thought he was going to get injured, but he does get the kill onto Baxter. Still got half the overshield left as well. Oh my lord, Bastos, he's brought this one back down to only a 4-kill lead now. He's still got a little bit of the overshield left, and if Bastos can continue to push the pace here, you can see Callie already flying in across the map, but Bastos isn't going to be there for support, as it is now Click Esports. Despite the overshield grab from KFR, it's still a 5-kill lead.
Make it a 6-kill lead so far as Click Esports. Yet again, getting all the kills with quick turnaround by Bastos, able to get the kill and shrink the advantage that Click Esports has by 5. Make it 4 now. We're going to yet again climb. Because we are on the last 5 minutes, and of course on the last moments. And this could get really difficult for Click, for Katrina FR. As they are 4 kills down. 3 down for Click. Kali able to get a double. Knuckles able to get the kill. Only a 2 kill difference now. This is going to be a really tight game. Click Esports might be able to walk away with victory, but Katrina FR will be fighting with every single nail, claw, and overall. Ooh, what a great nade! And everything that has this is Arsenal. Make it a 2-kill lead, make it a 2-kill lead, make it 3-kill lead. Click Esports 1 kill away from claiming victory and proceeding to a lower bracket. Knuckles alone, but Bastos is going to be right there on that side. Unfortunately, won't be able to get it. The kill is going now in motion, and that's going to be a kill. Click Esports able to take it 50-46. As Evie will be the last one to deliver that final blow. Click Esports pulls in the bracket 2-0 and will be facing against the winner. If not, they already have someone waiting for them. Let me check real quick.
But that was a great win though from Click Esports. I think Katrina, really valiant effort in the end, and we spoke about it a little bit after game 1, right? Despite an absolute dominating game 1 performance from Click Esports, Katrina so close to potentially bringing that series to a game 3, but Click Esports clutching up at the end when it matters the most. In the end, winning only by 4 kills, but that's going to be enough to get them over the line into the next series. And I think if Vactor in the chat is correct, that might have been actually for top 4. I think the Foe not being in today's tournament has kind of opened up that spot for a new team to make it into the top 4, and obviously that's going to be so crucial for these seeding points heading into the LAN. So that is a big series for Click to win, not only from a competitive point of view, wanting to beat maybe some of your rivals, but also just the amount of seeding points they're going to get now just from that victory alone, making it into that top 4. I mean, I'm sure they're not done in today's tournament in their heads, but that's guaranteed top 4 kind of bare minimum now for Click Esports as they take that series 2-0, and they are looking on top form today.
Absolutely, they are continuing to push in, and they are going to be facing the winner in the lower bracket semifinals of Mamma Mia and Snipe Addict. So one of two teams will be facing off against Click Esports in a now best of 5 scenario, and let me tell you, it is getting tighter and tighter. The competition, it has never been like this way. I mean, take away Foe, leave Quadrant, and what you have a really competitive bracket that just can switch up a lot of what's happening or what could happen. It shakes up the results, it shakes up the stats, it shakes up, of course, even a little bit of teams here and there, as WrestleMania might be in full motion too. But overall, amazing. I mean, it's the London qualifier. They are going to be heading into home turf, so they need to have everything in their favor to be able to just walk into the venue and prove why they were able to not only dominate the online qualifiers, but also the major qualifier.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this next series, like you said, not quite decided yet who's going to be playing against Click Esports, but I think Mamma Mia I'd expect to be the opponent for them. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this one goes. As we are just going to go for a few replays. As for anyone that missed it, Click Esports absolutely dominated game 1 of this series. They were just, almost seems like they were playing perfect Halo. I mean, they capped the first hill with ease. They basically capped every hill with ease. So, I mean, they were just playing so strong this game 1. And I think, that's the thing, right? I mean, you can win a series, and obviously it's sometimes great to win a really kind of closely contested series, but I think when you win a game like this, it's just going to give you so much confidence as a team to know that you're capable of playing at that level. And I think that's going to give Click Esports so much confidence, not just for London, but even heading into this next series. As their run isn't over yet. I mean, they've got top 4 guaranteed, but I think top 3 could still be on the cards. I mean, especially if they can play like they did in that game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really came off, especially on that first game. I have to really highlight it. That first game was just absolutely enormous for Click Esports. They were able to dominate that King of the Hill really easily. They were able to die each of one just 4 times. The kills, everyone was like 9 kills, 15 kills, especially on Desire, 10 kills, 12 kills. So they really went all in that first round because they knew that if they were able to bring the momentum to their side, they would have been able to just take it to the next match and, of course, just let it all out. And, well, let it all out they did indeed. they were able to walk out with a really nice victory, a 2-0 win against Katrina FR. And of course, Click Esports are now heading into the lower bracket semifinals, like I said, to face off either Mamma Mia or
Snipe Addicts.
Snipe Addicts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we got it. But we are going to go to a quick break, guys, as we try to get our next series ready to go here as soon as possible. So yeah, don't go anywhere, and we will see you again very soon.
Gold 4 to Plat 6, that means you're a major. If you're within Diamond, that means you're elite. If you're Onyx 1500 to 1750, that means you're champ. And if you're above 1750, that means you're legendary. Now that we got the ranking system out the way, I'll quickly show you how to join 8s. Now this might seem overwhelming, but it's not. So you would just find wherever you slot in within the ranking system. You would scroll down until you find, so here it is, legendary, champ. And then you would see queue here. You would click queue here, and then you would see that there's people queuing up here. And then you would just simply click join queue. And as you can see, I'm ready in the queue. And once this fills up with 8 people, then you can get the 8s going. Simple enough. Now, I'd quickly like to reiterate how cool this Discord is. They actually have pro players in there that teach you how to play the game. So they would go through weekly POVs and talk about situations and as well as movement. This is a cool Discord, and it's free resources. Definitely check it out if you've got time, or if you're just trying to improve in Halo, or just make friends and find a community. I keep saying this, but it is a cool Discord, and to add to the coolness, they have an old school Halo League, which they play classic Halos, and on top of that, they also run monthly Halo tournaments. I'll be the first to say I don't know anything for the Mexico region. I thought it was grouped into Latin America, but when I looked at the HCS rulebook for 2023, it only allows Mexico to compete. Either way, I don't know too much about this region, so I got my good friend and pro player Acid to kind of help me out on where to start if you want to compete within Mexico. Now, there isn't really a Discord for you to kind of like go in and check out and meet people, but there's 2 Twitter accounts which will kind of get your foot in the door. The first is Halo Multiplayer's Kingdom, or HMK Latam. As for the second, I definitely say to check out Lil53B4S. He kind of just posts tweets daily to help the Latam community kind of schedule scrims or meet people and stuff like that. Now, I'm sorry I don't have much more information, but please keep in mind, networking and meeting people to play is key if you want to either find a team or improve at the game, or even if you want to just have more fun. Now, I'm going to say this again. In a lot of these Discords, you do require a mic if you want to play 8, so please communicate. It's actually incredibly frustrating when 3 out of the 4 people on your team are calling out, and there's one guy not saying anything. Don't be afraid to ask what they are if you don't know the callouts. Secondly, please remember, there are also nice people, but there are also dickheads. Don't take anything that these people say to heart. If they are being mean to you, just move on and ignore it. I think that's everything. Good luck, have fun, tell these Discords I sent you, and if you enjoyed my video, it would mean a lot if you could leave a like and a sub. Peace.
If any team says, oh, they were cold at the start of the grand finals, that's their issue at the end of the day. But the only difference is that they may not have been playing in a tournament environment at the time, but they should at least be prepared. But it's one of those things, it was just one game. We'll see if Foe can continue on this trend with the victory here. As now, Foe looking to be pretty damn good in this series, early doors, and already Chick gets 1. Snipedriven has taken on Wootum in the end, and now 2 down now for Foe, with Jimbo just coming up on a respawn. And Jimbo going 3-1. He seems to always have a really good start on recharge.
He does, and this start from Foe, absolutely huge. Maintaining that momentum they gathered in that first game victory. Can they keep it on going forward here? Left a very long Slayer game ahead. Psycho Wasika with some great shots and great movement in order for them to get that kill, get that trade off. 4-6, only 2 kill lead very early on here. Mighty's has found himself the shot, so he's the player to watch. Can he find any of the heads of Quadrum? And Quadrum have identified where he is, so Mighty's wisely backs down, but cannot escape the bandit of Seeker, who hunts him cautiously through that tower Persia. There's 3 players of Quadrum stuck towards the C and tower side. Seeker trying to push in, and he's being so hot in this start here on 3-2, matching the start that Jimbo has. Make that 4-2 with some beautiful shots as Quadrum take themselves into a lead.
Yeah, small lead, but a lead in itself. Great nades coming up. All 3 members are going to be there, but he gets taken down. There's so much damage. Someone needs to get in there, just collapse onto them. That's going to be 1 down. Seeker managed to find 1 in the end, but a double came out. My goodness, that could have been so much worse. That 1 nade, it must have done at least 150, 200 damage.
Mental.
Depending on how much shield was broken. And Mighty's now just having to back away. Gets a few shots onto A. Also gets the information required. But 3 down now for Quadrant. And it looks like Mighty's has the camo. So this is a great way for Foe to increase their lead.
It does. It's very back and forth here. 1 kill lead separates these 2 teams. Mighty's trying to check to see if he can spot that shot, because that's what he wants to get his hands on, but it's not up yet. Waiting for that to respawn as he rotates into bottom A with his teammates. SLG made light work of with that team shot. The reach out comes through as he's able to help Chick get that assist. And right now, Foe are finding plenty of holes, just find themselves 2 kills, but on the other end of the field, I believe it was Sniper and Seeker had worked their own magic, getting themselves kills, tying up the game at 17 kills per side. The shock is up, so I don't know who has grabbed that. I believe it's a member of the Quadrant team. But that will be a real pivotal point. Can they find any openings? Can they find any gaps? Because right now, Foe seems to have Quadrant read so well. They seem to be able to shimmy their way around the map and give themselves so much space.
I'm surprised it's the lead hasn't increased by so much, because Mighty did so much damage with that camo. Didn't see as many collapses as we would like, but again, got the info. Everyone around top control and around long. One's actually pushing. That's Seeker sneaking around into top gold there. And does manage to get away with it. Takes down Wutum. And Jimbo also taking down SLG. We'll stick with Jimbo's perspective just for a little bit to see exactly what mischief he's up to. Going to go through long, but decides to stay completely clear, as I don't blame him. Took a huge amount of damage there. Trade comes up between Glory and Chick. Snarkjohn and Jimbo also trade each other out. And Mighty finishes off Seeker. So this is good for Foe now. 4 kill lead. And they have to shock. And now we just need to decide how about see what their next motive's going to be.
Crazy how back and forth this is right now, but Foe definitely proving the point of why they deserve to be here. They've led for the majority of this game and are continuing to do so. That 1 kill lead has gone to 3, but those 3 kills can be huge in the grand scheme of this game. Wutum looking to work a little bit more magic. 5, 6, and 9 start, so not too bad from him whatsoever. He's going to get caught out here in Whirlpool, maybe being a little bit overzealous, and left Jimbo hang out to dry. 3 go down on the side of Foe, with Mighty's left caught in battery. Somehow gets away with the kill onto Snipe Drone and baits out Glory so hard. Glory's chasing that kill there. This led to his teammates being put at deficit and enabling Foe to keep that 1 kill lead.
Yeah, Glory's been known for doing that. Sometimes he can get a little bit over-aggressive or overzealous. It's in his nature, really, because he likes to try and create some surprise attacks. But I think at that range, at that distance, and that position, definitely uncalled for. But it's all right. We will have these moments, so to speak, so it's fine. As we switch over to Mighty, it barely died. 4 deaths compared to everyone else. And no, he's not baiting. He's just been supporting his team extremely well. Had to come out one stage. Also, top of things... And again, the Sniper just staying alive, but providing that stability I mentioned before. Seeking Glory adding to the kill feed here. As one more Sniper Drone does get away, SLG takes down Mighty. And that's going to be 2 members of Foe dead again. As Chick does take down Sniper Drone, but they're fighting for that 1 kill deficit. It's been neck and neck for the entirety here, all tied up almost, but now it's going to be 37 to 35, make that 36. Very hard to separate the two, no matter what power-ups or power weapons they've actually been able to gain in this matchup.
I mean, both teams have done such a good job at mitigating each team's, their opponent's opportunities in doing anything, identifying where that shock is at all times, and subsequently avoiding any headshots. I believe it's Snipe Drone who's got away with that camera. We'll have to see. And it is, and this is going to be the playmaker. Jimbo finds that huge pick onto SSOT. It is traded out. Snipe Drone working his way through, but caught out by the shock in the back. He has to stay alive here. Super important. It doesn't look like anyone in foes in position to take him down. Wooten stuck in heaven. Great team shots coming out. Snipe Drone able to take him down subsequently. Jimbo will fall. Have they identified Chick at the bottom of A? Is, and he's traded out, and that's a plethora of kills falling in favor of Quadrant at the final hurdle, 45-43. Mighty's once again last alive, decides to plant himself at that top glass area, see if he can catch out any of the Quadrant players. Starting to overextend just a moment. Jimbo is sat back C, and the pacing of this foe side is slowed down astronomically, but Snipe Drone reading the positioning of Jimbo perfectly as he was able to catch him out chasing Glories.
Well, 48-45 could just be a matter of time now unless foes step their game up, which they definitely could, but having to back away, it's going to be a trade out. Wilton managed to get 2, so it's now 49-47, but they've ended it quite quickly. They don't want any stalemates, they don't want any trades and whatnot. They just want to get it over and done with it, and that's going to be one apiece here in this grand final.
However, if Cloud9 are able to get this, they're still in driver's seat. Here comes the push. Back flank from Mud. 2 kills picked up by Jimbo, and you hear Foe popping off. Rightfully so. Down 2-1 the series. Woodham showing off the keyboard to the crowd and saying, I'm better, I'm different. Look at me. The first ever
mouse and keyboard player to place top 8 in the history of Halo. Wootub, your name will ring in the history books of Halo. Welcome to the main stage, and what a performance.
Since the release of Halo, main Halo titles have always been a console game, which by extension means that it was a controller game. This formula would run for 18 years until the release of Halo the Master Chief Collection on PC on December 3rd of 2019. HCS would then run a few grassroots style tournaments for a year in prep for the release of Halo Infinite. As people competed in these Halo-reached grassroots tournaments, there was little to no motion of MNK players in the competitive scene, and many would comment how unfair controller was compared to mouse and keyboard.
Bro, it is just like, I'm just gonna say it, like, I cannot win 1v1s. The controller, you guys shoot faster and more accurately than me. I can't keep up with that.
The other side of the community would then start to pose the argument that these controller players have been playing Halo for years, while mouse and keyboard expect to come in and dominate, when in reality these players are just making bad plays. When the Halo Infinite multiplayer beta was finally released on November 15th, 2021, MNK players were finally on a semi-even playing ground. A new game that people had to all learn from day one, and no one had an advantage. Though again, the beginning of the game, people believed that there was little to no point, as the controller was by far the best option to go with. And for the most part that was true, and the landscape didn't really change too much for the first year. Then it finally happened. On December of 2022, 343 finally decided to add very slight aim assist, and ironically, this was an accident. But due to the game's positive feedback, they decided to keep it. The mouse and keyboard community now had a chance. Sadly, people automatically assumed there wasn't any point on competing on MNK, as controller was just too powerful. Until a few star players broke out, and one of them, Wootum.
I know with the nasty. Oh yeah, I know with the nasty.
I'm tired of waiting. I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now.
Now Wootum, born and raised in Finland, got his start in esports through a game called Splitgate. Wootum and his team would go on to dominate everything that Splitgate would throw at them, playing under SSG, but sadly barely losing out in the grand finals of the last Splitgate tournament. Once Splitgate reached the end of its lifespan, Wootum would start to explore other games, looking at Apex, and then finally settling on Halo. He would start his Halo journey humble, by just learning the game and playing as much matchmaking as he could. But within a very short amount of time, he would get noticed by the EU Halo community, and rumors would be going around about this mouse and keyboard god. Sadly, similar to his Splitgate journey, this would now come with cheating accusations.
Yeah, to speak on it lightly, I guess, there was like a huge accusation at the time
this was leading up towards like grand finals, I think, of the summer season. And yeah, they're like literally everyone in the game basically thought he was like cheating. He was just that good, man. Like that was when he was, you know, like elevating to just another type of level.
At this point, Wooten had been playing Halo for around 2 months, until he got noticed by me and my team, Bittersweet. With less than 4 months of Halo game time, Wooten would then go on to attend his first Halo LAN at Europa Halo, Blackpool. Team Bittersweet would go on to finish that LAN placing 4th. This builds Wooten's stock as he would have a fantastic event, all of which he was playing mouse and keyboard on Xboxes, which I'm pretty sure everyone is aware is not the best in itself. After Blackpool, Halo Pro Legend would go on to join the SSG Halo team in North America, which would lead to a few team shuffles within the top 2 teams in Europe. Wooten at this point will be given the opportunity to prove himself at the peak of EU Halo, as he would join Team Foe, alongside incredible talent like Chick, Mighties, and Jimbo. Wooten would attend his first HCS LAN and his first time playing with Team Foe at HCS Arlington on March 15th of 2024. Of course, people had high expectations for Wooten at this event, as it was going to be the first EU MNK player on main stage at a HCS event, and let me tell you, he did not disappoint.
Get him, brother! Get him! Let him know! Let him fucking know! When's the last time you seen someone like this playing Halo? Huh?
Wooten has done it again. The most slayed for his team. Double positive just about once again. He got 7 assists as well. Unbelievable. Wooten, the rookie, is going to ice up twice in Game 5 in the lower bracket to extend Foe's life as history is made. Once again, mouse and keyboard supremacy as Wooten and Foe move on. What?
Wooten and this Foe lineup would go on to do well, making it the first time 3 out of the 4 players would go on to break into the top 6 for this game, and securing themselves pools for the next event. So, what's next for Wooten? I think he has nothing but a bright career ahead of him, in the sense that he's still young, being the age of 17, and has only about 6 months of competitive Halo game time. Imagine him in 1 year. He would have quite literally doubled his game time in this esport. So, what does this mean for mouse and keyboard players then?
One of our good buddies from Splitgate, you know, he's trying to compete as well, like on MNK. When he gets the time, I think he's going to be going to the Atlanta major. So you might even see him there competing. But I think as a whole, though, I think Wooten, like, setting this bar for mouse and key players, even being like just such low hours, I think he has like what 1,300 hours, and he's just already starting to dominate the scene. I think it'll definitely inspire people.
I believe the domino effect has started too, in which Wooten will and has inspired a new community of players to step up and compete at the highest level of Halo, and it's only a matter of time until we see a top Halo team with either half or more than half using mouse and keyboard. So what do you think? Does this finally put the mouse and keyboard debate to rest within Halo? Are we finally on even playing fields now, or does one side still have an advantage? Let me know in the comments and I'll be sure to respond. Hey guys, Looney here. I hope you enjoyed that video, and it would absolutely mean the world to me if you could leave a like and a sub. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Today's guest is Barcode. Barcode is an Australian pro Halo player who is considered by most the best player ever to come out of the ANZ region. First thing I wanted to talk to you about a little bit is, you know, for anyone who's not aware, you've had quite an interesting journey throughout Comp Halo. I mean, you've been all around the world, and I guess, you know, where did it start for you? Kind of how did you get into Halo? How did you find out about Comp Halo?
I mean, I've said this before, but it's like I've kind of grown up around Halo my entire life. Like literally, just like my family, my brother, like, you know, like as in like literally, I was born. I'm 3 months older than Halo 1.
Oh my lord!
Right, and so I remember. Well, I don't like. What happened was my brother was playing Halo 1 at my cousin's place, on the original Xbox, and then he ended up begging like my dad to get one. And so literally as a kid, like literally since as a child, I've been like, been around the game, been around the whole franchise. So, there's that. And then obviously playing it a lot, like it kind of become like somewhat naturally good, you'd hope, over time as you're growing up. I mean, you'd hope, right? But yeah, as I started growing up a bit and stuff like that, I got Xbox Live like 2009. So I was 8 years old, playing Halo 3. I was just a pure infection kid, just playing custom games and whatnot. And then I ended up properly starting competing around 2016.
Oh wow!
I would have actually started competing earlier when I was like around 14, 15. But dude, trying to find the Australian Halo scene was really weird.
Yeah.
They had a Facebook page. That was the last place to check. Yeah, I was literally like playing matchmaking, like trying to find ranked games on MCC and like messaging people after the game, like, hey, do you know like where I can find this community? Like literally, I was asking that because I was wanting to get into it, and like some people were like, and then there was this one guy, I forgot what his gamer tag was, but and this is when I was playing as an elite. I was playing as an elite. So it was H2A competitive, and I was playing what was it, Warlock in that game?
Yeah. I think it's called Warlord.
And
the remake.
Yeah, Warlord. Yeah, it's called Warlord in that one. And so I'm just a giant ass elite, bro, and I actually played pretty well. And then literally the first message I get after the custom game is, dude, you gotta change to a Spartan. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, so I actually went to Atlanta because I got picked up for the number 1 ANZ team for, I don't know who it was at the time. I think Pip quit or got dropped.
Okay.
So and that was like Berserk, Slays, and Mads. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they actually asked me to play. So I got picked up there, and that was my first international event.
What was that? What was that like? Was that like a kind of big milestone you think in your career, like getting that first international event?
Oh yeah, dude, that was sick. I was so excited. I literally, because I got the message at like, dude, it was at DJ hours. It was at like 2 o'clock in the morning or something, and I'm like, holy shit! I get to go over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's a crazy experience. Like it's been what I've been working towards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like winning comps and like getting to finally go. But at this time, ANZ was truthfully, it was fucking dead. It was like really bad, really bad.
And then that was 2018, right? And then I think after that event, that was that Atlanta? Was like that the last official?
That was the last H5. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like late 2018, I guess. I would have loved to have seen you on the EU team, and as an EU fan, I was kind of hoping like there's so many times. I think even last year there was rumors of like, oh, Barcode is technically he is Serbian, so he could come over. Like, and I was like, oh yeah. And he was like, we need you, but yeah, I mean,
because you don't, because like after. Yeah, that was also a potential thing in Europe. I'm not gonna really go into it because I don't really know what was like the landscape for you guys, so I don't know what people know and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that was definitely a potential thing. Once again, me getting denied kind of worried them, but being from another region and playing for an international organization is completely fine. To enter the States, you can do that. You can fucking do that, right?
Yeah.
So there's no problem there.
And then I guess what was the approach then for the obviously the native red team? We saw you got picked up, not that long ago now, or with is it APG, Collect and Miquin, right? Is a team, and I guess like I said, was that like a thing where was it Miquin that messaged you again, but like let's get this going again, or I guess what was that feeling like as well to be like that close? You think like giving up on your dream to then suddenly a lifeline gets thrown to you?
Yeah, I mean it was kind of crazy because I don't know how I want to get into this because so APG was streaming.
Okay.
He was doing his press conference.
Oh
things. Yeah. He was talking about it, and shit went down in that very stream. And coincidentally enough, so because like when I got released, Native were still working on my visa. That was their promise to me. They said they're gonna keep working on it. They're gonna get me one, so I have an easier process getting back. Right?
Yeah, that's really cool.
But then what ended up happening was I got a message that very morning before the stream went live about a potential team actually hitting me up to play with them, right? I'm not going to say what team it is. I'm not going to say who it was, obviously, but I was literally in a business call with them about getting signed with them and then coming over and playing with them. Obviously there was like, it wasn't set. It wasn't set at all. Like, they would have had to ask if like that was something viable and doable, which I'm pretty certain it would have been. Okay. But the offer, you know, was still like my thought process at this time was whatever it takes to get back. I need to get my foot back in the door.
Okay, thanks again, guys. Thank you everyone for watching, and yeah,
Thanks,
we'll
guys.
see you next time. Bye bye.
Into a foe potentially looking for that bracket reset going forward as Jimbo tried to fly up that driveway early on. Let's back down to the nade. Snipedrone will clean him up. And right now, remember that camera is on delay, so both these teams probably vying for more positioning based than anything else to set themselves up for potentially that camera grab, which will be popping in about 5 seconds.
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not the biggest fan of Forbidden, but I want to see how it plays out at high tier plays. It might actually make me enjoy it a little bit more, because it's quite an interesting map. Obviously, the newest in the map pool if anyone's new to Infinite. But 3 down now for foe, and this is already looking pretty damn bleak here. And if they take that one player out around mid, which is going to be Chick, Death Cycle is going to be all in shambles here, as you know, it's got Camo, he's going to be picking that up, as Glory just going to stay alive with this ball and see if he can milk as much time as possible. But look where the players are here, Hop. You've got 2 around PD, you've got 1 on the ramp, and the problem is they're pushing in a 2v2 kind of situation, but if Snipedrone keeps them distracted enough, then they're going to have a full-on numbers, which they have done. He's distracted them so much that they forced a 3v2, and Snipedrone did his job basically keeping them away and keeping them effectively from supporting the other 2 players around Ben. Both in that 2v2 scenario were just in complete opposite ends of the map. No damage can be done to even help each other, which is now going to give Quadrant a lot of time here with the ball. 24 seconds. People may not think that's a lot, but honestly, at this level, it's a huge amount. But 4 dead for Quadrant, and foe now looking to try and create their own setup and see if they can at least stop Quadrant dismantling them. And saying that though, Snipedrone's already got 1. Jimbo just barely managing to stay alive here, and it's important that he continues to do so.
And a great first pick coming out from Snipedrone, but Jimbo returning the
Hello everybody, welcome back, and we're going straight into the game. No messing around here. We like gameplay only, you know. That's what we do here. But yeah, we should be going straight into the game between, I think it's Click Esports versus Mamma Mia. We just saw Click Esports moments ago. You know, arguably, you know, slam Katrina FR, if I'm being honest. So in game 2 was pretty close, but game 1 was an absolute whitewash. So I mean, they're going to be feeling good heading into this series. Baxter's going to be very happy that it's pit flag game 1. It's going to be a best of 5 series between these 2 teams, as we are getting straight into the gameplay. I7, and he's already got his hands on the sniper rifle, so yeah, it should be a good series, James. And you know, we can do a little bit of analysis here off the start, maybe before we get into the action.
Yeah, of course, we're here in the semi-finals. That's where I like to be. The lower bracket semi-finals. It is, of course, best of 5. Click, Bax, Ebby, Nemain's Desire, who are 4 dead briefly, actually. Mamma Mia, I7, Flux, Shadmos. First time I've cast Mamma Mia today, actually. We've kind of just been kind of on the opposite side of the bracket to these guys. So we haven't really been following them. But yeah, I'm excited for this game, mate. I think I watched, was it the other stream had Mamma Mia on it, I think? And they absolutely slammed in that final game. Like, that was not even close, like, at all. So, yeah, they're going to be coming off a bit of a high as well. And, yeah, pit flag. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I think both teams are feeling very confident off the back of a big win. And also, right, I mean, we're getting to that point in the tournament now where, you know, the seeding points, I think there's a slightly increased rate for this tournament. So all these series get so massive when you start to consider the implications they could have on the bracket in London. This is the last chance for both these teams to get seeding points heading into London. You can see, Mamma Mia, they're playing like it because they've already got a flag on the move. Only a minute and a half into this game, but already it's 1-0 to them. And this is where things get a bit dangerous for Click Esports, as they already go 2 down yet again. You can see Shad, he's got that flag on the move, but think Ebby looks to have got to the high side uncontested, does get that kill onto Shad just to slow things down yet again, but Desire here on a little bit of a long flank towards Sword, and I don't think i7 is going to expect it as he gets taken down as well. Sniper, I think that might have been the last shot in the barrel for him, unfortunately, for Desire, but a nice few kills starting to get put together here for Click Esports. There's a really strong slaying performance to start this game from Mamma Mia, and you can see why with Mose hitting shots like that. And James, look at this. We've got some capture the flag stats in the bottom left of the screen. What more could you want?
Mate, team average is a little worrying for Click, though. Only 1.89 flag caps a game. It might also be because they've played a lot of Argyle or something. As Shad finds a double. Flux gets one as well. He's going to get traded out, though. And Bax, last one left alive. Gonna have to hide a Needler that no longer has a Needler. R.I.P. R.I.P. the Needler.
R.I.P. Shout out
He's gonna try. Oh, Shad, though. Let's get beaten. Were you a Needler fan, Steve?
I liked it when I had it in my hands, but I hated it when the other team had it in their hands, which I think sums up why probably it was taken out, because you couldn't really do anything to avoid it when someone was Needlering you in the face. But, I mean, rockets aren't bad either, and it seems like i7, not only is he running the flag, he's got rockets in the back pocket as well, as he looks to be getting this flag through the long haul. I think my gameplay is just frozen for a second, so I won't pretend I know what's going on.
Mine also has.
Okay, that's good. That's not just me.
I can hear noises, though.
Okay. Oh, I hear game
I can hear
sound.
noises back, so we might have to go back in a second. But yeah, it looked like they were running that flag. But you could kind of also see someone from Click kind of running into their flag as i7 came down. So yeah, I'm not totally sure what happened, but here we are. Both flags are away, and both flags are actually sitting near Mamma Mia's base. They should be able to grab that flag, and then their own flag should return if they're quick enough.
Ooh.
As i7 does find Bax, the flag will come back. It's going to be... Oh my god, I thought it was going to be 2-0, Steve, but actually, Click Esports' flag went back.
Yeah, good job from Click Esports. They're kind of hanging on to this game by the look of it. The Slays continuing to be kind of comfortably in the favour of Mamma Mia. They were very close to going 2-0 up there, as we saw before the kind of cutaway. The i7 had rockets and flag in hand through the long haul. So good job from Click Esports just to stay alive in this game. But I think they're going to have to start putting some Slays together, as at the moment, that is the big difference we're seeing in the stats between these two teams, is Mamma Mia just comfortably kind of outslaying him. And, when you're outslaying in a game of objective, more times than not, you're probably going to win the game. So we're going to have to see. There's a lot of Falcons in this map, rockets over shield, sniper. If Click Esports can start getting their hands on those weapons and putting some kills together, there's still a lot of time left in this game, only a 1-0 scoreline for things to go in their favour. But Shad looking to continue the aggression here, and despite his team being 2 down in the kill feed, he's already going to start moving this flag. You can see on the other side of the map as well, the flag on the move, so there's a lot going on at the moment for these players to consider, as Shad is making a bit of a flank as well. He's almost using that flag as bait here, and he's going to maybe get this kill onto the player on the wall sheet, as Mose is going to be there for support as well. It's 2 dead now on the side of Click Esports, as look at this bait and switch we're seeing. Shad does miss a shot, but it's not going to matter, as it's 4 dead for Click Esports, and that is almost perfect textbook Halo from Click Esports.
And somehow Shad still getting shot around that corner. Their flag is going to go back, and unless a miracle occurs, which it's not gonna, Shad gonna slide in for cap number 2. And it's Shad with 12, Flux with 11 himself, but I've seen Shad at least twice, if not 3 times, get double kills into the feed. So it is going to be a killing spree for Shad, as i7 finds a double himself and gets the trade. Now it's just Ebby left. And here is the aforementioned Ebby. He will go down, and now Click. And some weird spawn timings, seeing as Ebby down for ages. And if Mamma Mia can find another couple of kills, they can't quite do it, Steve, but I was worried there. If they could have found a couple of kills, they could have put him into like a 3 alive at all times spawn timer, and then it would have been real weird. Oh my god, they're 4 dead though.
I don't know how they do it, Mamma Mia. Like,
what?
To get a team all 4 dead all at the same time is almost the worst case scenario for the team that is getting taken 4 down. I mean, if you can kind of stagger your deaths a little bit, it gives you a chance to do things off spawn. But Mamma Mia are doing it in almost a perfect team wipe. I mean, I was saying moments ago about they're playing textbook Halo, and it seems like they're continuing that trend, as they seem like they've got Empyrean CTF down to a science, as i7 hitting the slide as well off the wall. Does unfortunately miss the flag, but thankfully for him, it's still going to be 3 now, 4 down for Click Esports, as he's almost taking the scenic route to cap that flag, as he does eventually get it in. 3-0 game 1 for Mamma Mia. Absolute domination from them, making it look easy, and now already 1-0 up in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, that was pretty ruthless. And you're like, it's such a science, and then i7 just like starts fumbling all over the place. But mate, that was ruthless. Like you said, to get 4 dead from all 4 players at the same time. That's crazy. Like the team ace, basically. But yeah, it's so actually something I just noticed watching back at that I7 flag cap, by the way, is when he throws it into base, it bounced off the floor and kept going past the flag.
Trick shot.
I've never seen that before. Usually it like it will just hit the floor and stop, right?
Yeah.
This actually like bounced past the flag.
Yeah, no, it happens rarely, but yeah, you don't see it very often. I've seen it on Forbidden actually. My good friend Gas running the flag on Forbidden on the little island near the sniper tower, where he's ran the flag and it's bounced and it's like nearly fell off the map, but it barely stayed on. So sometimes it can help you out, and other times it can throw you the game. But thankfully for I7, there's nowhere for the flag to fall off on the pit. So in the end, it just ended up looking a little bit cool. But yeah, game 1, absolute domination. And you know, for anyone that caught the last series with Click Esports, they won their game 1 in quite a dominating fashion. So it's interesting. We're seeing the different levels of some of these teams on these different game types, and maybe against different caliber of opponents. But like I said in that other series, you know, Slayer, one of those game types where usually it does give the underdog a decent chance of winning a game and maybe trying to make the series just a little bit more interesting. But we'll have to see if Mamma Mia continue playing at the level they are and maybe try to close this series out in a dominating fashion. But Ebby with a sniper is exactly what Click Esports need, as he hits an absolutely crazy no-scope. This guy is insane with a sniper rifle when he's playing well, and if he can keep hitting shots like that, you know, anything can happen in a game of Slayers. The camo is still up though, and despite Ebby hitting a trick shot back into A on Shad, it looks like he's coming under a little bit of pressure here as the camo yet to be grabbed. He does unfortunately miss the shot onto Mose, hits the body shot though, and eventually does get the kill with the bandit to finish off. Ebby, great job staying alive with a sniper, and he's helped his team find a nice 3-kill lead here early on.
Oh my days. I mean, I've spent about 5,000 matches today watching Snipe Addicts, which was pretty nuts to do, but geez, again, all 4 dead from Click. They are just, mate, when Mamma Mia get on a roll, they get on a roll. I was about to say, Ebby has been outstanding today. A couple of MVP performances, just has been so good today. But man, Mamma Mia are absolutely rolling them. Like, it's 12-8. Mose doesn't even have a kill. There he goes. He gets his first one. But I7 has just been absolutely on fire. He's going to trap one in the corner as well. Flux going to get that kill. Mose getting the chase. There's one down as well. I believe they're behind I7, actually. He has an empty sniper. They are down there. And it is going to be a kill. But Mamma Mia, I7 seems to sell him short with that. 49% accuracy in a 1.06. Man, the man is frying right now.
Yeah, he is zooming around the map. The way he was just kind of traversing the map there, his movement's so on point. He's just switching positions so quickly, and just, I think he plays quite high sense as well, just being such a nuisance. And I mean, you can see with the accuracy, I think it's one of those things where some players are kind of constantly pre-shooting, constantly kind of just, you know, shooting as quick as they can, and you know, not quite T-Calping when it comes to the accuracy, but it doesn't matter when you find yourself here, you know, fighting out for top 4, top 3, and they are just playing lights out. And you know, we kind of spoke about it a bit. I mean, Click have been playing so well today, and I think it's safe to say that Mamma Mia are going to be the favourites in this series. But you know, to be winning games like this, I mean, to dominate on that flag and already be up 25-13 in this Slayer, this is an incredible performance from Mamma Mia, and they look to be on top form today.
Man, I don't like to talk about it, but Max so far on the goose is going to find his first kill. All right, woo!
You drink stay in a good way.
For positive. yeah, the positive caster curse gets him off the mark, because 1 in 8 was looking not so great. But man, check out that timing though. Like the death from Mose and then the instant respawn for a Click teammate. Like that is timing down to a T. But 11 kill lead, and Click just getting absolutely rolled off this map right now. Snipe should go into their hands though. Camo onto Desire as well. He's gonna only find the trade. Great work from Flux there. But is this how Click get back into it? Oh my days. I7 takes a bullet to the dome. Can he find the kill though? Onto Bax. Oh, it's just so dirty. Can he find the kill as well?
Oh my god!
There is no shot that he does that. Oh my god, the movement is unbelievable.
Right.
It's illegal.
That is insane. Okay, let me try this positive caster curse thing. I7 yet to get an overkill this gun. But that was insane. I mean, I can't believe
What?
He was dead to rights in that situation. It's what we were saying a minute ago about the perfect movement. His mechanics are just so on point. as well as his shot. He's just, yeah, that is difficult to play against. You can do all the VOD review you want. You can work on having perfect teamwork, perfect communication. But when someone's putting off individual brilliance like that, it's just so difficult to go up against. And you can see that despite that, his team did go 3 down for a moment, and this kill gap close to about, I was going to say 8 kills, now back at 9. I7 locking down this top tower position. 3 bullets of sniper to work with. Unfortunately, doesn't connect with a no scope. Baxter though put down to 1 shot, but good job from Baxter to stay alive as well, as he is milking his life there quite well. And you can see Click Esports, despite some shows of individual brilliance, they're keeping this game within kind of touching distance, just 1 team wipe away from nearly evening this game up, and they can just keep things kind of closely contested, maybe until this next camouflage comes up. There is hope still for Click Esports in this game, but at the moment, Mamma Mia are looking to not let that happen at all.
Mate, I got stream up and it's 30-second delay, and I watched that back a second time and I still cannot believe that he did that. Like,
it was ridiculous.
It's the most ridiculous movement I've ever seen. Like, he gets this little like pop off the side and then just kind of like jumps the whole gap in one go. Like, that is mental, lads. Shad has somehow got a trade there as well. There's camo coming up. Desire gonna grab it and get away as they're gonna flood into this C site. Click, and there's gonna be a beautiful trade from Flux. And even though Click are 7 kills down, Mamma Mia just starting to trade their way towards it. Good night, I7. No movement heroics there as he's gonna get back smacked. Moses is gonna find 1.
Oh my.
He's gonna get back smacked as well. Desire just on a spree, breaking spines and taking names. It's the AR as well, I think, is what he's got there. I7. The remote depth from Shad, though. Flux gonna find him. As Shad, actually, I think they got the kill. And I7 finding 1 as well. And this has gone out to 8 kills. And that might be, I think, Steve, a little bit too much for Click. And it might be, Mamma Mia might about to be 2-0 in this best of 5. However, not gonna be if Click has anything to say about it.
Yeah, nice use of the camo there from Desire to get those kills. Unfortunately, maybe kind of overextended a little bit towards the pillars and did get punished. But when you're down as many kills as Click were, it's basically perfect Halo that is going to be required to try to bring this game back. And you can see Mamma Mia not letting that happen at all, as they found themselves at 49 kills. Still 8 kills needed for Click Esports, so if they can just quickly play perfect Halo for a few moments. You never know, it's not over yet, but I7's not missing, so that's not going to be happening anytime soon, as 50-42 is going to be the final score. Mamma Mia to take a 2-0 series lead here in this best of 5, only 1 game away from going to the losers bracket final against Jump Out Gang. But yeah, I think Click Esports doing a good job making things look a little bit more kind of closely contested towards the end, but I think the damage was definitely done early on in that game.
Yeah, definitely during the middle part of that game, yeah, you're right. The damage was absolutely done. They got pretty nailed in the middle part of that game. But I mean, who can blame them when you got I7 pulling his absolute ridiculous magician tricks out of the movement bag? But yeah, 15 and 11 for him, 13 and 9 for Mo's. Just a really, really good showing. But like I said, like full credit to Click to make it that close at the end, right? 8 kills, wouldn't have expected to be that close. But we are going to go to an oddball on streets. We didn't even bring up a map overlay because we were getting into it so quickly. But it is an oddball on streets. If we need it, a King of the Hill on Recharge and a Slayer on Solitude. But I think Click Esports going to need to do a lot of work on this streets if we're going to make it to a game 4.
Yeah, this is where, they've got their back against the wall, Click Esports. They've done a good job, looking at the big picture, making it top 4. That's going to do so much kind of good for their seeding points heading into London. But, if they could win this series, that's where things could really, really get interesting. And they could maybe, potentially elevate themselves even further up, get those easy brackets. But it's no easy task they've got ahead of them if they want to pull that one off, as it's going to be a reverse sweep required for Click Esports if they want to guarantee that top 3 placement today. But Streets oddball, we'll have to see. It could be one of those game types that could be a strong one for Click Esports. They've got a lot of experienced players, namely Baxter, who's, I think he's known for his OBJ efficiency. So maybe a chance to bounce back here, but Mamma Mia, the way they've been playing, I'm sure they're going to want to close this one out with a bang, as the fight for the camo is going to be ensuing here off the start. I7 gets a nice kill onto Baxter, hitting perfect shots. This guy doesn't miss. It doesn't seem fair almost, but he helps his teammate get the camo. Already 3 kills to start this game from I7, and already all set up towards the A side for Mamma Mia.
Yeah, and you'll be happy to know, Steve, as I am, that Arsenal closing it out 1-0.
Oh, thank the Lord.
For us Arsenal fans, jeez, the stress is real. But hey, yeah, so far, Mamma Mia, kind of dominating this game early. The setups early. I mean, Click have 2 kills so far. Desire is going to find that 3rd one. And it looks like Mo should be going down and will. Desire. Sorry, Nemain's going to put him in the bin. It's going to be I7. Last one left alive for Mamma Mia in the 2v1. It looks like Nemain's going to try and rotate this ball around. Still early. But, yeah, jeez. I'm still lost for words of that I7, like, live fire movement. Like, I don't understand what happened, and my brain still can't compute and we're in another map.
I think, to be fair, that's like a good point to talk about a bit is, as oddball can be quite a long game, we'll waffle a little bit, but I think that's why it's such a good decision for Mamma Mia to pick up a player like I7. I think, when you're building a team, obviously the fundamentals you got to worry about, having good teamwork, having a bit of experience, some OBJ efficiency, but I think when you can kind of get at least one player on the team, there can be a bit of that kind of individual wild card that you just know has got such a high skill ceiling, and they can just make individual plays like that just can almost win you a game. And I think it's just, I love the decision from Mamma Mia to pick up I7. I think it's been showing throughout all these tournaments in the last few weeks that it's been a good pickup. They've been consistently kind of battling for that top 3. Hopefully for them wanting to get into that top 2 today. But I think I'm really excited to kind of see how it goes at London. As I think he's been looking good today, and I think the more scrims they get in heading into London, I'm sure they'll be wanting to make it all the way through that open bracket and make it into pool play alongside the other EU powerhouses. But I will say, from a Click Esports point of view, they're looking a lot stronger at the start of this game. Not a very high scoring game of oddball so far, at least, as there's been a lot of traded out kills between the 2 teams. As Mamma Mia, for now at least, with Shad already 8-3 in this game, have got that ball away to A, but you can see quite a far back setup here Mamma Mia are holding. They're playing very, very passive all the way towards the back A side, but neither of those nades connect, unfortunately, for Shad, and the cleanup comes in from Baxter as the collapse now coming in. It's a 2v2 on the map now as Mo's coming under pressure. You can see Ebby gets the kill onto I7. That ball could get snatched away, and Baxter, if he wanted to, could probably rotate towards purple if he was quick enough, but actually elects to throw the ball out towards his teammate and get the kill instead. Great teamwork from Click Esports as they're looking to maybe get a lead in this game.
Yeah, and Bax did have a bit of a rough time in game number 1, right? It was like 0-8 or 0-7 at one point before getting into it, but has had a much, much better start into game number game 2. He had a bit of a rough start. Game 3, he's had a much better go of it so far. And that's kind of good, right? Like, good for the mental to just get rid of that game. Like, yeah, we had a rubbish start, and yeah, we got close at the end, but just wipe that from the memory, keep going, as Ebby is going to find I7. Yeah, so far, a very, very close oddball game. Click, so far in the lead. Shad is going to find the mains. But yeah, you talk about that kind of open bracket, and Mamma Mia will be, unless an absolute disaster happens, which I don't think so, right? Because Bittersweet didn't make it this far, no. So it should be Mamma Mia locking up that open bracket spot. They should be the 2nd seed, given what I think happens last time, but we'll have to see, because I know there's a couple of NA teams that get spots, right? So we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, they should be like kind of top 2 or 3 seed, given that EU is above LATAM and OC and ANZ, sorry. But yeah, if you're like 3rd seed or even 4th seed, like, you got a good chance to go very, very far, right? There are 4 pool play. Jesus, there are 4 pool play spots for open bracket, as Shad is going to find a beautiful back smack. So, it's entirely possible that not only does Mamma Mia get into pools, but 3 of those pools have an EU team in them. And Mamma Mia has beaten Jump Out Gang before, right? Like, they have taken maps off foes, so it's entirely possible that if they get into a pool spot, they could do a little bit of damage. They could make a lower bracket of a champ bracket, like, there is options here for them. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what they can do. Of course, they got to close out this first, but barring any actual, disaster zones, they should be getting that final, the only open bracket spot for EU, and I think very much deserved, right? You talked about I7, you talked about how good he's been. Speaking of, is gonna find his way around with that red gun. Yeah, we gotta get through this game first, but Mamma Mia should be in that open bracket regardless, mate.
Yeah, no, I think that's what most of us expect. I think coming into today when we saw that Foe weren't going to be playing, I think we all just kind of looked at that kind of core three of Quadrant, Jump Out Gang, and Mamma Mia. But I think for Click Esports, I think I saw Baxter tweet earlier on, unless I'm just imagining things. I think he was saying he was quite kind of disappointed with how they performed against. I think it might have been against Mamma Mia, it might have been against one of the other top teams. And I think that's the thing about this Click Esports roster. I don't think they're happy to kind of just settle for top 8, top 6. I think they really want to be one of those teams that's contesting those kind of top 4 teams in the EU Halo, and I think having series like this where they can kind of get tournament level experience against these top rosters in the EU is just going to help them out so much. You can see already in this first round, despite being a very low scoring round, they're actually in the lead with only 13 seconds left to go, so if they can just stay alive and bait this ball, they really should be taking round 1 here, as it is 2 dead though on either side. Buck's now going for the grab, but he's last player left alive. He's going to have to pull off an absolute miracle here, and I don't think it's going to be enough, as Click Esports going to be taking round 1 of this oddball. Maybe they're an oddball team, you never know, but I mean, that is a really good showing from them. Maybe Mamma Mia might have just lean forward again just a little bit. They might have started feeling a little bit comfortable in this series at 2-0, but Click Esports showing they're still here to play.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right? Like, we waffled for so long that it actually ran out of time. But Click, you saw that in the little stat pop-up, that Click only have an average oddball of 32 points a game. So that's telling me 2 things. Like, 1, you're probably going to time a hell of a lot, or 2, you're just kind of getting smoked a little bit, and that's kind of what it is. Oh, I'm hearing it's per player, so that's actually not too bad.
That sounds pretty good, actually. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, 32 is great. What? Like, that's actually. I'm assuming it's over the whole map. So to have what 120 average. Yeah, so to have an 120.
That's pretty bad, actually, James. James, that's pretty bad, actually. Wait a second.
Wait, that's only a round and a little bit, isn't it?
Wait, no one. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
That's
it. Yeah.
Wait,
Well, we got to run this back. Hold on.
We need to get a mathematician in here, actually.
32. Yeah, it's only 128 points over 100. It's only 128 points over a full oddball game. That's not very good.
If we reference the stats, Mamma Mia should be winning this game of oddball. As Click Esports have nearly hit their. Actually, they didn't hit their total in the first round. Maybe like you said, it might just be a thing of they're a very slay-heavy team. They kind of get their lead. They don't over-prioritize getting that ball time when maybe they shouldn't. And that's the thing in oddball. You don't always need to get the full 100 points to win a game or win a round. You can get a lead.
Yeah, exactly.
You can bait the other team into feeling the need to grab the ball and try to tie things up. And I think, like we spoke about, when you got the likes of Baxter on this team, even Ebby, I'd kind of consider a quite experienced player at this point. There's different ways of winning games, and I think at the moment, like you said, Baxter had a bit of a slow start to game 2, but I mean, he's 16-11 in this game. You can see Ebby is already at 19 kills, nearly tying the most in the lobby.
Oh my god, look at that average, Steve.
Okay.
This is team total. But
okay, that doesn't look as bad then. But see, this is why I only got a C in maths in my GCSE, guys. Like, we're starting to understand now.
It's all right. I'm the accountant here. You're all right, mate. I got you. But I mean, even so, like 180 points average in an oddball game is outstanding.
Yeah.
Like, you consider that to 130, right? Here's the team average for Click. Like, 180 points is almost 2 full rounds every single oddball game. Like, that means you're not really going to time that much, and you're just winning by holding the ball.
Ooh.
So it's going to be a triple kill for Desire. Can he find I7 as well? He's been robbed. He's been robbed by the main stick grenade. Oh, no. Spike grenade, I should say. Oh, no. Got robbed. Still got the triple, though. But yeah, like, Mamma Mia, to average 180 oddball points that is nuts, actually, when you think about it.
This is really impressive, though, just to kind of talk about Click Esports. I mean, when you talk about series and the kind of underdogs and favourites, usually the game type you're looking at for an underdog to win is usually going to be the Slayer. But when it comes to the objective games, usually the favourite is going to be the team that gets it done more times than not, which is why they're the favourite. But for Click Esports to be winning an oddball game against a team of the caliber of Mamma Mia, this is going to do a lot for their confidence. And I think if they can find a way to close things out, this is going to really change the whole complexion of the series. As you can see, it seems like they've really stepped things up a gear in this game as the 1v1 between Shad and the mains. Unfortunately, though, the mains does win that 1v1, and that is going to put maybe Mamma Mia in prime position to rack up a little bit of ball time. But you can see they're continuing to put the pressure on as Baxter's going to take the 1v1 towards the driveway. Neither player able to finish the kill, but that is going to suit Mamma Mia as a well-placed grenade to get the reversal. I7 finding a kill off screen as well, and an expert rotation from Shad towards PD is going to set them up very, very nicely to start building a little bit of a lead here, but this camo's going to be up in about 10 seconds time, and that is going to force these players maybe to move out of position and think about the grab as the mains wins the 1v1 there against Flux to advance up on the map. Mosdo finds 2 kills in the feed. The mains, does he realize he's in the corner? I don't think he does. The assault rifle comes in from Shad. He's rolling back the years to early Halo 5 as the assault rifle kill from Shad is going to help his team maintain this setup, and I assume maybe make it away with a camo, although Mo's just got taken down, so maybe the camo player might have been taken down, but it looks like Mamma Mia stepping things up a few gears here in round 2, and they've got a bit of a substantial lead starting to build here.
Yeah, Shad with the pink AR. Oh my god, just disintegrates in the mains. Zebby's going to bring that ball back into the top of A tower. Throw it towards B. I always find Streets Oddball to be such a unique map because you just have nowhere to play this ball, so you've always got to be conscious of the rotates, where the positioning is. You've got to be constantly on the lookout. You can't just, we'll throw this in the bin, as Bax puts Shad in the bin in the 1v1. But it's always one of those things on Streets that you've got to be aware. You've got to be hyper aware, 5-head plays about where the other team is, because you can't just throw it in the water and reset it, as Mose is going to find another double kill. Remains the last one left alive again, and Mo's coming around that corner, gonna get bopped in the face, but it's gonna allow Mamma Mia to grab this ball, but it's not comfortable as Nemains has been such a nuisance and allowed his team to come back around as well. And I think if he'd been killed, Mamma Mia could easily have got a bunch more time on this ball, but alas, it's not to be. But now they have the red gun as well. But look at the time again, Steve. There's only less than a minute left. And now it almost looks like Mamma Mia want to play Slay Up, but Shad is going to pick up that ball, at least as Mose finds another double kill.
Yeah, looks like Mamma Mia, they found their footing a bit more in this game now, as they are really starting to rack up a good score in this round 2. And like you said, it's been such a scrappy game of Oddball, and it's not something you always see on this game type. Usually, you know, if you can get the players really kind of pinned back in their spawn, you can see teams reach that 100-point mark quite frequently. But it seems like, at least so far in this game, it's been difficult for, I guess, Click Esports to rack up any time. Thankfully for them, it wasn't really a big deal when that round 1, as it did go all the way down to time. But 4 dead now for Mamma Mia. As Click Esports, despite being down about 50 points, Baxter has camo in hands. If they can get one team wipe here, this could put them in perfect position to think about tying this game up, as Baxter's going to find 2 kills with a camo. Is he going to be aware of the location of that third player, I7? I think he is, but you can see the ball being rotated toward purple, and the pinch coming in from Shad and I7 is going to take the ball player down, but Baxter's still got a little bit of camo to work with here. Does find a kill onto Shad, and unfortunately for him, he's going to look the wrong way just at the wrong second, and I7 is going to be there to punish to get his 24th kill of this game. Only 30 seconds left now on the game clock in round 2. If Mamma Mia can just continue to get the slays, they will close this round out and bring us to a round 3. Desire walking down this B balcony, looking to make a move towards the ball. Potentially the repulse up to top C might catch Mose off guard. The disruptor from this range isn't something you see very often, as he is going to back down the ball reset. But look at this pinch from Desire. I don't think those players were expecting it. Shad and Flux both get taken down. It's 2 kills.
6 seconds.
6 seconds left. I don't think there's going to be enough time as the ball is grabbed. 3 dead though for me, and make it 4 for a moment. The ball gets grabbed. Only 1 second left in regulation, and wait a second, there's not over yet.
Oh my days, Shad coming into the flank, the disruptor pistol, the ball's gonna go down, and it will be Mamma Mia, who takes round number 2. Mate, I was all lost in the sauce. I actually forgot the click on round 1. I thought that was it, but here we are. We're going into a round 3 Streets Oddball, because of course we are, and that is not a nade that I have seen before. Oh my god.
Write that down, write that down.
What? Clip that, people. That's going in there. That's going in the grenade basket. We have lineups for Counter-Strike, but now you've just seen a Halo lineup from Flux to hit. Yeah, where Red Gun used to be, right? Like top balcony right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was really good, and I guess that's the thing, you know, when you do a lot of scrims, maybe start picking these kind of things up, and you know, we've been playing the same maps now for 3 years, so it's nice to see a little bit of kind of ingenuity when it comes to the starting strats, because I still do the same thing I did about 16 months ago, so, you know, fair enough. But nice job from Flux. I think off the back of those opening kills, it's put Mamma Mia in a really good position to get a bit of early ball time, and Shad has got the camo fairly uncontested, so this might maybe put Mamma Mia in a really good position to build a bit of an early lead here. But nice job from the mains to push off that damage from his teammate and make that camo fairly ineffective, only getting 1 kill in the end. But Flux, looking to defend this ball, does put it down for a second and looking to maybe get a few more slays before he continues to rack up some time, but Most gets taken down from Desire. Baxter wins the 1v1 against Flux. Back-to-back kills on the board there for Click Esports, as they should now find themselves this ball, and they've basically stolen away this ace up. Mamma Mia kind of secured themselves early on, and quite low scoring rounds, round 1 and 2 for Click Esports. With this ace up, we're going to see how long can they hold it for, and maybe think about building a bit of a lead here.
It's been so good for Mamma Mia. Like, you're right, like, Click has been just there or thereabouts. I mean, Ebby, again, 31 kills, right? Desire, 31 as well. Shad just dominating. 35th kill on the board for him. He's just going to sit there, but the Kobe nade from the mains hits him in the cafe and is going to take him out. 17 to 12, and so far, Mamma Mia doing a great job.
Must have been a lag out, I'm assuming. We'll have to see. I'm assuming they might be able to use the new score feature. We'll have to see. I was going to use that earlier on today, and then I realised I didn't know how to operate it, so that caused me a bit of a headache. But we got round it in the end. But I mean, yeah, we'll have to see if that is going to be implemented here, as I think that is an option. But yeah, it looks like there might have been a lag out. We'll just wait to see. But yeah, it was a good game. It was shaping up for a good finish. As yes, just hearing we did actually have a DC, in fact. So.
Yeah, it looked like it was about 18 to 12.
Okay.
In round number 3. So I think given the new rules, like you back, so there was a difference of 6, and then you like go back down. So I think it's going to be like 10-0 or something, if I understand the rule book. They'll probably just reset round 3, I imagine.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes when it's like such a kind of small difference in the score, people will just kind of full reset just to save themselves the hassle, which, it's fair enough sometimes. But I think, Click Esports were looking good, and I think I'll be honest, I feel like I was starting to kind of write them off a little bit almost in the series after game 2, because game 1 was just pure domination. Game 2 was just like we saw people trick shotting and winning crazy 1v1s, and it got a bit close towards the end. I was like, 2-0 in the series, Mamma Mia, probably going to close it out 3-0. But it's nice to see Click Esports showing some fight. I think for them to win that first round and even look competitive in the second round, and that third round as well, like you said, we're basically tied. So this is it's still doable for Click Esports, right? It's a best of 5 series. If they can just find a way to close out this last round of oddball, force that game 4, and I think for a team like Mamma Mia, I think they're going to be expecting to 3-0 this team. So if they were to drop a game, maybe it could start to affect the confidence a little bit, and maybe start hyping up the other side of Click Esports. So we'll have to see how the reset's going to go. Maybe are we going to see Flux throw those same grenades off the wall, or maybe they might expect it this time, or maybe he's going to throw them off a different wall. You never know. He might have a few walls in the back pocket.
Who knows?
We'll have to see. But
hopefully not those walls, though.
Yeah, hopefully not those walls. They've endured enough, those walls. You can't keep throwing grenades at them. It's not very nice. Yeah. But I think, Mamma Mia looking to hopefully book their ticket into the losers finals. But I'm happy that we're seeing, and then I feel like every week we talk about it, we're like, at first it was, it's nice to see how good Foe and Quadrant are, how closely contested they are. Then it was, oh my god, look how good Jump Out Gang are doing, getting top 2. Now it's Mamma Mia kind of consistently getting top 3, top 4, and I think if we can kind of keep that trend going and get the top 6 as well to be contesting the top 4, I think it's going to be so good for EU Halo to carry on staying competitive week in, week out. And if they could just take a game here, Click Esports, I think that would be a big statement victory for them, just to show that they are capable of going toe to toe with these top 4 EU rosters. But it's easier said than done. They might have won a round of oddball, but they've got to win another one if they want to force a game 4 in this series. As it's going to be a reset. So for anyone that just missed it, it was tied 1-1 in rounds. It is going to be round 3 of oddball replayed, as Mamma Mia 1 round of oddball away from advancing to the losers bracket final.
Yeah, that is it. And you're right, like I was actually thinking the same thing. So you invaded my brain space and picked out the same ideas. But I was basically, what I was going to say was like Jump Out Gang, right? They beat Foe the other week. They pushed Quadrant as we got another disconnect because we have Desire decided to join Mamma Mia.
Oh, a bit of Rostermania mid-tournament by the look of it.
Rostermania, a 5-man roster. Oh, baby. But, Jump Out Gang, at least pushing Quad in the first 2 games of that winners final before, pretty convincingly getting blown out in that 3rd game, right? But, they looked good. They've taken maps off Quad in the last couple of weeks, so it's been kind of there or thereabouts, and Mamma Mia got one over them once as well, so, it's kind of all over the place right now. But, I still think, in the end, you look at the scores and it's quad 3-0, right? And it is Phobe top 6 making a pool spot. They're still your best teams, but Jump Out Gang is closing that gap, and Mamma Mia, when literally everything is firing in the same direction, can also get that. But now it's about that consistency, right? Like, how do we get the kind of top 3 and top 4 to consistently, you know, fight quad and push foe to the absolute limits? And then, like you said, how do we get like Bittersweet? How do we get Click? How do we get even someone like Snipe Addicts, right? Like to kind of push through and find their own way into it as well. So yeah, I think we're gonna get there. But man, I'm actually like super excited, right? Like everyone's kind of pumped for London. We got the tune up the week before in Oxford Street, which is gonna be epic. And yeah, it's gonna be super fun. But before we get to that, it is round number 3. Basically, because we do round number 3, you can just do round number 1 again because people are going to be on the same side.
And Flux, unfortunately, is not throwing any cool grenades at the start of this round. Very disappointed with him, but he does get a kill, though, to make up for it. As you can see, the fight for the camo, as is always the start of Streets Oddball when these rounds kick off, is going to be ensuing, as Flux does find 2 kills, so looking to maybe go for this grab for the camo, but you can see all these players on Click Esports trying to bait this camo from the seaside, and it's almost a kind of standoff phase. So he was going to make the first move as Flux began to make his move, did get absolutely melted, but his teammate towards the tires, and I always love these fights for the camos. Who's going to make the first mistake? Who's going to go for the early grab and get punished? But some covering shots from Flux sets i7 up very nicely to get the grab and make it away with the camo as well. Flux has gone for the oddball, so kind of similar to what we saw at the start of the last round 3 before the reset. It's a very strong start from Mamma Mia, already starting to build this lead, and i7 with the camo could cause absolute havoc on the map. But Baxter finds an opening kill, looking to take the 1v1 with Shad. Unfortunately, Shad's going to win that one. i7 with the camo being an absolute nuisance, hiding in the bushes towards the flowers. Now chooses to pounce, gets the kill, stays alive as well, and it's all 4 dead for Click Esports. It's exactly the start they did not want, as it is going to be Mamma Mia building this lead.
Yeah, and it's, oh man, it's funny, like you talk about with the, you know, them just fighting so hard for it and trying to work out like who's going to get the camo and all these bait plays, as Shad is just going to sit with this oddball. They're already a quarter of the way, and Click Esports not even touched this ball yet. As I was hearing, the reason we had problems was Desire lagged out of game number 2 of the reset, and then Baxter also had a texture glitch. So like, yeah, we had multiple problems there that we had to reset. But tell you what, Mamma Mia has just reset Click right off this map right now. 0-3 for Desire. Ebby just finding his second kill there, but it is 50-0 right now already, and Click Esports getting completely blown apart by Mamma Mia.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Click Esports, but there's still a lot of time left on the game clock here, so there's going to be no pressure on them to kind of really force that ball time, and they can prioritize getting these kills. But it seems like maybe Mamma Mia, you know, when that reset came in, sometimes it can do teams a favor, and maybe it's just kind of made them realize, okay guys, wait a second, the series isn't over yet. These guys are still playing quite well, so let's give it full passion for this last round of oddball. Close this one out quickly as Shad hitting some really nice cross map shots onto Ebby, as he's going to be calling that one out. You can see the push coming in for the B side here, but do they realize Shad is going to be sat in this corner with a shotgun? The answer is going to be no, but actually he misses all his shots, so who cares, as he does eventually get the kill onto Baxter. The beatdown comes in, but good job from Baxter as well to get the beatdown and put Shad down to 1 shot. That's going to slow him down for just a moment. You can see players on Click Esports starting to surround this ball, but they're electing to play for Slays just once more before they think about getting any of the time. Team push now coming in from Mamma Mia, the slide coming in from Shad. 1v1 against the mains. Can he get their kill? Wisely backs down and relocates to get the shots onto Baxter. And I mean, Shad just playing so well today. I think, you know, we talk about i7, how good his movement and his shot is, but I think Shad's awareness and the way he just angles himself away from these fights. I mean, he always seems to have quite a low death count for his team, and you can see why when he just seems to somehow just keep finding a way to stay alive. He was 8-2 there for a moment, but yeah, 4 dead on the other side. So despite being 67-0, it's not over yet.
It's never over, as Click are going to get some points on the board, so it won't be goosed just yet. Yeah, Mo, 7 kills. He's looked outstanding. Shad, that 8-3, has just been completely on fire. Bulldog, going to be picked up. i7, going to try and hide behind the pole. He's going to get out before the spike grenade could get him, as Mose is going to find another kill and get traded by Ebby, but Shad Gonna get that trade back, and you can see Shad getting hunted down by Desire with the Bulldog, but look, he's lost control of the ball, and now Flux is approaching. I7's gonna get backs. Desire with the trade as well. Gonna jump in, get a double kill as Mose finds the mains, and there's just death all over the field. A triple kill for Desire. He grabs the camo as well. He's throwing the oddball towards the teammates, and with 2 minutes to go, they might be 52 points down, but they're not out of this yet.
Yeah, Desire's trying to do everything at the moment, but unfortunately Mose does such a good job getting that trade. Camo's shotgun's such a lethal combo, but Mose getting that free shot beatdown shuts that one down, and unfortunately for Click Esports, they kind of needed Desire to go on a bit of a spree there and keep it going, because down 67 to 18 off the back of those plays from Desire, able to accrue 18 points on the board, but Flux already has found that ball back in his hands, and it's getting to that point now, only 30 seconds needed for Mamma Mia. I was talking a few minutes ago about how there's no reason to kind of get desperate from Click Esports, still a lot of time to play with, as this game clock is going to continue to dwindle down here. Maybe Click Esports going to start feeling the pressure a little bit. If they lose this round of oddball, they will be eliminated from the tournament, but as it is, now 3 down. Shad, the last player alive, we know what a nuisance he can be. Does get a kill before he is taken down eventually. And now Ebby has got this ball in hand. Maybe looking to rotate towards purple by the look of it. As Desire gets a kill. 1v1 here with Flux and Ebby. The help comes in from Desire to get yet again another kill. Desire 15 and 7 by the way. He's playing absolutely incredible Halo. And Ebby being such a nuisance here towards A. Keeps getting put down to one shot, but somehow is staying alive yet again. Shad going to be in the 1v1 here. Ebby, unfortunately, Shad wins the 1v1. There's been another lag out by the look of it. And unfortunately,
oh no.
Baxter might have had a texture glitch yet again, as we are going to be ending this one. I think it was a fairly, substantial-ish lead for Mamma Mia, so maybe the point difference might come into effect now, I'd expect. We'll have to see if that's going to be reflected in the reset, but unfortunate lag outs. These things do happen. I actually did have my PC crash earlier on during one of my matches, and I think that's because it overheated because of the weather. That's my excuse, at least.
It overheated because of how hot you were on the roller, right? That's what it was.
Exactly. I just had it go vroom and die, and I was well, never mind. I think my teammates thought that I rage quit because when I lagged out, my Spartan just started walking by itself and I fell off the map. And then I didn't say anything, and they were like, "Oh, we just thought you were being quiet because you were tilted because you fell off the map." And I was like, "No, my computer turned off. You gotta believe me, guys." Like,
brilliant.
These things happen. I feel like most of the players at this point, kind of 3 years into the game, they've got the mental resilience to do a few lag outs, a few resets. It's been fairly smooth sailing. I've got to say the last few weeks, we've not had too much of it, so. We had to kind of cram it all in towards the end of the tournaments before London. Get all the lag. We got to hit our quota for the lag outs, I think. But yeah, Mamma Mia.
HCS is standing there with a clipboard. Texture glitch. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we're getting there. I think one more lag out is required, so I'll probably save that for the final. But yeah, Mamma Mia looking to close this series out. I think we're looking to be kind of going towards the victory there. I think it was like saying like 78 to 30 or 40 something. So.
Yeah, it's about a 40-point lead, 42, 43-point lead. So, yeah, I'm thinking if they do the rules correctly, right? If I believe we would start at 70-30 with X amount of minutes left, right? So we'll see how that goes. But that's kind of really interesting, and I kind of want to get it from your perspective, right? I was talking about it with Stallion earlier, but as a player, firstly, like, how confused do you feel about the new rulebook with resets? And secondly, do you think it kind of adds or just makes it, like, overly complicated?
No, I think personally, I prefer it, because I think the amount of times there's been like a lag out on the Slayer, and like, okay, so I guess they need this many kills, and like the thing is, once you get into the game and you're calling out, you kind of start forgetting. Wait a second, oh wait, it says they're on 37, but they only need 2 more kills. I forgot, because it's like, even though you know it going into the game, the fact that it's not like visualized on the screen and reflected in the score, I think kind of just play with your head a little bit. So I think them now having the ability to have it so you know exactly how many kills you need, and it's kind of constantly reminding you, I think it's one of those things where it's good that it's now finally in Halo. I think it's always going to take a bit of time to get used to, maybe for players, but I think once we give it a few months, everyone's used to it, I think it'll be a good thing.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I also think so, right? Like, I think I would love to see it. I remember we saw it last week when, who was it? Someone was playing Quadrant in an Aqua Slayer, and they were 1-0 up as they went into it, which was quite funny. But yeah, I mean, like, I think it'll be good to use. I think the time thing is even more interesting, right? Like, Yeah, if you're on a Slayer and there's 6.5 minutes left, you reset up to 7 minutes. So actually, you're keeping the power weapons and the OS and all those kind of spawns internally in the game as well. So yeah, it kind of makes it a little bit more interesting. So hopefully, we're just about to jump in and get going. I can see someone just spamming commands in the Twitch chat, but yeah. I think, look, Mamma Mia probably going to be about 40 points up, I would assume. I have to wait for admin or prod to tell me in my ears what's going on.
James, I've got a question. I've got a talking point.
All right.
This is a very niche talking point. It might be quite stupid, but I'm gonna roll with it because we've all had the texture glitch before, right? And when you have the texture glitch, sometimes you can actually see people through the walls sometimes because the walls kind of like bug out. Are you required to reset your game when you get a texture glitch, or are you allowed to play with it? Because if you play with it, you might technically, see if people through the walls.
You might accidentally wall.
Then is anyone going to know? Like, I wonder what the actual ruling is on that, because I know Baxter reset when he had the texture glitch, but I feel like on some maps it might be an advantage to have a texture glitch. That is my theory, and I need to hear the official confirmation because that could be the new meta. Self-induced texture glitch.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know there's a known exploits part at the end of the handbook, which kind of talks about like don't play, up on like window in on live fire. Don't play the oddball like top window because it gets stuck and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's.
But
it's weird because it's not like a purposeful exploit. It's almost it's like happens against your will. But I feel like the play would be to reset. I know some maps like Forbidden, if you get texture glitch, you literally can't see a thing if you go top mid, which probably isn't going to help you out.
Just like everywhere where you can't see anything.
It's like you're just stuck in the upside down. But then on some maps like Recharge, you'll just like randomly see through a wall. But wait a second, because you see it in matchmaking a lot because the pros will just like they don't want to lose their CSR, so they'll just play through it, which is quite funny sometimes. But yeah, I think we're getting better with the lag out, so I don't see it very often. I remember I used to have theories back in the day when like you'd play certain teams, and whenever you'd play them in a Slayer and you'd be up like 5-10 kills, they'd mysteriously lag out every time. I'm like,
no.
I hate when and I was like, wait a second, like how is this team lagged out 3 weeks in a row and we're beating them in a Slayer? There seems to be something going on here, which I think is why the new rules will be good to kind of get the score as accurate as possible. And I think the only thing that's awkward, and if we're speaking like Halo 7, 8, and 9, maybe, and like the ideal thing, I think if they could find a way to like freeze the game when someone lags out, and then put the player back
like they
in.
do in League.
Yeah, because I think
they're doing League of Legends.
Yeah, because it's almost impossible to kind of replicate the game state. Because like if you start a Streets of Ball again, there's going to be a new camo to play for. There's going to be a new shotgun. There's a new stalker. It's like even though the score's the same, it kind of like alters the state of the game. So if they could find a way to like pause it and then like other games like League, just like resume it. I don't know how complicated that is. I'm sure it's very complicated, but I mean that would be like that would be my dream, I think.
So here's like what the rules say about the oddball, right? So this is the new handbook. I think it was only from this week, I think. So basically it's like the modified win conditions, or they can like restart the game entirely, right? Like But in the event that option A is chosen, which is modified win conditions, you respect the overall round count, the points scored during the round, and the remaining time on the game clock, right?
Okay, that's quite important. The last part, I didn't think about that.
So the following score checkpoints will be used to determine a round start score remake state, which just sounds a horrible sentence to read out loud. A round start score remake state. Yeah. So basically it says like if you were anywhere from like 70 to 74 points, you go to 70 points. If you're on 75 to 79, you go to 75 points. So basically they're just trying to make it so that you get rounded down a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. And I think one thing I'd like to talk about a little bit, James, is the tune-up. I know it's coming up soon, and I think that's gonna be interesting, right? Because I think, like you said, it gives teams that kind of that chance to get a little bit of pre-LAN experience, which I think there's definitely gonna be a few players heading into London that might not have played on LAN before. So I think that gives them a good opportunity as well. Maybe I'm not quite sure the conditions, but maybe get the team pass reimbursed. Maybe earn yourself a free team pass. There's a lot of good reasons to go, and also just because all your favorite EU Halo members will be there. So I think. Yeah, it should be a good event, and I'm excited to kind of see how it goes.
Yeah, you're going to be there, right?
I'm not going to be there, unfortunately, but
Oh,
I'll be watching. I'll be watching
my
at home.
favourite EU's
Oh no,
it's not
no.
going to be there then. God dogs.
Now you can put me on like an iPad on one of those like robot dogs or something, and I can have my face on it, and it'll be like I'm there, but I won't be there, you know. But it's close enough. That's my.
We've got to find the robot cat.
Oh yeah.
We'll find the robot cat for you. But no, basically, yeah. Of course, the way it works, if you win. And you want to keep your roster, you will have a roster lock and win a team pass. If you already own a team pass, you will get a team pass refunded, which is pretty cool. Save yourself 200 quid.
Yeah.
And if you, go with a mix, also fine, and you win, then the pass will just go to the next team. We are working behind the scenes to try and make it a little easier. But as of now, we have 3 teams signed up, which is pretty stonks. Max is 8, so get in, get your passes. Play in the Microsoft Experience Centre, the flagship store in the middle of London on Oxford Street, Saturday, the 25th of May. I'm going to be there. All the Atlas crew, the EHL guys, we're all going to be there, except for Reed, who's going to be hanging out in Vietnam drinking cocktails. But the rest of us will be there. 343 will be there as well. I'm pretty sure Div from 343 is going to come down and hang out as well. I may or may not have unconfirmed reports of a giant Czech-sized trophy for your team pass. We'll have to see.
Well, I like the sound of that. I will say I went there before in 2019. There was a Halo 5 2v2 tournament the day before I landed, and it's a very nice place. I think the setups are very cool. There's a nice little kind of like main screen area. It's in a good area. There's things you can go do afterwards. So if you've got the time and you've got the kind of chance to go there, I'd say definitely do it, and sign up as soon as you can. I know everyone likes leaving things till last minute, but save everyone a little bit. Save everyone a little bit of stress. Like sign up as soon as you can and get those team spots filled, because you never know. You might think, I'll leave it till the last few days, but then someone might steal your spot. There's only 8 spots, so you want to make sure you lock your place in. As I think, it might give us a little bit of insight as well heading into the week after for London. Who's looking good on LAN? Maybe get the extra bit of practice, and when you're getting close to LAN, any bit of experience you can get, any bit of extra kind of practice you can get over the rest of your competition, it always play a crucial part, right? And I think it's gonna be exciting to see who wins it, and maybe like you said, it could be a kind of amalgamation of some different rosters that coming in there and looking to cause a few upsets. But we are just waiting, guys, for anyone who's just joining us to get into the last round of Game 3 of Streets Oddball. I'm just hearing from a very excited producer in my ear that apparently everyone is in the lobby.
Also, one more thing to talk about on the tune-up. We have multiple LAN award winner Buck20 confirmed, signed up, will be there.
Oh my god! Not Buck, bro. I love Buck20. So it's so cool that Buck20's back playing again. Like I've scrimmed him a few times, and I think him and Blackjack and a few other players, JC's come back. I think we've seen a lot of these kind of veteran EU powerhouse players that have won multiple championships in different games. I think the excitement of London has got a few people coming back, and it's going to be really great to see everyone in London the week before and the week of the Quadrant LAN. I think the tune-up, Buck20, he's going to be there signing autographs, guys. Bring your jerseys, bring your Power Gaming jerseys. He'll sign it for you. He's told us all. No, I'm joking.
His team is actually him, Blackjack, JC, and at the moment it looks like Slink.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought it was a different player, but that is interesting. That would be a good pickup for them.
That's what they signed up with today, anyway, as Nostalgia.
Ooh,
so
I like that.
I also heard it would be someone else, but at the moment, as today, they signed up as Slinks with Slink. So.
Where's Buck57? Bring him back.
Where's Buck? Get the Buck. Yeah, get him. Get the Buck brothers. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's gonna be baller, right? Multiple LAN award winner. So here we are. It looks like a full reset. Guys just don't like using these rules. Apparently.
Oh no, James.
I'm pretty
look,
sure admin tells
top
you
left.
to. But...
Oh no. What's happened here?
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I felt bad.
Oh, Flux is done.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I nearly fell to my floor. I can't believe
you jinxed it, Steve. You said we were so good and there was like no problems, but we're just trying to hit all the lag out quotas in one go.
I seem to have gone blurry. Will this work? Let's see. Hand in the face. Oh, look at that. That's what. That's
there we go.
You can't teach that. You can't teach that.
It's just innate, man. It's just innate.
Unfortunately, you've had another lag out. this has now turned into a podcast. No, it's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Steve and Jet, mate. Like, look, all you need to you have podcast guests. You had Barcode on. I wouldn't be the first Australian.
I've been slacking. We'll have to get Barcode in between games, I think, just to fill some time. But yeah, you're basically Barcode. I mean, I've seen you play Halo. I mean, you're basically.
We're both Australian, and that's about where the similarity ends, right there.
No, guys, check out James's stream. You will see Barcode level gameplay. Okay, trust me. You need to go look. But unfortunately, another lag out, and I think it's getting to the point now where this can, I've talked a little bit about how, these players are all very experienced, and they can deal with lag outs, they can deal with setbacks. But I think, one team we've not spoke about is Jump Out Gang, who are waiting in the losers bracket final, who are probably shaking their monitors with frustration, saying, "Hurry up, win the series already!" And they're just sat there again, extensively more cold. They're not warmed up. Maybe they're starting to calm down a little bit. The adrenaline might have stopped pumping as hard, so they're getting a little bit frustrated. So maybe that could play a factor when we start talking about the next series, as how long they've been left waiting for this one. But I'm sure on the other side, Mamma Mia and Click Esports, they'll be primed and ready, whoever wins this series, to get into the next one. As it's still, I would say, despite all the lag outs, I'm taking all the factors into consideration in this opinion, I still think they're going to be the heavy favourites to win this series. 2-0 up in the series, about 30 or so seconds away from winning the series in this oddball game. So they're still in a good position. You'd expect to close this one out 3-0, but Click Esports as well, technically not out of it yet. As it's going to be an interesting one, and I think I'm still going to say Mamma Mia. If I'm saying percentages, as a mathematician myself, I'm going to say it's a 95% chance they'll win this series, James.
All right, 95%. I hear that. I've also been told by our lovely production team that to throw the handbook out in lobby, they agreed Mamma Mia need 50 and Click need 100, as it was 76-33 when Baxter DC'd. So 43-point diff, and they're going to make Mamma Mia only need 50.
That's nice of them.
Yeah. So that's pretty handy. Also, i7 doesn't even remember his movement around the box in mud. That's how locked in he is right now.
That's insane.
Doesn't even remember what he did.
He must just do it every other life when we're not watching him, so it might just be like a regular day for him, which I guess is a sign of how good he is. But we are now back into the action. Like you say, Click Esports needing 100. Mamma Mia only needing 50, if I'm not mistaken, right, to win this game.
That is
so
correct.
yeah, only really this camera off the start could play a big factor, as I think we saw before all the many resets that I think Mamma Mia did go up 50-0 or so at the start of the original round 3. As you can see, maybe a chance to do something similar here, is shotgun in hand. Camo yet to be coming up, but already you can see i7 racking up some serious time, and things have gone from bad to worse for Click Esports in this game, as they are only 30 points needed for Mia to close this one out, but a few kills do go down. Shad gets taken down, Mose potentially might get taken down as well if he's not careful, but he wins the 1v1 versus Desire. It's going to be Epi going to be there for the cleanup, but despite those kills from Epi and Desire coming in, it's going to be ball time continuing to rack up, and this is where things get interesting. Oh no, Epi with a camo. I was going to say maybe a chance to use the camo to stop them winning the game, but James, there's already 40 points in the board for Mamma Mia.
Yeah, I think this game's over, mate. If he finds the mains, yeah, this is... Oh, sure, the nade onto Shad. Oh my god, might have actually saved this game, but I think unless Flux has a complete meltdown in the next 3 seconds, this game's done, Steve.
GG.
It's over. It's over. Mate, Bax didn't even get on the board. Ebby got a breadstick. Shad got 6 and 2, and i7 held the ball for 40 seconds, and we're done.
It's so funny seeing how the original round 1 of that game went, and how like neither team could get any time on the board, and then we've just seen them get 50 seconds and like so quickly. But yeah, like you said, Mamma Mia closing out the series in the end, 3-0 to advance to the losers bracket final against Jump Out Gang. Maybe got a little bit more dicey than they would have expected in that last game, but in the end, they only scored that matters as the series score, and they 3-0'd just like they would have wanted to, like they would have expected. And yeah, I'm sure they're going to be full confidence heading into their losers bracket final matchup against Jump Out Gang.
Yeah, that was seriously impressive. I don't know if we have replays. We might have some replays. But no, we don't have any replays. Perfect. We're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is Mamma Mia. It is Jump Out Gang. Again, a tale seemingly as old as time in EU Halo at the moment. In the losers final, it's a best of 5. We will catch you guys soon after this break. You won't go anywhere. You're getting drops. We'll see you soon.
respawn so quick to do so. And that piv by Chick is absolutely huge to stop Glory from getting in and amongst that tram setup that they had. But still, now this whole fight, not much ball time has been gathered by Foe. Eventually they do pick it up, looking to rotate it towards B in that driveway area. They're hunting for the camera right now. They have found it. Wooten will be that player. He does take down one to his demise, but maybe not as much damage as he would have liked to. Jimbo seems to kill himself there. Bit of a suicide moment out of him. Don't know what happened there. I'd like to see a replay of that. But that has caused all four players of Foe to fall and giving Quadrant a nice setup over towards this A site.
They're probably going to get at least 45 seconds before an initial push comes out here. Glory trying to get behind him is actually succeeding. I don't know how. That was just unreal. And that double's going to be huge for them. 3 down now for Foe. Snipe Drone can just continue having giggles with the ball, but they've all spawned around Caff. He needs to try and rotate as soon as physically possible. Seeker's actually out of position, but if he comes around behind him on purple bend or mid, he could stop this push initially, but just need to try and stay alive. 2 down now for Foe. Sniper managed to get 1, and that's going to be all 4 dead again. My God, just make it look easy.
They do, and Seeker did exactly what you said he needed to. He pushed up through mid with the shotgun, able to clean up, put damage on the first, clean up the second. Snapchat does get a pick, but Wooten finds himself a double kill, which is definitely giving themselves an opportunity to push forward. Always takes down Mighties, whilst the SLG wisely rotates that ball towards Pink. Jimbo trying to do his best Spider-Man impersonation and scaling the walls, evading as many nades as possible. Some beautiful shots onto Snipe Drone. It's going to break this out and give an opportunity to push in towards the Ivy side. Seeker does trade out his life with a nice sticky nade onto Jimbo, but it's only going to give time to Foe. But as you said, that 68 points to 30, 40 counting is a huge margin. It's going to give a lot of time for Quadrant to try and break this setup. But early kills by Navi is going to be huge, by Mighties is going to be absolutely huge in holding this ball.
Certainly is. 2 down now for Quadrant. Need to maintain themselves. Try and stay alive for this next push. And how they're going to fork it, we'll find out in a second. SRG finds 1. Great initial pick. 2 down now as Jimbo Mighty has been cleaned up. It's going to make it 3, and it's only Chick left remaining. Great double coming out from Glory. And not really too much of a shock to the system here, him being first in. Bloke's like a human gymnasium, honestly, with so many perks he has with the his movement mechanics and how he abuses it. It still surprises me to this day. But look at this though, already Sniped with this Bulldog. He can just chill for as long as he likes and waits for anyone to even dive past. In terms of numbers, it's not looking too good for Quadrant, but Sniped Drone does get cleaned up. It's 4 down now. Seeker needs to wait for the rest of his team to coordinate another push to make that counter attack.
Some great positioning coming out from Seeker, putting himself in such an uncomfortable position. They will not know at all where he is. He's going to put the pressure onto Wooten. Massive shots, though, coming out from Wooten to win that gunfight. Seeker was in a great position to cause some real upset, and 4 go down for Quadrant. This is Foe's opportunity to get close to closing out the game. Quadrant will have 1 or 2 pushes here, maybe only 1 left as the time is dwindling. They're going to have to make this count here. Can Foe hold on to the timing? Glory somehow has got in and amongst Ivy. How on earth has he found himself there? He's going to be able to take down Ball Carrier. Jimbo finds himself a double. Mighties is doing his best trying to hold it out, but he will eventually fall. Jimbo picks up a 3rd kill, and has he done enough heroics to seal this map for Foe? Yes, he has. Those kills by Jimbo are absolutely huge, and able to play his life within those plants as best as possible to close out this map, that round.
Balls are still in that situation, mate. Honestly, I think he was consistently debating why he didn't just pick up the ball. I think he was worried that they were just going to push straight on forward, but it was only a couple of seconds, so a little bit of a surprise there, but not all hope is lost. But it will give Foe some leeway here.
It will do, and they're looking primed to continue up their momentum as they've got the early scoring in this round number 2. Chick will take down Seeker. Eventually, the control will flip. His camera has just popped up on the map. We'll keep an eye out who gets their hands on that. SLG is trying to milk his life as best he possibly can. Bottom A, Cybertrain's going to be last alive here, and eventually all 4 of Quadrant will fall. That's going to give another setup in favor of Foe, and a late pop by that camo is absolutely huge by Jimbo, being the man of the hour currently. Seeker has been identified, knowing that he's been the isolated spawner over in that PD area. Jimbo's got himself with that Stalker, however, he's being sniffed out by Seeker, forcing Jimbo to reposition here. Can Seeker take him down? No, he can't. Perfect shots by that Stalker. And Foe still in control of this map.
They certainly are. 21 seconds. Jimbo's got camo and just being an absolute wrecking ball here. Valuing his life to a very high degree. Finally gets taken down, but he wasted a lot of Quadrant's utility. At least 3 or 4 nades were used up on that point, so they won't be able to defend themselves at a later date if they do make this push. Snydron just pulling back for the ball again, but Jimbo's actually managed to get behind him. No one even expected it. Good stuff from Jimbo to make that initial rotation. And now he's been able to stay alive. He can get round back A and see if he can catch Glory off guard, which he's already aware that someone's already pushing around that side. Quadrant in a horrible spot around Calf, completely open. And you can see already, Wilton managed to get one. SLG does take him down, but gets traded instantly by Chick, and Snipe Drone finally takes down Jimbo. But Glory, the only person left standing. Chick's going to pick up that ball and just try and attempt to increase this lead. 28 now to 12 in favour of Foe.
Great job from Foe to break this setup, and great job from Jimbo, just finding so many holes in the Quadrant armor. That seems to be definitely Quadrant's area of weakness right now. They seem to be leaving lanes and lines which Foe are able just to walk straight through and break these setups. Sniping gets nice early pick onto Jimbo. And this held has been going on for quite some time now. Eventually the Slayers are still coming in favour of Foe, and it looks like another potential setup for them. Is that point mark has crossed 50 points here, halfway through this round 2 to close out this game number 3 and take us over towards Forbidden. But right now, this Foe side, they seem to have Quadrant's number in this oddball.
Yeah, it seems to be. I'm astounded by and just very impressed by how Foe have been performing in the second round. 70 to 12. On cleanup duty at the moment, and Jimbo 22 in 14 with 11 assists. I think he was feeling a little bit unconfident, or sorry, not really feeling too confident to start with in this series, but now he's woke up, he's smelt the coffee a little bit here. I feel like Harper now is diving on in and doing God's work here, just absolutely smashing it.
That long roast Colombian coffee does hit different sometimes.
Lovely.
Doesn't it? And even it being 9:30 at night, I definitely feel like one now after said that. Maybe I shouldn't, considering I have to get up in the morning for work, but we keep on moving. Quadrant finally getting their hands on the ball. They're surmounting some points of their own, but they've got a long way to catch up to this Foe squad. Cytron forcing himself out to actually take down Jimbo, as you know he's the hot topic in this Foe side right now. SLG working his way over towards Seeker, as Seeker's the last player left for Quadrant over in Commando. Seeker able to take down the first ball carrier, however Chick able to stick him with a beautiful spike nade straight to the head, sending him to a bit of a cheeky unicorn. Quadrant now, they have to work forward, they have to work fast, and they have to work pretty perfectly if they want to be able to take this game back towards Foe. With shots like that from Chick and players kills coming out from Mighties, it's seeming less and less likely as the time ticks on.
They've built so much momentum and like a high amount of morale in this second round. I think winning that first round or clutching it in that way just boosted their synergy tenfold. You know, when after a period of time you give him a bit too much respect and you give him too many kills and too much slaying power and you give him too much confidence, that's just going to boost their teamwork overall, and you can just see they're oozing of confidence overall, and that's one of the worst things you could do at this stage. With Woodton now managed to get the double at the end, and that's going to be a 2-0 for the likes of Foe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Captain James Force. I am here with the awesome Tudor, and this is the UHL Spring Series 2023.
So the oddball is in their vicinity. They're pushing up over the C stairs.
Oh, they're stacked up.
Double kill. And
I'm not guessing where it was like. He actually gets the stick.
Fired.
Oh! Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
M41 Saber. Inbound. M41 Saber. Available.
Plasma grenades, fire!
Really sad. What's it been like integrating Chick into this team? Obviously, you had quite a comfortable thing going with Snapdragon and everything on there. What's the transition been like? Because yeah, they play similar, but yes, they don't at the same time. What's it been like bringing him in?
Yeah, it's been a really fun transition. Obviously, there were some growing pains when we first brought him in because you never know how. I mean, I myself, I think I've spoken to Seb maybe once or twice prior to him joining the team. So you never know how he wants to play. You never even know how well he can speak English, how quickly he can pick up the terms that we use in the game. But we clicked pretty fast. But then it was just about ironing out what game plans we want to put into place, and that took a little bit of time. Quadrant definitely hit the ground running with their new roster, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Seb is incredibly vocal. So what we lost in Mike, we gained similarly with Seb, and then we also gained a lot more communication, which has kind of taken the onus off of Jim a little bit. Allows him to focus on his own gameplay, which, as you've seen in that last grand final and the reset, it's helping us all around. So yeah, we're pretty happy with Seb.
It's quite interesting you say that in terms of the language barrier, because could you imagine him around me with my terminology in English? It'll be...
Hey, I can't understand you. I mean, I don't
really
know.
understood you this
I don't know what he would say.
He probably wouldn't say anything. He'll be like, what's this bloke on about? Well, what I wanted to say, I want to ask you some of the major changes we witnessed from the upper bracket final going into the grand finals. Now, obviously, there must have been something in particular which just switched on for you guys. It seemed a bit odd how you guys were coordinating not as well as you should be. I kind of felt like the synergy was there, but you guys were just not really on the same wavelength. The spawn cycles were a bit out of place. What changed? What was the 2 or 3 biggest changes you noticed from the upper bracket final going to the grand final, making such a huge leap? Because we saw players like Jimbo going from average to slaying out of his skull. We saw Mighty making some godlike rotations, and of course Chick and Whittam just supporting really well. But is there maybe 2 or 3 big changes you witnessed which kind of solidified that grand final victory?
Yeah, we don't really like winning from winners bracket, so we lost on purpose. And then no, well, I would say the biggest changes I saw. I mean, obviously, the ideal is you win from winners, and then you make it easy. You get an early dinner, and then you're able to go to bed at a reasonable time. But the big differences I saw were, and we spoke about this, mainly trust in the calls. If everyone has an idea of how things are going to go, and they're all different ideas, then it's very difficult to assert your will on the map. The other thing we really worked on was staying alive. Quadrant are so aggressive, but the way they play is actually taking 1v1s. Like they back their individual skill, which is great when you take the 1v1s. But like if you deny them those 1v1s and they're not able to trade, they are less effective. So we kind of spoke about that. Also, the game types in the winners finals were not great. We're going to be working on those for Arlington, but yeah, definitely suited us a little bit more in the grand finals. So got a little bit squeaky. We kind of let ourselves down, I think, on the recharge strongholds. We definitely have performed better than that on that game type in the past against them. But the Game 5 ice, you can't buy that, boys. You can't buy Game 5 ice.
Love a
It's
Game
in the
5,
vein.
mate. You know me. No, choose your thoughts, because I find it very interesting, especially from your perspective, like being the coach of Foe, and just I love to see your insight, because you are their fifth player at the end of the day. You're the one who's like strutting your stuff, doing the research, the preparation, the timings, everything included. So, and you're going to be the person to really dig out these exploits and weaknesses. But Hop, have you got another question to throw to
I mean, at this moment in time, there's not too much. What's going through my mind is, when's my McDonald's going to arrive? But I mean, at the end of the day, how you guys have proved yourselves as rightfully so that number one seed in Europe, and there was obviously, I think, a lot of people kind of doubted, and not rightly so, but doubted your ability in dethroning Quadrant due to how dominant they've been for so long. But the question now is, going into Arlington, where do you see yourself guys placing? Where do you see you guys stacking up against the powerhouses which are over in NA?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely a good question. I said to the boys, last thing I said before I joined the Discord to then, come on the stream was, if we play, 5% as well as we did just then in Arlington, like, we'll place really, really well. The goal is to be challenging for grand finals by the end of the year. Where obviously the big money is, Halo World Championships. You want to be in with a shot of coming home with a ring. And if we're not aiming for that ultimately, then what's the point in doing this? But as a first event as a team, it's probably unrealistic to expect that. I would say at least top 6 minimum. Some of the North American rosters right now seem a little bit susceptible, but the individual talent in North America and their quality of practice is just far superior to Europeans. So yeah, we're going to be aiming for top 6 minimum, and then hopefully we can allow our quality of practice and allow the reps against the North American teams that we get in the tournament in Arlington in pool play to carry us through the bracket play and maybe push top 4. We'll see.
Is there a potential boot camp? Getting over
we
there,
got invited.
reps.
We got invited to a boot camp. Sadly, because of the lack of organizations we're able to talk to at this moment in time, it's probably unlikely we're going to be able to boot camp before Arlington. I think, like Seeker said on Outcasted's podcast the other day, like it's nice to boot camp before every event if you can, but early on in the year, boot camps are less valuable than later on in the year, which is very, very true. Because if you are behind the game later on in the year, which is where the majority of the money is, that can be really detrimental to your long-term success and the amount of money you're bringing in for your own pockets as well as your potential orgs. So we'll be looking to boot camp maybe a little bit later on, maybe not before London, but hopefully we'll have organizational backing before then to accept all the invites we get to these boot camps. But yeah,
Hey, come on, orgs, just sign this squad. Come on,
we're going in raw, boys. We're going in raw.
What more proof do you need? Like, they're just on the major qualifier and the other 2 tournaments before that. Like, come on, it's taking the mickey a little bit. Sign them up already.
I'm a little bit upset because I think we were supposed to be first seed today, and Face It and EE or whoever it was decided we'd be second seed. Not sure why that was, but
Harold,
it doesn't matter.
Like I said, I'm just a caster here. I'm just
don't drag
shouting my mouth down the microphones.
Okay?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. We don't take it personally, We don't take it personally. It's fine.
Well, I suppose you are technically guaranteed number 1 seed anyway, but it's all good. But honestly, 100%. I'm extremely happy for you and the rest of the squads who now go into number 1 seed. And the only thing I want to ask is, Jimbo's slaying potential from the upper bracket final to grand finals was just a monumental difference in comparison. All I want to ask is, what did he have before that grand final? Was it Weetabix, Frosties, Cocoa Pops, maybe dabbled in some special K?
Beans on toast.
is Harry's special potion. I can't tell you that. That's
Harry's
why I'm the coach. Okay.
Don't clip that and take it out of context. Stream.
No, I think he promised himself a Pizza Hut. I believe I was watching his stream before I hopped on Discord, so I think he promised himself a Pizza Hut, but he said it depends how well I play. So obviously he was playing for his pizza today.
So if he lost, you would have got a Tops pizza instead.
Yeah, maybe it could have, like a Pizza Go-Go or something. Sorry, I've got a special guest here, lads. Give me a second.
Oh, go
it's
on.
It's the faux mascot. It's the
Oh
boy.
my
He was
God.
screaming to come in this whole time, and throughout the whole grand finals actually. But I was locked in. I couldn't let him in. But here he is. He is.
What a cutie.
He's very happy we secured first seed.
I can tell from his face he's extremely delighted.
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy right now, does he? It's all right.
Well, to be fair, what cats are happy? Let's put it that way.
That's a good point.
Anyways,
Cats are better though.
Harold, fantastic stuff. You're going as #1 seed. Congratulations. I'm sure you guys are going to absolutely smash it in Arlington and do us proud. Make sure to get the best placement possible. If you don't get first, don't come back, but that's fine. We'll let you off if you get like a top 4 finish or something.
Yeah, I hear that, lads. Good job today, both of you, and of course, obviously all the team putting the stream together. Appreciate you guys putting on for European Halo. And any orgs out there, bang my line, all right? hello@wonderboy.gg is the email. Please lock these boys down to contracts before we get poached again. It's going to happen again, probably.
It's going to happen
Yes,
again.
listen to young man.
Listen
Pick
to
them up
the
now.
man.
They're still available, and I don't know how many times we have to say it on Twitter and God knows what else. But please just pick. them
visit
up, or at
Wonderboy's
least get in
Twitter.
calls.
And if you're an org, check your LinkedIn, because I've been messaging your CEOs, your talent managers, everyone. I've been messaging them, and no one's replied. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
So rude.
unbelievable. But we have to let you go, Harold. We need to close the show. But thank you
Thank
so
you,
much for
Wonderboy.
being here for the interview. And we'll catch you very soon, hopefully.
Cheers,
GGs.
lads. See you next time.
See how things are going to shape things up. We're going to start off from Glory's perspective, heading straight for that snipe. Let's see what mischief he's going to get up to with it.
Yeah, and these snipers are so powerful on this map, so important to control. And both teams are able to have quite a quick opportunity to push their opponent's snipe, but neither of them really doing. Snipe Drone has been able to take down Mighties on the flip side. OS is going to be popping. A great shot, though, coming out from Jimbo to keep that OS still in play. And it looks like Glorious has been able to get his hands on it. However, Chick at the last second able to take him down. And it looks like that OS still is going to be lying on the ground unless Glorious was able to burn it. But I don't know whether he was able to do so. A bit of a stalemate here, but it's a bit like that Argyle saying they have to play for that mid control. As soon as they've grabbed that, they're going to be able to grab themselves opportunity to push forward. So that is going to be the fight round now. Jimbo caught out a little bit of no man's land. He will end up falling, but it looks like a rotation has been called to come back towards their flag as they're concerned about what Mighties and Wootum are doing. And again, they seem to be double questioning themselves. They had 3 dead. They haven't pushed forward. They're questioning what they're going to do. And with that, it's given an opportunity for Jimbo and Mighties to come off respawn and push back up to where they were before. So, hesitancy maybe, I don't know what it is, but Quadrum seem to be second-guessing their decisions and giving Foe way too much time to push forward.
That seems to be the case. Currently 3v3. Glory still trying to pop off with this snipe. He hasn't been doing too bad. Had a little bit of...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are down to the final 3. It is the losers final, and hopefully we have everyone in this lobby because we've been waiting a little bit, Steve. But here we are. It's Mamma Mia. It's Jump Out Gang because who else was it going to be?
Yeah, I think we all kind of expected this would be the situation, especially once we saw that Foe weren't playing today. I think this was the losers final we all kind of thought would happen. I think also the one that we all hoped for. I mean, these guys have matched up so many times now, it feels like the last few weeks, and I feel like it's generally quite a close series. Maybe not always a 3-2, but the games at least are usually quite closely contested. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes. I think, like you mentioned before, Jump Out Gang have got that kind of spot and pool play secured, right, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yep.
I think... Even then, though, you know, when we look at the open bracket side of things for Mamma Mia to get those extra seeding points, I think, you know, not only just for London, right, but even for the rest of the season, I think, you know, it could be a big benefit for them. But let's have a look at the team, shall we? Have a quick look at that. Mamma Mia, of course, Flux, i7, Mo, Shad, the roster we just saw beat Click Esports 3-0. And then on the other side, we will have a Jump Out Gang, which I've not actually had the privilege of commentating today. So we'll bring them up when we can. But I
The
think
Sun Rizzler
yeah,
himself.
the Sun Rizzler himself. But I guess James, how you thinking this one might go?
Mate, this is probably the closest I think we're going to have today, right? I think that, you know, we pull up Jumper Jang, Sunrise, Zove, Millsy, Kimbo. Like, they look great earlier. Like we said, took Quadrant to 2 games and, like, 2 really, really close games, especially that Slayer as well. Sunrise, just an absolute beast down there on, like, 5k damage, has been tearing it up. But if we look at the maps real quick, because we are actually going to cast a Strongholds on Interference, something we have not done yet today. Slayer on Recharge, a CTF Aqua, my fave, Live Fire Oddball Street Slayer. Mate, it's gonna be banging, but we're gonna get started straight away because we're not here to mess about. Strongholds Interference, let's go.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this one in the rotation. I know there's been different opinions on if it's good or bad, but as a Halo 5 player myself, I'm instantly biased towards liking it. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes. In Halo 5 at least, there's one of these game types where you can get those trip caps. You could end the game very, very kind of convincingly, but we'll have to see if it plays out similar in Infinite. I'm sure these teams have been playing a few scrims and they're getting used to how it plays here in Halo Infinite, but Zove off the start has already found himself the overshield. You can see Jump Out Gang going for an early trip cap here. They were going for A, B, and C. It looks like B. Capture's been delayed for just a moment. The reset comes in, and C now being converted to Mamamia. So the overshield eventually does help Zove get that kill, but the grenade's going to be there to clean him up, and it's now going to be all 4 down for Mamamia. As now surely they can get that trip cap secured in, and let's see how long they can hold it for.
Yeah, and Millsy almost failing to climb some stairs. As you can see, we've got the box-in-box camera angle. Beautiful obs in the bottom left, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is probably Oscar sitting in bottom left obs, so love that. But it's going to be Millsy who does find a double kill. And yeah, so far 10-0 to Jump Out Gang, but this, like I said, Steve, this is going to be a banger series. The only way if Jump Out do not make pulls, by the way, is if Mamamia win the whole thing.
Oh my lord. Wait, that makes things very interesting all of a sudden. I'm even more locked in than I already was, because that would be the craziest storyline ever if they could somehow win the whole tournament. So yeah, let's see if they can win this series first of all. But, I mean, with what we've been seeing so far from them today, seems to be playing at a very, very good level. It's a very low-scoring game so far. It seems like both these teams almost just kind of continually rotating, and no one seems to be able to just hold a solid setup. It is now C and A in control of Jump Out Gang, so they are going to be racking up these points here for the time being. As you can see, Flux has got eyes on that overshield. The overshield now up, the backsmack coming in from Shad, and is he going to go for the grab on that OS? He'd go for the slide, and it looks like the pop isn't quite going to come in. The overshield's still down. We're going to have to see who's able to get the grab. I7 with a double kill there might help his team, maybe, but no, Sunrise has got his hands on the overshield here.
Yeah, the Sun Rizzler, as he's known. Oh my god, can he find a way past Mose as well? He's going to have to do this the hard way, and he gets it done. It's actually Millsy who finds the double kill from the top ropes, from the tower. And it's going to be an A, B, and C setup, Steve, and Jump Out Gang have got the first trip cap of the game. I'm not sure how that nade's going to go, but Shad on that one shot as Mose is going to clean that up, but the heat wave's going to be here. It looks like it's still the BC setup for Jump Out Gang as Mose trying to kill Zove. Isn't quite going to get away with it, but does manage to get the assist from I7. And the Sun Rizzler in the trenches going to get killed by Shad, and it's 3 dead for Jump Out Gang. Maybe time for Mamamia to put a couple of points on the board.
Yeah, it's a really good run there, like you said, from Jump Out Gang. They're able to accrue quite a substantial lead early on in this game, but Mamamia finally do get some scoring of their own. And we're going to have to see if the strat is going to be maybe to just try hold the 2 cap, or are they going to push for that triple cap off the back of a few of these kills as they're continuing to get these slays onto Jump Out Gang, and you can see they now are pushing for that triple cap. It is going to be B and C in their control, and it looks like just for now, they're going to let Jump Out Gang get the cap onto A. As the collapse now coming in, but I7 gets absolutely melted there, and that's going to give Jump Out Gang a chance to push out here as they do find 2 kills. The trade does come in, but somehow Shad staying alive with the help of Flux, backing down as well. The overshield coming up here in about 8 seconds time could play a big factor here. As you can see, Sunrise rotating towards this engine 2 position. Is he going to go straight for the grab, or is he going to try to get a few kills first? Looks like maybe going to elect to play some slays, but Moses is going to punish him for waiting around. Gets the kill and helps I7 get the overshield as well. So despite the strong start from the Jump Out Gang, looking like Mamamia starting to just heat up into things a little bit here.
Yeah, and it's Mamma Mia doing some good work here. I7 being his usual insane self. Gonna have that trip cap handed now, though. Millsy going to find his way into Moses' bullets, as Flux is gonna find Zove as well. But look at this trip cap. It's 4 dead for Jump Out Gang as Mamma Mia have flipped this interference on its head. Millsy's gonna go down straight off spawn as well. So now the spawns are really getting all over the place. As Mamma Mia, they're going to move past 100. It's Shad and I7 finding kills. It's just Kimbo left alive. He is going to find Shad, but he is one shot. Millsy going to jump in this A site. Got to watch from tower though, but I7 up there as well. Kimbo and Flux going to find the trade as Mose gets Zove. But yeah, it's yeah, B and C for the time being for Mamma Mia. And yeah, mate, this is I wasn't expecting this. Mamma Mia have come out the blocks hot, mate.
Yeah, it was a really interesting start, right? It was so kind of back and forth and teams just continually rotating around, and we didn't really see much points racked up on either side. But then we saw Jump Out Gang have that uncontested 80-point run, and now you flip things back the other way, and it's been 150 or so points uncontested from the side of Mamma Mia. As if they can just keep this one going, they're looking to cruise towards a Game 1 victory here. As a bit of a slow start maybe for some of the players in Jump Out Gang. Sunrise has changed his gamer tag, and so far it seems not to be playing out well for him. But we'll have to see if he can warm up as this game goes on. I know his #1 fan, MPX, is in the chat, rooting him on. As you can see, Zove here struggling to secure the kill. The help comes in from Kimbo, as it is now going to be C and B, and maybe A by the look of it, about to be in control for Jump Out Gang. But as I say, that Flux shuts that capture down. But that's going to buy a bit of time here for Zove to get the grab on the overshield. The trip cap is now going to be in. And let's see, with the help of this overshield, surely maybe a chance to keep it going. As you can see, the C capture was started, but left there for just a second. Sunrise finds a kill off screen. Millsy maybe a little bit unsure where to go, as Kimbo continuing to put pressure onto C. It looks like the capture for A did come in, Mamma Mia, but Jump Out Gang still with C and B in their control, continuing to score here. Flux looks like he's going to get killed as well. 3 dead, make it 4 dead for a moment on the side of Mamma Mia. Jump Out Gang maybe looking to even this game up here soon.
Oh my god. Jump Out Gang, they've got their own trip cap again. It's just been trip cap to trip cap. No one able to really hold interference for too long. And it seems it's all or nothing, Steve. You either hold all of it or you hold none of it. And you can see the stats in the bottom left. Jump Out Gang, team average on strongholds. Average hill time, 42.48 seconds. I gotta say, Steve, I have no real understanding of what that means when it comes to, like, being is that, like, overall or per game, or I don't really know. I'm gonna work it out.
I'm assuming it's okay. Apparently it's per player we're hearing. I mean, I guess maybe that could be an indication if it was high that you're good at rotating, efficiently. But it'd be nice, what we could do maybe at some point is get like a leaderboard of different stats and compare teams and see where they're placed on the leaderboard. That would kind of give us an idea of who's better at what. But I think, at the moment, like you say, I think we're seeing a lot of trip caps back and forth, and like we mentioned at the start, right, on Halo 5, this was one of those maps, Strongholds, that did play out quite snowball-y. The map is quite kind of, there's a lot of kind of traversability from contesting one stronghold to the other, and I think once you get that trip cap, it can be so difficult to break out of. But we've seen both teams with some decent success kind of breaking those trip caps and not letting things get out of hand. As we are now nearing the end of this game. It's only about 30 or so points needed, Mamma Mia, to take game 1 in this series. And with the overshield coming up as well, things could be going from bad to worse here. Jump Out Gang, as Sunrise unfortunately does stay alive, but who's going to get the grab on the overshield? I think it might be Mose. Well, no, it's going to be Flux. Sorry, Flux with the overshield in the back pocket. Didn't actually pop it straight away, and now only 15 points needed here. Mamma Mia to close out game 1. Flux getting absolutely melted with the overshield, but he's stopping that push coming on to Nest, as there's only 9 points needed. One more round of slates Mamma Mia to win this game. Jump Out Gang, they need to get feet in either of these strongholds, but they can't seem to get anywhere near. A now getting converted, but it's all 4 dead for Jump Out Gang, and 21-11 from Flux. Game 1 going to Mamma Mia.
Yeah, beautiful work from Flux. Just what a finish, man. Like, you talked about being snowbally, and that hurts me, because we got rid of Solitude, which was incredibly snowbally, and now we've gone into this interference game, and I have to say, I'm not sure I've seen so many trip caps in one game before. Like, there was, 5, 6 trip caps, I think? So, yeah, Kimbo dropping 19 kills, but 250 to 165. Fantastic effort from Mamma Mia to get it done. They looked really good, right? The Sun Rizzler, Needs to find a way to get back into this game. 10 assists from Zove though. Yeah, and if we look at some damage, I'm sure, Flux just dominating there, but there's going to be a few damage dealers up there as well. Of course, Kimbo, 5.3, actually leading the way over Flux. Sunrise, 4.7, Millsy. There's some decent damage. Zove, only 3.4 though, even with 10 assists. So, yeah, a little bit of work to do, I think, for game number 2.
I think to speak about interference strongholds as well a little bit more before the game 2, I think maybe one of the upsides we saw that game was, despite the trip caps coming in frequently, they were broken kind of fairly successfully on both sides a few times, whereas the amount of times we'd see solitude strongholds, one trip cap come in and suddenly the game is over 2 minutes later because no one can break it. It seems like maybe it's a little bit easier to break, so I think that's nice to see. But like you said, I mean, despite Sunrise not having as many kills as we're used to seeing him have, he still had quite high damage dealt, fairly high damage taken as well, so he was in the action. But I think that's one of those game types where, thankfully for these teams, there's still a bit longer until London, so we have a little bit more time left for them to kind of get used to things and maybe learn how this map plays, specifically in Halo Infinite, because, despite being the same map, it's a different game, and I'm sure there's going to be a few kind of differences to how it played out in Halo 5. But here are the maps layout for you guys. So we just saw Interference Stronghold game 1 goes Mamma Mia, Recharge Slayer going to be our game 2, followed by Aquarius CTF, and then if they are required, Life Fire Oddball and Street Slayer. So, I mean, your favorite Aqua CTF is guaranteed to be on the board, so we're happy to see that. But yeah, Recharge Slayer is going to be an interesting one. I think Shock Rifle in the hands of i7, I spoke about, I think, last week and even the week before. It's my main talking point when it comes to i7 and the Shock Rifle. He just doesn't seem to miss a shot. On the other side, though, I think Sunrise, one of those players that, ever since joining this Jump Out Gang roster, has just been taking over games well, it seems like, whenever he wants to. And I think that he's been such a huge part of their success. So I think big game 2 here, like you said, to just talk about the big picture a little bit. Mamma Mia, if they win this tournament, still have a chance of making it into pool play. So off the back of that game 1 victory, like I said, there's still all to play for.
Yeah, they've only got to find 2 more games against Jump Out Gang, and then a grand final against Quad, and then a grand final reset against Quad. It's still possible. It's still 100% possible. But yes, Mamma Mia at this stage have locked in at least the open bracket spot with travel coverage to HCS London. Like you said, would need an absolute genuine miracle, I think, if they were to double, sweep Quad, as well as beating Jump Out Gang. So, yeah, first step on the way, though. 1 map down, 8 more to go to lock in a pool spot. But I think, all jokes aside, I think Mamma Mia, really, really do have a strong chance of making it through open bracket. If you're pushing a Jump Out Gang, you're taking maps off Vo, you're pushing Quad in different places, there is opportunity there, right? There is legitimately a way that you make it through. And I know, I'm keeping a sneaky eye on the NA bracket, right? And I'm seeing C9 got beaten by Reverse Perfy, and Sentinels are in upper bracket final against Proton, and yeah, there's a lot of teams to kind of be concerned about, right? Still deciding are there. Native Gaming versus Lies beat Bittersweet. There's still a lot of scary teams in NA, right? So
yeah. I think there's a lot of factors that go into the open bracket, like you say, because, one thing, right, there's a few things we'll talk about a little bit. One, everyone's going to be on Xboxes, which is not something a lot of the players are going to be used to, so that adds an element of unpredictability, plus the fact that a lot of the teams in NA have changed recently. There's been a bit of rostermania, whereas you look at this Jump Out Gang team and this Mamma Mia team, these guys have been stuck together now for, a decent amount of time when it comes to a team staying together in Halo, so they've got maybe that going for them, and also, best of threes. There's a lot of kind of factors when you get to an open bracket that can kind of play in your favor if you're the underdog, and maybe play against you if you're the favorite. So I think with how good they've been looking, like you say, just the ability to take games off the likes of Foe, off the likes of Quadrant. If you can take a game, you can win the series. That's always the motto that I've kind of gone by, and a lot of other people have gone by. And especially, when you get to a best of 3 environment, if you've got that confidence that you can take games against the top teams in the world, that's going to give you so much belief that you can beat practically anyone. I think especially in open bracket, that's going to be the case. So I think, I'm really excited to see how Mamma Mia do get on in open bracket. If they were the team that they are the team we expect to be in there. Obviously, the miracle could still happen. if we do get Mamma Mia versus Quadrant in the grand final, and I've got so many ways I'm going to try to justify that being a possibility. if that does happen, I mean, maybe Quadrant aren't quite as motivated as Mamma Mia if they get to the final. You never know. But yeah, I think it's going to be, like you said, a tall order. It'd be probably EU Halo history if Mamma Mia somehow won the whole tournament. But yeah, I think on this series, though, at least, only game one going to Mamma Mia, Jump Out Gang will still be feeling very, very confident that they can win this series, and I think they'll be wanting to, have things in their own hands when it comes to guaranteeing that pool play spot.
Yeah, and I think, you talk about history. Can you imagine, your Optic right now, you don't have to play this weekend, you're sizing up, you've checked all the things, you're like, okay, well, probably going to be Quadrant, let's see how they scrim, and then suddenly, bam, Mamma Mia's in your group, and you're like, what is this? Like, you got to search through VODs to see how they play, like, you've never heard of this team before, like, that would be so sick. SSG versus Quad would also be kind of hilarious as well, right? So
that would be great.
It's gonna be good fun no matter what. But we are hopefully gonna get you into a Recharge Slayer pretty soon. I'm hoping it comes up pretty soon.
Everyone manifest it in the chat right now. Just imagine you're watching a Recharge Slayer game right now. And we've just heard, as I've said that, see, it worked. Apparently he's just joined the lobby, the player that wasn't in the lobby, so the game should now be starting very, very soon. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes. One of my common talking points when it comes to Slayers, especially in online competition versus LAN competition, is the pace they're played at. I think, for anyone that's watched a lot of the LANs, especially in North America, you do see Slayers sometimes really slow down to a snail's pace, and I think that's kind of a reflection of how seriously the games are taken on LAN, and how there's a lot more on the line. But in online competition, I think it's sometimes kind of hard to replicate that same pressure, and usually you can see Slayers played at a bit more of a fast pace. So I'm curious to see, with how much is on the line here in terms of the pool play spot and still being up for grabs, are we going to see this game slow down, or are we maybe going to see either of these teams continue to push the pace? As I'm just hearing there might have been a lobby reset, so we might have to wait a little bit longer as we go through the fly-through. Very cinematic look at the camouflage. It does look very pretty.
Boom.
But yeah, I think still a chance here, like we say, and we're going to keep hope alive, because that's what we do. We keep the storylines alive.
Yeah, look, if you're not keeping the storylines alive, like what are you even doing here? You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of excited. I was taking a look, right? Here's a question for you, I guess, while I wait for this. Pool's kind of already been set in some way. FaZe playing Complexity in Pool C, and Shopify playing Foe in Pool D. Shopify winning the first Open, actually, of kind of this set before London. What do you think Foe's chances are against Shopify?
I think actually they have a chance, which might sound outrageous for me to say, considering Shopify have been winning Open Series in America and also, contesting top 2. But I think, for me, just from a kind of mental game point of view, if you're one of those EU teams and you come up against these kind of storied powerhouse FaZe, Optic, SSG, I think you're just, you're so used to just losing to those teams over and over and over again. And I think you just maybe go in there with a little bit more of a kind of mental pressure of, can we really do this? But I think the likes of Foe, the players on that team, they're going to look at Shopify on paper at least and think, we can beat these players. We beat them. We've beat some of these players when they were on different rosters before. And I think despite how strong they've looked recently, I don't think maybe Shopify have kind of got the fear maybe that some of the other teams have, just based on they've been looking good recently, but it's only been the kind of last month or so. So I like to think that Foe are going to go into that series with a little bit more confidence. And I think Shopify, maybe in the recent online tournaments in America, they've kind of had that underdog mentality of, we're going to prove all these teams wrong. We're going to prove SSG and Optic we can hang with them. Whereas when they're up against a team like Foe, they're going to be the favorite. And I think sometimes having that different dynamic going into a series where you're not the underdog anymore, you're the favorite, you're expected to win, can just can switch things up a little bit. So I'm hoping for Foe they can look at that series and think it's a winnable one. As I think they did play against them right at the most recent LAN, so they might have a little bit of experience in how they play. But as we do now get back into this series, Sunrise YY, I like the gamer tag, is now looking to play for this camo here off the start, and we have to see who's going to be able to get the grab. You can see no one yet has made the move to go for it, as Kimbo being very sneaky towards the stacks. This is now going to make a move to take the gun. Oh my lord, that snap from Kimbo. Jesus, that was impressive on controller. But Mo's still able to stay alive here towards bottom mid. Millsy does eventually get taken down, and the grab now coming in from Mo's. Well, Sunrise is going to be there as well. This is really good job, I got to say, from both teams to keep this camo contested. There's already been 9 kills total in the game, and only just now someone got the camo.
Did Camo go down as well?
Not quite sure.
Wait, that's a stick. Yeah, Camo died. And that's a beautiful stick as well. So Camo already in the bin. And you were right, by the way. I did a little digging. Lower bracket quarterfinals at Arlington. Shopify Rebellion 3, Foe 1. Foe 1, the king of the hill, though. So we're 1-0 up. Before unfortunately bowing out in that top 6, though.
There's hope. There's hope.
There is hope. Rebellions are built on hope, Steve. EU is like Rebel Alliance, and NA are like the Galactic Empire, just like suffocating us, and just being better all the time.
No, we're so much better than them now. It's okay. I7's got shock rifle, and everyone needs to pay attention here because he might just get an overkill any second because he does not miss with his weapon. Unfortunately for him, there's only 2 shots left, so the overkill's looking less and less likely by the second. But I7 is locking down long haul. When I was speaking a bit before about is this game going to slow down, it seems to have slowed down for just a moment, but I7 maybe not used to playing at that pace. Does get punished eventually for making a bit of a aggressive push out towards the middle of the map, and he does get punished, but Kimbo did get traded out. This game's still fairly closely contested here. It's stuck at 9-9 at the moment. It's a tie game, and the camo's going to be up in 3 seconds' time. Shad's got grapple in the back pocket, but can he get close enough for the camo to maybe have an effect on the team fight? As you can see, Flux and Millsy trade towards the C flat. Shad might be able to grapple the camo, but it seems like Jump Out Gang have beat him to it. Kimbo got the grapple on the camo, I think, and he is going to get the pop. Is he going to stay alive? No, Mose gets the kill. That is such a big kill from Mose to shut that camo player down and keep this game tied at 11.
Oh my days. So 2 camos have lasted about a combined 5 seconds there. As both teams very, very keen to get that off the map. Shad is going to find Sunrise. Millsy hiding in a corner. Not able to get out as Mo's going to hunt him down and then just peek around the corner. And perfect Kimbo to get the double kill. And it's moves like that that are going to win you losers finals. Yeah, for Jump Out Gang, it's all about confidence, right? You've automatically locked up a pool spot, but you don't want to go into London having lost to Mamma Mia. That is not going to fill you with any confidence whatsoever. The Sunrise and I7 going to trade. The miss as well from Mose as Zove's going to put him in the bin. And Kimbo 6 and 6, Zove 5 and 3. You can already tell. There's a couple of players with 0 assists. You can already tell. At 16-15, this is firstly, Steve, like you said, really slow, and secondly, really close.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you're Flux and you've got 0 assists, if your teammates call you out for it, the line you always have to use is, I'm just finishing my kills, guys. Okay, that's why I have no assists, like, which I think, that's a go-to. You can't go wrong with it. But yeah, like you say, Jump Out Gang, they, you know, from a confidence point of view heading into London, they don't want to lose to Mamma Mia, and also I don't think they want to be in a position of anxiously sat there watching the final hoping the quadrant win. You know, obviously you expect it to happen, but you want to do things when you're in your own hands. As running out of ammo is always an awkward situation to be in. As you can see, Shad, I was speaking about how he's so good at staying alive, only has 2 deaths in this game. It seems to be such a kind of common thing we see from Shad, just continually playing his life, which can make things so difficult for the opposition. The 1v1 now is Shad and Zove, and he's going to win it. You can see why when he gets in these 1v1s, not missing, getting that kill, and this is where things maybe could be getting scary. It's been a fairly closely contested game so far. A 3-kill lead now for Mamma Mia, and camo is up. I was going to say, I thought they're going to be in prime position to get the grab. Jump Out Gang keeping it closely contested here on the camo. It seems like both teams really have struggled to get any kind of clean getaway with this camo, and that I think is really keeping this game close though. But 3 dead now for Jump Out Gang. He's going to earn I7 the camo, and he's going to have hands. He's going to have eyes, sorry, straight on that shock rifle. He's going to be beelining towards it, going straight for the grab, and this is where we could see I7 take over the game and really make things almost insurmountable for Jump Out Gang. We can start lining up some of these headshots. Maybe things could get dangerous, but Jump Out Gang doing a good job isolating, or sorry, cutting off the angles and making it difficult for him. I was going to say, Jesus.
Oh my god. Just, like, it's scary, the time and the ability he has to just kind of sit there and wait for it. He's going to find the kill onto Millsy as well. Did he actually hit Kimbo? I don't even know. Oh, actually, he got in the way of the team nade as well. So, sometimes even with camo, you're not helping your team too much. Zove is going to get body shot. Millsy has his head removed as Sun Rizzler says, no way, Jose. And he's going to go, oh my god, he almost got shot. I think he got tagged though. And Sunrise is going to go down to Shad. Oh man, it's a 5-kill lead, and Like you said, mate, I7, oh dear, I7 with a shock rifle has the ability to change games as Shad finds another double kill. Oh, mate, I can't wait to see the buff stats out of this one of how many double kills Shad has got today, because it seems like an infinitely large amount.
Yeah, and off the back of that kill as well from Shad, he's got the shroud screen and he's used it to help Mose get the camos. That's back-to-back camos now, Mamma Mia, and that's the thing, right? We saw this game basically tied early on, but when you're getting camos consistently like Mamma Mia are, it's going to really result in an open up the lead. But look at that play from Mose. Chooses not to shoot his gun so that he doesn't expose himself with a one-shot of camo and calls out for help. Unfortunately, in the end, does get taken down, but you can see now the lead has opened up 39-31. And Mamma Mia, if they can just continue trading out these kills, will be going up 2-0 in this series. Shad, though, looking to get this kill onto Zove. Zove stuck between a rock and a hard place, does get taken down. A killing spree now for Shad. Just seems to be so dangerous on recharge. No way. No. Oh my god! How has Shad won that gunfight? That is not allowed. You can't be doing that. That is just Sunrise. Change the game attack back. Change it back. It's not vibing with me anymore. Like, just Jesus. 14
what? What was that, mate? How has he done that? Shad. Oh my days. It's illegal. It's illegal, man. You can't do that. As Mose is gonna, like, this game is basically done because Shad is just absolutely insane. Mills is gonna find Mose. It's an 8-kill lead with 5 to go. The petition for Sunrise to change his game attack to Sunrizzler, please. Someone get that on change.org. Like, it's gotta happen. This new one ain't vibing, but dear, oh dear, oh dear. Hello, son.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord, the movement. Hello.
Never mind. He can keep it. He can keep it now.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We don't have any problems there. He's going to find Shad as well. Oh my god. It's gone from 8 kills to 5 kills, and they haven't died at all, Jump Out Gang. Oh my days. Oh my god, he's actually going to... Oh my god, I thought he was going to win that as well. 47-41. Couple of kills to go. Mose caught in the corner. He's going to get taken down, but Flux with this shock rifle going to find a kill. And now they're going to collapse onto I7 as he's going to hit up Millsy. Can't quite finish him up. He finds him for the finish. It's 50-43 and Mamma Mia are up 2-0, but Shad was outrageous, Steve.
Yeah, that is such a huge play from Shad. And that's the thing, right? Sometimes it's always that question when you're getting low deaths like that. Are you baiting your team? Are you maybe playing a bit too slow? But we saw even when he gets in those 1v1 fights, he just kept winning them consistently over and over again. And there's no way he should have got that triple kill on Glass. That was ridiculous. And thankfully, we saw a few signs of life from Jump Out Gang towards the end. Sunrise making some big plays as well. So that might give them a little bit of confidence heading into this game 3. But so far in this series, Mamma Mia been playing lights out Halo and then already 2-0 up as I7, 15 kills, Shad 14 and 8 as well is a very, very impressive stat line. On the other side, it's, unfortunately, Millsy, maybe in terms of kills to death, not having the strongest game. Did get 9 assists though, so, not the end of the world. But Mamma Mia, I think, did a great job in the middle of that game, securing those camouflages. It was fairly kind of back and forth, but they got back-to-back camos, and that's when we saw the lead really kind of open up to 7-8 kills. Shad made a few big individual plays, and before you know it, 2-0 in the series. And yeah, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep from Jump Out Gang if they want to win this series and 100% guarantee their spot in pool play for the London LAN coming up in a few weeks' time. But yeah, Capture the Flag Aquarius is going to be our game 3, and let's see if Jump Out Gang can start putting something together.
Mate, it's real bizarre what's going on, right? Like, Mamma Mia really getting into this series, but I think the crazy thing for me is, like, if we get Mamma Mia, if they can close this out, this would have been the 3rd different team against Quadrant in 3 weeks of opens.
That'd be amazing. That'd be so good just for EU Halo as a stat, or as a fact to know that that's possible. And yeah, I mean, if they can win 3-0 as well, it's going to kind of save a bit of energy in the tank for having to win 2 series against Quadrant potentially. If they want to. Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot going on here, and there's a lot of Halo to be played potentially. But Jump Out Gang, I'm sure they won't want to let that happen, as is going to be 3 dead for a moment there on the side of Mamma Mia. So maybe, I was going to say a chance to get the flag on the board, but Mose does clean up Kimbo to shut that push down. And Millsy now going to be trying to isolate this 1v1 on the P side. Does win it against Flux. 3 nades, I think tried to shoot the grenade after he threw it. I've not seen that before, and that would have been incredible.
Hey, that would have been absolutely insane if he'd managed to do that. Also, I see in chat Hixie asking for a game 5 because he's eating. He will be jumping on with me after this to cast this grand final. But yeah, Sunrise gonna find a good kill. Can he find another? He gets the trade as Flux. And another multiple beatdowns across the map. It's Zove versus Mose in a 1v1. What are they gonna do? Is this the EU United, by the way?
I think that might be, yeah.
Looks a bit EU United, doesn't it?
It looks quite nice, actually, to be honest. I like that one.
The old, remember when the Americans would be like, oh, EU is playing the whole time? Oh my god. The absolute tragedy that was in Season 1. But it is going to be Shad and Flux finding kills. 10 minutes to go. Still plenty of time as I7, what? How has he managed to get around that corner? Kimbo, he's going to start taking damage, and you can see Jump Out Gang starting to flood. Flux is going to go down. Moses down there as well, but I7 managing to make it around the bend into Util. What can he do to try and score this? Moses is going to find a double when we flick to I7 just as he caps, and Zove still on a goose, but he has OS, so he should at least find one kill. Surely, Steve. And he will.
Yes, thank the Lord. And Zove, he's still got quite a lot of overshield to work with here, and he's got Heat Wave as well in the back pocket. So much to play with. If he can get this flag on the move here, maybe a chance for Jump Out Gang to start working a flag cap. But you can see the overextension on the P side coming in from Mamma Mia. Looking to cut this flag off. Shad finds a kill as well. Flux down to 1v1 versus Zove. The thrust as well is going to make it so difficult for Zove to skill that kill onto Flux. Does get a kill before he's taken down, but Kimbo is going to be last player alive for just a moment as that flag surely will be getting returned, and Jump Out Gang still unable to get a flag on the board here. Only 3 minutes into the game, but Mamma Mia looking to make a push onto this base. Shad getting the damage and staying alive as well. Great job from him as he's already 7-4 in this game. 2 of his teammates taken down though, and it looks like Jump Out Gang looking to maybe get a clean team wipe here, but Shad just continuing to be such a nuisance, staying alive for so long. Sunrise, good job to get the trade, but while all that's been going on, I7 and co having to play a little bit of defense here.
Yeah, Zove going to be the last one left alive. He's top of P2, miles away from that flag. So I7 just completely goes under him. Yeah, 2 dead again for Jump Out Gang. Just getting really outslayed as that flag goes back again. Sunrise. It's going to find him, but I don't know who that was. It might have been Zove that came up behind, or Kimbo that got the kill, but Flux tries to take that grab and run. And it is going to be Zove who's going to take a lot of damage though. Drop down into bottom mid. Shad trying to get damage down, but it's going to be Mose with the cover. Shad not able to get there. He's going to grab the flag, and oh my god, he almost got away. But that flag looks like it's going to be returned as it's 4 dead for Mamma Mia. It's going to allow Jump Out Gang to grab this flag and go through car. Millsy going car 1. And it looks like Kimbo has the OS, so really unfortunate death timing for the side of Mamma Mia. Oh, but the flag grab as well, Steve! Oh my god, it should go back. It should be fine, and it looks like it probably will be. It's a beautiful double kill from Kimbo, and the BM body shots as well. And that flag's going back, and it should be a score for Jump Out Gang, and it will be. And we are tied 1 apiece, and there's some BM in this map.
Yeah, I love seeing a little bit of body disrespect. We saw it earlier on with Click versus KFR. Now we're seeing it between these 2 teams, and yeah, keep doing it, guys. You know, keep adding to the storyline heading to London. It's exactly what we want to see, and I really hope these teams do end up matching up potentially. But yeah, Sunrise though does unfortunately get taken down, but does a little bit of baiting for his teammates. Shad and Millsy in the 1v1. Shad uncharacteristically misses a few shots after seeing what he pulled off last game, but 1-1 here. Very closely contested game. I mean, it's basically been the story of the whole series, right? Been fairly closely contested, but it just seems like Mamma Mia always seem to find a way to pull ahead when it gets towards the end of the game. But so far in this game, fairly closely in terms of slays, fairly close in obviously the flag cap just being tied at 1. New overshield coming up in 30 seconds time, but Sunrise looking to make a push into the base before that comes up. Unfortunately, though, it's going to get shut down. That's 3 dead now for Jump Out Gang. As Millsy, last player left alive towards the yellow util. You can see they're absolutely hunting him, but maybe the backstack might come in onto Mose. Really good job from Millsy to play that corner. It does secure the trade, and that is going to maybe relieve a little bit of pressure on the map for his teammates to come off the spawn. Fight for a little bit of map control, but you can see the overshield now only 7 seconds away from coming up. It is going to be Mamma Mia with control of this P side, but still Probably not going to be comfortable just to go for that grab. Might need a few more kills first. And Jump Out Gang now, getting 2 down, might maybe have secured themselves the overshield. But no, Mose finds a double. Kimbo, I think, has the overshield. No, it's Sunrise. Sunrise got the overshield. And he's already found himself inside the base. This could be a flag on the move here.
Mate, look at the absolute distance he got on that flag. Oh my god, he hit like the most god slide right there. It's literally the boys from Jump Out Gang running interference. And it's going to be the BR. Maybe it can be Millsy as last one left alive, but he's going to get hit. He's just in a completely tough spot, and now it's going to be Mamma Mia who steal this flag back. But both flags out at the moment. We're in a little bit of a flag off as Mose. He's going to get taken down. And if Kimbo can grab this flag might come all the way back, and it might be a flag cap for the side of Jump Out Gang. This flag should be returning. It will be. It's Jump Out Gang with 5 minutes to go, and they are 2-1 up. And oh my god, they might not be winning in slays, but they have found a way to make these flag caps count, and it's through excellent OS use, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, also, like you said, that flag run initially to start things off from Sunrise, he threw that flag like a javelin almost. It was like car one.
God.
The flag was like car one within half a second. That was such a good, efficient use of flag forward mechanics from Sunrise, and in the end, helps them secure the 2-1 lead in this game. Only 4.5 minutes left as well, so that game clock might begin to play a factor here if the kind of rate of captures continues between these two teams. But I7 looking to get behind enemy lines here. Does run into Kimbo though, but hits the perfect 5-shot before getting traded out from Zove. And Sunrise yet again, he's found himself behind enemy lines, but actually choosing to go for some slays first here instead of running the flag. You can see his team's 2 down. But it is going to be 2 down on the other side as well. 10 seconds until the overshield. There's so much things for these players to think about on the map at the moment. The flags are out. The overshield's about to come up. Who's going to prioritize what? You can see Zove with overlook on the overshield. God. I7 going to get taken out from a grenade, and who's going to go for that grab first? Flux is baiting. Shad went for the grab, but he got taken down from Kimbo. It's all going wrong. P1, who's finally going to get the overshield bot? Mose gets taken down as well. Kimbo now going for the grab, and the flag's on the move on the other side, and this is such a heads-up play from Zove. While all that kind of chaos is going on towards the B side, he's been like, yep, I'll just take that flag. I'll run it, and wait a second. Things are going all wrong here for Mamma Mia, and this could be a 3-1 lead coming in.
Oh my god, there's a reason I love this map so much, as it is going to be 3-1 to Jump Out Gang. It's because it can be so unforgiving. You make a mistake, it can be down, but you're never truly out of these games. You've seen it before. You've seen Optic and Quad when Quad pulled back 3 flags in 2 minutes. You've seen it so many times on Aqua. The old Na'Vi days, they were so good at this map because it punishes you if you take your foot off the accelerator for just half a second. I7 is going to find that kill onto Millsy with the help of Flux. And you can see everyone's coming for Flux, and they're going to flush him out of car 1. Zove, he's moving back. I7, he's going to go down to the Sun Rizzler as Millsy finds Mose as well. It's 3 dead briefly for Mamma Mia as Shad and Flux have got to play defense. But actually, Shad is playing a mad amount of offense right here. He is sitting right in this base. Can he find Kimbo? He can't, but he's got a teammate there, and it's Flux who's going to find the kill. And now they're going to pull this flag. They're going to try go through util. Sunrise doing his best to try and stop that, but it is going to be what looks like a flag returned, and Mamma Mia might be able to put this one in. The fumble slightly from Shad. There's 3 dead from Jump Out Gang, and it's 3-2, Steve. It's 2 minutes to go, and we got a game.
Yeah, this has now made things very, very interesting, as what was looking like maybe Jump Out Gang cruising towards victory has now changed completely as Flux gets to kill P1, and he earns himself and his team that overshield. Shad now with overshield in hands, avoids the backsmack from Millsy and should get this kill fairly convincingly. That's 2 dead now for Jump Out Gang, and yet again the flag's on the move here from Mose. A bit of a fumble, but he relocates towards bottom mid, and it might actually end up being a better route if his teammates can get the cover fire in. I7 gets the kill on the B side. Shad still with a little bit of overshield to go. It's 2 dead.
Oh my god!
Make it 3 dead, yeah, again for Jump Out Gang, and it's about to be a tie game here. So 3-3, and Mose is already thinking, sorry, I found that 4th flag, and it's 3-3 now. What a quick change to this game.
Oh my god, I just said why I love this game, and why I love this map and mode, and the flag again being pulled by Mamma Mia. They are not content with coming back to be even. They are here to win it. They are here to put Jump Out Gang in the bin, and it's Mose with this flag as well. Can they pull off another flag cap? It would be actually absolutely unbelievable if they could do it. It's been so
my
good.
God.
Sunrise goes down. Flux has to get some shield back, but it's 4 dead for jump out. And Mamma Mia have capped 3 times in 2 minutes. And they pulled again, Steve. It's Mose with another flag grab. They were 3-1 down with about 3 minutes to go, and they might be here driving the dagger in Jump Out Gang's heart to close this series and go to face Quadrant. They've only got a few kills to go. You can see one go down. It's 3 dead for Jump Out Gang. I7, he's only got to go 2 meters, and they've done it. Mamma Mia from 3-1 down, close 4 flags in 3 minutes. And they are moving on to the grand final. Oh my God, what a finish, Steve. Oh my God.
What just happened? What just happened?
Oh my God.
Oh my! First of all, James is the best commentator in the world. But secondly, oh my Lord, that was 3-1 with like 2 or 3 minutes left. I'm like, oh, they're cruising towards the victory. Gonna be game 4. How they just capped like 4 flags back to back to back to back? It felt like. It's like it almost seemed like it's almost seemed like everything just clicked like in the last 2 minutes. Oh, so that's how you play Aqua Flag. This is working really well.
Now we remember what we're doing.
We just keep running it. I mean, what the hell? What is Mamma Mia just pulled off? That is an incredible comeback. They just seem like they just ascended to a different level. I mean, I7 was throwing flags off to his teammates. It was just the flag was getting ran bottom mid from Mose. It was just back to back to back. I mean, that was a breakdown on the Jump Out Gang side. They were just 3-1 up in that game. Things were looking good. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, the stats don't even seem to matter, to be honest. It just seemed like an incredible show of OBJ efficiency, textbook Halo from Mamma Mia, and I mean, this changes things for me, right? I mean, you have to win this series to make it to the grand final. Not only do you win it, you 3-0 Jump Out Gang, which I don't think that's something we've even seen this season. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think it is. And to come back and win that third game in the fashion they just did, their confidence right now is going to be absolutely through the roof. And like we said before, right? I mean, if Mamma Mia can beat Quadrant in the final, it's still a possibility they could make it into pool play. And, you know, we'd probably say they have to be at their peak to even think about being Quadrant. At the moment, you got to say they look like they are at their peak.
Oh my days. That is unbelievable. Like, Mamma Mia just went like prime Na'Vi on this Aqua CTF, prime quad against Optic, right? Like, they just channeled the EU gods right there. And if anyone ever asks me why CTF Aqua is my favorite map and mode, I'm just gonna point them back towards this game a little bit, specifically the last like 4 minutes, because oh my God, no matter how many times I see teams play this map and mode, it somehow gets better like every single time I see it. And we're gonna watch this highlight package, and look, there is a filthy Shad triple kill coming up right here. Like, there is no way he should get this in any universe. And Jump Out Gang have genuinely just honestly shit the bed, excuse my French. Like, to be 3-1 up and it doesn't even go to time.
Yeah.
You genuinely lose 5-3 is, mate, that's mad. But
yeah,
guys,
that's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was gonna say,
go on,
I mean,
mate.
that's gonna give Jump Out Gang
nightmares.
a lot to think about whenever they play Mamma Mia in the future. They'll be like, is the game ever over when you're playing now? I mean, yeah, there's so much to extract from that series. I'm sure you'll do it heading into the final, but I mean, yeah, Mamma Mia looking to be playing their peak Halo right now, which is what they're gonna need if they want to take down Quadrant in the grand final. We will go to a break in just a moment, just to have a quick look at the scores again. They won the series 3-0. I mean, that last game, watch it back if you missed any of it, by the way, because that was absolutely incredible. But yeah, I think we'll go to a quick break. We'll let you catch your breath a little bit, as that was an incredible series. And yeah, we'll get ready for the grand final.
Mate, Nathan shambles.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, guys, don't go anywhere.
Shaky starts with that missed snipe jump and then getting sniped straight after was a little bit looking to continue to try and stay alive with his sniper if he can. Has got an angle. Lovely shot coming out onto Chick. And all 3 members on that back right hand side. Managed to get one, makes it a double. Could be another overkill here if he manages to get it. Makes it a triple. Trying to find that last final kill, but he's just not going to get it. They're not going to give him the leeway for it. That's a little bit unfortunate. Who was it? It was Mighty. How dare you?
Tut, tut, tut. How rude of him, you know. We've been here, we're casting our hearts out here. Not going to give us one cheeky overkill. Would have been a beautiful one, but Quadrant starting to wake up. They're looking like they're starting to, the cogs are starting to turn, shots are starting to land. The synergy started to flow up as SLG and Glory's both waking up huge amounts. 6, 3, and 4 for SLG, with 8, 3, and 2 for Glory himself. But Mighty's, he's being a bit of a nuisance. They're slightly concerned of what's going on here. They haven't actually put the flag in yet, because I don't think they know where Mighty's is. It's a bit of an odd play here. I thought they were going to get it in. I don't know why they haven't capped the flag yet.
Oh, they have now. They've answered your question finally. A little bit delayed, but yeah, we've got there in the end. And Chick stayed alive a lot longer than he should have done. Seeker just pushing up top. A couple of players towards the snipe as well. And Mighty does clean him up. SLG gets to trade on to Mighty. And SLG's been a bit of a nutcase with this snipe, but let's see if he's going to just wait for that bait as well. Like, he knows Chick's there. Teamed with Chick for long enough to know how and when he normally goes for these power weapons, but does clean him up. Beautiful shot coming up from him as he pushes on forward. Trying to get that top mid control, and SLG just absolutely flooring people with this snipe. And is looking for a little bit more. What a pixel peak there as he manages to get like half the head from that last pillar and finds another. SLG right now should be the main sniper. I think there's no doubt about it. We saw signs of it earlier on live fire, and he seems to continue in with that trend. And he got one shot left.
He has pulled off some audacious clips with this weapon. If you just scroll through his Twitter for half a second, or his X for half a second, you'll see what we're talking about. Eventually he does fall to one of the hands of foe, but it does look like that sniper's been picked up once again. Snipe Jones just making Chick's life so uncomfortable. Chick really not be able to put too much pressure on towards the rest of the Quadrant side. But whilst we're talking, Jimbo has stuck himself away with the OS, found a kill initially onto Seeker, and that's given the opening for foe and the call to go forward here, see whether they're going to get a bit more map presence on to the Quadrant half. And they're going to have to go through another round of seas where they have any chance in getting any flag going. Chick does find a lovely angle onto Glory to take him down, but on the other side of things, it looks like the fight is going in favor of this Quadrant roster. But that being said, Wooten gets himself another kill. That no-scope does whiff slightly, so still a lot of pressure onto Quadrant half, but Quadrant doing a good job at mitigating anything that foe tried to do.
Yeah, trying to micromanage a lot of these situations, but eventually Chick does lose the snipe. Snipe Drone just doing a grand job staying alive. And Glory's going to be pushing on up to support him, but it seems to be he's one that is getting a little bit curious on what's going on underneath to see if he's not been too unaware of the circumstances and making sure no one's trying to sneak by him and get behind him afterwards, because that would have been one of the last things he'd want to happen, considering he didn't check all areas. We'll be up soon. Let's find one player. Seeker, some great damage coming in from him in long range. Chick has to back away again. This has been a heart-fought battle. Only one flag has occurred so far, but we've still got another 6 minutes left remaining. As they're just trying to survive, or just try and get out of this hole they're in on the back of their flag. Woodham going to try and do a little bit more here. Will he find anyone? Yes, he does. And now it's going to be 3 dead, 4 dead if he has to get it. Sorry, 2 dead rather, and he's going to continue on his path. Great double kill coming out from Woodham. Seeker and SOG still alive though, with the flag being pulled.
Yeah, Mutum is the only player here for foe in Quadrant space. He's doing such a good job at staying alive. Gets a beautiful double melee onto Glories. And he's looking like he wants to get hold of this Quadrant sniper rifle and see what work he can do with it. But whilst all Mutum's work is going on, it looks like his teammates are just falling down around them. And Mutum's still getting kills over towards that Quadrant snipe eventually. 2 players push him and he does go down. But Wooten doing so much work yet for absolutely nothing. His foe just couldn't break through the remaining players of Quadrant as they had set up that brick wall towards their snipe side. 2 players for foe go down to look for Quadrant to press forward. They know where Chick is. He falls as well. Wooten is last alive as I think Snipe Drone goes for a cheeky little dip there. maybe not what he wanted to do, but great job for Muta to respond to the call. And again, keeping this snipe side control locked down. That flag is going to be a dead flag, so it's foe's opportunity to push forward. Can they get anything going? Spawners will be identified, and a great shot coming out from Wutum. Hits the body as well, gets the double. The M&K flick shot's definitely proving dividends here. Can he keep it going? He gets a flag pull as well. Wutum doing it all right now. The slays, the living, the snipes, and the flag pull. Can he get this flag home? We'll have to see, but with the slays falling in favour of foe, it looks like it's going to be tied 1-1.
Seems to be the case. That crucial double from Woodham and then pulling the flag without too much trouble. It's paid itself dividends here. It's Nigel staying alive along his snipe. Overshield will be up surely in the next 12 seconds. Woodham just staying alive. And
ladies and gentlemen, I have barely had time to calm down after that ridiculous losers final, but here we are. I am joined by the ever magnificent Hixie. Mate, how you doing?
That's so cute of you. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, man. It's been a fun day. It's been a good day, Halo. It's been enjoyable. Casting with a few different people. I've been over on the B stream. If anyone has jumped over, appreciate you coming over here. But it's good to be back with you, mate. It's nice to cast together. It's always fun. And I'm looking forward to this grand finals just after that absolute showstopper from the boys over at Mamma Mia. Absolutely.
Yeah,
crazy.
Mamma Mia. Absolutely lighting that CTF Aqua on fire. 3-0 over Jump Out Gang to get here. The scene is set, Hixie. Mamma Mia. They need a grand final win, a grand final reset win, and then they get the honor of playing Optic in pools. If not, if Quadrant can get it done, Mamma Mia, open bracket with travel coverage, and Jump Out Gang playing Space Station in pools, Quadrant playing Optic. As much as I would love a fairy tale, it's going to be tough against Quadrant, mate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have not seen these guys at all, right? I have not watched a single Quadrant game today, which is a rare occasion for me, but it's actually been quite nice. It's been nice not to see, just Quadrant being as dominant as they are. But I'm also looking forward to covering them at least once to see, how they've been faring today. With Mamma Mia, they are looking nuts, and like you said, it will take a lot of fairy dust and a lot of wishing, but I mean, if Mamma Mia are ever going to do it, right? They did a pretty convincing job against Jump Out Gang right there, right? That was nuts. We've talking in the green room. I think it was the only 3-0 between Jump Out Gang and Mamma Mia for this qualifier over the last 4 weeks.
So there was the first week. So the first week was also Mamma Mia 3-0 against Jump Out Gang.
Stupid. I'm just going to leave them.
Yeah, no, Mamma Mia have really had the wood over Jump Out Gang. So Mamma Mia have gone 3-0, 3-1. Then they lost in that 3-2 absolute banger where Jump Out Gang also beat Foe 3-2 to make it to the grand final. Like that, just insane week, right? But and then it was 3-0. But let's look at some rosters. Let's bring them in with the power of the force. There we go. It is Quadrant, SLG, Snipe Drone, Seeker, and Glory. I will note as we talk about this roster. Jump Out Gang really pushed them in the winners final. Game 1 and 2 were really close. Game 3, not so much. But game 1 and 2 were extremely close, given what usually is the gap. And of course, we're going to pull up the other roster of Mamma Mia. I mean, those are some scary stats right there, right? Like average accuracy 64 for Snipe Drone. He's been on fire. Mamma Mia, Flux, I7, Mose, and Shad. Shad has been playing out of his mind.
Yes. Definitely.
This week, today, even. It's just, oh man, it's just been absolutely bananas. But yeah, let's have a look at some maps. Of course, we need a grand final. We need some maps. It is a best of 5 for all the bickies. We are going to start with a Strongholds Live Fire, a Solitude Slayer, a Streets Oddball, and if needed, a CTF Argyle and a Live Fire Slayer to bring it up. A couple of Live Fires in here.
Yeah.
Mate, what do you think of at least the first 3 maps? Which one's your fave?
I mean, you know me, James. I'm a Solitude boy. I'm a Halo 5 guy. I like that old Magnum. I like the old Sniper. I like Solitude when it was green. Streets is a fun one as well. Live Fire, I feel like, is just kind of like a mid map for me. Like, I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's cool to play on. I mean, we've spoken to death about our opinions on Argyle, so I'll leave that there. And then we're revisiting Live Fire if we need to. So it's not a bad pull. It's not a bad map pool for these guys. But yeah, I'd say Solitude Slayer is probably my favorite out of this lot if I have to pick one.
All right. I like it. I'm a Streets oddball enjoyer. I've got to see it twice already today. So, yeah, it's unusual that I've seen so many Streets. I don't think I've seen anything else on Oddball, really, actually. Maybe a live. I don't even think so. I'm not even sure.
Live Fire today. Live Fire.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Live Fire, but actually not many oddballs on anything other than Streets. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how these goes. But yeah, Mamma Mia, like, you gotta ride the high. You gotta come out strong. Live Fire strongholds, though. Quadrant are, best top 2, top 3 best strongholds teams in the world. That's gonna be a real tough ask straight off the bat.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a bit of stopping power coming out from Quadrant into the squad of Mamma Mia. But, like we said, if they're ever going to have a time to beat Quadrant, or definitely make it incredibly competitive, it feels like it's now, because they've been absolutely eating some forbidden Weetabix or something to be able to play this good in that last series. Shad, I'm looking for more multi-kills. You mentioned in the last series, buff stats, you can't wait to see the multi-kill medals coming out for Shad across this event. I would also like to see that, but I want to see a few more. Why can't I get a couple more, right? Let's see it. I want to see it happen. Shad, a couple more doubles, a couple more triples, maybe, give us overkill in the grand final. Why not? Appreciate that.
I also can confirm, by the way, because I have been
intel.
Following along on the NA bracket, just to kind of keep up what's going on, right? I can confirm that Proton Gaming are 100% locked in for pool play. They beat Sentinels in the winners final. So, of course, top 2 from the major qualifier make pools. So Proton Gaming will be playing an EU team, confirmed. Proton, Taulek, Druck. Excited to see Druck on land, finally. Last Shot and Collect are 100% going to be in London. And then the remaining will be decided, the 100% slot will be decided out of Sentinels, Still Deciding, and Native. Native, Rami, Monster, King, Nick, Manny. Native, Gilkey, Barcode, APG, Miquin. And Sentinels, of course, Boo Boo Doo, Lethal, Precision, and Falcaded. So... yeah, that's gonna be super interesting for us, right? Like to see who Quadrant are gonna play, who Jump Out Gang are gonna play, unless Mamma Mia win it all.
There's still time.
Yeah, Proton locked in 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Spartan, gotta be pretty happy sat back there, right? Looking at Proton taking that series. Not to stir the pot or anything, but it's always fun too, right? A bit of drama never hurt anyone.
Drama. I mean, Sentinels are still pretty much locked in for pools, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see on the points. I don't know the points.
Ruin the story there, James.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Because I think he's going right. Is he's coming as well, right? Because he's on Complexity, no? Are they locked in?
Mate, I haven't got a clue what's going on.
Mate, we hear you. I'm pretty sure. Going on.
I'm pretty
sure.
It's
Quadrant Mamma Mia. Let's get on with it. It is a live fire. Strongholds its glory. Already finding a kill. Mo's going to get a beautiful double, though. And Mamma Mia taking this B site as we're going to go for a restart because
why not?
All of Quad didn't want to hang out.
Yeah, we'll tease you a little bit.
Didn't want to hang out with us, Hixie.
I mean,
didn't want to hang out with us.
I can't blame them. I probably smell, so it's fine. It's very hot in my room right now.
Speak for yourself.
I am. I will do. Yeah, hot day today here. So windows have been open between series. I will be honest.
I got a fan right here, which is doing a lot of work for me right now. So
I'm really happy for you, James. You see it in my face.
Thank you, Hixie. Yeah. I know you're so excited.
I do love that fan all the way over there where it is doing nothing for me.
Absolutely effing nothing. Yeah. Just like that first game's false start did absolutely nothing, unfortunately. But yeah. Hey ho, that's the way it goes, yo. I believe it was I believe it was Snipe Drone who disconnected. So I'm hoping he can get back. So look, guys, we're at the end of like a 9-hour broadcast. I've been here most of the time. Let's just leave it alone. But mate, I'm worried for Mamma Mia. I would love to see it, but Quad have just been so dominant, man. Like, you can't really go past them, surely.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult, right? You want to root for Mamma Mia after such a dominant performance against probably their closest competition in Jump Out Gang in that previous series. These guys have had, like we mentioned earlier, some pretty close series across this qualifier over the last 4 weeks. With without the first week being a 3-0, which I was rightfully corrected by yourself. So it's thank you very much. It's good to see Mamma Mia take down Foe last week to get to the grand finals, and then yes, they did
Jump Out Gang.
Was it, bro? I've been saying this wrong all day. It was Mamma Mia last week. Don't gaslight me.
Right, they didn't. Oh yeah, okay. So
yeah, I was saying Jump Out Gang earlier, and
I'm the one getting gaslit.
I said Jump Out Gang earlier, and I was rightfully wrong. That's a weird. I was wrong earlier, and I got corrected, which is fair enough. Don't you gaslight me, James? Right? There's no need to.
Maybe I'm the one that's tripping out.
There's no need to big dog me on the grand finals A stream. Okay.
Wait, last week? Was this last week?
I'm looking at last week, May 6th, unless I fell asleep, or May 5th even. Yeah, May 5th.
Oh, maybe I've floated this wrong.
Unless I was in like cryostasis, I'm pretty sure I was there.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, it was Mamma Mia. You ever?
Yeah, Mamma Mia beat Jump Out Gang. Yeah. I thought you said Mamma Mia beat Foe, and I was like, nah, that did not happen.
Did they not? Oh no, Jump Out Gang beat Mamma. Sorry, yeah, no, I was wrong. Yeah,
it was Jump Out Gang that beat Foe.
I was just wrong.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm...
Just absolutely, you're gaslighting me.
I'm gaslighting myself. I don't even know.
This is what's going on. No one knows. No. Sorry,
Numbers
what I was
Mason.
trying to say, the numbers Mason, what do they mean? So actually, the point that I had before was that Mamma Mia are the 4th team we've had in 4 weeks in the grand final. We've had Foe, we've had Quad, we've had Jump Out Gang, now we've had Mamma Mia, which goes to show, of course, Foe not here today, right? Already qualified, but still, it could have been Jump Out Gang again. So it's good to see at least some kind of change up in this Halo, that it's not just Foe and Quad and maybe like Jump Out Gang if Foe aren't there, but it's actually like multiple teams getting into this final. And if Quad and Foe can both make top 6 for Atlanta, then it could be a very, very spicy little major qualifier, because there are only 2 opens in a major qualifier before Atlanta, and the first open is the week after London. So we get right back into it. So we've got a squished part of the year, as it's going to be 1 apiece to begin with, and no one wants to go for beatings.
And he's just playing a little bit of T-ball. He's just teeing them up and then absolutely shutting them down, just leaving them in the respawn screen. Speaking of respawns, there's 3 of them for Mamma Mia currently respawning. Glory with that sniper. I mean, I was going to say he's always dangerous with it. Anyone on Quadrant is dangerous with this thing. Shad as well, just sneaking past. Does probably get called out, though. Heading over towards this camo. SLG sniper and taken down, though, so it's looking pretty good. Glory with a body shot. Doesn't manage to pick up the kill. Seeker finishes it off. Mose as well gets dropped, as does Shad. Sniper and taken him down. Sniper needs a little bit of extra help. Turns out he actually doesn't. Psych. And, I mean, it's 3 dead again.
Jokes.
3 dead for Mamma Mia. The points are tallying up for the boys in green. It is a B, and a C hold, but B is slowly moving over. You've got the camo in the hands of Seeker as well, as he's just trying to look down onto this A site. It's pretty scary if you're I7. Trying to capture that when you've got 3 of the Quadrant boys pushing in, because these guys definitely aren't slowing down. I7's a pretty solid competitor, takes down Glory, but Snipe Drone manages to keep up, and the points are still in favor of Quadrant, but they're giving them a run for their money. Oh, Mamma Mia. They keep swapping them about. They're not just kind of going down quickly. It's methodical. It's going well. And, you've got SLG and Mose fighting to see who can be last to get a kill.
Yeah.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, my
Goodbye.
God!
It's like a
Snipe Drone with the absolute timing on that. What? 4 dead on the side of Mamma Mia, as it's going to be a trip cap to Quadrant. Oh my God. What was that?
That's like the equivalent of wiping a fly off your windscreen, I think.
Just, yeah, and good night. Also, Mose is the last one.
look
Oh,
at
the
that.
reset as well for SLG. Oh my God, it's all gone dogs. Oh dear, Mamma Mia, having an absolute mare of a time right now. Snipe drone finds kills. Oh, Hixie. Oh, Hixie, it almost looks too easy, brother. It's
Yeah.
another trip cap, and we talk about Quadrant never really giving up 100 points to Slayers. Although, I will say
my
frenzy
God.
for Snipe Drone. Hold up. I was going to say it's 3 dead for Quad, but Snipe's on a killing frenzy. He's making it look easy. Mamma Mia, the average time is 176 seconds. Well, I have to say, I don't think they're going to get anywhere near that in this game. As A, B, and the starter C to be converted, it's going to be a trade-off. But oh my days, what I was actually trying to say before Snipe Drone went on his ridiculous frenzy was it's actually very, very few teams ever get more than 100 points against Quadrant. It's so rare for teams to even get to triple figures.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult. And like you mentioned, they're one of the best in the world on strongholds. So definitely a map pool of the at least out the gates that favors Quadrant. And 138 to 20. Oh my God, SLG! What the hell was that?
Oh my
What are you
God!
doing? It's like they haven't even turned up. The Mamma Mia's we saw last series have given their controllers to their little brothers. This isn't even a contest. 155 to 24. Oh
my God, he actually hit that as well!
Yeah, he tagged an insane shot onto
Oh
I7.
my
He
God.
gets cleaned up, but this is just, this is like bullying of some kids in, like 17-year-olds against some 13-year-olds, some
God.
first years in high school against the big boys.
God.
This is
Snipe
not
Drone
nice.
is 17-4 right now. This is like adults in a pee-wee football game.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They are just getting rolled about. Shad gets tagged as well. SLG. Oh my God, what can't they do? Snipe Drone gonna get the trade. He apparently gets a double beatdown. He gets the trade onto Flex. He's 20-5. Like, what? This is outrageous. I mean, look at that Snipe Drone. 1.31 KD. Averages 50 seconds, which I think if you would times all four of the averages together, it's going to be like over 200. SLG! It's a perfect, it's a double kill, it's a killing spree, it's the recap of B. They're going for the trip cap as well. They only need 30 points, and Hixie, this game is far and beyond in the bin. Snipe Drone finds kill 21. SLG has 10 assists. Glory's got camo. It's a trip cap. They only need 10 points to win. They're gonna collapse on A for the style. Shad, he's gonna all get taken down by Seeker. It's not gonna matter. They're gonna jump on A. It's not quite over yet. Hold on. The comeback, Hixie. It could be the comeback, but I have to say, comeback is dead. It's over. It's over. It's done. It's 250 to 24. We're moving on to map 2, and oh my days, that's rough.
Yeah, you're talking about teams not even getting 100 points. Talk about a quarter of that and still not even managing it, right?
Oh,
24. Didn't
pain.
even crest the 25. It was a massacre. You're exactly right. It was a massacre. And you know what's really upsetting for Mamma Mia? They're going to have to do it again in a few seconds in a Slayer when you had Snipe Drone. Thank you for
22
production.
and 5.
22 and 5. This man's heading into a Slayer in this next game. I'm scared.
Oh.
And I'm not even playing. This is genuinely, to continue our analogy, this is the adults rugby team versus the under 8s.
That's, oh my God. Look at the damage, man. 3.6 from SLG. Like 3.6k from SLG, and he out-damaged Snipe Drone, who dropped 22 kills. Like, SLG, and like, he's not underrated, right? But I feel like sometimes when we talk about this team, he's not always talked about in as high a stead as someone like a Glory or a Snipe Drone. But SLG, week in, week out, puts out so much damage, always topping assists, always just, he died the least, right? Like, he's always just so good. And I feel like, yeah, we talk about how good Quadrant is, but sometimes when you look at the pure stats and you see a snipe drone 22 kills, he gets all the accolades, but man, SLG should be up there as well. And it's not like he's not talked about, but sometimes, yeah, it could be a little more. And snipe drone's gonna find kill number 1.
Behind every great snipe drone is an SLG, and that game definitely proved it. Coming into this one, like I said, you've got to be pretty scared if you're Mamma Mia, but you're going to try your very, very best. I7 picking up 2 kills and an assist, doing pretty good. So far, it is actually tied up going into the first 30 seconds to a 3-3. That camo, as we have in our lovely secondary view, which is amazing. I'm a big fan of all the little graphics we've had up as well over that last game. Camo's still up, right? That's something you'll see from maybe these higher level teams, is that they're not really going to play for the things you'd expect to see people diving on in a matchmaking game. You know, they're going to play for map control. They're going to try and get it, and I believe that's still up. Thank you to our secondary camera. It does actually get scooped up after a trade goes down. It tries to get used or burned potentially, but eventually getting picked up, I believe, by... Oh, it is a Mamma Mia player, so this could actually be a good start. I mean, it's 8-8 so far. It's looking pretty good for them. Goes in favor of Quadrant momentarily, but I have a feeling Mamma Mia are going to be able to pull this back. I7 getting caught with his pants down and just squished by the Quadrant domination. Seeker as well trying to play out of these stairs. He manages to pick up the kill onto Mose. Mose not having a great game last game and definitely having a bit of a confidence knock there for sure. But, I mean, you can't blame him. It's Quadrant, for God's sake. They're 12 and 10 in the first 2 minutes, and it doesn't look like these guys are going to slow down. This is going to be a very quick game.
Yeah, I think no matter what happens, it's going to be quick. But, like, respect to Mamma Mia, right? Like, you get completely blown out in game number 1. You've at least, at the start, kept it even in game number 2! As there's going to be kills flying everywhere. 2 dead for both teams. As Glory is going to clean up Mose. Active camo is up as well.
Love those jumps, man.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty sexy. Snipe drone. Got the camo. He's on the hunt. He's finding Mose. He's going to find the kill as well as Seeker gets I7. And again, it's already a 4-kill lead again. Isn't that top tower? Mose on I7 just trapped in. Glory with a double. Can he find more than that? No, he can't. It is going to be I7 down there, though. He is going to find the inadvertent triple, you know, the expired triple. Shad is going to take him down. Snipe Drone's going to clean up, and it's 25-17, and it might already be too late if Snipe Drone's on another killing spree, Hixie.
Yeah, Snipe Drone's playing for a bit of stat padding right now. Last game, he was nuts. This game, he's trying to keep up that momentum. Maybe trying to mirror his score line in the last series, or last map, sorry. And he's definitely trying to pick up. He does get taken down, though, finally. It takes a couple of them to get him, and Seeker is last alive for Quadrant, but if you know anything about these Quadrant boys, it is to never count them out, even when there's one of them that feels like it's 4. And Shad, you know, trying to put in some work with this shock rifle. Does get dropped. Some good nades coming out from the rest of Quadrant, and Seeker there just to scare him off. Unfortunately, doesn't get to pick up that shock rifle just yet. SLG, though, clearing out that U-bend and glass area, trying to keep these Mamma Mia boys running away with their tails tucked. And Shad as well gets caught out bottom mid, and he gets punished. Seeker sees him. Seeker says goodnight, and he'll tuck him in nice and tight. This is this is pretty dominant. 11-kill lead for the boys in Quadrant. Now the green team are really frying. Quad squad going hard, but Seeker picking up more no-scopes with this insane weapon. 4 dead momentarily. Flux left alone now as he respawns. It'll be pretty harrowing to see no one else alive, and you're on your own, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's kind of scary. It's 39-24, and yeah, I'd be terrified anywhere on Solitude as Seeker finds a killing spree. I feel like half the team have been on killing sprees, right?
Yeah.
14 kills for Snipe Drone again, and this is running to a quick conclusion, and I think we've had it 4 or 5 times already on this broadcast, Hixie, but we might be having to fire the barbecue up again because it might be another steak. As Shad, he goes down as well. They only need 4 kills. Mose is going to get shot in the back. He's going to get taken down. It's a double kill for SLG.
Oh, no.
Everybody in double digits. There's no shot. Oh, my God. There was no shot that he made it out of there, and he didn't. But, oh, my days. Snipe drone. He's going to get taken down as well. Seeker goes down. The stake is about to not be a stake if they can get it done. 48 to 30. They need 1 kill to put the barbecues away. That's a stick. There's 1 more to go. The barbecue's off. There's no stake here, my friends. But 49 to 33. That's going to do it. It's 4. There was actually 4 dead for Quadrant at the end as well. 50 to 34. Quadrant 2-0 up. And you'd have to say cruising into the optic pool.
Yeah, it's going to be some green on green action, I believe, coming into that pool B. Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty rough. If you're Mamma Mia, and also I love the Quadrant 4 dead at the end. You know, you put all your chips on black to get that last kill. You can do that like 4 times over and you're fine. So yeah, pretty rough. But moving on to the next map, right? We're loading in now, looking at the stats. 15 to 7 for Snipe Drone, still just trying hard and keeping those deaths pretty low. 13 assists for Glory as well. Like you mentioned, you know, in the last series, we look at Snipe Drone, we look at Glory because they're supposed to be, you know, the Wonder Kids. They're like the lead singers, they're the power players. But Seeker and SLG, you know, they're the glue, right? They keep things together. SLG dropping the damage, Seeker keeping things together, keeping things, you know, keeping a tight ship, right? They're keeping the ship nice and clean, nice and sturdy. There's no leaks, and just allowing the other two to really, you know, flourish and just play their own game. And Seeker and SLG will play around them, and they'll all thrive together. So heading into this Streets Oddball, it's difficult to say it's not chalked, but you know, who doesn't like a Cinderella story?
The Cinderella. This would be the absolute Cinderella comeback of all comebacks if this were to happen. But here we are. It's an oddball on Streets. It's Quadrant 2-0, 1 away from locking in Pool B for playing Optic, and 1 away from Jump Out, locking in the SSG Pool A as well. We can't forget that.
Yeah, Jump Out definitely shouting for the boys in green for sure, because that will lock them in. Mamma Mia take this to a, well, if they take the whole thing, so they go the reset and then they actually win it, which at the moment is looking pretty unlikely. If they manage to pull off the Cinderella story, I believe that would actually put Mamma Mia in position where Jump Out Gang are hoping to reside, right, for this major. They'll take the spot.
Yeah, and they're hoping that, I mean, you know, they're hoping we have 2 top 6 teams, so that when we go to Atlanta, Georgia, we can have even more EU teams. You don't like my my Georgian accent?
No, I was going to say you'd fit right in and no one would be able to tell that you're not from Atlanta.
Faze, call me. Let's get it going. I would say that, of course, but we don't have a date yet, I'm afraid, which is also a little bit rough. So no trips to Atlanta for us just yet. But look, Mamma Mia, at least getting some time on the ball. I'm happy about that because I was super worried when Quadrant went 39-0 up. But Mamma Mia are building back into this game. But Seeker's 5-2, and in the bin, as Shad just backsmacks him, but SLG should be able to pick up that ball and somewhat get away. And yeah, look, that is a scary score. Your average oddball score, 192.7. You only need 200 to win total if you don't go to time. So that's terrifying.
Yeah, that damage
and the 1.22
as well.
Yeah, everything's pretty rough.
Yeah, 4,400 average damage dealt, right? That's just the average. That's not peak. I'd be scared if that was minimum, but that's average. I'm still pretty scared. I mean, Flux with the red gun, repulsor, and camo, he has all the goodies to try and make this work. Picks up a nice kill onto Glory, but the other boys are going to be closing in on the tram as well, and I'm loving these graphics we have. Mamma Mia, team average. The average damage there, though. Look at that. 4,600 is actually above the Quadrant boys, but I'm not sure if that tells the full story in this series, if I'm honest. 179 as well of average oddball score. So if the average scores dictate anything, if we, put on a little stat cap, there's a nice nade as well out there. Glory, is he going to pick up the double? Of course he is. It's Glory. He's probably going to go for that triple as well, even though he's one shot. If we put our stats cap on, it's probably going to go the distance. It's not going to go time. It's going to go for the full 200 score. But stats can be wrong, as we saw earlier with the whole Solitude, King of the Hill, first and second hill debacle. Lovely little graphic, or not graphic, second camera even, for that shotgun as well. Loving those for the boys, and unfortunately not loving that too much for Mamma Mia or Dead.
Yeah, Quadrant is still making this look relatively easy, and I mean, Streets oddballs, we've already had one that lasted 21 and a half minutes today. But I doubt that this is going to last that long. Quad, 20 seconds. But the thing I love about Quad, right, is that, as they go for dead, actually, is that it's not about, like, trying to just win quickly and bulldoze opposition. It's about winning smart. Yeah, you can let them have some points. Like, we're just going to rush into them. We're just going to, like, we're not going to rush in. We're just going to, like, find ways to kill them. We're going to collapse on them. We're going to ruin their setup. We're going to take the ball, and we're going to win that way, right? Like, that's kind of the way they play it. It's not about kind of that they just bulldoze over team. It's just they play smart to get it done. They do all the things. Having said that, though, Quadrant, 4 dead again. And it's going to be the camo for Shad. And Mamma Mia, a good opportunity to get some ball time. And maybe Mamma Mia can actually pull something out the bag.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty promising right now. They're getting the points up. Shad's got that camo as well, and we know how sneaky he can be. But when you find 2 Quadrant players, you can't really be that sneaky anymore. You do get shut down, and that is camo out of the round. The ball just thrown to Sniper, I guess, as a peace offering. Please just leave me alone.
Yeah, leave Brittany alone.
I don't want to die again. Please just take it. Have my money. Here's my car keys. You want my wife? Take her too. Whatever I have is now yours. And Snipe Drone looking like he's going to try and close out this round with an incredible nade and some shots. But last alive is I7. You've got Glory just giving him a little wiggle to say good job on that round. That is first round to the boys in green.
Yeah, 100 to 62. So a fair bit closer than I was worried about. When it was like 40 to 0, I was a little concerned. I had concerns, but no, in the end, Mamma Mia starting to get some points on the board. I7 holding on to the ball quite a bit. What? How did Glory get that kill? That is bananas. I7 going to get the trade though. It is going to be Mo's grabbing this ball first up. It's I7 going to get a beautiful trade onto Snipe Drone. So this is going to allow Mamma Mia to kind of get away with this to begin with, but Camo up in a couple of seconds, and mate, Mamma Mia getting some time on the board. They're winning.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job. You had the luck of the Irish there for Glory earlier. Not so lucky there as he gets a couple buckshot pellets to the face, but you know, it is what it is. Peaks and troughs and that. The ball is still just sat on that grand balcony. That's a little bit of a cesspool, and Mamma Mia definitely not coming out on top there at all. 4 dead, not for a single kill in favor of them either. So the whole Quadrant squad ready to set up with the weapons, the positioning, the calls, everything looks like it's they're set up for success. This Quadrant squad for sure, as they're just keeping the points. You know, they're keeping them close, but not super close. You do see the Mamma Mia play coming through. I7 picks up a nice kill, just running round there, but you've got the boogeyman of Seeker trying to get up behind him, but you don't need him when you got Snipe Drone on your team. Snipe Drone then just picking up the ball, and Shad trying to take a fight against Seeker. Seeking up, getting the red gun, excuse me. Doing a good job just to stay alive. Snipe Drone and Seeker, as I say that, the caster bus comes up, so there's...
Yeah, 4 dead for Quad. A beautiful double nade into that corner. Mo's on 15 kills, actually leading the lobby. Mamma Mia, at least keeping this round competitive. 23 to 21. They are going to take the lead. But Quad are just, it's one of those teams you never put away. Glory with a double, and now it's just Shad alive. And yes, he does have the ball, and he is going to play it, but it's going to get shotgunned.
Did you see the shotgun there? That was a freaky little looking shotgun.
Yeah, it was like a full angled shotgun.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a PS2 Lara Croft shotgun. It's got a total of 4 polygons in the entire model.
But Mo's 4.7k damage, very respectable for an oddball. 36 oddball score as well, so probably doesn't hold it as much as some of his teammates. I7, I would assume, has a high average. I've seen him today holding the ball a hell of a lot. So we're going to follow. Is SLG actually going to help Glory get the kill? But it's going to be a bit chaotic here as Glory's going to get his head taken off. And once again, it's going to be Mamma Mia with this ball. And they are making the second round their own, mate. Is Snipe Drone going to come up behind? He's going to win that battle against Mose. The ball down near Oscar's house, I think, is what the ping call out for that is.
Ouch. I wouldn't take that if I were you, but he can't.
Oscar from Sesame Street, mate.
Oh,
he's the garbage guy in the bin.
Okay. Well, you say Oscar. I wasn't thinking of Sesame Street Oscar. I am aware of such a man existing. But we have a lovely Oscar on production, who I thought you were talking about. Clearly.
Oscar knows he's in the bin anyway, it's fine.
Anyway, Red Gun is up indeed. Oy, I'm gonna sidestep that. Red Gun in Red Room, very fittingly named. No one there to pick it up though. It's not getting really the love that Oscar from Sesame Street was. I mean, Objective lives in a bin, so it's not even like it's an insult. But what is an insult is that double kill. My God, Snipe Drone just giving them the brass tacks. That active camo, you didn't even get a chance to see that with the second observer. SLG shutting that right down, picking it up and just scooting away. So, yeah, 54-40, though it is closer. It's closer, right? Mamma Mia doing a good job. Mose as well, first to grace the 20-kill line. Flux just getting dropped with his pants down. But Red Gun doing some work. So Mose trying to still keep the boys, you know, keep the morale up, keep the boys in line. And try and at least keep this competitive.
Sure, and I think they're doing a very good job, right? Like, even though I think Quadrant are going to get this done in the end, probably quite handily, Mamma Mia have at least made this way more competitive than the Strongholds game was, at least, which also, not hard. I think quite a low bar in all fairness, but yeah, Quad have just been absolutely super dominant. Mose is going to find that kill. And that's going to give at least some confidence to Mamma Mia, right? Especially going into an open bracket. That's a great stick. Snipe Drone is going to go down, but the confidence of, yeah, like you got blown out in one map, but actually the oddball was fairly close against Quad, and it's going to give you like good props for the open bracket to kind of see what you can do with it, because I really think Mamma Mia, if they're playing, you know, on their day in London, will be able to make a pool play, or at least be very, very close. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. But hey, it is going to be Snipe Drone. It's one member of Mamma Mia left alive, and this could be game-winning ball control. I7 SLG going to trade. Only 15 seconds left for Quadrant to book that pool spot. As you can see, Flux coming up. He's going to go down. Mose finds Glory, though. Nade going to come in, and it's Shad from around the back with a double kill. SLG finds Mose as a trade. 4 dead for Quad. And it's not over just yet, Hixie.
No, it's not indeed. Not over till the fat lady sings. And, I mean, she's warming up her vocal cords. She's practicing, right? She's going through her warm-ups right now. Because it does look like it's probably going to be curtains from the Quadrant boys. 2-0 up in the series, 1 round up, and only 10 points to go. And when you see him running in like that, even with the camo, I7's got to feel pretty helpless. Tries to get a nice, you know, area damage out of that nade, but still unable to do anything. That's the 2-0. That's the 3-0 in the series. And, yeah, that's the Quadrant winning major qualifiers. So they will be heading into Pool B. There will be a green-on-green action as we head into London at Quadrant's own major.
Optic versus Quad. Oh, I can't wait. I can already hear Cam ramping up the chants right now. But it is Quadrant, your EU HCS major qualifier winners. It is Quadrant who will be in Pool B against Optic. It will be Jump Out Gang in Pool A against Space Station Gaming. And it will be Mamma Mia taking the open bracket travel coverage spot, as we are going to have a couple of weeks hiatus before we get into the tune-up. It's London. It's going to be sick. Let's have a quick look at these stats. Mose finishing on 26 kills. Snipe Drone on 24 as per usual. And if we look at some damage, I can imagine that probably Snipe Drone is going to have the most, but I can also imagine Seeker's going to go pretty hard. Yeah, Snipe Drone with 7.2, Seeker with 6.8, Mo's with 6.9, but yeah, in the end, domination from the side of Quad. And yeah, next up, Hixie, it's the tune-up. London, Saturday, the 25th of May. Sign up. Get down there with your teams. First prize is an HCS Team Pass. Boom. 8 teams going to be in the Microsoft flagship store. Or as I like to call it, the Microsoft Experience Center. In Oxford Street, in the middle of London. You can experience the center of London from Microsoft. I do believe they have a life-size warthog down there as well.
They do. I was checking
I
it out.
did see in photos.
Pretty
That looks pretty sick. Also, LAN, I will be there.
I'll be there.
And you will be there. So we're going to cast some LAN together. It's going to be sick. And I did hear they were also going to have a screen that shows to the general public. So the general public are going to hear a bit of us, which is going to be pretty
that's
sick.
Not good.
But guys, exclamation tune up, be there. We will see you soon. And if not there, of course, May 31st. It is May 31st. Yeah, May 31st. It is HCS Quadrant London Major. I cannot wait. It's going to be an absolutely outstanding weekend. Twickenham Champions League final. It's going to be a whole sick weekend of esports and sports. But mate, that's it from me. Anything else from you before we sign off?
No, just looking forward to the LAN, the tune-up we're hosting. Well, we're not hosting, but we're casting there. You know, it's going to be great fun. It's going to be nice to be back IRL with the main man I have just finished this grand finals with. And anyone else that's there, you know, teams, guests, anyone that wants to say hi, feel free. And also at the major as well. It's going to be great to be there. It's going to be great to see the first London major since 2018. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of it coming back. So Champions League, maybe not so much. It's like Halo and Champions League, but you know, what are you gonna do, right? But yeah, just thank you to production as always, being incredible. Our observers, our production leads, everyone in there doing some and admins, yes, doing some incredible work behind the scenes for you guys. We're just the front men, but yeah, thanks to James, thanks to all the other casters as well. See you on the 25th,
mate. I'm excited. Guys, thank you so much. Stick around. We'll go raid someone, you know, and we appreciate all your support. We love you guys. And until we see you IRL, peace out.